Good afternoon. Welcome. It is Western Europe. Spring to it here. It is our second day. I got T-Gub. I got Kezu. Oh, you guys are all waving. Hi. How are you feeling? I'll start with you, T. How you going?
I've seen better days, but luckily,
That is not how I expected today to start. I've seen better days, guys.
I mean, I was in bed the entire day yesterday. I had migraines, temperature, and stuff. So the day today, the Dota will cure me. You know,
Surely.
Some secret Dota, and I'll be back to good form after.
Div 1 secret too, right? Not just
Exactly,
secret in general. It's Div 1 secret. But we can talk about that in a little. Instead of asking you how you are, I'm going to ask if you remember what happened 2 days ago when we started this tour, when we had day 1. Do you remember the first series?
It was Liquid against someone, is that correct?
Yeah, Liquid up
Entity,
against.
and Liquid
yes.
were not good.
Look, I'll do the Liquid copium.
You guys want me to lie or what?
No, I think it's fair. I think it's very fair. Remember, they had a stand-in, though, okay? I will put that out there for anyone who didn't catch this series. Liquid did have a series, but you can give us a little bit more insight into Game 1 and Game 2, Kezu, other than just Liquid weren't looking good.
I would say that Entity just came in swinging. You can see that they've been pubbing and like kind of trying to figure their stuff out, whereas Liquid, they've probably been playing a little too much and took a few days off, which, you know, you can't really blame them. And I think Entity from start to finish with just lanes and how they synergize their heroes and items, they kind of just ran them over. And Game 1 was a hard stomp, which we can see here. I think Game 2 was a little closer until like 20-ish minutes, and then suddenly there was like this one fight with some sick chain frosts, and Entity, they looked, they just looked phenomenal, and at least in this series.
Yeah, I think in the second game, what is very noteworthy, T, that you like to talk about is this Clinks. It coming out in post 4. It's popping up a lot in pubs, and I know we got to see it throughout the rest of the day, so I think we should at least highlight it when it is a bit of a Clinks 4 highlight.
When it did well, yeah. In the one game it did well, I think, yeah. Entity just showcased how a team that doesn't go to the major, if they watch and study the major, and then understand how they want to try and beat those concepts, and can execute, like, this is it, right? Like, they're super kill hungry. They are picking up the Clinks that you mentioned. They're utilizing it through picking up heroes that also seek constant fights as well. And it will be exciting to see in the series later today if Entity replicates that exact same play style, or if that was just like one little strategy they had against Liquid, just to show some respect, like, okay, let's quickly try and get these done quick, and then we'll go back to some other stuff. But it'll be exciting to see how Entity does actually kind of shape up throughout the tour.
Yeah, it's a little bit of consistency and versatility that we're looking for those guys. Something that is consistent, Gaming Gladiators, they won both majors. We saw them coming out in full force in this game number 1 against Quest, or old Ooredoo Thunders. If you guys didn't know, their new team update is Quest Esports now. And this series went to all 3 games, Kezu. So despite Gaming Gladiators eventually taking it 2-1, there was a lot of pushback and a lot of fight back from Quest.
Yeah, I would say that after the first game, Quest kind of realized that, okay, in Game 1, we literally can't do anything because we have 5 heroes that just... Everyone is waiting for each other. And then in the second game, they just had a little more openings. And I think Amar, that was the Doom game, he kind of popped off pretty hard. And this guy is a really damn good player. But I think a lot of the times for them and for him, it just has to come from also within the draft in terms of how easy it is to execute. Because in the second game, they punch back really hard, and I still have a lot of hopes for this team. Like going 2-1 against Gaming Gladiators, I mean, that shit is no joke.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys, in Game 2, you talked about the Doom. Did you guys see Quinn's recent tweet about Doom and how...
Yes.
Yeah. I just, when I saw the tweet, all I could think about was this game and the fact that, like, Quest, it wasn't off the back of this Doom, right? But obviously this Doom was a massive contributor to it. It was everyone playing to their best ability on Quest, but my, that Doom had a pretty big impact. Do you have it, T, or do you want me to read it out to you?
I just got it now. It was very eloquent.
Yeah.
But only 586 likes, so maybe a lot of Doom enjoyers actually don't want the hero nerf. But yeah, I can see his position in it. The fact that you can delete a hero is always quite fun. And to be fair, Quinn, being the mid laner, often popping off, you doom him, he can't have fun. So yeah, I can see his anguish, but he is a filthy mid laner who last picks heroes. So yeah. Right.
Yeah, he should be quiet. He picks hostile.
Yeah, he can't really talk too much.
Like, come on, man. It's... relax.
Or bark no bite with him, you know? But yeah, the third game, though, it felt very similar to that first game that we saw, T-Gov, which did have the series going 2-1 towards Gaming Gladiators. This third series, though, it also went 3 games. It did go towards Tundra, but OG looking great. They did have a stand-in as well. That's another factor to put in. So both teams that had stand-ins today, on that day, unfortunately, lost their series, but OG looked really good, and the Spirit Breaker as well had a bit of magic worked for them, T.
Yeah, game 1, OG, beautiful kind of Spirit Breaker style lineup. They had this, as you see on the screen here, some like Venom Monster, Co-op Disruptor, like a lot of heroes that like to seek the engagement. Of course, Disruptor then kind of ties it together. Uraga and his Monkey King pretty much broke open the game after laning phase, and you already see 25 minutes into the game, they're just swarming over them. But the issue, I think, in this series at least, was I think it was more on Tundra in game 1. They just slipped up on draft, doing something like this Lycan mid, not going for some Pango or Void Spirit style hero. And then in game 2 and 3, it's like their drafts are like insanely good. Like you look at them, and like in hindsight, you look at these 5 heroes they got, you're like, damn, these are fun, these are good. You know, it's like in this game, you've got this like beautiful layered Pango plus Mag Snap tech. It's like there's so much damage, and it's so easy for them to play it out. And you'll see it in the third highlight with their next draft, but Tundra was fun in game 2 and 3. Very boring in game 1. OG capitalized on it for sure.
And what about for you, Kazu? How do you feel about Tundra and how they were able to adapt just within this? Because we got to speak to Snaking after in the interview, and he talked about like some of the bans, why certain things were happening, and how both teams kind of don't really know what's happening because it is this one overall massive new patch, but also the 7.33C tinier patch that happened.
I mean, I like that people are at least admitting that they don't know what the hell's going on, because we're still so new in this patch that I can assure you no one has like a really good grasp. You might know like, okay, these type of heroes feel good, and when we play these together it feels good, and like Solar Crest or Kling, so some of these universal heroes, you know, like they feel good, but everyone is still figuring things out. Like Tundra were the ones playing this Magnus in the game 2, then OG Bennett in the third game, because this hero as well looks really damn strong to me, especially also in the games where I see it. You go Vanguard, you go into the offlane, you go Echo Saber, you hit for like 200 damage, minute 10. You're kind of like, you're not like Doom, but you kind of soak up the map like the hero. You just get super fat, eventually you harpoon people, you cosplay collapse, and then it just looks pretty good.
All right, I have a question, all right, if we have time. Kazu,
Yeah.
Hello.
what's more annoying? Nat, you can answer 2, but I'll start with Kazu and
Very quickly.
pivot up to you, all right? What's more annoying, Wraith Pact meta or Vanguard meta?
That's a
Pact.
tough one.
Thanks, Kazu. Great answer.
No, okay, Wraith Pact is more... I mean, I feel like they're a little different, because Wraith Pact just made it in the mid game like, yo, here you go. You can really like fight into me. Whereas Vanguard is, it's like the early game Wraith Pact. It's like the, haha, I'm 0-5, but now I have Vanguard, so screw you, idiot, go to the jungle.
Like you feel
like-
one kill in lane at minute 5, you're like, ooh, we got a Vanguard, you know? It's
Yeah.
like, okay, I just wanted to out that, so now we have it on
right.
on record that equally.
Yeah, we can clip it and we can use these words against him maybe a little bit later on if he does change his mind. But schedule must be talked about. Ending our day, I want to work backwards. Ending our day is Quest Esports up against OG. So that one's going to be an interesting little one, especially with Omar being back on Quest Esports. So he's still in Div 1 coming up against his old team, OG. Then it's going to be Entity versus Tundra, and then Secret versus Team Liquid. So Liquid coming off a 2-0 loss for themselves. Secret back here in Division 1. It's going to be massive. We don't even have time to talk about those other 2 series. I just want to jump straight into Liquid up against Secret and what we can be expecting. Liquid should be playing with their full roster now, Kazu.
Well, it's confirmed, right, that they have Boxy today?
Yeah.
mean,
Well, let's just say I haven't
he was
heard
on the
any
screen
news
last
that they
time,
haven't
mate.
said it.
No, I know. I just want to say it.
No, that's it's good, and I think also for the teams that do very well, you need this kick in the ass sometimes to have a wake-up call. So that will either catapult them to, you know, take it more serious, maybe play some pubs, or maybe they'll just mode chill. But either way, I'm expecting a better Liquid than what we saw 2 days ago.
Yeah, well, Secret have a bit of a shake-up since we last saw them all the way back in Tier 1 here in Division 1. They have Armel now on the team and also Yamich. So Armel became that free agent when, unfortunately, Fnatic did leave the Dota scene. And they pulled over Yamich from the Eastern European scene there, T.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this was one of the more unexpected changes when they entered Div 2. I don't think a lot of people expected, you know, Crystallis and Puppy, and then to go for like more young guns on top of that. Like normally when you think of Secret, it's like they have the ability to drawing the big names, you know, but maybe there's a whole new perspective now, at least within the Secret camp, and it worked out, right? They won the division, and now they're here, and it'll be exciting to see how far they can go, and yeah, we got another Clips, boys.
Yeah, I was going to say the draft, I knew it was already underway, but it's nice to see it. The Medusa Doom being banned out. Medusa still very much on high priority for being banned. And Coddle and Techies now. So both of the teams going for a different way with what they wanted their first phase bans to be. Does let that clinks through. Also, Magnus, you talked about that one, Kezu, of the Harpoon and your Collapse cosplay, and then you could just win the game from there, right?
I mean, this hero has so many good timings. It just these offlane heroes that you eventually they are the ones kicking you out because they get this Vanguard and then they just kind of soak up the whole map. I think that's why you see all these Dooms have like a lot of success. You go Vanguard into Midas, you get really fat. You have all these options of what to buy. But one hero that I have seen Puppy play in pubs that should also be stronger now because it is universal and it gets more damage is Winter Wyvern, like throughout the draft. We might see it later. It's always been a very good hero against Magnus, and it looked pretty solid from what I've seen.
I like the response from Secret here with the Terrorblade to Klink's Magnus. It's like when you think of Klink's Magnus as a laning combo, it's allowing the Klinks to go make moves on the map, right? Often create a tri-lane at like, let's say, minute 5 or so, because this Mag will have some Vanguard that we've already mentioned. If he does get jumped on, he just skewers away, right? So he's a very independent offlaner once he's enabled. And now it's like for Secret, if they just pick up a super hard carry, even if Mag's farming, then I'll go, wait a second, we're trading a Mag farm for a Terrorblade. We need to hope to get these kills in the other lane, right? So I like the fact that Secret have made a statement with their carry pick here. Yeah. And it is going to force Liquid a little bit to think about, okay, maybe we can't just AFK this lane. We need to actually bring more numbers maybe to the Terrorblade rather than to the safe lane. Yeah, TP has always been very good against Mag, like just traditionally. First of all, he is a high armor hero. Against Mag lineups are usually very physical based because of, well, how Empower works and you buff other people up for the RP. He also helps you with the map positioning. But a lot of what you said also, this laning stage, it should be pretty chill for TB. And on top of all of this, you have a Beastmaster who wants to play a very similar game. Push out waves. Eventually, you want to buff up this one big boy, which you already have in the TB now. Now you protect him. So I'm definitely a big fan. I know that teams were maybe a bit shy or weren't sure if you could pick 2 cores in the first phase. But if you're not going to pick TB here, you're just not going to get it. So I think you should man up, take it. So I like what Secret are doing. It is punishable, though. You have to remember the fact that we saw these slightly greedier drafts in the start of this tour on Monday just get absolutely run over, and that's because there's so much resources, right? You can do all this stuff. So for Secret, the Beastmaster needs to do so much work in the early game, or at least force rotations away from Terrorblade, because then it like Magnus Klink's +1 can kill off a Terrorblade, right? So it's like this beast needs to be like a beacon, like, yo, come to me. And if they do that, that's when Secret aren't going to have these issues of pacing. But again, it's only 2 picks in the draft so far. I like just one more quick thought on the bans that Liquid are going for. We touched a little bit on what Beast and TB do, like for the game, not just hero matchup wise, but they make the map very chaotic and very hard to play, right? You have illusions pushing out, you have Hawk Vision, you have summons pushing as well. So Liquid are banning out heroes or the supports that further emphasize on playing that way and just like abusing this map state with the Spirit Breaker charge around the map, which is also incredible against Klinks, probably one of the hardest hero counters for the game. Moonlight Shadow as well, so yeah, and they have third ban as well with the bounty. So both teams, this is just some high tier or high class draft of, you know, understanding of what you need to do.
Well, let's continue talking about high class. The Lich there, then, T, what sort of level does this give Liquid's draft now? It's all about that aggression and the fact that you want to kill off the Beastmaster before he can kind of rally the team around him. So it's going to open up for some Bloodseeker pick or some pretty much any carry that has kill threat. Once you see the support, it will come online. So for Secret, they have kind of free pick on their support here, where it could be like some Willow. They've banned out Kotal and Techies themselves, but pretty much any aggro style Posfog could work out. I'm always quite a fan of, you know, Shadow Demon. Liquid, I feel like there's a lot of, they need to go for that jump. They go for Sky, sure, but like, yeah, I mean, I mentioned aggro, right? And this is now going to be a thing. Like, Lich, it's good to kill, but if you aren't getting the kills, you're really bad under threat in lane. Like, you're a super aggro support. Yeah. Okay, so I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't go for a double support pick here, like in their back-to-back for Secret. Instead, they went with the Sky. And then Ember, is this, we're afraid that they're going to ban out the Ember and we want to pick it up for ourselves? We're afraid that they're going to pick it up themselves and it's great for their lineup, so we need to get it now?
Yeah, they must just feel like that it's one of the more valuable picks for them. Because I think no matter what Liquid will do, Secret will be able to play their style due to the nature of the heroes. I do like the Sky against the Lich in terms of it's good in the lane, but also later it gives you like an easier way to kill through the Lich shield. Because you have problems killing Lich shield heroes with TB Beast, as you're predominantly physical. Now you have a play partner with the Ember, so they must just feel that it's just a safe pick, and all the other heroes that they could have gotten later if Ember gets banned out, like Voice Spirit, that they're just worse. This is a spicy pick, actually.
Yeah.
Wasn't this like one of the interviews at the major where Blitz was saying that if Matu was in the team, this would be like the lone druid pick, and they just picked it? I'm pretty sure this is like the same discussion they had, you know? They just like pre-recorded it and played it in the draft. And it's going to give Liquid things to play around. Like if you put Lone Druid into this Ember lane, if Ember does ever rotate, Lone Druid takes your tower. Ember can never really kill off a Lone Druid, so it is going to stall Armel's game and put a lot of pressure on Armel getting those runes, trying to play the wider map because he can't do anything really in the mid lane. Same thing, like Sky can't walk to mid and easily kill off this Lone Druid, especially if, you know, Niche is in the correct position. Oh, okay. Yeah, Boxy's lost his beard and Yamich is growing one quite quickly.
Boxy's also lost his drumsticks. He was trying to drum it up. I don't know if you guys paid attention to that.
He was. Yeah, he talked about it in another interview, like last tour, how the drum kit is for him to like distract himself or to like have like this no release outside of Dota. I was like all for it. He loved hearing that answer from Boxy. So now he's taking the sticks to his knees, you know.
Oh god. I love Secret spans, actually. I mentioned Bloodseeker in the second phase, but when you have Lich, you just need your carry to be that if I hit my spell, you're going to do something to put him to half HP or kill him off, right? And Juggernaut is kind of coming back a little bit more, but Bloodseeker was kind of the more obvious one, because Lone Druid is basically the carry in this game. Like, they're trying to win the game in the mid game. They're not trying to take this ultra late. Like, they're not going to scale perfectly. They are just trying to crush them quite nicely.
That was that Winter Wyvern you're talking about.
Yeah, I like it because Liquid are proposing a lot of threat to you in this game. Like, they have this Lone Druid mid against your Ember and like a lot of tempo. I think you needed a 5 that can eventually make it a little harder for you to play. But the last two picks from Liquid, I am quite a big fan of it. First, like Beast and Sky, they both suffer against lanes that can kill you. So Lich alone maybe isn't enough, but when you spice it up with like some Riki in the middle of it all to play really aggressive with this high tempo of the Lone Druid later, I do like Secret's draft like later throughout the game. But I feel like this early aggression with like some Solar Crest on your Klings, running around with the Bear, some early Diffusal on Mickey, I feel like if Liquid execute as they usually do, Secret are in for a bad time.
Yeah, you got a lot of faith in this draft here, T. You like what Liquid have been going for as well.
Let's see, T.
Yes, no, I think if this Riki gets into a free game, it is going to be disgusting to play. Like, Wyvern Sky, they hate getting jumped. And then on top of that, you've got this Lone Druid Ember matchup. So it's like all eyes on Terrorblade. And again, not the most success recently. So I am leaning Liquid, but maybe there's a scenario where like Boom crushes his lane. Riki is always chasing his next item and they just do it themselves, right? But I am slightly leaning Liquid. But it's Secret's return, so
let's go Secret.
That's it.
Exactly.
We don't know what to expect. This is purely off of, a whole, like the one day we've had, the draft, the understanding we have of the meta at the moment. Anything could shift at any point. The only thing we really do know is that we are going to be jumping into game number 1 between Secret and Liquid, and our casters are Lacoste and Benjamin Kopp.
Thank you very much. Coming into the Secret return. Are the answers there for Liquid, or do Secret know something that everybody doesn't? This is a hard challenge in series number 1 coming back, right, Lacoste?
It really is. I mean, you're playing against second best team in the world, probably, Team Liquid. They always end up second place playing against Gaming Gladiators. But looking at both of these drafts, first of all, what the hell happened to Dota? Liquid's lineup, this is like random pub lineup 15 years ago. Riki, Klinks, Lone Druid. It's like 3 people in the team randomed, and the rest is like, okay, we'll try to salvage things up. pick some relatively good heroes. Lich is like, I'm gonna support guys. Okay, I'll take the blame for everything wrong that is happening in the team. I do like their draft, however. This is a really good draft. It's a godly Ricky game. Ricky, if he pops off against Wyvern, against Skyrat Mage, Terrorblade, Ember. Like, first of all, Ember should not have a good time. This is the matchup that is very, very Lone Druid favored in the mid lane. This is something, I believe, like, Gunner kind of... Because he's the Lone Druid player, and this was the first time that I saw it. It's really bad for Ember Spirit. Like, he can't really lane. It's like gonna be like level 3, maybe he dies, or he's gonna be pushed out of the lane. Let's see. Nisha, not gonna be able to pick up bounty.
I'm not going to be able to get that bear to pick up the bounty. I was going to ask, did you ever go through that phase in Dota where you were just like, I'm a random player now, and just go into games and just pick random 20 games in a row or something like that? Where you...
Yeah, I was always randoming back then when I had the bigger hero pool. Now I stick with what I know.
I respect that, because I had that phase where I random to try and like learn heroes. It went really bad, and I was like, all right, just Ancient Apparition. I guess that's cool. I think that works.
That's completely fine. But yeah, talking about the Ricky Klink's lane, this is it. This is the peak Dota at the moment. Boxy's gonna go back probably to bottom lane. Maybe looking to go on Yamich. Yeah, Yamich looks very dead here. Blood grenade. That's way too much slow.
First blood. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's what makes these portals kind of great, right? These gates, you could just get that first blood, and if you really want to transfer top, you can. And on the Radiant side, I feel like it almost gives you an advantage to go to that dire top gate if the lane's in the proper position up in the top lane for you.
Top lane's not gonna be like a killer lane for Team Secret by any means. If Magnus ever feels threatened, he can easily skewer away. Boxy, however, he doesn't have much HP, like slow from Arctic Burn. And of course, Reflection is gonna be really good to try to slow him down. This hero is really not that tanky at all. But yeah, I don't mind the Wyvern pick, because you're playing into Lone Druid. You're playing into Klink's Ricky, but I think he's going to have a hard time finding the targets. And we can see Puppey squaring up against Boxy. Low cooldown on Tar Bomb. Only 7 seconds, level 1. Gives you a lot of damage. Starting with the Blightstone, holding on to Blood Grenade. Pretty much throughout the whole 10-15 minutes of the game. Might kill the courier here.
Ooh, yep. Snipes it out. So that's a Wraith Band that's not going to be completed here for Crystallis, and already trouble in the top lane as they made trouble in the bottom lane. There's another Blood Grenade shipped out to Insania.
Look at items on Insania. 6 tangos healing. He stole all the support items. Wants to be able to support Ricky really well in the lane. Ricky has relatively high base region, so doesn't care too much about this harassment. Yeah, this is what we talked about. If he gets isolated, all this slow Reflection, Arctic Burn, he can't really run away. Only level 1, but he is securing lane for Zai. Zai sitting at 10 CS, not too bad, hitting level 3. And now, let's see if he starts putting more points in Empower, or wants to go for the killer kind of a build, put more points in Shockwave.
Yeah, Boxy getting isolated because of the fact that, you know, meta's up, you've got the Arctic Burn. Once you hit that Arctic Burn and grab a couple shots with the Metamorphosis early on, you're not going to be that tanky on the Klinks. So, Armel struggling a little bit right there. A little bit scary, but still sitting pretty much even with Nisha at the moment.
Not too bad. Maybe the change... I think the change to Lone Druid being Universal Hero could matter in this matchup, because looking at the items, you want to get like stats on Lone Druid, so you actually get damage from stats, so you don't buy items on Lone Druid. Now he brought the Blightstone, brought that Blades of the Attack on Spirit Bear.
You can see he's just working with a couple of branches at the moment, trying to do his thing over mid, while Crystallis maybe too far out. Skewer pushes him back towards his own tower. A little bit close for safety. He's got the stick, not the wand, and that'll help him heal up to just barely skirt by. Interesting sentry. That looked like that was in the crystals there. Puppey just taking damage constantly from Boxy.
I think it was Crystallis who placed it there. He can be the one only.
To place it in the
crystals. Yeah.
Do you have to change your in-game name to match where you're placing these wards? If they're out of the area like that?
Oh, boom. Let's see if they have another Nova. Couple of seconds.
Not gonna get him.
Not gonna be in range.
Unfortunately, it's getting close. It's a very aggressive lane. Which one of those heroes that it's like, I feel like we talked about it with Disruptor back when he was really, really popular. It's like if you have mana in your lane, you're not doing it all right, where it's like Insania, he could just, you know, you want to be spamming your spells at all times and making this lane very difficult with that Frost Blast, right?
Pretty much, and they're forcing Boom to rotate. He TP'd to the tower. This is something that can go wrong, especially if you don't know if that's a level 2 Frost Blast or if he has a point in Sinister's Gaze just to pull you back, then it can be a little tricky. Looking at mid lane, Armel doing really well. I'm really surprised. I mean, it also comes down to his itemization, buying like casual slippers, an item we don't see on Ember Spirit, also Ring of Protection, so something to have some kind of protection against this heavy harassment coming up from Lone Druid and his Spirit Bearer. Blood Grenade, it's a lot of slow.
Insania again, though, just trying to run away. Doesn't have any mana with him anymore. He's got 5 wand charges, so a little bit of heal. We'll see what he ends up doing. We've seen a bunch of heroes kind of sacrifice themselves to towers. They're out of this health and mana, but I don't think it's exactly possible with Boom kind of standing right there. Making their way over mid. At least looking to go towards this mid lane and maybe try to give Nisha a bigger advantage. Because we saw in that last series, Nisha, it was like 0-5-0 for the first time I've ever seen it in my life before.
Yeah, it was a rough one for him, but here's Insania, a little bit low on mana, does have a couple of mangoes to work with. That's level 5 Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Armel in trouble. He's going to drop here to Nisha. They'll look over at Puppey. They've got some help from Yamage, but another root coming in, and with Boxy off to the top end of this lane, he's able to put some damage on and help Nisha get a double kill. That really works out for him, and that's what I was talking about. You rotate these supports, and you kind of open up the lane for Nisha and give him the advantage to kind of snowball out of control. Nisha's not one to drop the ball on that.
I think teams also realized like how to play against Team Liquid, playing like try to shut down Nisha. Team Liquid does have like other playmakers as well, but a lot of the times you'll see them outnumbering Team Liquid in the mid lane. Every single time, just bringing an extra hero, and now Boom bottom, he's in trouble. Doesn't have TP available this time around. They throw Blood Grenade.
Slow's not looking like enough, but they've got the Sinister Gaze. He's trying to get out of the silence. Mickey and Insania now trying to retreat from this, as it looks like Insania is going to drop at least one down here for Liquid as Mickey is able to walk away, but you're still losing the support playing aggressive on Boom.
Boxy will pick up that Wisdom Rune. There's still one available on side of Team Secret. Puppey will be the one picking it up. So it's going to go to him, and the other one's going to go to Skyrat Mage. So getting some extra levels for him.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think with that change, they got to update the bar, the ticker on the left. They just got to say like how much experience the other person's getting, right?
Yeah. Also big stacks that were being made in the Secret's Triangle. They understand that Armel will need some kind of a catch-up in this matchup. And now you can feel the difference already. Even after Armel farmed the stacks, there's still like 700 gold difference already on the mid lane. And with the, like someone gonna miss out, or if there's gonna be Liquid rotating to the mid lane, Lone Druid's gonna take your tower. Looking at the itemization from Nisha, does have Javelin. Ooh.
Look at these juicy stacks. You're talking about stacks. These are some big ones coming in here in the triangle. I'm still wondering if that's still the shape of that area on the map. But yeah, that looks real juicy, right? Especially
It's,
when you get that map.
yeah, it looks real nice.
Lone Druid.
Lone Druid, Empower, Magnus has 3 points in it, so they can be the one trying to get some farm. I don't know if Zai wants to be the one taking... I mean, he can take the big stack. I don't know if he wants to commit to the Ancients immediately. He's super tanky, though. So with this Vanguard, he can easily farm it. Boxy will be the one collecting some XP. Stacks are really good right now, because you create gold out of nothing, not just getting XP, but you also get extra gold in 733C. It's insane. It's got to be a lot more stacking, I would say.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, the changes, right? It's a support's dream that they want this, and they're going to try for another stack. Ooh, will they escape in time? Yes, they will. So there's another one. 3 heroes setting up bottom here for Secret. You've got Puppey, you've got Yamage backing up Boom. See if they can make something happen on Mickey as well as Insania, but nothing really doing. You don't want to waste too much time just kind of searching for that precise opening. But things looking pretty good, and with Nisha, that Bear's about to have that Maelstrom. You've got Zai farming for free up top.
And going straight into
a big issue.
Mjolnir, I like to build Anisha because he understands playing into Terrorblade, high armor hero, and also when Winter Wyvern tries to heal people up, try to save them, magical damage still goes through it. So that's one way to deal with it.
Does it feel like Secret need to be aggressive here, or can they kind of sit back as well? Because you've got two heroes that kind of farm the map really effectively in both Nisha and Zai. So like sitting back just feels like you're innately going to lose net worth advantage.
I want to see them play like with Skywrath Mage. We're 10 minutes into the game. Supports are not level 6 yet. They definitely need they need to play around the Beastmaster. For now, they're clearing the stacks. But I want to see Ember Spirit, Skywrath Mage duo make rotations, try to stuff happen. This is easily a lineup from Team Liquid that's going to run them over in like next 10 minutes. If they don't... If they're not able to push back, if they can't fight, because the items, as we talked about, this Lone Druid with Maelstrom already finished. And now he's the one invading enemy triangle. He wants to scout things out. Boxy providing some vision for the team.
Doesn't exactly get a lot of that stack. I think he only got one Ancient Creep, so not the worst when you're giving it up. Last throw, the axes there for Boom. That was able to collect a couple of those last hits. So not terrible in terms of the, Lone Druid invading. That could have been a lot worse in terms of gold going towards Liquid. So not terrible. They're putting pressure on the bottom tier 1. They should be able to get the tower. As we've got Armel TPing back to base.
Rest of Liquid.
They didn't put the pressure onto the tower. They kind of backed off a little bit.
They try to sandwich them, but after seeing this Arcane Rune still running on Ember Spirit, they're going to slow things down a little bit. Also, big timing is going to be Mickey, also known as Ricky, will be picking up that Diffusal Blade in just 100 gold. So that's a big one. Gives them a lot more kill threat, especially on the supports.
Everybody here showing up for Secret. They'll secure this tower while they did in fact lose their top tier 1. Zai, like I've been saying, he's been pretty much untouched this entire game.
Zai's like, me jungle, guys. Don't worry, I'll get the items. This is a kind of a new tech build on Magnus, where you get Vanguard, you get Echo Saber, you don't rely on Blink as much, and then you build auras, disassemble that Vanguard, get a pipe, maybe get a Crimson as well, depends what you want to buy, and then upgrade into Harpoon, something that 33 did the other day. Harpoon upgrade into Skewer, reposition them. It's also like an item that allows you to stay on top of the net worth, and he's getting there. He's almost has the same amount of farm as Lone Druid, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah, we were talking about whether or not he was going to take this Ancient stack, so it's interesting to see him kind of get the focus of the top side of the map, and I think that's just because Nisha is doing really well, and he's able to farm a good amount of the Dire jungle without being touched to this point, so he's confident in what he's got, and I think they're giving Zai what he needs is Yamich going down to Mickey, and bottom lane, you've pretty much had this Ricky stationary here as well, and he's got the Diffusal.
Guys, this is imbalanced. 2 assassins playing against me. 2 Invis heroes. Not fair. Ricky and Klinks. Less sentries, however, but the restore charge time is much faster compared to the previous patch. Now it's time for Liquid to strike. They want to play aggressive. Again, Boxy providing vision.
And Boone needs to be careful, but they've got some supports coming in Puppy as well as Yamich. Not sure that's going to be enough. They go to the Primal Roar. They throw down the Mystic Flare. They're trying to get the kill on Anisha, and they'll take him out very quickly. The response from Liquid not there in time. And Insania might be next. Gonna move forward with him with the Remnant. Armel just trying to catch him. Crystallis in the Metamorphosis. One more right click needed here, and they'll get the kill onto the Lich, take out a second, and then move to the tier 1 tower over mid. So not a bad movement there from Team Secret.
Not bad. I mean, Lone Druid doesn't get true form off. I don't think it would matter. He would still be a lot tankier, but would not be able to survive. And look at Boxy, what he's doing. 14 minutes into the game, stealing XP rune from the enemy team, farming Ancients. This is why Position Klinks is such a good hero right now. Also pinging it out. They want to pick up their own Wisdom rune. We'll lose a mid tier 1 tower for it. Okay.
I used that defusal on Boom, slowed him down for a second. Just putting the inhibit on him. There was certainly a response from Secret if he was going to make that jump. Going for the full Solar Crest for Boxy as that early medallion. We've seen Clinxes go for the Nullifier early on. They're just able to get so much gold off the map with how much is available on the map.
He's level 9 on Clinks. This is insane. Like Ember Spirit, who was getting solo XP mid, farming those stacks in the jungle, he's level 10.
Yes, and Boxy's almost level 10. Like, he's getting there pretty quickly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Are scanning.
Game sitting pretty even. Not a bloodbath like we've seen in a couple of these other games. Both teams kind of happy to just farm at the moment, right?
Tower has fallen.
Roshan will be open for Team Liquid relatively soon. They have the items coming out. This is the Solar Crest that you mentioned on Clank, so some extra minus armor. Lone Druid deals some insane amount of damage. Ricky as well, they have Empower. Zai has been playing pretty much for himself. He was not empowering his cores, that's why he's on top. And there it comes, the Harpoon.
The Harpoon. The ulti from Puppey is not really going to do anything. So he just drops, and that's that debut of the Harpoon that you were talking about.
It's such a good build. Look at his damage. He's like sitting at 250 damage. McKay, he's the one chasing. Doesn't have any kind of a stun available.
No bash or anything available for this Ricky. Able to just TP out for free. A Harpoon with the draw forth active ability on a 19-second cooldown. Truly not that long of a cooldown.
Synergize as well with your skewer cooldown, which is 16 seconds. So you can use it every 19 seconds. That's a quick and easy math for you right there.
Some non-NA math right there. That was impressive.
That was quick. Usually it's quick and incorrect, but this time, really on point.
Quick and correct. Perfect.
Looking at the build, Armel getting Force Staff for himself. Not the usual build, but I think you need to buy it, because Ricky will eventually pick up the Shard, and it's not a Sleeping Dart anymore. Now you got armor reduced by 5 and can't be targeted by allies. Like, the other option is, of course, BKB, to be able to protect yourselves, but there are abilities that go through magic debuff, like RP, so wants to have something on lower cooldown. Also, your allies can't target you, so even if you have Force Staffs, they can't save you.
Right. Wanting that Force Staff, trying to make sure you're not caught in that smoke screen. And not like we've seen Ember games where Embers feel like they have to kind of be the damage dealer, or the, I would say, most important hero on the map, but it's more the most important hero of the map is, of course, in a game like this, the Terrorblade, right?
Pretty much. Crystallis going into Scotty next, still very far away from it. Team Liquid, you can see them grouping around the tier 2 top tower. We'll take it. I think Roshan's next on the menu. They do have enough damage. Like, Roshan became much stronger in the recent patch, but so you need a little bit more time to kill it. But with double Empower on the target, Solar Crest is available on Kling, so that's going to be some extra minus armor. They should have more than enough to take it. Also, I don't know if we have seen Scarlet Mage ulti. Sometimes there's a bug, spectator bug, where Mystic Flare doesn't show, but I don't think we've seen it being used at all.
I think I may have heard it, but seeing is believing, and sometimes that is definitely an ability that gets glitched out. They're going to take this Roche for free as well. There really hasn't been much contest from Secret. I think the game plan is just kind of sit back and get Terrorblade to that point where you have confidence in these fights, and that's probably going to come off the back of the Scotty, but like you said, it's going to take some time. And Liquid doing the play that we've expected a lot from some of these Roshan takes, is going through the gate right on after, catching some of the zeros out, and Armel, yeah, hit with that inhibit from the defusal. There's the Force Staff to get out of the smoke screen. Harpoon, Remnant, all the way over towards the back, but still going to be dead.
There's going to be like so much damage on the ground coming out from Team Liquid. You have like a random Skelly Bros from Clinks, Lone Druid Bear. Imagine like Chain Frost bouncing. There was a series the other day where like Chain Frost, one of the best Chain Frosts I've seen in professional Dota. Extremely good. And yeah, also something that we didn't talk about is Frost Shield. Now it's maxed out on Insania. So damage from Wyvern, from like this Ember Spirit Slights and also Terrorblade, of course, the most important one, are going to be heavily reduced.
This is looking like maybe a lack of damage and a lot of issues coming for Secret as we're hitting that 20-minute mark where Tormentors will be up and available. Do you think 20 minutes is the right timing for Tormentors, or do you think they should be maybe a little bit earlier, like 15, 16 minutes?
Oh, good question. I feel like a lot of teams, like it also happens in the pubs, is people realize how important it is. So with a team who's controlling the Aegis, 20 minutes into the game, they're going to be the one probably trying to invade enemy Tormentor instead of going for their own, where you can take a fight, maybe catch them off guard, steal another XP rune from them. Let's see if Team Liquid decides to do the same thing. They're a little bit...
They look like they're a little far.
Too far away. Yeah, immediately Team Secret decides to go for it, so they're not going to be there in time.
Yamich and Puppey kind of struggling here a little bit. Puppey realizing he's not too safe against this Tormentor. It makes you very vulnerable. Like, heroes like Yamich and Puppey, I know when I'm playing Ancient Apparition, I'm always around the 20-minute mark throwing an Ice Blast right at that Tormentor.
As a support, you do kind of need to be careful. I mean, on Reddit, we do have, like, deaths to Tormentors. I'm not who's counting it. Do you have to, like, apply how this... Oh, Zai misses. Hits him with the well-played. Nice dodge there from Armel. So, yeah. 2 supports got a shard. 1 on Klinks, which is Burning Barrage, his old ability. It's a good one for keeping the lanes pushed. Like, it also applies Tar, so getting extra damage on top of that.
Right.
You can easily clear the creep wave. And on the other side, Winter Wyvern picked one up. Upgrade to Cold Embrace. Splinter Blast once it finishes, and also reduces the cooldown by 4 seconds. Not too bad. For now, it's only level 1, so you're not going to get like the full value out of it, sitting on 20-second cooldown with that shard.
Yeah, so we'll see how that ends up going for Puppey as he starts to get those levels. You get that towards the max. 11 seconds at level 4 if they can survive that long, and I could see that shard doing some damage where maybe Liquid aren't expecting it. It's always a nice one, but never one you really want to purchase.
Pretty much you want to invest into something different. Nobody's buying like shards immediately. Maybe you'll have hero like Phoenix pick it up. Good ulti.
Ulti coming in. Nisha taking a lot of damage from his own bear. And that's going to be the Aegis and the bear gone. So 300 gold going there for Puppey. He'll respawn. He'll be silenced immediately. They'll get their second kill on Anisha. They're going to look for more. They'll find themselves in Sania. And they'll get the duo and kill them both over in the bottom lane.
Oh, nice play there from Team Secret. As soon as they picked up Scotty on Terrorblade, they immediately rush. They catch Nisha off guard. Doesn't get true form off second time. So now he's going to have just one Spirit Bear available for the next fight. Team Secret playing it real nicely. They kind of moved across the map, farming these outer rings, delaying the game as much as possible, and also managing to get a pick-off here and there.
There's so much gold on the map. Like, when you saw the map in terms of towers before it was changed at this point, you'd think that a team like Secret didn't have a lot of places to farm. But even with one tier 2 remaining, they still have some time and place to get some gold. RP used, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Puppey's still surviving. He goes into the Cold Embrace. That'll have that Splinter Blast. They've got the Searing Chains. It's on to Zai. He's getting low and will eventually fall. He's there for 50 seconds. And now the attention is on the rest. Chain Frost bouncing around. They get the kill on Mickey. They'll take the Ricky, and they'll lose 2. Nisha gets killed. Foxy's got credit for it. Nisha going after these heroes on Secret as they'll pull him in with a Sinister Gaze. They'll get the kill on a Boom, and it's a 3-for-3 as they lose Boxy to Crystallis.
So losing, like, I want to see damage done by Nisha in this fight should be pretty high, because he was the one, like, focusing 2 supports, focusing Beastmaster, 3.4k damage, getting 700 gold from the previous fight. But, yeah, Ember Spirit as well. Armel with this Force Staff, keeping himself alive, managing to only die twice in a game like this. I would say this is pretty impressive. You're playing against Ricky. You were laning against Lone Druid. Ricky, I don't know if his courier died with the shard on, because he had that one queued up. Yeah, should be. for your items. That is it. Thank you so much.
The shard. Secret, and that fight wasn't terrible. And like you said, Armel's doing well. Speaking of Secret, like just in general, like it's been a long road back. And to have your first DPC matchup in Tour 3 be against Liquid, I want to say there's a lot of pressure on Secret to kind of start with a victory.
They definitely need this kind of a boost in confidence. Also looking at Boom, he was kind of silent on the Beastmaster, changed his role, of course, now playing the off lane. Doing really good in this game. Like, he's in the middle of the pack, but there's not much that of a difference, like in the middle of the pack in terms of net worth. Has that Helm of the Overlord creep. And going into Crimson Guard next. Wants to be able to reduce the damage from these heavy right-clickers, and also doing the Ghost Split Push. Something that Team Secret lineup is really good at doing. You have Terrorblade, you have Ancient Black Dragon, so you'll have always at least one lane pushed in.
Meanwhile, Mickey going for the Ags, so Pocket Ricky is in the cards. Like Dale Gribble Pocket Sand, it is annoying. And there is that Tricks of the Trade upgrade.
Very annoying, indeed. Next Roshan could be respawning in 30 seconds. It's gonna be on Dire's side again. There's so much to keep track on in Dota these days, like about load. I feel like whenever I play support, I'm just channeling things. I'm like channeling through the gates, channeling some lotuses, channeling my abilities, channeling my inner strength to keep myself PMA mentality on.
Getting some watchers.
Exactly.
There's so much going on in terms of channeling. It's not easy. I think there needs to be like in a support app.
There was a good Reddit post about setting up the alarms for everything you need to do. Like every 3 minutes, 6 minutes, 2 minutes, every 7 minutes, every 10 minutes, tormentors. Like there's
restocks.
Every 52 seconds, like at 52, try to stack, get those stacks going, especially now that they grant experience to the people who stacked it. Back to the game. Terrorblade, double damage in the bottle. About to finish off Butterfly, which is a big item. Big way to kind of counter all 3 cores, make it 4 with Klings, who's going to be able to scale, I would say, this time around. Not going for Nullifier. Instead, wants to pick up Orchid, one item that also destroys both supports as well inside of Secret.
They've not really pressured Crystallis at all this game.
Didn't die a single time.
I would say was a big reason, like, when pressure's put on Crystallis, he had seemed to be a little bit fragile with his game set. But when he's able to just be open like this and free, it works out so well, and they get a kill on the boxy. So Crystallis getting even more gold. They'll have that Butterfly finish going into the BKB next. His game has been pretty open and free.
It's not that of an easy game for Liquid anymore. Sure, they are ahead. They do have AC finished on Nisha, which is going to be reflected by Reflection from Terrorblade, so they will get the buff for a brief moment. And also Terrorblade this time around. I've seen Terrorblades not maxing out Reflection. They don't want to lower the cooldown on it, but it's such a good spell. Like, sure, you want to get some extra stats, get some extra tankiness on yourself, on your illusions, but I think in a game like this, Reflection is really good. Like, this ability scale is really well with levels.
So Roche is back up, and immediately Zion and Sanya are in there. So they're going to start to take Roche by themselves, and I don't think anybody else is really coming over from Secret. They're allowing this Roche to go by, but as I say that, they are looking at going through the Twin Gate, and I think the timing could just work out for them.
Roshan's not dropping.
Yeah, they know they're coming through. They're going to throw a smoke screen onto the high ground where that Twin Gate is. They go to the other way. And now they've got the Sinister Gaze. It's onto Puppey. The Primal Roar is used on the Bear. The Chain Frost is going to start to bounce around. It goes over to Boom, and now over to the Ancient Creep. Skewered back, killed off. Puppey, Boom, both gone. And they start to retreat on the side of Secret. Boxy keeping the vision, going forward. Sleight of Fist, Mystic Flare, placed down. Not sure that's going to do anything for Yamich as he's rooted up and killed off.
Still not done.
Still on the run.
Spirit Bear, he's gonna TP back and go back to Nisha. So they're gonna finish off the Roche. Very, very difficult fight for Team Secret. They grouped around in this small area where Team Liquid has vision available. They do have Observer Ward and also nicely placed Cloud. Savage Roar, they controlled Wyvern, was unable to get Winter's Curse off. Cloud, like, look at the AoE of the Cloud. You can't use your abilities. They've been zoned out completely. You have these, like, Skelly Bros on the ground, also providing vision. And then after Wyvern dies, they immediately catch Boom with the Harpoon Skewer play, and the fight's immediately over.
And that puts them in a rough spot now, because not only did they give up the Aegis, they could have let it go just without losing Euros, but they lose that fight. And the advantage for Liquid is peaking at 9k at the moment. So Secret have put themselves in an even tougher position in a fight that they tried to force. But as much as the Twin Gates are good transportation, they're also a great funneling tool for the team ready to go.
Yeah, they were so ready. Go for that fight. Tormentor is going to be available relatively soon for Secret. They want to kill it. Hopefully, Pepe Prey, don't give it to Skyrat Mage. This hero, one of the worst upgrades in the game, I would say. Just not that good. It feels like a complete waste.
You know, like Shield of the Scion?
I think the play here would be, if you have Skyrat Mage in the team, you force him to buy a shard of his own so that the shard actually goes to someone that matters. It's gonna go to Skyrat Mage, 100%. There we go.
Okay. Solid predictions. And Shield of the Scion now there.
It's gonna give him some extra armor, but the thing about, like, it doesn't... This upgrade on Shard doesn't really fit the profile of the hero. Like, Skyrat Mage, from time to time, we've seen him being played from a mid lane. Then maybe it's okay-ish. If you get it for free, you don't want to buy it, of course. But as a support, you also want to do, like, something different. I think this Shard needs to be reworked.
Now, Lich got his now, so he's got the Ice Spire. Talk about a good and a bad Shard. I like Ice Spire. I think Ice Spire is a great one.
It is. 30% movement slow, setting things up for your Chain Frost, extra Frost Blast when it dies. It's a good shard upgrade. You might also like want to buy it, but in this meta, I would say that in the previous patch, you were probably looking to buy the shard on Lich, but now as a support, you don't want to buy it because you're going to be low net worth, you're going to be the one getting it.
Yeah, he gets it. It's one of those things that you could drop in the middle of the fight, throw a Frost Shield on it, and make it a real pain for Secret to fight effectively.
Uh-oh.
They're going to jump on the Winter Wyvern Puppy as that Ghost Scepter, and still trying to run. Cold Embrace extending what seems to be inevitable at this point.
And something we talked about, Mjolnir procs against that heal from Wyvern, Cold Embrace, not going to be as effective.
Look at where Zai is. This isn't fair. He's just in the base, Harpoon, skewer into a smoke screen.
Guys,
does
your
a good
base.
job of able to leave.
Now they're swapping to the mid lane. Someone pushing mid, someone pushing top. Mickey was the one pressuring, and Boxy solo pushing mid lane. Love this hero.
Fair, balanced, position 4. So these racks are gone even through backdoor at that last second. And the net worth doubles. It goes from 8k advantage to 16,000.
That Roche fight kind of sealed the deal. Like, they have one more fight left in the tank, I would say, for Team Secret. They lose it, they lose the game. Terrorblade, Crystallis didn't die a single time. Keeping up with Lone Druid in this game kind of did its work. It's a problem that, like, Team Secret couldn't go for these aggressive plays. Let's see if they decide to smoke up, go for YOLO type of a play. Want to maybe push out the wave first and then go for it. There's still a tier 2 tower available bottom, but things are looking very grim. The items on side of Liquid are piling up. Zai, he's been holding this Shiva's Guard for a very long time. Picks up Blink Dagger in the end. And yeah, we see these smaller items on Boxy. Orchid to be able to control supports. Mostly Wyvern. There is no Dispel mechanic whatsoever.
Right.
Can buy a little bit more time with this Ghost Scepter. But I can still burst him. Like, there's going to be Insania with Chain Frost, with Sinister's Gaze. They understand where the real threat is coming from. That one good Winter's Curse could, like, give them another shot in the game.
It's never been a set fight, truly, for Secret. They tried to set their ways over that Roche fight, like you said, and it really didn't go well for them. But we haven't exactly seen Crystallis have open space to fight. He hasn't really been able to do much of anything in this game. Yes, he's 4-0-3, but he had a couple of kills here and there from like a pickoff, the laning phase when he got that kill on Boxy.
Yeah. To be honest, I never liked when like game ends and your carry has 0 deaths. It feels like he didn't try to play like. You need to risk it sometimes. Like, you need to be closer, go all in. You die once, you die twice. That's it. Like, you know that the game is over. But this might be the game where he actually doesn't die. Understands that, you know, team fight is over. They call GG. Sometimes the score can tell you a lot about the game. Nisha's Bear, very, very farmed. Monkey King bar now finished, plus Basher holding Vindicator's axe. This is like, there's some really good neutral items that you can lose on Lone Druid.
Curse.
There's the curse.
But no bear to do the damage to follow it up, so it's just a curse for a curse. Shivas, blink forward. On the other side, though, they go for the Winter Wyvern. They've got Mickey. They drop the Mystic Flare. It's going to be onto the Riki. The Force Staff, though, away from the team. Goes into the Tricks of the Trade. And they're starting to put the damage onto this Skywrath Mage. Yamich, nowhere for him to go. They're going to throw out the Chain Frost. That bounces over an Illusion. Zai's going to blink to the backlines. Goes after Armel. The No Fire on him.
As Cheese
As
available
they
as
root
well.
up Zai. They've got the silence on him. Mickey to the backline. Took it over at Chrysalis, who's starting to do some damage with the Metamorphosis. They get the kill to Armel, though. They'll end up losing Boom. These heroes are buying back massively on Secret. There's the RP from Zai. And they're going to take out Chrysalis. They'll take out Armel again. And it's all falling apart for Secret. And Liquid just dominate the fight. They'll dominate the game. And they'll get a GG call from Secret to end it off.
Yeah, very clean from Team Liquid in this first game. They drafted themselves a really nice draft, I would say. Weird looking one. Like, looks like a pop draft, but in the end, like, these are really good heroes against what Secret had. Like, you can see them forcing Ember Spirit to buy a Force Staff for himself, which he kind of doesn't want to in a real game, whatever you want to call it. Like, knows that the shard from Riki is coming, so wants to be able to push himself out of the trouble. And then you had 2 supports on the side of Secret who didn't really manage to do much early on, while Boxy on Clinks, like, he's been all over the place, picking up... This is why this hero is so good. You can pick up Wisdom Runes, you can go for these kills, you can go through the gates. He was the one setting up the First Blood as well, and also Nisha this time around. Team was backing him up, allowed him to stay on top of the network. Same goes for Zai, some really big stacks made in the triangle, which he ended up farming in the end, so... Yeah, Team Secret, I want to see a little bit more aggression coming up from them in the second game.
It was their passiveness that was their downfall, and Liquid take game number 1 over Secret. Break it down more. We've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, B-Cup and Lacoste. And look, that's a very valid point. I mean, at the 23-minute mark, I'd say the game felt pretty even when it comes to kills, net worth difference, all that sort of jazz. But then in about 10 minutes, it just really exploded. Kazu, it went heavily in Liquid's favor. What was it in that 10 minutes, despite, you know, Secret maybe being a bit too passive, that really aided to Liquid?
I think what kind of sealed the whole game. So I think, first of all, Liquid had a very clean game until Nisha made like 1 or 2 very crucial mistakes. I think he could have ended this game with 0 deaths, but either way, Secret punished that. And then I think where it really turned was just one Roche fight where Secret clawed their way back into the game to like make it even. But I couldn't quite tell from the minimap. So they all went through the gate to try and fight, but Chrysalis never ended up going. So I don't know if his like channel was nearly done, but he's like, oh, we already lost like 1 or 2 heroes, so I cancel. Or did he like misclick or something? I couldn't quite see, but this is the fight that you have to take as a team. The one we see right here, like he's bottom. And I feel like you need to take this team decisively, that you need to take this fight as a team decisively, because if they win this one, they might just win the game off of this fight alone.
Yo, he's actually just standing there. Like, look at the minimap.
Yeah.
Just see his icon. He was literally at the gate the entire time. Like, am I going to TP? Am I TPing? I think for Secret, at least, this was kind of like one of those blunders where when you look at the major, when you're fighting this like pivotal Roshan, there's always going to be ward sentry, this wide vision. So for Secret to just literally throw bodies into it, they put themselves in a choke point where they can't really control what happens when they go the other side, right? They're instantly kind of spawning into the silence. So yeah, for Secret, they kind of clawed themselves back into the game and then just threw it away with a somewhat very sloppy Roshan engagement. And it was rough to see. Like, this could have been Secret's win if they were able to find a different avenue into that Roshan fight.
Yeah, was the impact as well from Boxy's Clinks what you were expecting, T? Because I know you've been very vocal about, if Clinks has a good game, like you'll know it, and if it doesn't, then it's really sort of hard to, play as that Clinks. So they weren't necessarily behind, but do you feel like it had that sort of impact, or you almost could have replaced it with any sort of other hero for Boxy?
I think he was very disruptive in this game. Like the way, as soon as you hit 6 and your movement on the map with that extra move speed, he's just always doing something, right? And even the early game, this is less about Clinks now, but more just how efficient he was at making these stacks, utilizing the changes in the C patch. And I think for this game, he showed that Clinks doesn't have to be this super greedy style support, because he goes Soda Crest and then he goes 4-star, right? Like he's going for the big item into then let's play for the team. Like other Clinks players that we've seen, it's like, oh, I have to buy Deso. I have to go for the kills, Like he is showing that you don't have to be this assassin the entire time. But I think especially at the end, when they get that one team fight and suddenly they lose their entire base through backdoor, it's because of Tarb plus Solar Crest plus Lone Druid. Like it's really annoying.
A lot.
So it was a decent game. Not the best. We're not going to put him on the pedestal.
But pretty good.
Of course.
It was pretty good. It was like a 7.5 out of 10, I'd say.
An honorable mention, but not MVP territory. Kez, who do you want to give it to? Who are you looking towards for that game on the side of Liquid?
I mean, I would say that this is a quite big
so much
draft victory, but I would give it to, I guess Zai. I wouldn't say that this game was hard to play by any means, but he did the right things at all points in the game, like just soaking up the farm up top, not joining his team, because they're strong enough as 4 to do it. And then later, what stood out to me was there was this high ground engage where they were TPing in, and he was just like beelining beyond the Winter Wyvern that they were killing and forcing 2 of the heroes to cancel their TPs. Then he ended up going on Armel, forcing him away to Remnant as well. So basically, he made his team get 2 racks just by his positioning of his hero's body. Like just knowing how far you can go and how much you can be like, yo, what up? Like, what are you going to do to me? I think that is what really shows how well a player knows the limit of his hero.
Yeah, he also was that disruptive sort of nature that we talked about, T-Gov. It wasn't just on the Clinks that was there, but, Magnus having it too, especially because he went Vanguard and then straight into Harpoon and was a pretty big menace with that Harpoon from
The
there.
high skill build.
Yeah, very high. But I don't know. I just feel like these stacks, like as soon as you see Mag off lane now, unless you have like, I don't even think there's many lanes that truly just fully kill him off either. Like maybe some like Bloodseeker CM type thing pre-Vanguard and you delay it as far as possible. But like in this game, because of the Terrorblade pick, Mag farms, Clinks makes these stacks, he tri-lanes bottom for a little bit, so it's like everything was working well. Beastmaster didn't have a good time, Ember didn't have a good time. So like draft-wise, Liquid were giggling, and I'd be surprised if we see another Mag lineup where they're able to make that many stacks and never get contested farming them. It was like an insane start from Liquid.
It is such a short turnaround between this game 1 and this game 2, Kezu. So what is something that you think Secret are able to implement in this short break that will be coming up?
They might want to be able to make more aggressive plays with potentially their support duo. And I think otherwise just be aware of this Magnus and this... I feel like this Lone Druid pick kind of changed the whole game too. You can't really gank him, but yeah, I think Secret, they just want to have more playability in the next game.
Yeah.
That was like just drowning Secret.
Yeah.
I was just going to out myself. I confused production there, but production, let's do this, listen in, let's head to a break. When we come back, it's game 2 between Liquid and Secret.
Kill the Yes, goes up there.
I spot you again. He cannot.
Yeah.
I need the kite.
Focusing. This is kind of dying. This is dying.
Please look at the sky.
I'm chasing a bit in the back.
Look at the sky. Look at the sky.
Yeah, I'll open on him right now.
Amber has one run.
Okay. Make up for it. Okay.
Yeah, go,
Go for him or what?
It's our first series of the day, but our second game for it, Secret up against Liquid, sort of like
Secret?
melding the two. Secret! Melding the two names there, but Liquid took game one. There was this part, you know, I'd say up until the 20-odd minute mark, 23 minute mark, where they were looking pretty even. This game definitely could have swung in favor of either team. So T-Gov, if we want this one to go to a game three, if we want to see Secret have a strong and decisive start to their Div 1 run here in 2 or 3, what would you like to see for game 2?
So if they're first pick again, I'd argue that their draft being face-up value on every core pick does give Liquid this like perfect lone druid and perfect like Ricky style of play. Sure, the Ricky wasn't like a massive instrument in crushing the game, it was maybe the other heroes, but I'd argue doing that a little bit, and also just that decision making, right? Like Kez was mentioning he went back and watched the replay of the Terrorblade, right? Like that Roshan fight, him cancelling his TP a couple times. Like they just need to be confident in themselves and follow through, because when you have a chance to come back into a game, one slip up and you lose it, right? And that's exactly what happened here.
In this draft, there's a 100% ban adjustment for Team Secret here. They take out the Clinks and the Magnus. So two things that were in the previous game for Liquid won't be getting through, but that does leave Medusa in the pool now, as well as the Coddle and the Techies. So the only thing being consistent is the Doom on top in terms of ban.
Was Alk touched last game in the bans?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope, not at all. Completely ignored.
I guess there's your Medusas, Caudle, if that's something you want to play for. I would assume that Secret might want to have a little more aggression when it comes to draft. I think other than that, the one thing that they need to do better, like when it comes to decision making in like the mid game, I think you have two ways of going about it. You either you try to be more aware, aka you set up the fights more nicely. Like instead of having to 5-man port, maybe you're already in a better decision, because that will in a better position, because that will lower your chances of mistakes. Or otherwise, sometimes you will not be prepared, and then you just have to clutch it, and you have to do it together. So they need to try to do one of those two a little better. But either way, with some draft adjustments of the techies, Yamage techies is some good stuff. So I'm happy to see it.
What are some of your thoughts, T, on these change-ups in the opening now, knowing again that Secret are going to be that first pick?
I'm a bit upset Liquid banned out the puppy Chen. You know, Chen, he's got 234 games on the hero in his life. Like, I think it's I've just checked the stats. He's the 4th most player to hero combo. So it's like insane, of course. And he's played it in his pub. He's got like 12 or so games on Chen recently. 75% win rate, you know, he's styling. But of course, because of the Clinks ban, Liquid respect the Chen. So yeah, we aren't going to see that. Hopefully, if it does go into a game 3, maybe Liquid forget about the hero. But at some point in Division 1, we are going to get to see Puppy grace the hero once again.
For sure.
Surely. Well, yeah, there it is. You mentioned it already, Kezu, but the Coddle Dusa combo that is coming back out. Dusa did have a little bit of change in the 7.33C. Do you think it's enough? Like, I know we've seen it a little priority still, first phase bans. So were the changes enough? Would you like to see a little bit more, and how is she played different to the patch previous to this one?
Maybe I need to see a few more games to really give a good call, but I would say that the hero is still too strong. I would say if you do give it up right now, it is on you to force the enemy team to not play it carry, because I think that is that hero's best role. So if you can try to make them put it in, I don't know, maybe the 3 or 4 role, where it's still very strong, but in my opinion worse than carry, I think that is one thing or one way that you should try to draft for if you're Team Secret in this position here.
You say that. Sorry to quickly jump in, T. You say that there could be the worst place. I remember Zai gave an interview at the major, and he was like, you know, pre 7.33 patch, he was trying Medusa in the offlane, and it just kept failing. Like, this man is trying to make Medusa offlane happen time and time again. So he's prepared in case it has to be pushed into that role.
I mean, he will do it.
He will do it.
I mean, it's like you already see Liquid banning out, so because Liquid a second pick, they still need to ban out the potential with putting Medusa carry, those type of bans, to keep the flexibility alive. At no point in their draft on your second pick do you want to like keep the best counters in play to then force your flex to then be in a weaker role and also be hard countered, because then it's like the lane's terrible, right? Going back to your point about Medusa pre-post patch of the C, in pubs it was like 51% win rate. And then after the C patch, it pushed down to like 48.7. So
okay,
it's slightly nerfed in regards to that, but it's like it's not as if it went from some, plus 50% to like 44%, It's like a marginal little blip. And when you think about pro teams, that change up is probably not going to be big enough to really, care too much. Of course, as we see in the draft so far.
It only affects your average Joe when it comes to Dota patches.
Okay.
Look at the arm. I'll show you. I was about to say, look at the armor respect, but it's secret banning out the armor. Whoopsie. Take that back. But yeah, Bloodseeker's not banned out, so now Liquid gets it themselves for Pangolier, and it's also, we've seen Gaming Gladiators put Bloodseeker off lane. Like,
Yeah.
you could technically argue Medusa and Bloodseeker are both up in the air right now.
I've seen this, so I've been liking the Bloodseeker into the Pango a lot more ever since I've seen teams, or well, specifically I think Gaimin and Ace being the team to put it offlane with these auras. I would also say that if you were to lane Coddle Bloodseeker, it's a pretty fail-proof lane because you have a lot of wave shot, you can give more mana, you can keep spamming it out, and then buy all these auras against this Pango to like make the game a lot easier for your team. And also if we look at Team Secret, what they had to do, they banned 3 heroes for their Pangolier at the close of last phase. So now these 2 picks that they're taking, they're not really protected with bans whatsoever. So there's still a high chance for Liquid that on this 18 pick, they can get like a really big potential gacha pick, maybe even on a support role, if you're not too careful here as Team Secret.
Yeah, we've seen these Pangos against Bloodseekers at least go full defensive, like some Corrosion BKB style of play, where they go like super defensive, no real damage, like Linkers as well, Shard and this. As soon as they get ruptured, they hold their ground, and Secret kind of leaning more into that as well, because you put the Tide there. This rupture, as long as they play correctly around it, they have ways to keep each other alive, and it's not as if Liquid has immense damage right now to go, haha, we've ruptured your insta-dead, right? It's a lot of like chip and poke from them right now. What's the puppy hero here?
Trying to think.
He's not a tech. He's going to be Yamich, right? So
I'm sure he can play, but yeah, they'd be more happy if it's just techies with the Titan lane, which is, I'm sure that can be a very annoying lane later down the line as well.
Will he go like Lich himself or something? Because it's like you get ruptured, you throw the shield on him, physical damage doesn't happen, but they go Pugna. Oh, okay.
Is there any flex in that Pugna? I was gonna say, is there any flex in that Pugna?
Not too much, I think, other than between the supports, unless I don't think there's too much, but I do like the second phase. So there was a draft the other day where a team were first phasing their Pangolier. He got kind of counterpicked and then they didn't help him at all. But this time around, Secret have options where if your Pangolier gets ruptured, like you can have auras on your Tide. Because your Pango's gonna need it, otherwise he gets ruptured and he's like, well, kill me already, Team Liquid, But this time he can get healed by Pugna. There's a Decrep, there's wards, Decrepify, and auras from Tide. So I do think that they're at least helping themselves, or like they're checking their own boxes. But so far I'm liking what Liquid have going for them.
Liquid, they were kind of forced into having to pick up voice for it, if anything, because when you think about the Ember, Stormband, the Quap, all these like backline jumpers, like Secret, they have a beautiful front like kind of line to protect their backline, and Liquid, they don't really have anything to punish, right? So they needed something to jump a little bit. So yeah, Voice Spirit kind of comes into play there. Of course, enabled by Bloodseeker Amp and Coddle, can do quite a lot of work, but it's going to be an interesting game. Like Liquid has the opportunity to fall flat with their heroes, where they just don't have damage. But on the flip side, Secret, it's like they're super tanky, but they themselves like might not also do any damage in the fight, right? Because it's like, where's it coming from? If Pango's like AFK ruptured, Techies does a little bit, right? But Tide Pugna, they're kind of like enabling heroes. So Chrysalis needs to be on a super active carry, I think, to get this draft over the line. If not, I think Liquid will just farm up greed and then not care about how tanky they are.
And where do you see the last picks going, Kezu, for both the teams? Like, how much pressure is on this last pick to bring the drafts together, or do you feel that Liquid already kind of have a pretty well-rounded draft?
I think for Secret, there's definitely more pressure, because right now, as T already mentioned, Secret, they kind of want to, I would say they want to ball together at some point. Because if they don't, if your Pango gets ruptured, your Tide, Pugna, and Techies, they're not really doing much. So you need a second hero that's going to be able to stand his ground and deal a lot of damage. But at the same time, you need to deal with Medusa, and there's a lot of heroes already banned out. Pangolier is somewhat decent against it, but as we've touched on 5 times now during this draft, it's pretty much answered by a Bloodseeker, at least to a high extent. So this last pick for Chrysalis has to lane well, and potentially play fast in the early game, be able to go with his team, and deal with Medusa at the same time with like 5 carries being banned out. This is not an easy pick by any means. Like I cannot find it at the moment, and I'm thinking about it.
I mean, it's like there's some maybe. I mean, even like Ursa feels uncomfortable because of like blinding light plus like stone gaze in the later portions. It's just a lot of annoyance to prevent him from ripping through. But if they play a good early game, it could be the hero that with 2 or 3 items can break the game before Liquid can all get online. But
maybe
I'm still so with saying it.
Maybe some Juggernauts.
Okay, they ban us from Liquid. Yeah, Juggernaut's like second in play from that.
I can kind of see it. You have some healing ward, which is cool if you want to play long fights. You can buy Diffusal. You can kind of stand your ground. It has to be...
No, Slack's still...
Bloodseeker, yeah.
I was going to say, Slack's still in the pool, but...
Let's see. I don't see any like crazy pick that stands out to me, at least.
Okay.
Ooh.
Lifesteal.
I mean,
Okay.
the Lifestealer is like a decent thing against Bloodseeker, right? Prevents Void from doing like damage as well, but Void Spirits now are more right-click orientated, so Void Spirit should feel a little bit better. And also, Medusa Stone Gaze, it's like, yeah, it's not the most inspiring pick where I'm like, wow, that was an incredible secret. What an awesome last pick to really get Liquid, you know? It's just more tankiness, and I'm really worried that they aren't going to have the damage in the mid game if this like Void Spirit pops off, and depending on this last pick.
Yeah, I haven't seen Lifestealer too much, so I'm not actually sure like what the build is, if there's something that I don't know. It does give you another layer of like, yeah, I can help you out in the fight. Like I feel like eventually Pango, like maybe they're trying to make Pango the real carry of this game, like later down the line with these auras, heals, and being able to infest bomb him. But Lifestealer traditionally does not do very well against these type of heroes. Like Void Spirit can kite you. You have a hard time manning up against Medusa. Like Lifestealer wants to play against heroes that he just sticks on top of and doesn't let go, right? Like these tanky melee heroes. But Medusa has Stone Gaze. She's gonna be maybe like invincible in terms of how tanky she gets. So for Liquid, they're probably just gonna look for a 5 that will allow Mickey to get through the game, and maybe another kill combo to go with the Void Spirit or Bloodseeker. I think the Silencer band was very cool. There's some very... I mean, there was a hero I thought about earlier, which is Grimstroke, but I don't think it's good. It's only good for your own combo with heroes. It's not good against the Radiant heroes. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be Oracle to round out there.
It's pretty good against the Team Secret support duo especially. And T already mentioned lack of damage. Now you add an Oracle on top of that, and I feel like a lot of these Liquid heroes will be quite hard to kill. I think Secret need to perform really well. I would say that this game for them is twice as hard as the last one, draft-wise.
Oh no. Oh no. See, I do have to, voice my worries. Like Keza already touched on it, but now looking at it even more, it's not just this damage. It is really the kite ability of Lifestealer, who is going to be doing a bunch of your damage now. Like Void Spirit, Bloodseeker, already those two are so mobile, and now the save coming out from Oracle. Like, how do you play a team fight as Team Secret?
It's basically about doing really well in lanes and kind of catapulting yourself to dictate the early game. So then every time you get an item, you're kind of showing it to Liquid and taking more map. It's like if you go even and just chill, then Lifestealer's going to get easily kited at like a stable game. So they need to find a way to ball up and utilize their tankiness to get it over the line. But I'm skeptical because it's like Liquid, they made like one big mistake in the previous game.
Yeah.
It wasn't big enough to lose the game. Like I'd be surprised if Liquid made the 2 or 3 big blunders they'd need to give Secret this win.
All right, well, game 2 is sounding like even more of a challenge for Secret. We'll see if they're up to par, if they're able to take game 2. As we do jump into it, it's going to be B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, we'll see if Secret can hold on and make this a 3-game series, or if they're going to drop to Liquid 2-0. And, well, they've got to take out their inner entity, right? Like, Entity got it done day 1. Now Secret have to do it, but Lacoste, do you think they can do it?
It's a rough one, I would say. Like, just looking at the carry-to-carry matchup, it doesn't strike me as a particularly good Lifestealer game. I would say he's not good against any of these heroes. Playing into Blinding Light, Stone Gaze, Rupture, you're playing into Fate's Edict, the Void Spirit, very difficult to catch with all his abilities, so definitely not going to be an easy game for Crystallis to be able to pop off. Panel was talking about the itemization on Lifestealer. Seems like Crystallis is already set with what he wants to go for. Just a Phase Boots Armlet, and then probably start thinking about his next item, whether he wants to get like Deso, have a little bit more damage, or if he needs like Casual Sange, maybe turn that into Heaven's Halberd against all of these heroes, because this type of a lineup from Team Liquid is very heavy, like late game oriented lineup. They scaled so well. You have Bloodseeker, Void Spirit, Medusa, Trilane. These three cores are extremely strong in the mid and late game. Also, sure, Medusa, like the hero has been nerfed, but it's still a super strong hero.
Going for this late smoke, so we'll see if they can get anything done by doing so. Nisha gets chipped down to about half health, but other than that, nothing really doing in terms of kills. They do get themselves 3 bounty runes to the 1 of Liquid.
Nisha is the one who clicked follow on Boxy, wanted to get that free tango from him immediately. Took Boxy a couple of seconds to realize that he needs to help his teammate. Nisha does not want to... He wants to have, like, full regen coming into this lane because he's been heavily harassed. Both of these heroes in the mid lane going to have damage reduction. Not too fun of a lane to watch. Both these heroes are also universal heroes right now, so more stats. This is why we see these changes in the builds. Circlet, 4 branches, 3 branches on Armel.
Is this... well, I mean, Armel played well, even with it potentially being a bad matchup for him in game number 1. Is it a similar matchup, or is it more 50-50, you'd say?
No, definitely not. I was a little worried, maybe too worried for the previous matchup. This time around, Armel should do just fine playing into Void Spirit. And also, this is going to be the hero building a Diffusal Blade, some kind of a mana burn against Medusa, but then again, you have Keeper of Light to replenish some of his mana, and you will also have Void Spirit. I think this is going to be another key hero to play with, replenish cooldowns on 3 abilities that Void Spirit uses, one of the better ones. They're dropping fairly low. Puppy already down to 100 HP. Used Blood Grenade as well, which is going to give Zai all the move speed in the world. 400 move speed, minute and 40 minutes into the game. This is where you start pinging the side lane, start using the chat, your microphone as well, start flaming your teammates. Why is Bloodseeker moving so fast? Lifestealer can't really attack him, and you can see the power of the Blinding Light as well in this bottom matchup.
Yeah, it's a big issue, and now the Remnant grabbing onto Armel just for a split second. Insignia's getting harassed by Yamich on this Techies, just constantly using that sticky bomb to hit this Oracle. But nothing crazy doing in terms of that, and you can see over mid, Nisha and Armel just back and forth for the moment. 11-3 for this Void Spirit, and ooh, Yamich gonna get a kill there with the blast off. Just had the damage.
Solo killed him. Tidehunter didn't really do anything. Doesn't get any gold from it. So this will push him closer to level 3. And then having 2 points in Sticky Bomb. And Senia also using Fate's Edict early on. Yamich finds an opportunity. Gets that blast off. Gets that stun. And gets the kill.
That was just at the edge of that. He needed to grab everything he could for it. And got it. So like you said, that lane could start to really favor Secret with these extra levels in Sticky Bomb.
I want to see if Tidehunter also getting a point in Gush in this lane, just to have a little bit more slow, a little bit more damage, try to set things up, maybe force another Fate's Edict. And Insania, we talked about him. Getting that Fate's Edict on level 2, an ability that has been buffed in the previous patches, because it no longer disarms enemies, provides magic resistance only to allies, so really good ability right now. They're not playing this lane to kill anything, so getting Purifying Flames.
Did it again. They're going to try and jump Insania behind the tower. They got to watch out on this courier as well. Another Sticky Bomb onto Insania, and I think if Boom can get there, he should have the kill, but he's got to just get through the trees and throw that Anchor Smash, and Insania's dead back to back. Not really all too fun at the moment for this Oracle in the top lane.
We'll come back to the lane one more time. Medusa's getting some solo XP while all this is happening. Mickey getting the farm. Mid lane, 20 CS on Pango, 6 denies compared to 17 and 5, just a couple of extra CS. They're on Pango. Nisha will catch up, has a couple of creeps coming closer to his tower. And But we should be fine here. Does have Ring of Health. You don't buy Vanguard on Tidehunter because he has one built in with the Kraken Shell. Still, extremely difficult hero to kill, as we've seen from most of the offlaners in the current patch.
Yeah, Vanguard or Kraken Shell, it seems like you could step up and hold your ground pretty well, especially as you get later into these games. When you've built up all those auras. Senya and Mickey, at least for Mickey, it's been pretty alright. 22-1. Like, he's just farming, he's fine. Not exactly the same could be said for an Oracle, but is what it is. I would say getting a lot for your Medusa is always a nice time.
One thing that they have that is not so good for Liquid is like 2 supports are very defensive, can't really make rotations with these heroes, so you will rely on Rupture. Bloodseeker needs to have a good game. Most importantly, Void Spirit. He needs to be the playmaker for his team. And we see already some stacks being made in a triangle by Boxy. He read the patch notes. Good for him. Understands that this is the way to get XP easily. 30% of all the XP. Medusa can easily clear it. Big camps can be cleared by Void Spirit.
I'm wondering with the changes to stacks like that, are you going to see, like, maybe a Luna come back into the mix a little bit? It's more support-oriented on stacks, right? So it's not really there for the Luna.
Bring back support, Luna.
Ooh.
Make it viable again.
Make your stacks, take your stacks. Nisha. Ooh, Rolling Thunder is available. Level 6 before Nisha hit it, just by a creep or 2. And now Yamich, well, they find Insania again, so this should be a third lining up, unless Nisha's able to stop it from going down, but with Swashbuckle at level 3, the damage is certainly there, and there's nothing they can do. Like you said, the supports can't really do much. Oh, blast off on Anisha. Now he's got that level 6, the Aether Remnant, feeding his life away on that one. And Nisha at least gets a kill out of that. He's going to be happy with it as Zai in the bottom lane's getting chased by Crystallis, but not close enough to get the kill.
Zai alone can't really get anything done to Lifestealer. Crystallis will hit him every single time he gets close. Has Bracer and a little bit more survivability there. Regen, Healing Lotus as well. Level 5 on this Lifestealer. Bloodseeker will hit level 6 faster, but they need some kind of a stun, something that can't stop him from TPing. It's not gonna be an easy one.
Going towards bottom. See if they can make anything happen. He's about to hit that level 6, so they'll have Rupture available. Wouldn't be surprised to see now with Rupture available, Nisha make a rotation and try and get 2 kills in this bottom lane if possible.
It's so weird to look at Medusa. Like, her HP, 208 hit points 7 minutes into the game.
That was like one of those first Reddit posts when this patch came out, when Medusa starts with like, what, 120 or something like that?
Guys, my Medusa's not working. It's broken. It has 200 HP.
Are you sure this is enough health, guys? Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. You have 1,000 mana.
Yeah. Survivable. For now. Armel? With that Rupture, and there's really not much you can do when you've got that Rupture on you. Especially if you're Pango. That used to be the big counter for Weaver when he was very popular.
Good rate from Zai there, understanding that bottom can't really be killed, so he rotates to the mid lane instead as a level 6 Bloodseeker. And looking at his item build, some Recovery Midas for Mr. Zai is gonna be good. Wants to be able to scale. Understand that this game is not gonna be easy to make rotations, and something that we did mention, clearing the big stacks with Void Spirit. Has Arcane Rune, has Keeper of the Light to lower the cooldowns even more.
What is a cooldown? They're going to try and go with that blast off to get the kill on Zai, and they'll get it. Yamich actually the one who's getting credit for that kill with 3 heroes over bottom. They brought Puppy in with the Pugna. And they also have Var and Mel nearby. They were trying to maybe sneak getting these stacks or getting a kill over in the triangle. But the whole time, it really is just leaving Mickey by himself to farm, and he's top of the net worth, which is always a scary thought when you have a Medusa. Or, well, when you're against the Medusa, it's a scary thought.
Liquid's damage output at the early stages of the game is really not there. 1 point in Illuminate, like Keeper of the Light wants to put a point in Spirit Form, more points in Chakra Magic, Bloodseeker is just Rupture. Oracle doesn't provide you with much unless you like manages to get a couple of Purifying Flames. So again, it needs to be Nisha. He's the one that did manage to get some rotation going, sitting at 2-0 score at the moment, going into Echo Saber build, something that we've seen Void Spirits do now that the hero is universal. So getting that extra damage, like 15 minutes into the game, you have 200 damage.
Blast off. Damage going in. They've got a stack here as well. They get the kill on a Zai. And Nisha comes in trying to at least get a return kill. Will find himself damage. Now the focus is on Armel. And the body blocks are pretty perfect. But he's got that swashbuckle to get some distance anyway. Still trying to run.
Oh, he's stuck.
Get out of the low ground. And now they've got the Infest. So Armel will walk away from these heroes on Liquid.
No real stuns on Liquid, so heroes are going to be able to run away from them. Still, stacks are being made in the triangle. These Ancients are relatively low. Let's see if someone decides to clear it immediately or if they want to leave it for Medusa later on. Also, the reason why they picked Oracle, we didn't mention it, is like survivability. Fortune's End really good against Pugna's like save that he wants to use the Cripify. Great against Techi's damage, and also having an ability to remove Shield Crash from Pango is really good, because then he feels like a normal hero, not as tanky.
Trying to rip through the tankiness as best they can, and you can see Zai starting to be the one who takes these stacks.
Not an easy task for Zai. 1 point in Bloodright. Bought casual medallion to look like you're doing something for the team. Love this kind of a build. I do as well. It's like, oh, guys, I'll use medallion. That's my contribution to the team fight. And then going for that recovery Midas.
So, what is it known as? Fake porting? The fake supporting?
You just made that up, didn't you?
Yeah, it was one of those funnier in your head than funnier said.
Because I never heard it before. Midas needs another good, like, 700-800 gold to finish it off. Game did slow down, which Team Liquid's definitely fine with it.
Didn't get hit by that Aether Remnant, and he is still very tanky. He's got 4 in the Kraken Shell, 4 in the Anchor Smash, and has a mech ready to go, and 2 Lotus, healing Lotuses.
Good luck trying to kill Boom. Definitely not gonna die, unless they focus him with Rupture and just throw everything on top of it. I don't think this hero is dying. I feel like Boom should be relatively safe for another 10-15 minutes even.
I was looking at the Healing Lotus active ability, Eat Lotus.
Very cool description. I know you're gonna mention second Chakram. It's really up there with it.
No, it's definitely up there with it, but I'm realizing everything that has like healing properties is vegetarian, right? Cheese, tangos, lotus petals. You know?
You're right, never thought about it.
No carnivores in this this world. They need to have like Roche die once or twice with bottom. Going, killing. Getting the kill on a Zai. Chrysalis. Getting that kill. They use Rolling Thunder. They've got 4 heroes here, and this is something you were saying you were wishing Secret would do in game number 1, right?
Have a little bit more aggression. Exactly. They pick up the Fusel Blade on Pango. Immediately smoke up. Get stuff done. They kill Bloodseeker one more time, and now Armel finds some of their stacks. You should also get golden experience if you stack that enemy kills it. Just kidding. I wish it worked that way.
As a support, I agree. Main support player, and if anybody takes it, I want the experience. But the whole time it's leaving Medusa to do whatever, and almost has that Manta. 14 minutes into the game, that'll be a Wisdom Rune that is about to spawn, like we were talking about in game number 1. All those timers that you need to figure out, understand.
Also, Medusa's holding Spark of Courage. I think this item has been overbuffed. It was kind of in a bad state, I would say. Nisha holding that thought for now.
Boom. But there's the Pugna to keep him healthy.
Last in Tide Hunter, definitely not gonna die there. Even moves during the Rupture. But to go back to Spark of Courage, really good on Medusa. 18 damage on a hero that is always going to be above 50% HP, which means that you always have damage. And then when you drop down, you're most likely dead if you drop down below 50 or 400 HP, but still good farming tool for Medusa.
Who is this, like, neutral for? Is there specific heroes that it just feels S+ tier on?
Well, armor's always good. Like, it feels like budget Guardian Greaves when you drop down. You don't get the regen, but you get some kind of an extra armor. It's a good farming tool for pretty much every carry out there.
He's one of those items that might be even good for, like, a Huskar if you were drafting that.
Then you would get
Start with
armor.
the damage, then you get the armor.
Most of the time you would have armor. Considering you have attack speed, I think you would prefer something else, something that gives you damage. But also good neutral item on Pango. Finds, I mean, I don't know if you can say find. You also need to be blessed by Gabian in terms of how the neutral items work. Zai again.
Yeah, blast off. They've got the mine down. Zai's gonna die. As another trio of heroes from Secret come forward onto Liquid. And it just... The aggression that we wanted to be there so badly for Secret is there, and I think that they've really figured out the game plan on this one so far. The question is it going to be worth it at the end of the day when Medusa's, you know, holding the high ground with a good amount of farm?
Kind of expected with the draft that they have. They can't really gank. Maybe they can make a rotation with Void Spirit, but that's about it. So for now, they are just farming. You can see Tidehunter not using a Ravage a single time. Tells you a lot about the state of the game at the moment. And Crystallis getting closer and closer to his second item after finishing Armlet. Going into Deso, Heaven's Halberd. The build that we did mention, kind of a standard Lifestealer build, I would say, unless you're playing into like certain matchups against illusion-based carries, so you might want to get Radiance, might want to get Mjolnir as well.
We'll say, though, you did call it. I'll give you the credit. You did say Deso.
Wow.
Hey, I gotta boost. I'm boosting you up.
I thank you. Appreciate it. Also, a little bit more tankiness coming out from Pugna. Seeds of Serenity, Pavis as well. So, it's also dispellable, Pavis, by Oracle. He can be anywhere on the map. This is level 1 Fortune's End we're talking about. But still, can be dispelled. A lot of these tankiness can be taken away with a single ability from Liquid.
He's got his own Pavis as well in the Oracle. Nice support item. I think the build-up's quite nice. Having that Void Stone, that extra mana regen, the extra health. It feels good when you're supporting.
Every item is gonna be good if recipe is very cheap. So this is 275 item we're talking about. Recipe, the build-up's real nice. Ring of Protection, Fluffy Hat, exactly what the supports need. A little bit of armor, a little bit more tankiness, and some mana regen. Boxy. Let's see if Armel commits. Yeah, he wants to get this
juking around the tree into Boom. He was juking out the Pango real well, but unfortunately for him, there's also a Tidehunter there. He done a good job initially too. He's got a Forge Staff, so he got up out of the high ground, used that Solar Bind. You know, just trying to get out where he can. We'll see, as he's going to be back up in 10 seconds.
Ooh, this is also
free for Secret.
Speaking of neutral items, Gossamer Cape. This 4-second cooldown ability on it.
Ooh.
Love the description on the item. 7.33. New item. Very nice. Was wondering what it was.
And what did you get out of it?
It's a newly added item into the Dota 2 video game.
Oh, okay. Very up there in description.
This is the item that you want to keep also maybe even after finding some tier 3 neutral items, because you're playing into Lifestealer. We'll see what he finds, but it's such a good item. 4-second cooldown. Oh no, Zai again, but does have TP available.
Oh, not gonna
doesn't get
matter.
it this time.
Yeah, he's died a couple times. He's 0-5-1. Like, they've really silenced him, and it's a complete 180 on what happened in game 1. And I know I'm referencing it a lot, but it's a small sample size that we have in this season so far. And Zai had an amazing game on that Magnus, and it's a completely different one as Blinding Light pushing Yamich back, who is trying to get out with that blast off. And he's being healed up by Puppey. Boom comes over. They got the Rolling Thunder. There's the Ravage being used. It'll hit both supports as Insania still trying to survive. Does have that ult if he wants to use it, but eventually falls there to Armel. Well, now they're looking over and getting the kill on a Boxy, and Nisha trying to TP out. He's successful in doing so, while 3 heroes chased him as well.
Both teams have very limited amount of stuns that they can throw, so TP might be the best item in the game. We use first Ravage. Team Secret's very tanky. They have multiple ways of saving people with this mech, with Pipe, Decrypify on Pugna, Pavis, Life Drain, naturally tanky heroes with the Shield Crash, Tidehunter
This
as
is a
well.
big kill to get. Immediately in the Stone Gaze, turning and trying to kill these heroes. I mean, Mickey confident enough to run forward by himself. Everybody here for the side of Secret. And now Rupture used, but
on Lincoln's.
well, there's a Lincoln. So now Zai is dead again. He's 0-6-1.
Zai's done mentally after this one. Using Rupture, not seeing the Lincoln Sphere. It was mostly for protection. They definitely did not want to get the kill there because the rest of the Team Liquid was not close to him. Mickey also needs to be careful. This time around, doesn't have Stone Gates available. Butterfly's completed. Mana dropping low.
Yeah, and you're going to be left with 406 health if he's not able to survive, and there goes the mana. So can they get this Medusa out of here? Not looking likely as they get the Kono Insania as well. That is the first kill onto this Medusa, and a lot of pressure coming in from Secret. 14-3, and that's as the Tormentor spawns for Team Liquid. So this is what you talked about, grabbing the enemy Tormentor and then going and getting your own.
I'm not sure how they're going to be able to kill Armel, who picked it up. Nisha actually manages to steal Wisdom Rune from Armel. Let's see if he can get out of the trouble. There is no Rolling Thunder, but there's also a fight happening on the other side.
He's back out of the base. Medusa's still dead for another 10 seconds, needing some more time to farm. Going to the Crystallis next. Big difference, though, right now is, like, yeah, Mickey's got the farm, but who else has anything? Nisha, he's okay, but Zai really doesn't have much gold at all.
Yeah, he's turning into more of a, like, aura bot at the moment. Just having that Hand of Midas to get more auras, pretty much. Solar Crest done, going into Pipe next.
Like the setup of
Secret,
the
they were trying to kill Roshan, but this is a big boy, big chunky boy we're talking
They've
about.
got Blink Ravage. They're going to use it. Hits on 4. And now the 4 staff away from Boxy. They're starting to get away from this team. They'll use the Gush. They're slowing down this Coddle. They've got some lockdown onto Insania. They'll throw down the Sticky Bomb. There's the Blast Off. That's going to stun up the Medusa. They're turning it around with Mickey going the other way. They get the kill into Insania. The Rupture's on a Crystallis, so he's standing still for the moment. They go for the TP out as Armel is safe to leave. Now the tankiness of Boom. It's a big problem for them. They can't really chip through all that he's got in terms of the survivability. And Puppey's standing his ground, going to the Life Drain. He's still trying to survive. The Blood Right's down. They finally get at least a kill, but he buys back. They go into the Stone Gaze. Crystal is now focusing attention onto Zai. Should be able to get a kill into the Bloodseeker. He's dead for 43 seconds. He's not going to buy back yet, but there's another blast off coming in from Yamich. The stun on Mickey. He's down to about half this mana as Yamich getting low.
Oh my
Assimilate
god.
onto the back end, and now the Blinding Light is not enough either. Illuminate damage. They just cannot get away. Boxy's going to drop. Mickey's gone, and everybody's dying on Liquid.
As soon as he loses mana on Medusa, he dies instantly. Puppey, he bought back in the previous fight, but yeah, Insania looks very dead here as well. Does have False Promise available. We haven't really seen False Promise being used. Like, it's kind of a waste to use it anyway. But Armel, he's going ham on Pango. They don't have any kind of a counter for him. Sure, there is Rupture, but also in terms of abilities that they can throw at him to proc the Lincolns, there aren't many. Bloodseeker doesn't have anything, neither does Void Spirit. Keeper of the Light, he needs Mana Leak to be able to proc it. Or he needs, you know, his Spirit form, but yeah, not an easy one. Also, it resets, so they need to find another target for Rupture this time around. Secret. Killing Roshan. There's also so much minus armor coming out from their heroes. Crystallis with the Deso. And you see Armel holding Orb of Destruction, so that's -3 armor. Orb of Corrosion. Lucky Shot. Let me do the math real quick. 8, 11, and then you have 14 plus Deso. That's 20 armor. If they just use Swashbuckle, get the proc, and hit someone with Deso.
No. That's not a lot of armor to have after the minus 20. By the way, they also still have their other Tormentor. Like, they have their own Tormentor in which they could get another shard from. And that's just available for them whenever they want to get that. So, Tormentor to Roche to a winning team fight, potentially to another Tormentor. Feels like there's a big boost coming in for Secret and not a lot coming in for Liquid at the moment. Like you said, Zai's trying to recover with this Midas. He's going into the pipe. He's trying to become that Aura bot, but it's taking a lot of time.
Looking at his neutral item, he really wants some extra gold.
And he's got that
Holding the big boy Philly with hand of Midas. That's the dream.
For a support, normally.
You're losing damage. Minus 30 damage.
Boom, he's infested. Blink Ravage. Oh, it hits them both. Oh, Zai ends up going down, and it was the Dissimulate. I thought he missed it, but he pops out at the edge of the Ravage.
Next level play from Boom. Definitely calculated. Blinks in front of the hero and ravages him on the max AoE. Insania again in trouble. Yamich will miss this one.
Missing. And that taser is going to go off now. Omike gets the Crystallis. He's still trying to go into the Silver Edge. Medusa trying to hold on.
What do you mean?
What?
Said Mickey gets Crystallis. No, it's a good pickup. He definitely needs Silver Edge to be able to break Tidehunter, to kill him. Same goes for Lifestealer, but it's mostly for Tide, because Tide, I think I said it at the 10-minute mark that this Tidehunter's not gonna die for 10-15 minutes. Didn't die a single time. And now with Heaven's Halberd, that it's gonna be completed, this item's gonna ruin Medusa completely. Foxy, can you get out of the trouble?
No. I don't think so. Puppy. Draining his life to the end. This isn't... It's a 7k lead, but it kind of feels like game one, right? Where Liquid had that 8k, 9k, turning it into 16 very quickly. Like, the advantage feels like it's more secure than what we've thought of as advantages in the past, right? Like, 8k at times in other patches has felt very fragile.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, Liquid, it feels like they need 2 sets of items to fight against what Team Secret has at the moment, because the items are piling up. Next on the menu for Lifestealer has Shard and AC queued up, so even more minus armor. Also going to be a sieging tool, holding the Aegis for a minute and 40 seconds. They should be able to clear out this last second tier 2 tower in a mid lane. Might even threaten a high ground, just get some damage, see what happens. They don't necessarily need to commit.
We were being shown the Tormentor when you were talking about buying Shard. I agree. Go get the Shard from the Tormentor. I feel like free is better than anything else. Tidehunter also wants a Shard. There's gonna be they still have their Tormentor. They could go steal the other Tormentor again. That's almost 5 shards right there.
The Armel, he's the one thinking about it. There is XP rune available. 28 minutes. We'll pick it up.
They're bottling the Wisdom Rune.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks cool.
Yeah, well, that's a cool little icon when you bottle the Wisdom Rune. So, 6k, it's starting to drag back towards Liquid. Is that something to worry about if you're Secret? Like, do you have the ability to kind of take your foot off the gas a little bit?
You're still playing against Medusa. She's a mean late game hero. That Silver Edge is now completed, Enchanted Quiver, so the damage is gonna be there. I don't know if they can like focus down Tidehunter, kill him from 100 to 0. That's a bit of a difficult task to ask, I would say. But with the break, maybe with like Rupture, Void Spirit, heavily committing. I believe that's a nullifier completed on Void Spirit. Just needs to use the Courier. So after Mantis style, they will have like ability to remove the Shield Crash, Decrypify, Glimmer Capes, Pavis. It's not gonna be, they're not gonna be as tanky.
Lincoln from Boom, Rupture, Aether Remnant. They've broken him with the Silver Edge. He's not as tanky as he maybe thinks. They go to the Ravage. That lands on 3. Stone Gaze also used. The Disengage is there for Secret if they want it. May even go back in. They infested on a Boom, so he's got a good amount of health to remain in. And Zai now with the chase, but doesn't have Rupture to slow him out. Boom, blink in. There's the Infest popping. Tendrils of the Deep. They get the False Promise. It's going to be on a Zai. They kill off Puppey. Nisha's got at least a kill. And Mickey moving forward, but he's disarmed immediately. So not much damage coming in from the Medusa just yet. There's the Astral Step. Blast off to get away. Damage, though. But Assimilate gets the kill onto this Techies. So Boom, still standing there with Armel. They don't hit the Aether Remnants that are coming through, but they've hit him with the Nullifier. They'll get the break with the Silver Edge, and they'll get themselves another kill. The Tendrils of the Deep not able to save this Pangolier, and all of a sudden Liquid, with a very good fight and a tower taken in the mid lane, have made the game in terms of net worth dead even.
This Nullifier changes things a lot. We talked about the Cripify, no Glimmer Capes, no Pavis, no Shield Crash. He's really going ham. Same goes for Mickey. I mean, I did mention that they could go for Tidehunter. Not the greatest idea. You can still that he's still way too tanky with the Cripify, Glimmer, Infest. They cut him down to half HP, but that was about it. Even with Rupture, they still don't have enough. So Team Liquid, they changed the strategy. They killed 2 supports, which I think that needs to be done. Take out this Pugna, take out Techies if possible, because Lifestealer can be kited. Like every single hero on their side has some kind of a kiting tool. Invisibility from Medusa. Then you have Force Staff, Glimmer Capes on both supports. Zai is the only one who can't really like kite, but also building into one. Looking at his item build, Force Staff from the offlane Bloodseeker. That's also a good way for him to proc Lincolns on Pango potentially, and then use Rupture.
And you were talking about how they're able to kite Crystallis on the Lifestealer. He willingly put himself in the middle of the fight, right? So if you're able to kite him when he's putting himself right there for you, that makes it a pretty dangerous game for you to play when he's infesting into the Tidehunter and then jumping in to fight. Now that lead's no longer there, so a move like that is maybe ill-advised at this point.
Nisha's going to be super tanky. He's going to be, I'd say, almost impossible to kill. Has this Shield Rune, has Resonant Pulse, Manta Style to dodge things, Greater Healing Lotus as well, level 20, so can get out of the trouble with Astral Step easier.
Hopefully he's collecting all those Lotus Petals to then get the cheese and combine it all together. Little recipe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The 21-7, not a lot of kills for Liquid, but enough to get the game right back. And also, Nisha now sitting top ahead of all the cores on Secret. Not something that we were seeing for a long time in this game.
Yeah, he's been farming. I mean, they did manage to kill him a few times, but Medusa is, if left alone, and you can see now the power of this hero. Scotty now completed, going into Daedalus next. At least that's what's queued up on him, so wants to have more damage.
Had it queued up for a second, then went to Scotty, now back to the Daedalus. Rolling Thunder into the pit. Boom, near the Twin Gate. The Silver Edge finding Boom. Mine explodes, but they've got the break. Do they have the damage to get the kill here on a Boom? They'll throw down the Blood Right to get a silence on him once again. The Sticky Bomb's going to land on a Mickey. They're going for the damage as Nietzsche's onto the back lines. They've got the silence on a Puppey. They use that Stone Gaze, but they've disarmed the Medusa. Now the follow-up with the Ravage.
There's no follow-up on Ravage, though.
Found the Void Spirit on the back lines. The Tendril of the Deep. The Astral Step. He's getting some distance. Now goes back into the Dissimulate. He's just too hard to catch. The break again coming in from the Silver Edge, but Boom still surviving. Secret thinking about running, but Crystallis going in. He's going to rage, and despite his rage, he is still just in his own cage. They'll go for him. They'll try to get this kill on a Crystallis, as now Nisha, he's not got a lot of mana to work with. Tendrils of the Deep again, but Crystallis trying to survive. They've got the silence on him. The Astral Step once more. They'll take out Crystallis. He's going to be dead for 70 seconds. Now they'll find their attention on a Boom. These mines are booming, but they're not doing the damage. They get the kill on a Puppey, and they don't quite get Boom as he's able to TP out.
Everybody was low mana in that fight. Like, Keeper of the Light barely had mana to use Chakra Magic. He was thinking, do I need to use it on myself to actually have mana to use my abilities? Manages to get Chakra on Void Spirit, and this is the tankiness on Void Spirit that we talked about. Like, Manta Style, all of his abilities, lower the cooldown on it. So he's super tanky. Like Medusa's damage output in the previous fight, they start to focus her down, but she can stand her own ground. Almost 10... I like to round up the numbers. 10,000 damage, you know? It's closer to 10,000 than to 5,000, okay?
I mean, if that's almost 10,000 damage, he almost did 100,000 damage in that fight.
Well, you're not wrong. So now they do have a cheese available on Voidspur, gonna be even more tanky. And one item that we didn't mention is having this evasion, Elven Tunic. The ability to choose your own items was something that has been discussed on Reddit. Reddit is very smart. I'm also part of the Reddit as well, have account there, which means that some of these ideas, are really good. I like this change a lot because you're not completely blessed by RNG, and you can also choose what's most beneficial for the situation. Like Dandelion Amulet on Zai. He's like, what do I need? A little bit more mana, a little bit more damage block. Sign me up.
Does feel a little bit bad when the 5 choices don't feel that great, though. Now it's like losing the lottery 5 times straight up. There's usually at least one thing, right?
One thing is like, okay. I don't think there's a situation you're like, unless you're a Philly enjoyer, then you're like, if I don't get it, I'm pretty mad about it.
Yeah. It's the support's worst fear is not getting the Philly Stone in the lottery. Vicky, by the way, he's 23, so he's getting towards that level 25. And it is going to be a big upgrade, a big boost for him.
Level 25 on Medusa, really a big game changer as well. Having an ability to have AoE Scotty. Nisha also thinking about getting Scotty for himself to have more damage, more stats on a universal hero means more damage. I don't know if he wants to commit to it, especially with level 25 talent on Medusa, but might just go for it. Reduce the healing from Lifestealer, from Tide, Pugna. Not too bad of a choice.
These fights here in this weird part of the jungle are very interesting. There's a lot of places to try and juke around in these trees when it's happening in, like, the mega bottom lane, because there's the bottom lane and then there's like this bottom jungle that's also kind of a lane.
Even after playing, I don't know, like 200 plus games on this patch, it always catches me by the surprise. Like, I know I'm somewhere and then I click and I'm like, well, I should have been there like 15 seconds ago. And also seeing these outer rings being available, it's like, oh, what part of the map is this?
Oh,
Where are you watching?
Ryan
Set. How it's done.
trying to get that kill. Almost catching Armel, but he's able to safely retreat. Break again onto Boom. Even with the break, he's not exactly dying so quickly.
Still didn't die a single time in this game. Has Defiant Shell, has Kraken Shell. My man's collecting all the shells.
Yeah, the Defiant Shell gets just stuck onto his back with the barnacles. Over time, it's just made a home for itself. So, Boom, still standing his ground, and they've got the disarm of the Medusa. That's been a bit of an issue there for Mickey. Just struggling to get damage out when he's disarmed.
Solar Crest on top of him, Blood Rage as well. It's a lot of attack speed. BKB in his backpack, holding the Aegis for another minute. Another disarm, Lucky Shot plus, Heaven's Halberd. Hey, I don't know if they want to maybe get something like a Lotus Orb to remove Lucky Shot.
I'm wondering if Secret can kind of time this right. Another minute and 7 seconds on this Aegis. The Racks are in some trouble. Boom's still just kind of standing in front of them, hoping that maybe they stay long enough, but they haven't really delayed this Rax take, I think, long enough for them to even think about staying past their Aegis bedtime.
Power of Pugna's Shard that he picked up from the first Tormentor, I believe. It's like you use Life Drain, and you kill off illusions immediately. So these Manta Styles not gonna be as effective. Break on Tide, cuts down to 60-70% HP, still not enough. Nisha's the one who's split pushing, has double damage available. Went for Daedalus in the end. I like that choice way more compared to Scotty. Just raw damage. Jump on top of a hero, delete it. Holding the Mindbreaker as well, which is now a tier 4 item. still strong, still feels really, really good. The numbers got buffed. Zai needs to be careful. Zai. 60 HP.
That was really close. I was not
seeing him on
expecting that.
camera. Well, he also can't believe it.
Guard now picked up for the Oracle, so he's got the Reign of Destiny.
The old Aghanim Scepter. Numbers are also tweaked, but the good one. A little bit of damage, a little bit of heals as well. And some heal amplification. Extra 20% coming in handy. Let's say heal amplification, you pop a cheese. Nisha, he's hunting double damage available. Let's see the crits.
Yep, from this. Going for Harpoon next.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
5 slotted for now. Has power treads available that he can sell, build into something different. Finally, Mickey is about to finish off this first set of barracks.
Whiff and...
Radiant's bottom barracks is
Okay, no ages this time.
Dire are scanning.
And they make the jump.
I remember this matchup. Medusa against Tidehunter back when Snake was stealing mana. So you picked Medusa, Nyx Assassin, protected your own Medusa with it, and then Tidehunter couldn't play Dota. Anyone couldn't play Dota. Like 50% of your max mana pool was gone. 1 mana burn. Literally 0. Let's see what Dota Plus thinks about it from... Okay, this is just scripted. 75, 25, back to 25, 75.
A nice little script. We'll see if it goes back the other way as Secret try to fight for a game 3. It's getting close to 25 time for Mickey. And I like what Insignia's got queued up.
Yeah, definitely gonna go for it. Overwhelming Blink and 3 Divine Rapiers.
Maybe he's got him queued up hoping Mickey buys them and dies and then he can pick them up.
Liquid has been controlling all the power runes. Every single time there is Void Spirit showing up his new rune, whether that's a shield, double damage, now keeping Arcane in the bottle.
That Harpoon. Hit the Harpoon. Fishing. Harpoon is one of those items I would assume Kunkka would be big on, trying to kill Tidehunter.
Maybe that's the only way to kill Tide, because right now he's sitting at 0 deaths.
Yeah, Harpoon him into an Aether Remnant. Get that control. They're starting to mine the base. That's always the last-ditch effort for a techies, right?
Yep. Medusa hits level 25. So, Split Shot uses modifiers. You will have Scotty available on multiple targets. BKB as well. Doesn't have much move speed. They use Solar Crest to try to buffer up a bit. Without Solar, let's see the move speed. 302. Not the fastest. She can still be much, much bigger. Seeing what Mickey has in a quick buy. Aghanim Scepter, Blessing, Shard as well. Finished off Swift Blink, so that's going to be some extra movement speed. Try to position himself, Solar Crest on top.
Link, that's not going to be fun to go up against. 2 minutes till Roche is back up. So we'll see if they can get that done, and if that needs to be done in the next 2 minutes. Which team will be getting it? Octarine Core being built here for the Pangolier. The game is kind of shut down, right? We're taking the slow siege and hoping to get something done, or maybe fight off that Aegis, but Liquid never gave him that opportunity to take it at the end of the Aegis.
Team Secret definitely slowed down the way they played. First, like 20-25 minutes of the game, and then they kind of struggling.
Yep.
Nisha, they kill him.
Wait,
It's a BKB.
here's the BKB. They've got Armel Lincoln's popped, and Zai trying to get in there with a Rupture, unable to do so. And so Secret just kind of disengage and don't really take much casualty for it. There's the 5-man smoke from Liquid, so they want to keep the pressure on. And if they go through the path that they just wrote on the map, they're going to find pretty much all of Secret.
Considering how Liquid is playing, I would assume that they still didn't kill bottom barracks. Sending illusions, everyone's playing that part of the map. Roshan gonna be respawning in a minute, 44 minutes into the game, which means that it's gonna be on Dire's side. So one of the reasons why Team Secret is already migrating there. Puppy might get caught here.
They find him. They've got the silence. They see him. The Ogre Seal Totem trying to get away. Puts the Pavis on himself. But that is nowhere near enough to survive, so...
Pavis, Glimmer Cape, Decrepify, just like immediately removed from this nullifier. I see Aeon Disc being built on Pugna. I don't know if, like, it's very hard to take care of yourself in a situation like this, because it's gonna get procced, nullifier's on you, gets removed. I don't know if he should commit to it. Maybe it's, like, I can't even think of a different... like, you need Aeon Disc Lincolns or something to be to be able to survive this burst from Nisha, who just cracked level 25, Astral Step crit, so even more crits coming out from him. This level, he really refuses to get level 10 talent. He's like, I'm not getting this one. Instead, got all the stats instead. Doesn't need mana, doesn't need that Ether Remnant damage.
I would like the 1.5 mana regen, of course. By the way, Tormentor taken. Pangolier now has himself a shard. So, roll up. Ready to go. But this is all while the Reigns of Destiny are laid down onto Roche. And this is going to be Aegis Cheese and Refresher Shard. So, problems still piling up for Team Secret to deal with. 2 cheeses on Liquid, too. And like you were talking about with the Reigns of Destiny, Jesus, you're going to do much more.
All the heal amplification, like you're sitting inside Reign of Destiny, Boxy pops that Illuminate heal as well. So, gonna be quite a lot. Where's that Refresher? I can't seem to find it. Okay, there's one on Void Spirit. Rupture.
Crystallis. They're trying to get a kill on the Crystallis. They'll start to chase. They've got, well, boom. Retreating as well. Nothing doing just yet. Put some damage on the Crystallis, and that was a bit of an issue for a second until he used that Rage and TP'd out. But now Infest on cooldown for another 35 seconds.
For now, Mickey is the one collecting mines, figuring out where the mines are. Needs a little bit of more his mana replenished. Zai still holding the Philosopher's Stone.
Swift Blink in. Tendrils of the Deep. That hits on the Zai, too. They have put Mickey low on mana, but are unable to get the kill.
Hotel, give me mana. Needs to use like 15 chakra magics to be able to replenish all of Medusa's mana pool. Let's see. With Mystic Snake, that's going to help out a little bit. There's a ton of mines in the secret base, something that Techies is really good against. Trying to siege the high ground. But Boxy, we didn't talk too much about Boxy. He's been pretty silent, farming on Keeper of the Light, managed to farm Orchid, and also just straight up Hex with the Blink Dagger, so he can be the initiator for the team, follow up Void Spirit in his adventures. Is this Team Liquid or Tundra we're seeing play? Because this is how Tundra plays, just chokes you out of the mat completely.
Yeah, they're still trying to find a way to escape, trying to find a way to fight. And boom, links in, but there's still 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Like, there's not a lot going on here in terms of answers for Secret at the moment. They can disarm the Medusa, they can slow down the siege, but they can't exactly counter it. It's not turning the other way yet for Secret, and it's going to be very tough for them to do so with them turtling so heavily. Right. That's very, very tough, especially with Nisha also having recovered completely. He's 6-slotted, basically. Holding on to that bottle just to have that Arcane Rune to pop, and then we'll probably throw a Harpoon in there. Maybe even the Refresher. Well, he's got a lot working for him as well, and it was Nisha who wasn't exactly high on the gold charts to start this game, but he's now still continually beating out all these heroes on Secret.
I restore my connection to the void.
Zai picks up Wisdom Rune, 2000 XP almost. There's 2 Wisdom Runes available on their side of the map. It's a big chunk of XP.
Oh, boom! He is completely isolated from the rest of his team and killed just so quickly.
That's his first death of the game.
Yeah, and it's at a good time if you're a Liquid fan. Now they're going to go to the backlines with this Rolling Thunder. Crystallis trying to output some damage here. They go to the Ravage with BKB pop by Crystallis. They get the kill on a Boxy. They'll take out Insania. These supports are gone. The buyback comes in from the Coddle, but they just don't find the Medusa yet. Now no more mana. The right clicks are in. They'll take the Aegis. They're starting to buy back. They've got Yamage back into the fight. He's going to TP over. And Mickey will respawn, but Crystallis trying to get some help here from Yamage. Blast off doesn't connect. They've got the Illuminate. Now they're going to pop the BKB.
Nisha ready to jump
disarm onto the Medusa. Nisha's going to jump in onto this one, but he's got the taser that disarms him as well. So Yamage, he'll fall. BKB's going to run out on Mickey.
Oh, no.
He's on the cliff.
He's getting the Artur treatment. Blinding light. Oh, God.
Easy. And this is a big issue for him as he needs to TP away. The fight was going their way. They were starting to take out these heroes. They got the first life out of the Medusa, but now they need to start to retreat because, well, they don't have the Life Stealer to do anything. They lose Armel, they lose Puppey, and all of a sudden, 3 heroes are dead on the side of Secret.
Tidehunter bought back, used Ravage. She's like just exists there pretty much. Doesn't really provide them with much. They need to use the buybacks. 27k gold lead. This was the usage of the Aegis. They popped 1 cheese as well. Nisha, he's in.
Yeah, he's in. He's looking for Armel. But now Swashbuckle, the disarm again onto the Medusa. They've got the Rolling Thunder that's going to bounce Nisha up into the air. Now, even when Mickey is disarmed, they've still got damage coming in from Nisha, and Boom might just die. They've got the Dissimulate on him. They'll get the kill into Boom. Now they're going to look at the rest. The Blood Right's going to be down, and that's not going to land on anybody as the Illuminate hits on a Crystallis. He's also got the Solar Bind on him. They'll pop the Rage. BKB's been popped by Nisha. They'll focus their attention on the tier 3 over mid. These bombs aren't really doing anything here from this Techies, who's still dead for another 25 seconds. They pretty much, well, didn't defend anything with those mines.
Yeah, they've been collecting the mines. Fate's Edict. Medusa doesn't really care too much about it. Both towers gone off immediately. Now, let's see. It's time to finish off this game. No Tidehunter for 70.
Infest, Rolling Thunder, Insania's gonna die. He's got buyback. Didn't use it as that fight went on for so long. They'll use the Stone Gaze. They'll start to go the other way. They've got their attention on Nisha. He'll pop that Manta and try to get out. So he had the illusions. He's able to escape for a moment. Crystal is trying to fight Mickey 1v1. He's actually doing a pretty good job. He's got the life chain coming in from Buffy. The false promises there. And now they're turning this one around. Crystal is trying to TP out. They've got the Reigns of Destiny. So the heal is really going to help Mickey out to survive in terms of HP, but that HP is not exactly amazing.
Mickey
got no mana.
Mickey can TP back, and he can't be recalled back, replenishes mana. Let's see if that happens first. They're going to recall Zai. Nisha, he's in one more time.
Nullifier. Yamage still alive. Crystallis, he's trying to stay on the forefront. They're hoping to get themselves the Tidehunter back, but the blast off into the Hex coming out from Boxy, and now Solarbind on him once again. The Blinding Light, they go to the Dissimulate. That's going to be under the backlines with Mickey. They've got the damage. They'll go to the Infest, but it's not going to be enough to save Yamage. Right clicks in on Anisha. He's going to pop that Manta once again. They've got the Disarm out of the Medusa. They've got the life drained off this Nether Ward. It's splitting a little bit. They've got the Aether Remnant to taunt up Crystallis, and the Nullifier on him. They'll get the kill, but he does have buyback. The creeps are pushing in, and so are the heroes, and Liquid will take game 2. They'll take the series 2-0. And they will take the first match that Secret have in Division 1.
Everybody's smiling pretty much besides Zai. He had a horrible start to the game, managed to come back with the Philosopher's Stone, with his recovery, Midas. Medusa still a strong hero. Like, I don't think Team Secret should have allowed them to continue. Like, they needed a little bit more aggression as well to keep this momentum that they had. It was, what, like 6-7k gold lead already on the side of Secret, but they couldn't find the fights. Team Liquid managed to get the farm in these outer rings. They managed to get the items on Medusa. You saw as soon as she got that Silver Edge, that Tidehunter was a little bit more contested. And then the Nullifier pickup. I think this was the biggest kind of a turnaround play that Liquid had, being able to kill, remove all of these tanky items, all these support items as well, shield crash, tankiness as well from Pangolier. just Team Liquid, great itemization, I would say, in this game is what kind of won them the game. In the end, I believe Insania also had Armlet at one point. I don't know. He felt like the game was over.
Could pretty much do whatever he wanted at that point. Liquid take the 2-0 because, well, Team Secret didn't listen to the theme song of Initial D. Gas, gas, gas. You got to stay on the gas, and that's not what they did. They ended up losing the advantage. Liquid take a 2-0. We'll send it over to the panel. Here are their thoughts. Take it away.
Before we have too much of a conversation about what Liquid did right, I want to have a chat, Kezu, about what Secret did right, because the start of that game was phenomenal from them, despite them not winning. I think it's a great show. You know, Liquid are a formidable opponent. They're tough. So the fact that they were able to execute a lineup like that and have a lot of fighting spirit throughout this whole game, I was pretty impressed.
I would say that they did a lot of things very nicely in like the first 20 minutes, from like their laning to how they went together. I'll also say that Boom played very well on the Tidehunter nearly the entire game, like just pushing his body forward and them, you know, moving together, even as we can see until like the 25 or something minute mark. But Secret they're lacking a mid-game someone who's shot calling. I think it's not being done enough. One of the cores probably has to step up. But overall, in terms of gameplay and showing off, like overall, I would say they did a pretty good job.
Yeah, and we always said that that was going to be the issue, is if Liquid were able to sit back and sort of farm it up, if this game went to that length T, that they were going to be able to come back, and they did. We already heard from Lacoste a little bit about the great itemization, but just the fact that they're able to stay in this game and farm it up like they did.
Yeah, it's also the fight selection from Liquid. Like this bottom kind of Roshan area fight where they had this like high ground ward just chilling. You got Nisha picking up the Nullifier to finally deal with this Pugner on the backline. I think as soon as they got to that point where like Puppey wasn't an issue anymore, keeping people alive, it was just so much easier for Liquid to fight. And you could kind of see it in the game. Like every time Secret got a kill, it was like, oh, wait a second, Medusa's farming, but they're not breaking tier 3. So wait a second, Nisha's still kind of farming. He's doing this like Manta build, then he's going for more. So it's, for Secret, like it was really good to see them be so aggressive with this lineup. They just needed to get, like Kezu mentioned, that one call to be like, guys, just go for the high ground play, or like make a statement in the game. Like they did a lot of pickoffs, a lot of punishing Zai, but they never like turned that into the recipe to going, okay, now this is our game to win. It was always just kind of, let's just coast through the game, I feel, in the mid game, and Liquid beautifully punished it, and Zai finished the game 0-8-14. It was probably not one of the best games in regards to scoreline for Zaya, but he was an aura lad. He helped the team out, but no, this was very much the Nisha show all throughout.
Yeah, he had a different goal, you know, Zaya. It wasn't about the Bloodseeker getting kills. It was about just being present for the team, tanking those pickoffs in the early game. That's what it was really about, right, Kezu?
He was just kind of chilling, you know. He eventually realized, okay, I'm 0-5. I'm going to take a Philosopher's Stone to try and come back. Hope that Nisha and Mika, you know, get fat enough that I can buff them up, which is definitely what happened. Nisha, probably one of the best voice spirit performances I've seen. Like, even if you just take the bottom fight alone in Roche, he dodged... he baited out the Panga roll with an illusion, then he dodged the blast off mid-fight, and also these fights on the outskirts of the map, I think they're really, really good for these mid-heroes that are elusive, because there's so many fog spots, trees, high grounds, low grounds that he has a 95% kill participation with 0 deaths, a perfect itemization, so yeah, Nisha kind of popping off a little too hard in this game.
Yeah, I don't know if we can, you know, gas him up any more, T, but you're going to try, that's for sure.
Good luck.
I mean, I feel like we just wanted like a montage of just Nisha clips in this game where it's like you can see how hard it is at the start or like the mid game where it's like he jumps in, they're super tanky, and then like he goes into his little mind palace. He's like, all right, I just need to buy this item, and do this thing. Then like 8 minutes later, the exact thing happens and he just crushes them, you know? So it's like for Liquid, it was just patience, wait for your cores to say we are strong, we can make the plays, and the discipline not to kind of fumble their position. Because like when you're behind under that threat of a death ball, it can feel really hard, but with the new map, if your enemy isn't actually just going to your high ground, then you have so many options to make the play. So again, Secret not really utilizing the lead that they had in momentum, and Liquid just kind of like creeped out on the base, the map, and got a lot of farm.
Yeah, I do have some more questions about this series, about that game as well. But I might ask a couple of them to our winners interview. It is going to be Insania joining us here now. Insania, congratulations on this series win. How do you guys feel? You know, Secret have come up. They're a new roster. Were you guys prepared for what they brought in this series?
I would say, yeah. I think the games were, we had some plan coming in, and it seemed to work pretty effectively. I feel like I was just along for the ride today. Didn't really play much Dota.
Everyone's allowed to have that series every now and then. How has it been since the major to now? What have you and the team been up to? Because we unfortunately didn't get to talk to you a couple of days ago on your opening series.
Yeah. I mean, I think now that we're called to TI, we look at the schedule and we realize like there's not really a lot of time to try to like find some energy again and like get into it again. So we're taking it a bit slower this season 3 and trying to focus up more energy for potentially Dream League and then the Riyadh Masters and TI coming up. So taking it a bit more chill than usual.
Yeah, and I do want to ask also a little bit about that entity series that you guys had. Was it the fact that you guys are taking this a bit more chill, or is it like full respect that entity caught you guys off guard with the way that they drafted and also played?
I mean, for sure. Like any team that beats us, they're still beating us, yeah. So they deserve all the respect in the world. I don't think you should discredit anyone. We're still, trying to play our best whenever we do sit down and play the games, but maybe we're putting slightly less effort into like the preparation leading up to the games than we normally do. So huge credit to them. I mean, I don't remember the last time I've been stomped in that manner. Like, I feel like even in Lima when we were playing with Jabs, it did not feel quite that bad. So no, huge credit to them. I think they look really hot.
Yeah, for sure. Kizzy, do you have any questions for Insania?
Of course. Hey, Aiden. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
How was your trip in Berlin? Was it good?
It was good. Don't remember much from the second half of the after party, so I think it was good.
Okay, that's probably good enough. I'll get to the Dota questions. What do you think about Universal Heroes? They look pretty dope, don't they?
I mean, we had an interesting conversation today about how Meepo should be universal. And that idea scares me. So I will say, in comparison to what Universal could be, I'm quite happy with where it is right now.
Okay, and then lastly, the second game, I would say your 0 to 20 wasn't as hot maybe as it could be as a team. Was there something that you guys communicated about specifically to like wait for or play for, like some Silver Edge nullifier timing, or was it just like everyone do your thing, play the map?
I think at some point someone said, guys, we are not doing anything. We're just clicking creeps. And then I don't know if like how much the camera was on my face, but I think I yawned maybe like 20 times during this game. Yeah. Like,
it showed.
Because I knew, like I already griefed my lane. So like that part of the game is done for me. And then like we're not going to do anything. So I'm just chilling. And then, we just clicked creeps until Medusa does Medusa things.
Sick gameplay, thanks.
Yeah, I want to jump in. Like, any advice, like when people are playing pubs or whatever and you're a support and you're like, what do I kind of do in this downtime? Like, my carry's just farming it up. Like, what do you even do? Like, what were you trying to do? What was running through your mind in that part where you're just like, okay, I guess I just walk around and do stuff?
I mean, this is the most honest I'm ever going to be, but I was legitimately thinking if it's allowed to open a stream on my second monitor while I like walk behind my Nisha and wait for stuff to happen. But I assume it's not allowed, so I did not do it. But that is legitimately what was going through my head at some point in game 2. No, but I think you just try to focus on like, keeping track of enemy heroes, how they move, so you can deward the areas when they leave, and try to think about like more bigger picture stuff, like where do we need vision set up? Where are we going to end up taking the fights? Stuff like this is usually what you try to focus on.
Okay. And T?
Oh, man, I won't lie. I was going to ask the same question as you now. But it's all right.
Sorry.
I'm going to pivot quickly.
No, that's my bad.
I'm going to pivot quickly. All right. So I saw, again, you said that you were yawning. Literally, I wasn't really watching the game. I was just looking for your player cam to count your yawns. But I clocked it quite early. And I was like, this is just hilarious. Is it... Would you rather win a game in this style where you just kind of mode chill, press one button, or would you rather play a game where you're like having to be super focused and keen? Like, what's the emotional difference here? Which one would you, if you had to do like 100 in a row, which one would you want?
I mean, of course, like if you win, we had this discussion actually. So if let's say you play grand final, it's 5 games. They're all super hype. It's like all super challenging, but you lose in the end. Or would you rather play like a 3-0 that's super boring and like
Exactly.
nothing happens? I feel like I would still rather win. So
you're kind of ready for it then.
yeah.
You're practicing.
But yeah, for sure. I would rather win
And,
in the end because I feel like afterwards, I mean, especially now that with how much we've gotten second, I feel like I'll just take the win, dude.
That's fair. And I guess another question then is so Pavis in like 7.33C. Obviously, you got a slight change, but obviously not too crazy nerfs or anything. Do you think that it should have been hit harder? Because I'm still seeing it kind of rampant in most pro games, at least.
I mean, the item feels really, really good to have. Like when you're a support and you see it in your inventory, you feel like it's an item you should have at like 20 minutes-ish, but you have it at like 15 or 10. In some games, you have it super early. Like you just feel like I cannot die. It's just not worth the investment for them to go on you. So I think the item still feels too good, but maybe like once people figure out how to play around it, it won't be. But honestly, I feel like the item feels way too good.
Sure. And then one
it's
last
like
question.
Health,
then
stats, mana regen, armor, everything.
It's
like Tide and TA together. What can you do?
Gives you everything, baby.
It gives you everything.
And my other question was just going to be about, how the small patches we have? Like, would you be happier us getting like a D patch in, let's say, like another 2 weeks time, or maybe like after Div 1 ends, for example? Like, would you rather a lot of small changes, like so as the pros show the meta, it gets patched in straight away, or would you rather it be kind of bigger patches on a longer period of time?
I think you need a combination of both. Because, like, for example, when we played Han, you had like they would update the game frequently, but they would like reduce stat gains by 0.1, and like you wouldn't really notice a big difference. But over like the course of a year, heroes would just be like slightly worse or slightly better. So I think you need a combination of both. Probably don't need like 2 years between every big patch, but I think having the big patches to just like really shift up the game is like kind of nice for people's motivations, and like having giving. I feel like sometimes when a patch is super figured out, there's just no way people can catch up. So when you drop like a big patch, it's like kind of reset a bit, and then you level out the playing field a bit, and people can like kind of compete again on a more even level, which I think is really cool as a concept.
Cool. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, I think we're all out of questions. And Sania, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on the win today.
Yeah, thank you guys. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
He's gonna go take a nap. He's right.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what to tell him. Like, oh, enjoy the rest of your evening or enjoy your nap. Like, which one do you say to him?
Good
he's
sleep.
like in that weird
sleep
zone.
well.
I mean, he's
hopefully
sleeping the
it's a good sleep.
series, right? So he's already napped. If anything, he's gonna start his day now.
Yeah, he's gonna start grinding his bombs for the rest of the night now. Look, the one other question I had for you guys about this one was we saw that Nisha didn't end up dying at all, right? And I want to know, is it something that you should be addressing? Like, I feel like we're going to see Void a little bit more in this patch. So with the escapability that Void has and the toolkit that he has, do you want to be trying to address that in a draft, or do you think it was down to the fact that Secret didn't really itemize too well to try and catch and be on top of the Void Spirit Kazu?
Well, ideally, you have both. Like, you address them in the draft and with items. Then if you fail to do it in draft, or it's like some last pick Void Spirit, then you need to compensate with items or gameplay for it. So yeah, the fact that he has 0 deaths in this game, it's a combination of him, playing like a literal god, but also them, I think, just not understanding in the mid game of what exactly they want to do and how to execute. And that's what they need to look at regardless of which hero they play against.
I mean, just
All right.
listen to Insania's answer in the interview. He was just like, boys, we're just hitting creeps. Like, imagine if Secret was like, guys, they're just hitting creeps. Let's do something. If one person made that call and Liquid themselves are realizing we're doing nothing, Secret probably would have been able to take way more in the game, right? So one call would have probably changed that. Not the outcome of this game, but at least given a bigger chance for Secret to turn that 75% win rate into like an 85, 90, and that comeback might have taken a little bit longer, but still, Secret, missed opportunities.
Yeah, a little bit. And because I know that you normally like to have a bigger sample size, but any sort of thoughts that you've drawn from this series for Secret? Is their debut back in Div 1 now? We haven't seen them since 201. So do you like what they're bringing in? And do you think that they have the ability off of only one series to stay in Div 1?
Oh, stay in Div 1. I think they surely proved that they can with this performance. I would say both these. I mean, game 1 was also fairly even at some point, or like they clawed their way back. Like I'm seeing a lot of good things, but there's just this one thing you need to have to, well, beat the top teams of the world, and that's decisiveness and like the willingness to push forward and be aggressive. And if you don't have that, you will stay in Div 1, but you're not going to qualify to the major, I think.
Okay. Anything you want to share, T, quickly before we go to break?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay, all right. Well, then that means we're just going to jump to a break. When we come back, we'll be talking about Tundra and Entity, and we'll see them play in their series.
Make us gaze though.
I'm casing. Fine.
Target. Take it.
On the hit. Yeah.
Kill the next. Halberd. Need to...
Jag måste fast.
I mean, ignore the fucking time.
Yeah.
Kill that.
Next tipping out.
You can silence on punch, you cannot...
It's orchid.
There's a decap on the long run.
Hexing.
Nice.
She's still stuck on the hill.
No,
No,
take
I
her off.
keep it to base.
Wow, box.
Wow.
Do you have recovery, bro?
Welcome back. Thank you guys for staying with us. We had a 2-0 just before that was Secret up against Team Liquid, but now we are looking at Tundra versus Entity, and I'm looking at a fresh new face in my panel as well. Trent, how you feeling? Excited? Tundra and Entity, huh?
Yeah, I thought I was getting a bit of a late start here with the start of game number 2, but Deucer, she eventually showed up. Zai never quite made it in that game, but it was okay. Because they still managed to get the win. It was an interesting one to say the least.
Yeah, very much so. And hopefully we do get some interesting games in this series as well. I think we will. Tundra won their opening series here in 2 or 3, but so did Entity. And I have to say, it's tough, right? Everyone's a really difficult opponent in this region, but Entity 2-0'd Liquid, whereas Tundra went all 3 games with OG. So that's a lot to be said about what we could potentially see coming today, T.
Yeah, I think Entity, they're the type of team that if Tundra missed drafts like they did in game 1, Entity will abuse that very quickly and just completely crush them. Because I think they just showed so much discipline in their aggressive lineups on Monday, that they have this ruthless nature. And I think today's going to be the real test for me. Is can Entity replicate that against a team that is very formidable at drafting and also isn't using a standing?
Yeah, I think the other thing that's quite notable about the Entity's previous series was their drafts. We had some question marks around it. We didn't really know how it was going to work out for them. It was a lot of everyone still trying to figure out this patch, of course, especially in the competitive scene. But Entity, we just didn't really know. They were just this whole other showcase when it came to them. But Tundra were able to bounce back eventually, Trent, in their series against OG. So even if Entity are able to capitalize on any sort of misdrafts, Tundra themselves are really good at adapting within a series.
Yeah, they look fantastic, of course. As led by the Mag in the first 2 games, won 1, lost 1, but then was immediately banned out to start the third one. So we've already seen it once today. I'm kind of expecting 3-3 again to be focusing on that to see how they're gonna try and work their lanes from there. But overall, just they're chilling out. They went a little out there. Got ourselves we talk about sort of out there picks from Entity in game 1 with the Pudge and then Kataomi just crushing all day and carrying the team pretty hard. The question is, are Tundra going to keep going a little bit deep? They give us the Wyvern, right? Wyvern mid. Got ourselves a little bit more of that bounty hunter. They brought out the Witch Doctor in a game where you're oh, hey, we can actually punish this Underlord guy. So both of these teams hopefully going to be showing us even more fresh heroes here in this new DPC.
Yeah, I also they went the Lycan mid or whatever on the side of Tundra. So I'm all down for a series to go 3 games, especially if we're going to be seeing teams experimenting, still trying to figure things out for themselves. Maybe something worked in a scrim and they're hey, maybe now it'll work in an official. But there is also something to be said about these heroes that we haven't seen too much of, but a lot still being banned out. And I think the Veno is one that comes to mind, T, because Entity were able to play it in their series on Monday, and it was something that was banned out consistently in the series between Tundra and OG.
Yeah, so after game 1 of Tundra losing, they were oh god, this Veno, it's too toxic, so they ban it out in the first phase. And especially because Entity's already shown it, it is something that they might have to think about. But the trade-off is going to be if you're banning Veno, then you're going to give Entity potentially their Clinks, and then there's obviously this Beastmaster stuff, but you already see the draft on the screen now. Tundra, they don't want to play against it. They ban it out. I think especially because you just play it in 3, 4, 5. You can pretty much put it in any of the bottom 3 roles, and it will always do something in the game.
Yeah, the Doom was the other one that I was going to bring to light, but we already see it banned out. Now it puts a question mark. Do you now have to waste or put your last ban on this Medusa, or is there something more prominent out there in your eyes, Trent, that Tundra need to be looking at when it comes to Entity?
That's a good question. I don't think you necessarily need to target Kataomi immediately, despite, obviously how much he's carrying. There's certainly some ideas of just how much you want to leave open in the 2-3. If you want to get rid of a good hero they like. Pango's a good example. It's just solid hero. They don't have last picks. So that'd be a very good pick, maybe 4th overall or into that second phase. And they're just gonna see what's left in the lotto here as their picks come back around.
They hit the... Oh, nice. Okay, so for Entity, at least it's they're drafting. It's take away the Mag, take away the Doom, and then it's okay, go Beastmaster. So now you're putting 33 away from his at least previous top 3 at least. But it's wait a second, there's still Visage and stuff, and now we get to see Spiritbreaker Visage. I'm hoping this is just the lane together, but of course it's Tundra. That potential mid Spiritbreaker is always going to be on the cards. The buff, the bash, it means he's going to be farming again a lot easier. So it's easy. This Spirit will be flexed probably to the end of the draft at least.
Yeah, and it's funny too because like they steal the Beastmaster, but then they just steal away the Visage, of course, as well, right? The enemy love to get. So it's just it is cute that you like snag 3/3/3 heroes. Whoa, that was big. But then immediately getting your Visage stolen doesn't feel that great. But hey, we got another TB game today.
It's like a secret draft all over again.
I want to talk about the Visage a little bit more because now doesn't it fall into that universal? Do you think there's much flex potential with the Visage as well? Do you see that one being pretty much straightforward and it really revolves around the Spirit Breaker T?
For me, it's just because of Tundra. I wouldn't want to see them flex it too much. It's like you have 33, just let him play it. He's a specialist on the hero, and then do your thing. And I think at least we saw Stormstormer yesterday showcase how good Visage can be. And if he has good lane, you can do the same thing from offlane on mid. Oh, sorry, from offlane as if you were a mid, just if you have a good start. And if Spirit is your 4, it's quite an aggro lane where he can soak up a lot of damage, enable the soul assumptions, and you can get Visage into the game in the same kind of way. But yeah, it's 33. Just let him play it.
just buy the Boots of Bearing, you know. Broken item.
Well, I'm trying
really
to sell it
good
like a
in this
really
hero.
high skill hero, okay? Can you...
Oh, sorry. My bad. There's micro, guys. Hero's hard. Okay.
Yeah, think about it all. The micro, the item builds. Gosh, there's just so much. But Ben's now, Naga, Slark, and Pugna are going to be part of the second phase bans, Trent.
Yeah, I like getting rid of that hero. I mean, there's some teams that are very specific about it and playing at like position 4. Like you think of like Ari bringing it out or Save bringing it out. But I think that hero just still looks pretty good as the other 4s and other heroes have been nerfed and toned down. Feels like Pugna, of course, has been on the rise, like changes to decrep and everything. So expecting more and more teams to want to play this hero. And there's always the chance it could be flexed around. So I approve of getting rid of it now.
Clinks is still in the pool for now, T. Again, we saw Entity be one of those teams that did really well with the Post 4. I don't know if it's something that they want to consider or if you do want it to stick very situational for them and you don't want them to focus too hard on it.
I'd be happy if it got ignored in this game, just because you're playing into a Spirit Breaker who's always going to be a thorn in your side, charging you, making sure you can't be that sneaky guy by himself. And Visage naturally dictates your team should group around you. So then Clinks isn't able to always get those nice pickoffs because of the auras and the vicinity of Visage. So it doesn't feel like the best of picks right now for them.
I do think they're pretty primed for a decent Darkseer pick. Not now, because I wouldn't want to get like double counterpick like a Dispel or something by Entity immediately after. But like if you keep it open for Tundra, the option for a later Darkseer versus Terrorblade and Beastmaster in combination with Spirit Breaker, you know, you throw that Visage mid. I know the flex and everything. I don't have to take it. But when it's that good of a Darkseer game, might be something to keep an eye on.
I was actually in this time, I was quickly checking all the pub players to see if they'd played Visage on any other role, to see if there was that like maybe like a pub flex occurring, so then it could bleed into the pro game. But none of them have played Visage in the last 8 days in their pubs. So it's like if there is flexibility, it'll be like a surprise scrim. But I was also checking. No. Darkseer was in the back of my mind as well. I was like, oh, it does look kind of saucy. But and to be fair, Tundra have surprised us a little bit in their drafts yesterday.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
I like this hero.
Copying Secret's draft other than Clockwork. Did anyone tell them that Secret lost that game?
they didn't watch the
end.
They
think the clock. They're like the clock will bring it all together. The clock is the real change up that needed to happen. They knew what they were missing, and they're doing it one up. You know.
Oh my god. So right, I was gonna say right now with Entity, it's like honestly it's the same issue with Secret's lineup they had earlier. It's like this idea of no real damage coming out of them. It's very like map control orientated. The vision of clock flare plus the illusion pushing waves, beast pushing waves. It's a lot of like creep manipulation and all this pushing stuff and whatever. But it's nothing which is like, haha, we're gonna crush this fight in this moment and continue doing it. It's like we get to an aggressive position, we like skip some waves and then we retreat a little bit and we rinse repeat. Whilst Tundra, it's like go go go. Like, if they group up, they're sweeping, killing everything, and the Bloodseeker really just helps cement that.
Yeah, the other side you have blast off into Spirit Breaker charging, plus just like mass damage from a Visage, and now a Bloodseeker too. So Chase is definitely the name of the game here, and they'll of course still have one more counterpick left after this. So Entity, they definitely need someone who can initiate a little bit better than just a Beastmaster, because he's a little busy the start of the game. Probably gonna be getting his helm up this game because it looks like a fine helm game to go that build. And someone needs to pick up the little bit of the like early game slack, and they need a lot of damage on that mid hero too. I think from Entity.
I'm kind of getting like maybe some some puck vibes a little bit. It isn't the most explosive damage, at least, but it's going to be continuing the wave skipping idea that if Tundra do put themselves in a bad position, it will just be that kind of, we've coiled you, we take the fight now, and you can play around it. So it kind of simplifies the Beast game, the Wyvern game, and everything else. And also Tundra don't really have that perfect lockdown. It's a lot of like aggressive positioning, but it's not as if they have like continuous hard control to kill off a more elusive hero.
How do you feel about some of the spirits still left in the pool as well, Trent? Like, this is assuming that the Spirit Breaker isn't going to be flexing. Both teams are looking at mids to pick up.
Yeah, I think, spirits are fine too. It's, of course, you always have to be just like cognizant of a potential counter pick there. So just like considering what that's going to be. And for now, they're just sort of starting with a cheapo protection of their Terrorblade by getting rid of that Zeus, because it's a bit of a classic for Tundra. Also solid versus Terrorblade and pretty good versus Wyvern as well. So they're definitely looking towards a Spirit-esque hero. I think if you don't go that route, I think if they try and do like a Coddle or something, where it's just, they go all in on this same idea of just controlling the map, then, that is definitely one way to do it. Like Tinker Ban, kind of the same thing, right? Like, because it's Tundra, they're like, what's the point of banning Spirits? Like, they're all in. So they're going to get one of them if we just ban 2 Spirits and they can still just like play their game. I want to like get rid of these all-in style things that could be a little bit annoying to play against.
All right, I've got a big suggestion here. You ready?
I'm ready.
It's very toxic. It doesn't provide any control or lockdown or any, but it's annoying. What if Tundra, just because they have last pick, do some like Arc Warden mid, some 9 Arc Warden. It's super obnoxious. It's against Terrorblade, so it'll feel good. Supports will
When
feel
you said
horrendous.
toxic, that is not where I thought you were going with it. I won't lie. I thought you were like winding up for a Viper or something. I thought you were like a play on that.
Not literally toxic, but like, I guess, Okay, but either way, Arc Warden, he's a good lad, I think, right now.
Well,
it depends if what they want, right?
I've seen Slasher's Way, and it's now a support hero with double meteor
the double hammer? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
so I think, you're a little behind, obviously. We're not allowed to play him as a core. The Lord has come down from his perch of making another game and doing okay on Steam. Shout out Slasher. And now he's like, I will gift you more builds. He's slowly like drip feeding us back.
Do you think they've listened then? Do you think they're going to do that?
I think someone might. I would not be surprised, but not today. Please.
Could be today. Remember that flex potential that we talked about for the Spirit Breaker. You just swap the roles, the traditional roles.
My God, they did it.
God, that would be... they banned it. They thought about the potential for it.
Oh, yes, let's go.
It wasn't that crazy, T. It wasn't that crazy.
It is good versus TV, right? It is a solid ban.
Amen. All right, I'm done. I've retired, boys.
He's retiring right now. Now, you're going to call this ban as well.
This ban? I've already mentioned Puck, but they banned out Tinker, which is... it's also pretty fine with the whole Beastmaster Vision thing, so I respect that. Trent and I were mentioning the need for damage, at least from this mid laner. You can't really do some Batrider just because Spirit Work is pretty good with you.
That is YOLO damage.
I would have not... Sky?
Maybe
I
like
would have never
Wyvern.
predicted Sky.
Like they're thinking maybe they would have done like a Wyvern mid or something. Or I guess you could do either Wyvern or mid or Sky, but
Storms played one Wyvern mid 4 hours ago and did win. So
boom.
Maybe that single game has installed incredible fear into Tundra. An entity like, yeah, boys, we got him.
Oh, let's see if that's what he's doing. And it is the wind, okay? That's pretty basic, I'd say. It's all right, though. If you hit the shackles, it works. It's like a worse spirit unless you hit shackles. Then it's like a better spirit. But that's hard to do, Turns out, even with the little buffs to shackles. Because when you miss them, it feels real bad. And I don't know, we'll see. Maybe we get some cute plays off of the birds. We got hook shots that, might get blocked out as well. And now we got shackles in the mix, so... The Visage Bird should be very exciting this game.
I think for 9 at least, he can just go down some like Void Spirit or just like some annoying assassin style route, I feel, because they need to continue utilizing this mid-game window they're going to have. Because if the game goes later, sure, they go Timbersaw. It's like, if they go super late in this game, Entity will thrive because it'll be super hard to kill Windrunner. They don't scale to kill Terrorblade if he's got 4 or 5 items plus, right? So they needed to pick a hero that makes a statement earlier in the game, and sure, they go for a Timbersaw. Isn't really a lot of damage to kill him off in this game throughout the entire portion. It's like maybe some Scardy timing on Terrorblade, some like Maelstrom procs or something, but it's not really that inspiring. Some Arctic Burn from Wyvern as well. So yeah, I think Tundra, they should be able to dismantle this this map really easily. It
seems like they like recognize this idea of just like the damage is already pretty low. They go for the Wind Ranger, and so it's like, okay, there's a little bit more damage coming out of the mid, bit of a playmaker, but then that early damage, that poke and stuff, just completely non-existent versus the Timbersaw. So 9 finds a free lane. Now he's got this counter damage coming back for their team, as well as another person to just like throw into this ball and just feel powerful moving across this map. So yeah, definitely feeling good about it. But, you know, talking up a lot about Tundra, you look at Envy's lineup, this can also do very well. You know, you get 6 on the clockwork, you're moving with the Beastmaster, maybe the Helm, maybe there's like a great lane for the Beastmaster. Stacks are crazy now. Everyone's getting XP. Maybe it's going to juice up Fishman a bit more than you expect, and they start to like make their own way through the map on the back of a Terrorblade pushing waves. So there's certainly benefits to both of these lineups. I do think Tundra just looks easier to execute.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about the snowball potential. Which team do you think has that potential? Let's say lanes go well for a specific team. Is it able for them to sort of snowball, or is there this potential for the other team to stop them and make space for themselves?
I think it's Tundra's game to do whatever they want in like the first half an hour. And then after that, things can get dicey where items start really coming in line. So I think it's Tundra's game to snowball up and try and close it out. Otherwise, it will become this like super awkward, long, drawn out Terrorblade Windrunner running around the map doing all this, you know, dumb shit. So yeah, I think I'm favoring Tundra just for the fact that they should be able to, in theory, close out this game.
Okay, well, let's see if they're able to close it out. Let's get into the start of this game one. Is Tundra up against Entity with T-Bander and Fear?
Thank you, Nat and the gang. And of course, as we're heading over to the second series of the day, both of these two teams coming out of a victory, and one of them is going to have to suffer their first series loss. But heading over to these drafts, Fear, they're kind of talking heavily about Tundra's playmaking capability, but I also see a lot of routes for Entity. They have heavy team fight, a lot of ways to initiate, and ways to play around the map. But as we saw on the first production day, those Wisdom Runes come into a massive advantage if you're able to play the 7 and 14-minute ones and just dominate from there.
Yeah, I mean, this patch in general is very snowbally, and I think Tundra has concocted a draft here that will allow them to snowball quite easily. However, I do think if it goes into the late game, they're not able to secure those early advantages. This Terrorblade will have the upper hand in the late game if he's able to keep up a net worth here. Well, but I do believe like the Timbersaw mid, it has similar vibes, but not quite the same as like the Lycan we saw the other day in the mid lane. It's not going to make a lot of plays on the map, but they do have other ways to make plays on the map. They have the Spear Breaker, they have like the Visage Birds, even Skeeter on a hero like Bloodseeker can create a bit of tempo. So I'm really looking forward to Tundra and how they can play aggressive and if they can close out the map. If not, Entity, if it becomes a passive game, they're going to be quite happy with that with the heroes they have.
Yeah, especially considering like those last phase bans that kicked in, this TB and his hard counters are basically out of the game. But if you get to that specific point where the Terrorblade feels a bit unstoppable, he's got a lot of chances to just stand and fight, stand and deliver basically. As you know, Watson, I'm always excited to watch him play the TB. I've been a big fan of his TB for like the last 2 years since he was playing in Bates. I know this is no surprise to you, mentioning the Bait name, but if he gets to that point of the game, it could just be his to carry the team.
As most Terrorblade performances, right? This hero is designed to just put his team on his back and carry. If he's the type of player that likes playing like that, he's got the perfect hero for him. And they're starting with a tri-lane in the safe lane here. A little bit interesting.
Yeah, taking a bit of an interesting approach to that. Yeah, aggro tri versus tri in the top lane. So what can they achieve with this lane, especially the lane to basically the side to get the first kill could almost dictate this is a one lane at that point. They have heavy brawling capability on the side of Entity, but Tundra, they've got a really nice amount of reliable kind of poke, and Katselmi looking to go down. There's going to be the first blood going on the side of Tundra, and that relentless level 1 poke that they have with the soul assumptions, with the sticky bombs, it really hurts.
He really wanted that courier on the Wyvern. Katomi, he just wanted to finish 33's courier, put him in a bad positioning. I can't believe how many times this actually works when you are playing the Visage. Getting that double soul assumption in the first blood.
At least they find themselves a secondary kill. Tundra, they've been very efficient with those first bloods. In the first series, they got 3 of them. So basically every single game they got the kill on board. That's going to be 4 games in a row that they've been able to get first blood. And now the second one as well, followed up on the Beastmaster. So talk about the volatility of this offlane on the side of Entity when you're going up against Bloodseeker and the techies. Like, Beastmaster needs a relatively good start for himself, and already dying this early, do you see some indicators in the air?
This lane is already difficult. Bloodseeker as a hero as a whole is very strong at the laning stage, especially against a Beastmaster. You don't really mind the axe spam because you can just continuously keep healing yourself up unless you get too many stacks on you. So Skater should be happy here. On top of that, getting the kill, it should be a free lane for him. The big question mark is going to be, can this Terrorblade have a good laning stage against 33, or will he end up dying a couple times to Soul Assumption spam? If he does manage to get that minute 3 mark and gets the rain drop available, I think 33 will start struggling here. So it'll be a situation where both carries should be relatively free farming here. And if you're Entity, you're pretty happy with that. The real question mark for me is, how is this Timbersaw versus Wind Ranger matchup, and what can these heroes do when they acquire a little bit of farm?
I guess that is one of the things that Tundra is looking for, is a 9 rotation basically to the top lane and just try to get that early kill onto the Terrorblade, slow down his game a little bit. But we've been in these scenarios before where you put heavy emphasis on shutting down the TB early, and if that's the only playbook that you have, you're not going to win this game, because we've seen from time to time that TB might have a difficult start for himself, but everybody else is having a good game. And looking at the top lane as well, Fishman, he's just soaking up these soul assumptions constantly off of the Visage and trying to buy Watson some time. So he's playing very sacrificial, and he's going to have to bring a lot of extra regen to keep this up. And like you said, 3 minutes, if you get these raindrops up, that's going to help out a lot. But yeah, Toby in trouble, but so Snaking, very low on HP, so Skitter. Maybe Toby's the one to drop first. Gatomi trying to get the kill onto Snaking. He will get away, gets the salve off as well, and Toby will live. But this Wyvern's not done with his hunt yet, wants to break the salve off at the techies, but looks like he's not going to be successful in doing so.
Yeah, they jumped on him with the blast off with the sticky bomb, but Skeeter was just a little bit off the mark with a blood right, allowing Entity to turn that in, not into a kill, but just at least Toby not dying there. So a big win for them.
Being able to poke the whole time, also very important, especially once against a Bloodseeker lane. Basically, if you just let the guy do his thing and only do minimal poke, Bloodseeker's just going to be very happy with that and continue to regenerate out of it. So you either got to full commit or just focus on your own game.
Yep, for sure. And Terrorblade is absolutely free farming now in this scenario. As Fishman, will he have another Soul Assumption? Yeah, it looks like Fishman should go down here. Vision? Oh, no vision, actually. It's Fishman walks away. Didn't want to pop the stick there on 33 to finish that kill.
Yeah, he's also a bit too far away. Like, he is low on HP, so Soxa could just go for a charge, but he's going to let him go. They know that if they can poke Watson here, as their time has arisen. But they're pretty happy with how things are going so far. Everybody's picking up nicely on CS. Toby may be lagging behind a little bit, but that's, of course, we've already mentioned this lane is super hard for him. Well, 9. Poking Stormstormer under the tower. 3 points in Whirling Death, really looking for those big nukes as well onto the wind, but also having regeneration on his side. Vanguard picked up 5 branches.
Yeah, universal heroes. Just pretty cool, right? You just buy as many circlets, crowns, branches as you possibly can. Get that bonus damage.
Lane. Big battle again. Katsumi going to be dropping. Tundra finding a 3rd kill, and Toby can't do much to help him out. Oh, that's just yet again another one for Tundra, and they're sliding away pretty nicely with the kill department at least.
Tundra's doing a pretty good job in this game. They're not really shutting down the Terrorblade. You're still farming on the Wind Ranger, but I think the pressure is going to start happening now that you do have this Vanguard available. Level 6 on 9. He might need his Arcane Boots first before he applies too much pressure the mid lane here. And it's like, what rotations can you make on Entity to stop this guy? Pretty much none, so it's really going to be how well can Stormer deal with 9 on his own and keep him at bay, as they will kill 33 in the tower.
Yeah, it is the power of the TV. Just go straight at him. We'll get the first kill for Entity, and it goes for Watson. So the Terrorblade very happy with how things are progressing here with that Metamorph already used up. It's a long cooldown, but it has been used efficiently.
And that's why they snagged this Terrorblade when they did early on the draft. They saw the Visage. The first couple levels are very volatile for the Terrorblade, but once you get to the infused raindrops, you get the magic wand online, you no longer really care about this Visage, and if you ever get on top of him with the Metamorphosis, he will die immediately. So this lane doesn't get any easier for 33, and Watson off to a really good start here. Just what he needed, and mid lane 9 will finally get his level 6, but a little low on mana. So I think Stormstormer is doing a pretty good job just containing 9 for now.
Yeah, just vibing for now.
Just vibing. I mean, these are slightly stressful vibes, but he could be vibing harder, but it's okay. But we do have the Wisdom Runes coming out now, and Soxa will take one. And the other one, we'll see.
Left uncontested. Let's see if Katami wants to go pick it up. That's going to leave Toby alone in the lane. He's going to have to play a bit more carefully here. Skitter also recognizing there's no Wyvern around here, so if they can get a combo. While Blastoff is still on cooldown, though, Toby barely has any mana. Maybe the raindrops and that extra regen from the Helm of Iron will do enough for Toby to stay alive in the lane. Tommy's already returning back.
Yeah, not much going on right now. They're all going to farm, both mid laners. This is going to be a bit of a passive early game, just because the mid laners don't want to rotate. Supports don't really want to rotate much either. I guess Soxa could, if he wanted to, try and make some plays down in the bot lane and kill the Beastmaster, but I think if he leaves, 33 will die.
Oh, that's a nice two-man cog. Can they retaliate with this? Not getting a lot of damage out on the Fishman. Soxa going for the charge in as Snaking has arrived and looking for the kill onto the Clockwork. He's very low on HP. A couple more hits should do. He does have a Lotus available. He's going to pop it, but it's not going to be enough regeneration. And he's going to drop down. So Snaking again with the moves. He's been a part of every single kill so far. All four assists for him.
Yeah, without him, I don't think they can make many plays in the top lane, right? 33 and Soxa here, I think they've kind of ran out of steam as far as what they can do by themselves. But if you bring in +1 hero, then they can keep fighting it. So we do have level 6 available as well for the Visage. So this is another big power spike for Visage to make things happen.
For sure. And we're back to tri-lane action. 3 versus 3, but they will look for Snaking first, and the Rupture also onto the Clockwork will turn into a kill for Tundra too. Soxa already backing away. Metamorph popped and Watson, so it's a good time for Tundra to just back away, reset for the time being, and chill. Wait for the Metamorph to run out on TB, maybe then go in again. That was a Bloodseeker rotating in for a kill.
Speaking of chill, we got the Grave Chill now with the Phylactery on the Visage. Pretty interesting combination. I did notice that 33, well, not 33, Tundra as a whole is a team that really likes this Phylactery item. It's not so much an aura item that you see a lot of people pick up, such as the Solar Crest. It's much more greedy, and it's more for yourself, and it's more aggressive. But I've seen them stack like 2 to 3 of them on the same team if their heroes do see him fit. So this is going to be his choice going into the Solar Crest. We'll have to see how this one pans out. I have not seen this one yet on Visage, but it does make sense. I think it's like an extra burst slow and more burst damage that can proc Soul Assumption charges too. So interesting approach.
Nice extra burst, but what I think I really like about it is how it works with Grave Chill, because you already get like a bit of a movement speed slow, and then the Phylactery adding an extra 50%. So if you get that on an isolated target, they're going to get surprised that, oh, I'm not actually moving absolutely anywhere. Trying to poke down, maybe even kill a possible target later on in the game. TB especially, who does suffer a bit of being maybe isolated from the rest of the team, could be an opening for Tundra. So I can see the reasoning behind the Phylactery. A lot of people are preferring into it. How would you grade Phylactery? Do you feel like it's an A-tier item, an S-tier item, maybe a B-tier item?
It's like S-term in the terms of personal satisfaction, right? But overall, the item itself, I think, fits somewhere in the maybe high B, low A in some situations, just because it's a very selfish item. But if you are playing core, I think it's fine. I think it's a little bit more greedy when supports start buying it, but top lane.
Let's see who's really in trouble here. Is it Fishman or Soxa? They get good connections from the Splinter Blast. They get the charge out on 2, and then we'll poke Fishman down to death. Snaking also rotating in, looking for the kill on Katami, but Stormstormer is coming in to take down this Visage, potentially able to do it, but the bombs are exploding. A lot of damage. The Rupture coming out as well. Stormstormer is going to be the one to fall. Tundra able to turn around with Skitter, and 9 also joining into the party. It's time to hunt down a Wyvern. Can they get it though? No. Charge almost connecting from Soxa, but very close. That should, however, open up a tower for Tundra.
Tundra's doing such a good job at bringing more heroes and entity to all these fights. And you might think the map being a bit 40% bigger, oh, we can farm more, but kills give a lot more now. So just losing heroes here and there really will hurt you in the long run. And they're bringing in the numbers on Tundra to make sure they get these kills. And they have about a 1.9k gold advantage. I saw it take up to 2k for a second there. Really in a comfortable lead here at 11 minutes into the game.
Guess you could kind of say there's some systematic thinking behind it, looking for an early brawl into an objective and then looking for the 14-minute wisdom rune, but 9 really taking this battle to the fullest against Fishman. He is somewhat low on HP, but that Vanguard, 20 stacks of reactive armor. Soxa canceling the charge, but Toby still coming in, look for the roar. The haste taken away by Stormstormer. No escape for the Timber Saw, and there's no Javelin for Stormstormer. He's going for the Rod of Atos first, so that extra proc damage from Focus Fire not going to take place, and allowing this Timber to escape. Good pressure applied by 9, forcing out rotations to defend out mid.
Yeah, we see all the Wind Rangers do this nowadays, because if you look at the Maelstrom... Oh, hold on a second. It doesn't have any circlets or crowns built in it for a universal hero, so you get a lot of bonus damage just by going for the Atos early on.
Yeah, the crown
Arguably,
buff, yeah.
Maybe the Maelstrom would have been better versus top lane, Katomi?
Oh, that's an interesting play here. Not going to be quite enough, but is their backup arriving? Wind Ranger quite far away, and Katami, Watson actually just wants to stay farming, so just a casual curse. But I agree with you, like the build up on the Rod of Atos, like just getting raw extra damage. I guess that could help out in the regular pokes, because once you do pop that Focus Fire, Timber is not really a target you're going to be killing anyway. While Fishman seems to be much of an easier pickup here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Skeeter having a great game already up to that Maelstrom. But just, yeah, back to the build of them. Just he's gonna go Atos first, directly into the Gleipnir, so he's going to have that finished, pretty much rushing it. I don't believe he's going to pit stop for anything else there. But also having that route will be pretty useful against 9. However, I just don't think they have any damage to kill him at this current point in time. The teams that I see farming and not really making plays in this patch don't seem to last very long, and we oftentimes get games that can be quite short here, as we do have the Wisdom Runes coming out in 10 seconds, a little bit of stacks. How can they get into this game with the Terrorblade? Because it's very obvious that Skeeter, he wants to play active. And if Watson has no interest in playing active either, you have to find a way to stop the bleeding. Because I really don't think just giving kills away is good in this patch. It's not good to bleed on the map. So they need to find a way to close the map off where either Tundra can't get kills or Watson can show up and there can be like at least even trades.
Yeah. And of course, looking at the current situation, as both of those Wisdom Runes were picked up by each team, we have full level 6s on board for the supports. So a bit more brawling capability coming out. You've got the hook shot available. You've already seen the curse in action from Kataumi, already picking up some extra experience in mid, as pretty much all of his cores are just farming the jungle right now on the side of Entity. Nobody showing up in lane.
Hey, what world do we live in nowadays? Watson, as a carry player, has chosen to go for the trusty shovel, and he has a little kobold following him to give him bonus
extra gold. Meanwhile, the jump onto the Visage looks like this is going to be a very easy kill for Entity. Nobody from Tundra is showing up to help him out. But that is true. That is true. You know, we've got that bit of extra
20
gold.
GPM.
Yeah.
It's just following him around. You go for the shovel in hopes of getting the kobold because you can control it now. It's not in his AoE right now. Alright, he just missed out on some extra gold there.
Kobold.
Maybe 100 gold lost there for Watson.
Oh, he's just chilling there. He's just staring at the outpost, thinking about life. What does a kobold think in life? I have no idea.
I don't think it uses its brain very much.
8-3 on the board. Tundra maybe in a slight bit of a lead, but they're supposed to with this lineup. They want to keep on holding on to that too. You're going to have to face up against the power of the Terrorblade at some point of this game, so as much as you can build up to that point, it's going to be all a victory for them. Getting a kill again onto Fishman, catching the Clockwork for the 5th time this game.
And Octarine Core is a choice for 9 here. It's the first item, so he's going to have really low cooldowns on the Whirling Death and the Timber Chain. On top of that, you get a ton of HP and mana by purchasing this item now that it has a different build-up. So even more tanky, and they're just going to use that from go to objective in the mid lane. Soxa might be in trouble. Stormstormer will take him down.
Rupture coming out though, so this could be Skitter. Can he TP out? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to, and that's just going to be a very fancy trade for Tundra. He might have lost the Spirit Breaker, but you're going to lose your Windrunner in the process. And now Tundra setting their sights towards the bottom lane, at least to push this wave under the tower, maybe force Entity to come back. Toby's there to defend it though.
I think this is probably the most important, like, maybe 3 to 4 minutes for Entity coming up here. Because you're fully online now as Tundra. Will Entity just crumble to it and 9 get a bunch of kills on the map with the Bloodseeker? Or will they be able to slow this down until they get to the Scotty timing here for Watson? And if they can slow the game down and continue at this pace without bleeding too much, I think Entity's game plan is going according to plan, I would say. But if not, so Tundra will really take control of this map.
So I'm not 100% with the interaction, but does Phylactery pop off of Solar Crest? Does Solar Crest active count as a spell?
I'm not sure if it works on items. It might. I'll have to keep an eye open for it. It does say a target spell.
Yeah, that could be very surprising. They just get hit by Solar Crest and, oh, where's my movement speed?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It's a new patch. There's a lot of interactions like that it's hard to know absolutely everything at this point.
The wraparound coming in from Tundra. Surprising Stormstormer off guard. Fishman's around. So is Katami. The look of the curse turn here. Fishman dropping very low, but so is the Windrunner. And Tundra, they're just evaporating them all one by one. The curse comes out, but it's onto a Techie, so it's not going to be a big kill even if they get it. And looks like they won't. Snaking gets to survive with 20 HP. And Katami, Watson on the run. But they've already lost the Wyvern. The roar from Toby keeps the Spirit Breaker at bay, but he's got another charge available. Stun lock after stun after stun. Watson down. And onto Toby they go as well. Tundra. Look at the full-on team wipe against Entity. And a big loss for them, but a huge win for Tundra.
Well, those 3 minutes I was talking about didn't go so hot for Entity there. This is exactly what Tundra needed. They got the kill on the Terrorblade before he finished the Scotty. Really just catching out the Wind Ranger in the mid lane there with his pants down, and not the position you want to be in as a Wind Ranger where you can get charged. Didn't even need to connect the charger. Killed him before that. Just really out of position there. Maybe trying to bait a curse, however. We'll see in this team fight here as they're going to do the replay.
Well, there's another fight breaking loose, and you guessed it, it's onto the Wind Ranger again. So Stormstormer is gone for a second time. He literally just respawned, went to look out for the triangle. Maybe they've already backed away, potentially looking at Roshan or something. Oh, they're over here. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, we didn't need this to replay. We just got an instant live action of what just happened.
Yes, exactly. We saw what just happened repeat itself again.
Yeah, pretty much. And this is the situation in the game where I've seen so many games in this patch. It feels very difficult to come back here. I really like what Watson's doing here. I don't know if I've seen this before, but this Kobold following you for the GPM, it's leveled up now. The timer's gone by. It went from 20 GPM to 25.
Hooray!
And he didn't micro it. It died. Excuse me. I mean, I understand that you already have a lot to micro as Terrorblade, but it can't be that hard.
That's the moment when you mutter into your team comp, boys, I lost my Kobold.
No, you just don't say anything. You don't want to have that shame on you.
Yeah, you don't want to have that shame for sure.
And he's choosing not to get a 17-minute neutral item, a tier 2 item, to keep this Kobold as well, so we'll see. Well, do they have any farmed, actually? Yeah, they do. He just doesn't want it. There's a token in base. Oh, I have the wrong team selected. There. Yeah, either way, he does have it. Okay, Specialist Array is selected for him.
And an interesting game as well for the Spirit Breaker, considering the Wind Ranger is in the game. You've got Planar Pocket picked up for yourself, so you could technically just soak up a Shackle Shot onto you instead of your ally. So you have to bulldoze up. Stormstormer's looking for, oh, I see a Bloodseeker. Oh, I see a Visage Shot. Shackle Shot, he soaks it for himself, and hey, it's a whole different world.
All right, Roshan. Will they get here in time? Absolutely not, but maybe they can take a fight after.
Soxa, great positioning. Absolutely great positioning. He could just give his life away as his team is finishing off the Roshan. No, he's... Oh, the hook shot does connect. Beautiful catch from Fishman. Definitely the fisherman. He's found himself a big fish. But this Fish is really fighting back against the reel, but Fishman finally going to get him. But meanwhile, Aegis picked up for Skitter, and Tundra with the Aegis.
And Stormstormers resorting to using Focus Fire here onto Ancient Granite Golems. Things not going so hot here for Entity. I really liked what he decided to do there in Soxa. Just break the smoke, take the tension away, and secure that they have a free Roshan there. He'll be back in 12 seconds. And Entity still want to fight, yeah.
Exactly, a very aggressive positioning here. Is this the place to be? Or is this not the place to be? At least Visage, the curse, already burnt out. Katami, he's got the Blink Dagger, blinks himself away, trying to go for the TP out, but the blast off. Yep. Can't even channel his teleport, so he knows he's done for. That's going to open up into a push. Meanwhile, Soxa charging in onto Toby, finds the Beastmaster. Does he have the backup, though? Trying to go for the roar, but he's going to get interrupted with that Nether Strike, and still takes down Toby as the rest of Tundra show up. Kill after kill after kill.
Bit underwhelmed with some of these newer heroes coming into play. The Wind Ranger, I'm not sure. This hero might be quite good. However, the Timber Saw seems like it's doing its job against what this Wind Ranger has to offer. We haven't really seen Stormer have much impact in this game. But the Winter Wyvern against the Visage, he got the curses. He's getting the curses that he wants, but it feels like the damage is underwhelming. And yeah, okay, good luck trying killing Snaking here. Focus Fire against Reactive Taser.
What can you do? No Focus Fire damage coming out. So that Snaking Techie's proving to be, you could say, even a technical counter towards Stormstormer, because he can't do much. And Katami always takes a huge whirling death to the face. They're going to have to keep 9 at bay. That almost turns into a kill, so both supports get to walk out from that fray. And Watson's been charged. Meanwhile, they also find Toby. They got the connection with the Phylactery, popping on top of him. Beautiful there from 9. But he can't quite get the Timber Chain to connect, and Toby could still be ending up going down. Clockwork 2, and 2 quick kills for Tundra. And that high ground ticket that has just been granted into your hand at a discount price.
Yeah, that's even going to get more annoying as you see Snaking after that one fight after getting Focus Fired. It's like, I'm going to buy my own shard. That sounds good. So he's going to put Reactive Taser on whoever gets Focus Fired. And that's going to make Stormstormer's game, which already is pretty abysmal, almost unplayable.
Yeah, one of those I can't moments and all. He does get the Gleipnir off just before the charge connects, but looking for the Nether Strike. Doesn't quite get the catch onto Stormstormer, though. However, another objective taken as these small skirmishes take place. Tier 2 to fall. Still another 2 minutes of Aegis up on this Bloodseeker, going for the good old Blood Mist Ags.
So it took 24 minutes this game, but I think the official 7.33C snowball has begun. I believe if you're in the situation of Entity, you're looking at your Beastmaster. This is a hero that doesn't like playing from behind. Speaking of heroes that just haven't had much impact, I feel like Toby, has he got a roar off this game? Maybe, but we haven't really seen him be able to accomplish too much into the laning stage. Yeah, I mean, they started tri-lane. Maybe it all goes back to the tri-lane situation where Katomi really wanted that courier, got first blooded, then Toby died bottom lane as a result of it. They started off with, like, not the ideal laning stage they wanted. Watson had a great game, but they couldn't extend the game for long enough for him to continue to fully farm. He does have Scotty available, but he is down 11k net worth now, so it's not going to have the same impact as if we would have saw the Scotty, maybe if he purchased it around this time, but the net worth was a bit more even. Now you're losing all your towers. The map feels incredibly small. Katomi has to get some, like, magnificent curse off here, but you are playing versus Crimson Guard and everything, so
yeah, and you are playing against Tundra, who have a lineup that doesn't need to cluster up at a single point of the game. They're trying to poke 9 here. Decent damage coming out. Fishman about to drop. They got the curse on Visage alone. Katami already down. Hookshot onto 9. 9 will finish him off. Stormstormer to drop as well. Entity losing members. Back and forth at Watson. He might get the Sunder. Maybe he gets it off. No, he does not. But it would not change the story whatsoever. Entity team wiped once again Tundra. And that's GG, 25 minutes. The snowball, as he said, it strikes once again. And Tundra 1-0 on the board.
It just feels like it's over at some point when you lose 1 or 2 team fights in this patch. And we're seeing how these games are so short. They can be long, they can be short, of course, but most of the games that are short are very definitively short. Within like the first like 15 to 20 minutes, you're like, okay, this game is completely over. They could continue if they wanted to try and split push the map and delay the game, but I feel like it's delaying the inevitable. So I agree with them just calling it here. I feel like Stormer, this Wind Ranger pick was an absolute failure. You played into the techies, you get ruptured every fight. I think playing against Bloodseeker is also very difficult as a Wind Ranger here. And this is one of the worst games I've seen from Entity in a while. Like, I just don't think this draft really worked out for them. It wasn't a play thing. I think just the draft itself, they got hard outpicked by Tundra here.
Yeah, Watson didn't really get the timing to play this game either. Like, he averaged 36 KDA or something like that in the first series versus Liquid, which was a completely different story. But what did the panel think about this first game? Because it was very Tundra-sided.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, Fear fully sides with the Entity on this one, calling GG when they did. But Trent, do you think that was the end? Do you think there could have been something more in the bag for Entity, or was it pretty much all over and they had every right to call GG when they did?
I would call it fair to call GG. I think that we have moved into a time where more teams definitely do try and drag it out these days in similar situations. But, I mean, after a couple, fights pretty much exactly like that last one, it's probably just best to move on. The odds of you trying to, like, finish out this game while, like, trying to split the map while dealing with a Spirit Breaker who's just going to just, like, keep locking you down, and, like, every little bit of vision is just going to be a bother. Like, I would approve of the moving on in this situation.
All right, good to know most of us are, I'm just going to say actually all of us are on the same page for it. But Chico, let's talk about everything Tundra did right here, because there was a potential in the laning phase for Entity to have that upper hand. They could have come out on top for sure, but they just weren't as strong as what we had seen from them a couple days ago in that laning phase.
Yeah, again, it does boil down to draft, unfortunately, and like when you pick this Wyvern hero, for example, you don't pick it to like crush a lane, right? You're picking it just to kind of exist. And of course, Katomi beforehand, he used to be, I say used to be, like, he is a god on this hero, but it didn't really do much. And then on top of that, you got like this Clock and Terrorblade lane. It's okay, but it's not like, I mean, Terrorblade free farms, but also Visage does. So I think Entity just drafted themselves a position where they're losing mid just because of a Timber matchup, plus they're just awkwardly existing in side lanes. And this game felt okay just because of Watson's farm, right? Terrorblade was the reason why net worth didn't suddenly swing incredibly to the way of Tundra. But then you saw the fights and like how the layers of Tundra's draft just came online. It was like impossible for them to fight. Like that end fight, Terrorblade, he gets like blast off on top of him. He's getting Spirit Breaker ulted and charged on. On top of that, he's got Visage Burst on top of him. Like there's so much obnoxious stuff just in the fights. That Entity, it's like, what do? You have to like farm BKB, do no damage. I don't know. Yeah, this draft was 1 out of 10 from Entity. I was gonna say 0, but I upped it to 1. It was,
there was at least
not very good.
A little bit of a vision, that they had some amount of idea, but yeah, very well counted from Tundra. Definitely outplayed as well. Tundra knew exactly what they had to do. An MVP though, Trent, it's kind of hard to pick, so I'm putting all the pressure on you because that's what good for pretty much everyone. But the way they play,
Can I give to 3-3 on the Visage? I don't know. I feel like the idea of having this lane matchup where it's like, okay, we're going to get free farm, but the whole point is that like even if the lanes just go the way you expect them to go, we're just going to win the game, which is generally what I mean when I say game's easy. If it's easier to execute, it's because like their game pretty much ended that time Stormer died at the top tier 1. Like, if he makes a couple plays there and they get some kills, that upsets the balance of what you were expecting. But 3-3, he got his farm up in this lane, he gets these easy items, gets his phylactery, wins the game without boots of bearing, shocking, and is just able to, walk over this game with this team. And this is what you want out of a Visage. And of course, Entity, they know a lot about this hero, right? They're also ready to pick it up. So you're taking it versus them and still getting the win. So I'll give him the MVP.
I love it. T, do you want to add anything on or any honorable mentions as well on the side of Tundra?
I just think the decision making from Tundra, at least with using these early gates, is very strong. Because like they know Visage is a strong hero. He buys Phylactery first, right? So they TP skid it up with the gate to throw out a rupture, look for a kill, then he goes back bottom. And then you have like snaking as well. He like comes up on the gate, throws out a mine, gonna get a kill, leaves, And then when they really want to break it, they all go up as well. So I think they're just utilizing the gate quite early on nicely, and they're drafting themselves heroes that if they group up together, it's not going to be awkward where there's overlap. Like if they're overlapping, they're just slaughtering that side of the map. So no, I just really enjoyed the playstyle Tundra had with the heroes that they drafted themselves.
I like to see it nice, aggressive, very snowbally as well, decisive. I like all those descriptors that we have for Tundra, and I feel like there is going to be a change up a little bit in the picks and bans. Like we said, in every series there's a small little meta that's formed. But Trent, a big takeaway for Entity into Game 2?
We're gonna get Kataomi on a different hero. All right, he loves his Wyvern, it's fine, but he's gonna play this game and he's gonna be like, all right, I gotta do stuff early. I want to like have an impact before I'm level 6. I want to feel like I'm doing something in these games. I want to break stuff down, like when I played that Pudge. So that's what I'm expecting.
I like it. Get him active early, but before we do have that game number 2, before we see what Kataomi is going to be playing on, we do have to have a break, and we'll see you guys back for game 2 between Tundra and Entity. welcome back. We just had game 1 for Entity versus Tundra, and it was a massive snowball for Tundra. I feel like I have to wave now because you both did.
Yeah, no problem.
Why did you have to do that? Then why do I feel compelled to do something that someone thousands of miles away from me is doing? I don't know why.
Wait, fun. Are we the most distanced panel right now? Because we've got Canada, Australia, and England. We're like the left, the right, and the middle.
It's pretty
good.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
we have
solid. Yeah.
Literally the whole globe covered if you lines and connections between us. That's a long way. That is a long way. But focusing back on this Tundra and Entity, I mentioned it just before we went to break that there's going to be this little meta forming. And with our bans beforehand, it was this Venno, this Pango, Magnus, and Doom. Now I'm afraid, like, do we have to put a Visage and Spirit Breaker high enough in the list to first base ban it? Like, were they both that annoying that that's what you're worried about, T?
I feel like the bans in the first phase are fine in regards to pick order, because like for Tundra, you don't want to give them Mag or Doom, right? When you think of 33, Doom is like S tier, Mag, of course, because it's so powerful, it's also kind of falling up there. 33 can play it as well. And it's like, I think giving away Spirit Breaker is fine. There's a lot of known counters to him. There's like some Dark Willow. You can do some just super elusive heroes that it's like, if Barrow locks onto you, you can just like some Slark type thing. Like, there's a lot of heroes to play around. It's just I don't see teams drafting like the classic counters to him yet. They're just still picking normal heroes and then going, oh, why is the Spirit Breaker so good? You know, it's because like they haven't adapted their drafts to Spirit Breaker. Like,
yeah. Well, the player comparison here is between those +4s, and you already mentioned it too, Trent, is that you really want to see Kataome on a hero that's able to get a little bit more active. Like when he had, what was it, Pudge and who did he play? The Clinks, right?
Yeah.
He had the Pudge and the Clinks. He could do so much more on the map. It felt like he was able to build up his team and help them significantly more. And even though comparison for game 1 is similar between the two, I like what you were saying about that for Kataome and what Entity need.
Yeah, it comes in combination too with like trying to enable Stormstormer a bit more as well, because like, you know, all those good games you have on your 4, a lot of times it is off the back of like some solid mid, like your mid's doing well enough that you can make those rotations, or on the other side it can be that just your lane partner is strong enough to survive a lot on your own. So they started with the Beastmaster last game, which theoretically would be fine. So they won't have a chance at this time though, as they're gonna be removing it right away. And Tundra, we have quite a mix up of the bans now, as the Monkey King is gonna enter the fray.
Yeah, this is what worries me though. With Tundra first phase, I was gonna say, do they let the Doom through or not? And then Tundra like, okay, Visage, let's just run it back. No, I'm joking.
is it Mag time? Like, what's the situation?
There's so many left in the pool now.
Starting with that.
Breaker. Nice. You know, I like that. I'm a fan. Thing is though, Mag's actually pretty okay against Spirit Breaker, because like your Shockwave can cancel it. I would have never in my mind said Pugna Pudge will be a perfect response to this. That's a left field one, but it means Entity's going back to their their Monday play style, so sure. Interesting. Again, not a Spirit Breaker answer. Like, it doesn't, interesting.
Wait, you just hook him when he's charging. What are you talking about? Just don't miss, you know?
Yeah. You're really selling it to me there, boss.
Very easy. He gets one, you know, at least. Surely this
Even
game.
though, like, it might not seem like that Spirit Breaker answer, right? I like that they did it with confidence for Entity. I don't want them to fall in the trap of having to worry too much about countering Tundra, but then this is what I was worried about. You know, we talked about what you've left in the pool for Tundra, what they 3 is going to pick up for themselves. It was that Visage, that Mag, some question marks, and they're just going to run it back. Spirit Breaker Visage, it worked before, Trent. Why wouldn't it work this time?
Yeah, I think the Visage is solid too, just because like the laning setup. Yeah, you don't really want to wind up with like Spirit Breaker or Mag in the lane. It's just not going to be as comfortable as like this ranged melee combo that we're so used to seeing all the time. So the fact that Entity don't like somehow snag away the Visage or something, I think is really helpful for Tundra. Could have made it at least a little bit awkward, and maybe perhaps made the lane either worse by picking one of those melee heroes or forced them into another different range style. So it's just comfort as they head back for this game. And Tundra, they will, of course, be 9th pick this draft, so Entity hoping to really clean this draft up in the later halves by picking these earlier, likely support heroes, and then trying to really hard counterpick on the cores later.
I'm just trying to work out where Entity goes with this, because they are 2nd pick, so they're going to have to open up with another hero to enter the phase, and at that point, it's going to be a big tell where they'll push either Pudge and Pugna to be their support duo. And I'm just trying to work out what they really need, because if you see the Spirit Breaker Visage lane, it's like already going to be a lane that should bully quite a lot and then draw in Tundra heroes to the lane to overwhelm the area like we saw in the previous game. So Entity already banning techies, a really good ban. I wouldn't be surprised if like Moran or something might get another casual ban in play because it's so easy for Snaking to just rotate around and just bring around the fight.
With knowing that Visage and Spirit Breaker are most likely going to be that laning duo together, which support would you rather? Right? Again, assuming that it's a Pugner and a Pudge support duo, which one would you rather put in the lane against them, and what sort of carries could they help support T?
Do you want the honest answer?
Neither.
Neither.
Yeah, that's definitely the answer.
That's what I figured we're leading up to. I had to ask anyway.
They banned the Naga. That would have saved it, I think. That saves the lane.
It's like for Entity, they could do some like Naga, they could do some maybe like Lifestealer type thing, like a carry that doesn't actually need help, and then it kind of bridges the gap of your quirkiness of your potential support duo. But Tundra already kind of reading into that, banning out one of the heroes. I'd be surprised if Entity went for a Terrorblade again. It showed that even in the previous game, with all the farm in the world, unless you get to like Manta, Skadi, BKB, like way too much gold in the current meta, it's really hard to play. So yeah, going back to your answer, neither.
Perfect.
Really instilling confidence to this Entity draft, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. That's what we're here for.
I can load up the stats on Pudge plus Pugner first phase second pick win rates, and I'm sure I'll find like 7 games.
100% win rate, surely.
True.
Yeah.
No question.
It's so tiny. All the way back then. We weren't too sure about the Pudge last time Entity picked it up, but they were able to play around it pretty well. So again, hopefully whichever direction the draft does go in, it's to a point where they're able to come out of lane strong. That's what I think I'm really looking for Entity to focus on now with the rest of it, is to ensure that their lanes go well, because Tundra are great at coming back when their lanes don't go so well, but we haven't really seen that from Entity before, Trent.
No, and I'm kind of wondering, they're burning through the reserve time here as they're trying to figure out exactly how they're going to get out of those lanes, and they're just banning the heroes from last game. You're spending this time to just ban techies and then ban Bloodseeker. Maybe we could use the third one to ban Timber. But they're going to need all of that time here. And yeah, like T was mentioning earlier, though, I'm very curious to see what they open up with after this. Because the idea of going safe lane kind of makes sense, because it's like, oh, well, we at least know the matchup. And then, of course, your safe laner also tends to be like the anchor for the whole game. So you really don't want to open up 3 counter picks to your position 1 hero, even if it does give you a decent chance in the in the laning stage. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. And for now, they'll just continue to remove those decent carry options for down the road.
Again, one option Entity have is like some later pick Underlord, especially like Tundra banning out Slark themselves. Monkey King's banned first phase. It doesn't feel good again with the first 2 picks, but like the overall idea of having roots against Spirit Breaker to cancel that charge through the fights, it helps with the auras against Visage. Like it kind of rounds out your draft a little bit. Can be left alone to give Pudge freedom to do things. So I wouldn't mind Underlord being in contention for Entity here. It's just, I don't want to see. Maybe they could just open the next phase with it. We see teams just first pick the hero, but again, it's a hero that's coming to mind for me at least right now.
It's pretty stable. Definitely solid just for that reason alone. Could maybe also help with some of their rotations in the mid game as well, because that is something that they certainly struggled with in that last one, and you're always going to struggle with versus Spirit Breaker because you just can't keep up. For now, they'll remove the Oracle and immediately go in towards the Batrider. So pretty solid mid-hero option here for Stormstormer, and some potential for flex, of course, as they do have 10th pick.
Yeah. So they've been playing Batrider in offlane as well for Toby. We've seen other pro games as well. I honestly feel like this would look like a good draft if they bat mid, Underlord on offlane. Like, I wouldn't be too opposed. Give Watson a little bit more information to go off of, get his carry pick down the line. It looks very janky, but it's Entity style of draft, and it'd be very comfort heroes. And yeah, Tundra on the other hand, it's like, sure, you're picking all this quirkiness. We'll pick a hero that can't really die mid. If you put Bat right, oh god, this is actually so toxic. It's like they're flexing Bat, and it's like now they're flexing Bat into a void lane with dilation, or a mid quap who just blinks away and has dagger slow on you. So it's like this Bat flex is not flex now. Like, you want to flex it to 5 basically.
Yeah, like actually.
Bad of a game it is.
Not even kidding. That's exactly where my brain is going right now. I was like, how do we make this bad a support? Because like, do you really want to go into this versus time dilation and versus dagger? Because this sounds miserable at this point. But you know, we've We've seen bats survive versus the lane versus the queen, even if you are forced into that matchup. Of course, it's just about what you can do outside of the lane afterwards. So it's not the game doesn't actually just end when this happens, but it's certainly not looking great.
I just seen so many clips of like just Quap daggering this bat in the mid game. Like bat makes some like big TP to the side lane. Quap just follows one dagger and everyone just walks away. It's like, haha, nice Firefly. It's like it's so pathetic. This matchup for Batrider. Like you pretty much need to go and AFK farm your bot speed KB, sorry, and yeah, it doesn't really feel good, especially when you're here that wants to chase the fight. This is honestly a tough position for Entity now. Like they got 30 seconds.
They need their game winner.
Yeah, I was going to say a Watson hero that they go of here. You'd know your carry to carry matchup. You'd know what lane you'd be going into, and it prevents any other good carries sort of being banned out if there really are any good carries left, Trent.
I feel like a lot of the good carries suffer versus Visage because, like, oh, they're going to go for the Meg. Okay, nice. There's also the Morphling in terms of Watson heroes. It's, like, kind of okay here. Definitely don't want to get like nuked down randomly from a Spirit Breaker and a Visage combo, but it is a bit of a classic for them. It looks pretty solid versus the heroes they have right now, but they're going to go for the Mag first, so they're going to, again, just keep all those options open for the very last one here.
High risk type hero for Entity and last pick could be some potential like anti-mage, especially if Tundra present another hero that can't really provide lockdown outside of Chrono and Spirit Breaker. Like you have Mag in power to help anti-mage out. There's enough chaos in the fight with Batrider and Mag running around that Anti-Mage should, in theory, be able to clutch out and not get kicked in every single key chrono. So it could be an option. Again, it would make their draft look very awkward and, like a time bomb where you're waiting for it to be ready. But it's a difficult one. Tundra's lineup is just so clean to look at, I feel.
Yeah, there is that advantage. Like you said, Entity are going to see one more hero that Tundra pick up for themselves. They've banned out the Necro. What do we want to take away for Tundra? Because they're just looking for a support here, actually. I just realized all their calls revealed, so it's just going to be a support last pick for them, Trent.
Yeah, nice and chill. I mean, this is where you can sometimes get... this is where a Disruptor used to be, is if you had like a later 5 pick, sometimes the Disruptor would come out and then he got mega buffed, and we just saw him all the time. So you're diving a little bit deeper into the pool. The more niche, the more situational 5s. Kind of like Wyvern. I mean, I know she's being picked up a little bit more now, but Shadow Demon fits in that, right? Looking for potential just like dispels and saves versus these heroes. All looks pretty good. Probably has to be ranged. Oh, okay, T, relax.
Oh, come on, mate. What's wrong with Venge?
Yeah.
A little swimmity swap on the old RP situation. Little lasso. Sorry, mate, Stormer. Yeah, I think it would be quite nice.
I don't want to see her because like she needs more buffs. I feel like she's not getting enough love. Like, why do they have to kill Magic Missile even more? This poor hero.
That's true. I did she get nerfed in C patch or?
I don't remember if she didn't see.
Let's check the C patch roll. I'm loading it up.
Surely she got buffed at that point.
Damage decreased by 3 because of course all the other
yeah
with the hero. Yeah, right.
But what's Magic Missile at max level? Isn't it like 1.4? That's what my brain says.
Let me double check for you, boss.
It's very sad. It's literally 1.4 seconds. That is so depressing.
But don't forget that her shard can, bounce. So technically, it's 2.8 if you do the maths crapper.
He's coping hard with his bench last
Dude, she's got 3 Magic Missile talents. That's how bad it is. All right, it's a bad spell. All right.
Yeah, that's fair. And there's the Underlord ban at the very end. It would have been
cool.
Interesting pickup. It'd been very like aura and tanky and just a-click through. Because again, for Tundra, like their draft looks really good. It doesn't have as much of an explosive mid game that the previous draft had. It still could be as disruptive and as aggressive, but I'd be surprised if they, win the game in 20. This type of game that draft that will like clutch out, win some fights, and then they'll slowly just completely destroy the map and win it by like 35, 40, for example.
Do you think the Meg is best in this off lane, or like obviously they're banning for a Meg 1? Do you think it's playable to just send the Meg and just go for this like harder win hero like the anti-mage, or do you think they should just pick a different offlaner? I guess we're gonna find out.
Ooh, are they doing?
Is that the one Wind Ranger?
Hold up, I'm gonna wait till I see it. Watson doesn't look too happy.
Oh no, Toby's taking the bat. Watson's taking the mag. Stormstormer. Jeez, he wants the run back. I mean, it's versus Queen, so better matchup for sure, but still, it's that same pressure and burden. I feel like where that. That one rotation early, if it doesn't go very well, the game can just look so sad for this hero still.
No, he's warmed up. He knows what he has to do. He's more on top of the rotations. Is Wind Ranger's going to pop off this time, right, T? Right?
I mean, his game should be better in theory, but the game still looks under-favored. Like, I mean, they picked this mag, they put it safe lane because he's going to be some like Vanguard buying AFK hero to protect his tower, so Visage can't then just sweep through the map. But it's like carry Magnus. I mean, it's still very good. Like the whole. No wait, what is it?
Harpoon. There you go.
Trident.
You
Every
saved
time
yourself.
Trent's here, I say harpoon when I'm alone or like with other people, but with Trent, I say trident. I'm scared. Okay. Anyways,
of course.
So I think this carry mag is gonna have some legs to it, but it's just like your carry mag into like
4 legs.
void. Yeah, you got so many legs, but
it's an overwhelming amount.
There's so many legs. Not enough legs to win the game, though, I think.
Yeah. What are your final thoughts, Trent, for these 2 drafts, and how do you see this game playing out?
I mean, you just got to look at Kataomi. Yeah, he's got the pudge. We got shackles. We got hooks. So we got some skill shots. You know, no point-and-click adventures here for Entity. They got to be really accurate with their abilities, and maybe that's going to be what guides them. I wouldn't have predicted the victory the first time he played Pudge. I was watching you guys cover that game, and I was just as shocked as you were with how well it all went. So perhaps he can do it once again. He definitely wanted the pressure of this game. Gave him the Pudge early. We'll see if he can do it.
Yeah, all right. So pretty much everything's back on Kataomi here. He's going to be carrying Entity to victory or seeing the demise of their lineup here. But we'll see what happens. It's game 2 with Tundra and Entity with Fear and T-Panda.
He's draft here, Fear. I mean, they've got some answers to the chrono for sure. But at the same time, I was picking up some Slacks vibes from you in last game about this Wind Ranger. Does it look any better here in game 2?
Whoa, let's not go that far. First of all, you called Trent naughty. Interesting. No, anyway, moving on. So it's situational. Depends. Stormer, he's playing Wind Ranger yet again, but he's not playing versus a Bloodseeker, so that's great. He's not playing versus a Timbersaw mid, also great. It's a much better game. You're playing versus Void. That's a good matchup for the Wind Ranger as well. The Visage is a good matchup for you. The mid matchup should be fine too. So it's not great against a Spear Breaker, but overall it's a much better Wind Ranger game. So I do like it this game.
Well, we're already going to see a potential brawl coming out early on as Entity marching in with 5, and it's only 4 euros. The hook connects from Kataomi. Socks the Skater trying to make a run for it, but this face is void. He's got no time walk remaining. First blood onto the carry. If they're going to break the first blood spree, it's going to be Entity to take it first, and then Tundra to follow it up. Socks getting the kill onto Watson. Carry for carry trade-off, and a hook still connects onto 33. Full-on brawl. Maybe they can get another one onto 33 and Fishman. That's the next round of kills going through, and Socks Kataomi still on the chase. 7 seconds for a hook to be available, and a Mango also stored up, so potentially another hook to connect, maybe onto Snake King as he turns around for the Malefice, and Kataomi loading he misses this one, won't get the connection for it. So 2 for 2 as we start off the game with a bang.
But 2 for 3 of hooks, and Toby was 1 for 2 on flame breaks. Missing that flame break at the end there means the Spear Breaker can walk away. Interesting to say the least. This laning stage really matters a lot, and when stuff happens like it just did, it shakes the pot, and it shakes it really hard. But seeing that Skitter will now be in a 1 versus 1 versus Bat, he'll be happy with that. But how long will it take Snaking to get to the top lane to help him? And can Kataomi get another hook off? That is going to be the real X factor for this top lane. So one thing I want to talk about was the laning stage here, and how this is going to work out for both teams here. But Skeeter may have been a little too deep here without the time walks.
Yeah, he's gonna end up taking at least a couple hits here. The hook connects. That's a lot of damage as well, and he's just down. Kataomi slaps him down with that big cleaver and takes down Skitter for the second time this game. And he does have a TP available on the positive side, so no walk of shame. Meanwhile, Socks are trying to deny himself to the camp, but Fishman denies that opportunity to deny himself.
I would say these drafts are much more even. It's hard to say, since the patch is still relatively early, who's out drafting who, but from my take of what a game, what you need to win a game.
Snake King's just dead.
Yeah, all right. He didn't even need to use a hook, huh? And that's the other thing about this patch. You can hardly take your eyes off the screen and before a kill happens.
Nice back paddling there from Skitter, just in time to dodge the hook. Would have been another connection otherwise for Katami, and they do have that level 2 advantage, so Witch Doctor only with a single Maledict point. Now that level 2 has been picked up, so got the stun to turn things around. But did you see how fast that Witch Doctor just melted? Just to a Firefly and a bit of rot damage with, I think maybe a Blood Grenade was involved in the action, but he just died like in 2 seconds.
He's not going to be super tanky until he gets more points in the Voodoo Restoration. So he is level 2 now, so he does have a point in it. And last time I saw Snaking play this, he did end up maxing the Voodoo Restoration as another hook from Katomi here.
Maybe leaning into another kill, potentially the Witch Doctor to drop, and more Flesh Heap stacks to be activated later on for the Pudge. And Skitter, he does have a jump available, so he should be fine. Toby just wanting to maximize that Firefly damage onto him. And Entity off to a pretty good start, considering they were like 0-3, 0-4 last game. They're now 6-2, and they actually got the chance to push Soxa under the tower in the bottom lane while they're fighting in top at the same time. Soxa will survive, and by the looks of it, Skitter too. Soxa still very low on HP. Fishman chasing him around, and 2 seconds for a charge. Should be fine. He's going to yoink the bounty rune on the way out too. No high ground misses for Fishman today. Going to get hit by the charge too, so Soxa gets the chance to live. There's a Watson coming in from the other direction, though. Misses the shockwave, but gets the skewer right click, and that's your dead Spirit Breaker. 7 kills for Entity now.
Yeah, Entity or Oni, I did want to make a small talk about drafting and what's better in the patch. And really what matters is, can you get to the point where you can kill enemy heroes in the mid game? And if you can, then I feel like your draft automatically can be played, and especially if you have Katomi here just hitting every single hook. Yet again, another hook has been hit on the top lane.
Yeah, and that's a big battle too. While there was a charge going into the bot lane, but Skitter's the one to drop first, so another kill on the Void, plus a Flesh Heap stack, as they were looking for Watson in the bot lane as Soxa was charging in. But he will live with 150 HP and a couple 1 charges up to 33. Always got to be careful. Another Nether Blast does connect from Fishman, zoning out the Visage. And that's a pretty awkward pause because Katami, he's just respawned. He's TPing in the trees, but do they see this teleport? I think they do.
No, I think it should.
No,
be
they
in the
don't. I
trees.
don't think they do,
see it.
actually.
Yeah. No, they don't. He chose that spot very specifically to not be seen.
Fog just shows very weird when you're looking at Tundra's POV. You can actually see the TP, but he's in the middle of trees, so they shouldn't be able to.
Yeah. Interesting TP. I wonder if he's going to run directly at 33 or not. But I thought just looking at the drafts that Tundra might have the edge in the laning stage. But the one X factor for me was always going to be the Pudge. And of course, the early game engagements too made things super weird. Because for me, top lane, you probably should have won this with the Void and the Witch Doctor, assuming you walk to the lane, 2 versus 2, no pregame shenanigans. But there was pregame shenanigans. Didn't expect the hooks to be there on point. Snaking was a bit late to the lane, so now all of a sudden this Batrider is crushing the top lane. Bottom lane, same story because of what happened in the pregame. Now all of a sudden this Magnus is completely free farming. They can't really apply any pressure to him. Fishmen end up getting 2 bracers. Now they're ahead of the laning stage with what I would consider a more unconventional type of draft here. We haven't seen carry mag that much recently. We oftentimes see it in the offlane position. There has been a resurgence of the Wind Ranger in the mid lane, however, but they don't have like that traditional type of carry like you see in Tundra with like the Faceless Void.
Well, let's see how this unpause comes out. Soxa does have a charge available. There's a very, the temptation to just charge Watson here, but he's not going to get the kill. However, can 33 get close enough for some soul assumption stacks?
I mean,
or is the Spirit Breaker just going to die or TP out? He's just charging into the lane, buy some time, but the hook will connect. No. And there we go, Soxa to drop. Katami now 7 Flesh Heap stacks, if I'm reading this correct.
I think you just take that, but I'm pretty sure Soxa was in the tower because he disconnected. No gentleman's agreement there. They're just going to take that kill.
Gotta take what you can. Very important for Entity as well to get this laning stage go better than what it was in the last game. Also, a bit of a change up in Stormstormer's itemization. If you look, he does not have the rod built up first. He's looking for a straight Maelstrom. Could still change. Maybe he's just clicked in the Maelstrom for now and could be just debating us, but We'll see if that's
Yeah,
the
mid
item
lane.
choice.
Speaking of it, 9 goes in aggressively here.
Is that enough damage? The 3-point dagger?
Nah.
Nah. One more
Enough to
tick
send him
required.
home, though, so that's already a win. He might lose 2 waves here under the tower. 9's going to pull the wave to the side. He should. Is he going to make it? At least good enough to get it into the tower. Like, what he was trying to do there was pull the wave to the side so that whole wave would go into the tower, and as you're healing up, you don't get that EXP. So he'll miss a couple creep waves and the flag bear. So pretty good mechanics there for 9. As the 6-minute rune will be coming out soon.
Well, we've got a time dilation popped in the top lane as Snake King going to get burned slowly down by Katami. Here comes Soxa with the charge and looking for the Batrider kill first. It looks like it will take place, but Snake King, he will drop as well. Katami, indeed, 7 flesh heap stacks built up right now, and that might be number 8. Who's going to drop first? Cardi gets the kill. The catapult will finish off Pudge. And Soxa to drop right after, so he was a bit too far away. However, no XP granted for the Pudge. Cardi MVP.
He's having one hell of a game on this Pudge, I must say. And you look at the time dilation build, it's the typical counter to Batrider. However, look at his skill build. He has no points in sticky napalm. Just going for the flame break into the Firefly.
Oh, they got the hook and they get a kill before he dies. Yep, he finally drops the 9. Maledict was up and running. So that's going to be Stormstormer to fall, Witch Doctor just rotating in. 9 was like 2 right clicks away from dying, but he was juking him around the trees while Witch Doctor was just Maledict right-clicking him away and drops down that Wind Ranger. First death. And if you look at his CS, this Wind is still not off to a good start.
He might not be off to a good start, but his Pudge is now a higher level than him from the mid lane and higher net worth. So Pudge is like, I got this, guys. I'm the new mid laner.
Time to make a transition. Let's put our 4 as a 2.
Pudge is level 6 and the 3rd most farmed hero in this game.
Solid. All going according to plan. While Soxa was trying to contest with the Wisdom Rune, wasn't able to get it as the Shackle Shot connected first, and a kill for Entity. Even more experience.
Bottom lane, Katomi smoked up. Do they know Dismember's available?
RP is in the middle of the creeps, but
this Pudge is level 6 and Visage isn't.
Oh dear, no birds. His Pudge is just dominating this game. It kind of looks like, I was looking at the stats from Entity versus Liquid when Katami was just popping off. He was in the top 5. He was actually in the top 3 kills average players after the first day. And on a Pudge. And he's continuing that same pace. This guy's 2nd in net worth.
And that's what the panel was talking about. They wanted to see this Pudge. Even though when they saw it, I think it was Tigo. Wasn't sold on Stormstormer. Alright, he's not going that deep.
Let's see if he's sold on Katami, though. Still battling against this Wind Ranger. Gonna have to soak up the majority of the damage. Skitter coming in. He's got the time dilation up. So this Wind will drop. The hook does connect, though, but a bash instantly as he lands. However, damage is coming in. Is it going to be enough, though, to kill Skitter? 1 more second with the jump. He should be fine. Gonna get some of that regen out, too. So Skitter gets himself a kill with the involvement. Rotating into the mid lane as a carry, and oh, Snaking. Oh, poor Snaking. 10 flesh heap stacks 8 minutes in on a support Pudge. That is quite the something. Meanwhile, Watson's being bullied by Soxa here. He's fairly low on HP, gets the skewer under the tier 2 tower, and that is a tower that hurts a lot at these levels, so Mask of Madness popped on Watson, pokes back the Spirit Breaker, forces Soxa to run away. But look, you guessed it, Katami's here. Oh, what a beautiful hook! Absolutely perfect read from Katami. Reads the charge. Oh my goodness, we need to get a replay out of that. That was solid gold.
Yeah,
this
is one hell of a Pudge performance, to say the least. Oh. At this point, it's mid Pudge, and we've got support Windringer.
Yeah, it sure is.
When is it time for Tundra to strike? That's really going to be the question of the day. You see Skeeter, he's not going to have the same performance as last game is, so we might get a replay here.
Yep. Oh, look at
there
that.
it is.
Swell.
Oh, they put it in slow motion too.
Oh yeah. And that was pretty much a blind hook. That was just a guess. There's no vision whatsoever as he landed that hook. But
well, he just missed the mid hook, so his fire is gone.
Hopefully not too much, because we've enjoyed seeing it so far. But Tundra, they want to pay their respects onto the side of Entity's map. Purple 5 will keep Fishman alive from these ancient creeps. There goes the Sonic Wave, and the dagger should finish off Pogna. Soxa is going to have to give in or forfeit his life for this one. Toby to pick up his second kill of the game.
And he'll get the stack as well. He's pretty happy with that. Toby having a great laning stage since the beginning until now. Into the Vanguard, probably getting into mana boots. Disassemble them both right into the Octarine. It feels like every single patch, it's like, what items can we buy to disassemble into better items? And it seems the offlaners have found their new thing to do, which they typically do end up doing most of the time, finding one size fits all type of item build, like the Wraith Pack, the Pipe, whatever it might be. Nerfs to the Pipe, nerfs to the Vanguard. You still buy it early, but they're really just pieces for the early game to be built into that Octarine for later on in the game.
And surely you want to find items that are going to be benefiting towards the later parts of the game as well. Do you want to build them too early in the game? That's one of the questions that they're probably pondering as well. Are we just getting a couple survivability items kind of help us around with these engagements? We know there's a lot of damage on the side of Entity and a lot of control and lockdown. And do we just try to survive fights? Are we looking for stuff like maybe potentially Force Staffs, maybe some classic Glimmer on the side of the supports. Solar Crest, of course, up for the Visage. Want to pump up that Faceless Void as much as possible. Of course, on the side of Entity as well. Katami's soon gonna blink.
Hey, he's having a good game. He's a decent way off. He fell off on the farm now. He stopped participating as much, but that's more of a team decision. And he's clearly not hitting creeps as he shouldn't been. All his farm was based off just killing heroes or assisting, right? So now that they're not getting as many kills, going for the hook, trying to steal the rune, doesn't end up getting it. It looks like 9 will collect a haste rune here as Fishman is charged.
Taking away. Yeah, he's given the information from his team. Katami saw a glimpse of the Spirit Breakers. Like, get the hell out of there. Won't stay around for too long.
Yeah, Soxa a bit too low level now to make those charges across the map very quickly. Only one port in the charge right now, didn't even have the phase boots completed. As he gets to lots of levels, he'll be able to not only farm more, but be a bigger threat across the map. Only 2k net worth advantage, though, for Entity. Not insurmountable whatsoever here. Mag free farming as you would expect him to, but oftentimes when you do see this hero, and the big reason why it's not picked a lot, is it typically doesn't scale super hard. It is a universal hero now, so maybe we get to see a bit
maybe that's the answer.
A different side, yeah, of this hero going into the later stages.
Mass rotation's top. They're targeting Toby here, coming through the twin gate. Of course, the Bat just going to show himself perfectly in the lane. Skitter, not going to drop the Chrono instantly. Knowing Katami's going to be chilling around, looking for the saving hook. The lasso is there. Oh, almost kills off Skitter. But Toby will be the one to drop Sonic Wave. Does connect on all 3 heroes. Very well placed there by 9. Is that going to allow him to go in? The Chrono only connecting onto the punch is going to be a very tanky target to deal with. 2 more seconds for the hook. Skitter has a jump available. He's going to jump away, but who's Katami going to grab this time? Sox actually charging it all the way to Stormstormer. He's going to take the front of the fight, missing the hook between 3 heroes. Katami is going to have to make a run for it. His flesh heap is up and running for another 2 seconds. RP going to be used on the side as well. On to 9. An Entity, can they get this kill? Watson really wants this Quap, but Quap's going to be running away. And Katami already down. Fishman going to be dropping as well to the Visage. And Tundra still isolating them and running them down on every side of the fight. Watson's going to be dropping as well momentarily. Who's going to be picking this one off is, of course, going to be 33 with the Solar Assumption snipe. And Tundra bounced back with that fight. Beautiful connections. And obviously the extension under the tower. Soxa just taking all the attention towards him, allowing the rest of them to play.
Yeah, that was really good from Tundra. For Entity side, a little unfortunate. They tried to hook the target that was lassoed, so the interaction with that is if a target is currently lassoed and you hook them, it'll do the damage from the hook, but it won't move them. So it'll just do a little bit of a nuke damage there. So they did not bring the Faceless Void into the team there, so as a result, he just shrugged the damage off from the lasso and the hook and got full HP by using the Time Walk. And that was the beginning of the end for the fight for Entity there, and they even got that nice RP on the Queen of Pain, but Watson popped his Mask of Madness and everything, but Empower ran off. So he didn't have that little extra damage needed to kill the Queen of Pain inside of that RP. So pretty much everything that those small little things that could have went wrong, they went wrong for Entity in that fight.
Yeah, and also because that Empower ran out, he was swapping to the next target, but no cleave damage to finish off the Quap, which he really wanted. But it could have just been the extra damage required to not even lead into that point. So a bit unlucky on the side of Entity too. Here to there.
And just like that, Tundra now
they're in the
already
lead.
ahead. Yeah, losing fights in this patch, it's huge. Farming creeps is great, but you lose one team fight and all of a sudden all top 3 cores are going Tundra's side.
Sox a pretty deep dive here. Hook's not quite going to connect onto Sox, but he's able to run out. But if you look at the win probability graph, it took a pretty big dent from that last fight. It's been 50-50, but that was a huge jump, actually, considering that's just one team fight, and Entity's been finding pick-off after pick-off pretty early on, and it's an instant dip.
That'll happen. The biggest issue I have right now for or it's not really an issue. What I'm afraid for them is this mid-Wind Ranger yet again. He's got treads, you got a bracer, and you have a javelin. That's it. You are incredibly low net worth. You're by far the lowest net worth core in the game. And I feel like this is a hero that doesn't want to be in that position. You want to be in a position where you can just be aggressive, run across the map, and get kills, but he can't even kill a spear breaker right now.
And that does, I mean, the game has pretty much dramatically changed on the side of Entity. Even the Pudge net worth slowly dropping, of course, expected. Stormstormer now ahead in levels. And Pudge, he hit level 7 very early on the team, and he's barely getting to 10 as everybody's surpassing him now, so a bit of a hindrance on the side of Entity as well. How do you... What are you looking for next, basically? Is there a particular minute timing with the next items that they're looking for? Or are they just letting Tundra maybe do the initiation first and respond to that? Do they want to be the more active team right now?
On Entity or Tundra?
On Entity.
On Entity, I think you wait for Bat Dagger here. It's pretty close. Maybe the Harpoon on Magnus. From there on, I don't think there's any significant item you're going to be looking for. If Wind Ranger just needs more items and needs to farm to get back in the game, that's just not going to work, because Tundra's going to out-farm you, and whatever item you get, they're going to get like 1.5 to 2 items more than you. So that's not going to be a winning strategy. But Batrider getting involved with the Blink Dagger could be big.
Tundra just going straight for the Roche Pit here. I don't think Entity necessarily reads this play. They're not expecting them to do this early. They can definitely do it. It's just 3 heroes. It's not even the entire Tundra team. They've got the 9 Quap showing up in mid, so that's pretty much an indicator that, yeah, they're just farming jungle and splitting lanes, but nope, we're doing Roche.
Yeah, it's quite slow as he's chain bashing the Void there instead of the other way around. But they're not going to really contest it. I don't think it's the biggest deal. At least I don't think it is. I can't say with 100% certainty, because the patch is just still so new that I don't know exactly what the absolute best things are to do on the map right now. But if it's any similar to last patch, getting this first Roshan shouldn't be the end of the world. You can still play around it. You can dodge him a little bit. It's only going to be 5 minutes. But it is getting to the stage of the game. This first Roche was taken at 18 minutes, a bit later in the game. We'll have to see what impact it has.
Especially the fact that Entity did just finish their big items we were talking about. The Harpoon is ready, the Blink is up on the Batrider. So if Tundra, if they play the aggressors, Entity has an ace up their sleeve to fight against Tundra. But like the panel was also saying, they've got a lot of great approaches on the side of Tundra. Like, this lineup is very easy-ish to execute in terms of that. So if they can find a way to outmaneuver Entity, Tundra should be feeling just quite happy with that Aegis. Trying to look for the Shackle Shot connection. Doesn't quite work out, but they will drop the Chrono on the Wind Ranger. Hook comes out, though. Skinner's going to be in trouble. He's going to lose his first life. And that, just like that, Fishman running out on the side. Stormstormer getting slowed up by massive amounts. The RP comes out from Watson. Cleave damage onto 3. Sonic Wave pushing them away as well. He's going to have to skewer to safety. And Toby is also in trouble. Can tell me with a saving hook, but Watson is down. 2 cores dead, maybe even 3. Snaking does drop, and now Toby's the one to drop next. So 3 for 1, plus the Aegis from Tundra. So they did find the opening, despite that Aegis just being pretty much of a bait.
Exactly that. They got the first Aegis kill. Things looked okay. There was no Chronosphere, but they were confident. They were so confident that they could drop RP and Lasso and ended up killing the Faceless Void. Unfortunately, they were wrong, so they ended up losing more casualties on top of the Wind Ranger by going for that extra kill there, as they will now go for Katomi. They have to get their Fishman here too.
Though. A very, very short dismember hook dodge as well. Beautiful movement there from Saksa. Katomi's on the run, and Fishman just trying to suck away. Looks like his life's going to be sucked out from him after all. And interesting interactions there as they do manage to push 9 all the way under the tier 2 tower, and he might just be losing his life, but he gets the blink out of time. Oh, it's just a bait. It's just a bait after all. Storm are the ones to drop, even with the lasso used up. It's not going to lead into real kills here. Toby the hook comes out as well to Saksa, pushing him under the tier 3 this time, but Toby dead, and it's just damage control on the side of Entity, and they can't keep Watson. They can keep Kataomi alive, but Tundra, 0 heroes lost.
Yeah, at this point of the game, I'm really trying to think about where it all went wrong for Entity. But unfortunately, it's now at the point where... 1 second, Watson's going to get gone on. Oh, good harpoon. Good harpoon.
Okay. Nice little harpoon play.
Won't really matter, but it looked cool.
Different type of hook.
So here's what Entity tried to do. They picked the Wind Ranger mid, which... it's fine. It didn't really work out. It could have been a play issue. It could be Wind Ranger's overrated, whatever it might be. That's not really what I'm going to focus on the most, but that is an issue. The other issue at hand here is, let's look at utility items. We picked the bad off lane. He goes for Blink Dagger, Octarine. He had an okay laning stage, but none of those are team items. Those are for himself.
Yep.
You look at Pudge. He also has a Blink Dagger, an item for himself, some initiation. So now they lost one team fight. You're playing into this Visage who has Pipe, Solar Crest. You're playing into Witch Doctor who innately has utility items in the Voodoo Restoration, but also now has a Pavis going into a Glimmer Cape. You got Drums on the Spear Breaker. They're playing the Auras game. And it's incredibly hard to stop a team that's winning that has Auras. They will fall off in the Ultra late game, but how often do we see teams get there?
Now?
Yeah.
That's
It's
going to be
still
a big issue. They will get the lasso play onto Visage, knowing that these auras need to be dropped out from the fight first. Saksa looking for the charge, but he gets harpooned away by the Magnus. But at the same time, they've got the Batrider locked down, and the initiation from Entity is going to cost them 2 heroes. This Fishman is also going to be dropping. Tundra just running them down.
You see what I mean, though? Like, the items you built are doing what you want them to do, which is get the initiation and jump. But if you lose a couple fights here and there and the auras become overwhelming, it doesn't matter if you hit your spells. This is where you get caught in a situation where it just feels kind of hopeless. And it's a set amount of damage you block with all these things like Pavis 300, Glimmer Cape 300, then you have your pipes as well, which is going to block 450. It's not that hard to burst through into the ultra late game, but right now in this mid game, 22 minutes in the game, it's pretty much impossible. So now you're in a situation you don't have a choice but to dodge. But if you're dodging, Tundra can just take whatever they want.
Also, a pretty good indicator of how much damage Tundra is actually taking is when they were taking the Tormentor with the Voodoo Restoration and all the aura buffs. They were barely taking even 10% on all of their heroes. So normally when you see like 2-3 heroes taking the Tormentor, they're like going down to 50, down to 40, down to 30 maybe even, and barely getting through with it. Tundra has no issues whatsoever.
Definitely not.
Entity's going to be in big trouble.
Well, they just have to keep farming and splitting and hope at one point that Tundra do some high ground push that is unsuccessful. And by unsuccessful, I mean they dive a bit too far. Someone else would call that a throw. However, that is kind of like the situation that they're in right now, because a straight 5-on-5, yeah, don't even think about it. It's not happening unless you can get some 5-man RP. Even then, they don't have the damage to kill all the heroes if they manage to get a pipe off or some glimmer, the Voodoo Restoration running. I really think it's in that type of situation. A 5-man RP won't even win them this game.
Yeah. And right now, it just feels like it's all down to Kataomi landing a hook for him to make an easy play. Otherwise, you have to use Lasso for a target, but Watson already getting punished here. Very low on HP, too. Skitter loading up for that chrono opportunity. If they stacked up a little bit more, 9, it's just fine after that hook. I'll just blink away. No cares in the world.
No dismember, because he had to use it defensively to save Watson there. Because he did pick up the charge. And I believe he bought that himself, did he? Because, yeah, Tundra stole the enemy Tormentor, and their Tormentor's still alive. So end up using more net worth. It's a slight utility item. It definitely helps. Best thing he probably could buy in this moment.
There's that one player you're going to feel bad after this game, especially as an Entity fan. You're like, Katami, you had such a perfect start for the game, but it has no impact whatsoever for the last 10 minutes. And Entity, they're just going to end up losing another core. Stormer getting ganked by Soxa and 9. This is where you have no map control whatsoever, and a Spirit Breaker is going to be charging you at every possible moment. And a line has been drawn by Toby. We cannot overextend this line. It's turtle time.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you gotta turtle it up and hope the enemy makes mistakes. As
already
you are playing
here.
versus Spirit Breaker, though.
Yeah, and Watson, okay, again, the Harpoon to prevent the stun from connecting. It's a couple hits in, but again, the Solar Crest and Phylactery is working against them. Skitter, BKB does get dismembered in the high ground, but they're not going to get anything out of their Magnus. This gets blown up in the low ground. Maybe the kill onto the... Okay, they didn't get the Basis Void, that's something. But still down to 3 heroes to fight against 4 of Tundra. Soxa's the next one to fall. Toby's about to die. Stormer getting hit by that Death Ward and leading into his death, namely Ice Snaking, and Fishman is going to be the next one to drop. But I don't think there's too much left of a fight. I mean, they can still try these plays. The Fountain will help out Katami. Get himself a kill on the Quap, so a couple cores do end up falling. And Katami, he's going to man up.
Where are you going, buddy?
That's just an Ultra for 33. Okay, doing a favor for you.
We give him freebies now. Eh? Yeah, I mean, he's giving a bit of a freebie, eh?
It is what it is. So 33, he's still up. And there's no heroes here, so he can just push this tier 3 tower. Have to worry about the Magnus, though.
He'll probably just end up backing. Go do the Tormentor here. He should be able to do it. The sustained heal of the Witch Doctor.
Did Watson have his BKB last fight or not? Because he has it now with a 9-second charge.
No, he did not.
So he didn't even get to the high ground. Maybe potentially get a RP follow up from the skewer. So he had no tools to get out of there.
He was just slaughtered in the low ground there. Even if he did have it, by the time the stuns ran out, there was no point pressing it.
Yeah, like there was he tried to skewer someone onto the high ground, but he got hit by a bird stun. So he just dropped his skewer right on the spot.
But these things are good for Entity, as funny as it does sound. It's not great, they're still losing hard, but they're getting their BKBs. They're all building what I like to call selfishly for their own heroes and their own timings, which means they're going to scale fantastically into the late game. However, you have to get there. So things like Queen of Pain ending up in the enemy fountain and stuff really buys them some time to have a chance to win this game by extending. Even though they are still losing in net worth, however, all it takes is 1 or 2 kills later on in the game. That net worth lead can disappear real fast, and Sox is doing a great job breaking smokes.
Yep. He's going to scout them out for sure, and now the birds, we'll see Katami. They put down the wards as well. We'll see 33. But it is the punch that they're hunting right now. He's the primary initiator. 33 pops out his shard. He's going to be living for a little bit longer. Dismember going to get cancelled out for the birds, and Sox a push to the low ground into the chrono from Skitter. They're going to finish off Katami and targeting Magnus right away as well.
Oh, he put him
going
low
to get pushed to the low ground by Sox. So they're just going one after the other down the cliff. But it doesn't matter. Entity already down by 2. Toby's going to be dropping 2. A Stormer, he won't have the damage to fight back. And again, Snaking and 33. They've got this Wind Ranger in check.
Did you see how much damage 33 was taking from Stormer?
Plenty.
He was being tickled.
He was being tickled, yeah.
Literally, he was being tickled. He was out-regening his damage from the Voodoo Restoration. And that's your Wind Ranger, by the way. His goal is to break through the Gravekeeper Cloak and kill the Visage. That's part of the reason why Wind Ranger is good versus Visage, but this game is in a situation where Wind Ranger can unleash her full duration of Focus Fire and just tickle 33.
Yep, I guess that's time for Wind Ranger to do some more target practice. Katami will land the hook, but at this point a lone hook isn't going to do much. He loses more HP than what he's able to deal back. Healing battery coming out from Fishman, trying to keep this Pudge alive, but 9 really making his life miserable. Fishman has to back away. Stormstormer pops out. That Lincoln's off of 9. RP coming in for the back for Watson, but it's going to get stun locked one after the other, and they just can't get the damage from that RP. And Entity losing members and probably losing the game here as well, as the GG tap out comes out and Tundra clean 2-0.
The power of the auras in this one.
Good one, Fish.
Good one, Fish.
Not gonna be enough though. I would have said good one could tell me with that Pudge, but simply one support is just not enough to carry out this entire game. We saw some things repeat from game number 1. This Wind Ranger didn't work out. The side lanes went a lot better. The early game went a lot better for Entity, but the exit from that, plus 11, plus 12 minutes into the game, Tundra is just ramping up momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think Entity's draft is really meant to just really punish the laning stage if they can and go on, buy your own items, play very individually on the map. But Tundra's team fighting and items and execution to play as a team just overwhelmed their lineup.
Well, that was the story for this one. Tundra 2-0 versus Entity. And let's head over for the panel to hear the final words of this one.
It's very unfortunate for Entity they're losing game number 2, especially because it felt like all it took was one fight and Tundra were able to capitalize on that small mistake, that one little bit, that one moment that Entity sort of lacked the cohesion in the team.
I mean, I feel like this is the kind of the joy of the current patch, I guess. I feel like it's that one decisive fight and then just roll over. And before we get there, first of all, Katomi really tried his best to get the dub in this game. He really tried, like his early game rotating around, but it's like you get Aegis for Tundra and then you take one decisive fight with the Aegis, and that alone basically breaks Entity.
Yeah, I know that we're not giving MVPs to a team that doesn't win, but definitely honorable mention to Kataomi. If we ever did that, it would be him. But he did amazing for it, definitely making moves. We said it, Trent, a lot had to be put on his back, but something that Fear pointed out was just the itemization I felt was the hardest part for Entity. They couldn't get that one right.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a matter of the itemization is fine as long as you keep winning, right? As long as you keep like rolling over those fights, as long as everything keeps going your way, then this can work out for you. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to keep it up. They weren't able to there were so many tiny close moments, even with all the amazing plays that they're making with these hooks. And with Watson getting into the right spots during these fights, it's just like that one fight where he didn't have the empower up when Fear pointed that out, that was brutal. That could have been a potential double kill in that situation right there. And it just all had to keep going sort of perfectly. Because once it doesn't go perfectly and you get back on even ground, like when the Aegis is there, and then you're fighting into these auras, well, you could see what happened. It's just unplayable.
Yeah, when I look back at this now, do you think there's going to be a lot to be desired to Tundra's Spirit Breaker and Visage in terms of, do you think a lot of teams are going to be looking at it and banning it out now too?
Again, it's so hard because it's like you only have 2 bans, and 33 kind of absorbs those bans in the first phase. So unless you're going to be giving away a Doom strategy or a Magna strategy, then you probably not. But maybe Doom plus Farebreaker could be the ban of the future. We'll probably see it one time. It's difficult. And also, honorable mention to Snaking. His build, he didn't go for a stun. He just went for 3-point heal and then 2-point mana did. He finished the game with 22,000 healing. Of course, he had Locket and some good positioning, but that was some... you have auras, but then also you have some little old Witch Doctor in the middle just holding his heal out the entire time. It was very tanky lineup from Tundra once they got online.
Don't try that build at home, kids. Just saying. That will not go well for you in your pubs. Please, you will get reported. It doesn't matter if you win; the report will come.
Yeah. That you can only do it if you're in a pre-made 5-stack and everyone knows what's going on. You all have to be on the same page. That's the only time you can use it. But T, do you want to run it back? Give MVP again to 33 or someone else? Just give him an honorable mention and give it to someone else because he did a lot in this game too as well.
I get it. Wait, we gave it to him last game, right?
Yeah.
I can't give it to him twice in a row. Boring.
You can, but
I mean, he is 13 to 11, but he is playing Visage, so it's very cheap, It's whatever. So cool. Congratulations, 33. You got MVP game 1. Who was the star player? Oh, and why should it be? Who's doing the interview?
I'm not telling you. Oh no! Don't tell him.
No, I know it was a fake quote. It should be Skinner. I think Skinner's void. It's just out of this world. The fact that he finished with 23 assists, third most in the. Okay, you know what? Third most. He doesn't deserve MVP. Give it to Saxon Barra. Yeah. Get me.
All right. All right, we're gonna go to Spirit Breaker. T's awarded it, Trent, but you have to give the reasoning why it's going to.
I was gonna give it to 9 because he's carrying on Queen of Pain, and I find that hero flops so hard half the time. So shout outs. That was my vote right there.
This is the perfect situation. We want to give MVP to everyone, so we'll just put production on the spot. There you go. There you go. They got it ready for Spirit Breaker.
I feel like I just went down a slippery slope of saying words, and then Trent came in and said an actual MVP. But I'll give it to Saxa. Why not? I mean, I feel like I'm just happy that Spirit Breaker, of course, he got heavily buffed in the previous patch. His extra 5% damage is insane, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like this hero really breaks what the current meta is trying to do because like constant go, go, go. So yeah, I'm happy that we're seeing it more. It's going to get nerfed again, which is going to be sad in some D patch in like 2 weeks time or something, or 3 weeks time. But whilst it's here, enjoy it. It's going to be in probably, half of these pro games.
How many Spirit Breaker games do you have? It's a lot, right?
Let me double check, boss.
Yeah. Give me the number.
Didn't you say over 1,000? You said over 1,000, didn't you?
It's a lot. It's a lot. All time, sorry, 950.
900.
4.9% win rate. Yeah.
Okay, so give me the skinny on why you think this guy can be like first phase, like for any team right now? Is it like how busted is he?
It's all about his bash talent, not bash talent, his bash spell basically. And if you can kill creep waves,
same thing you mentioned before.
then
the
you
creep
can
wave thing.
play the hero, right? Because it's like now, like during TI period or like the post TI period, you could kill waves really nicely, and then they nerfed it a little bit, so then it became like you need some like Kai or some like spell up, and now it's like gone back to the old time again, where it's like, well, you don't need that, you just need levels. So it's pretty much dictated on if Valve wants to allow you to clear creep waves or not. And then if you can, suddenly you're getting phase, drum, ags, BKB, all right, stuff and becoming a core.
I want to hear T's like 3-point plan for how our chatters can pick Spirit Breaker right now and win their pubs.
All right.
Because if he's being first pick, he's that good. Oh, why? Is it ready,
We're going to have to wait. Yeah, we're going to have to wait. Because,
all right, we'll just ask him instead.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have our winners interview, so we are joined by Skinner, and I know that he was listening in, so we'll get him in here. Skinner, I'm sure you're listening to T's in-depth analysis right there on why he thinks Spirit Breaker is first phase worthy, but I want to ask you why Tundra is first phasing Spirit Breaker and why it's so successful for you.
I mean, I would say it's simpler. I don't know what exactly you guys expect to hear, but he obviously got a lot of buffs, and since the map is so big, the hero seems to be pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I like it. I do like a good, nice, simple answer. I'll give you a simple question as well. How's your time been between Major and now? I know that we spoke to Snay the other day about how he's going, but what about yourself? How you enjoying that little bit of a break, or was there not too much of a break at all for yourself?
I mean, I personally had like 2 or 3 days of a break, so it's definitely better than nothing, but I wouldn't call it like a real break. But honestly, I don't really feel very burned out at all. I kind of like how Dota is right now. The fact they introduced this big patch makes it very refreshing and fun to play. So I feel like being burned out is kind of harder to achieve, I guess, at least for me.
Mm-hmm. And you talk about this big patch and a lot of new things to discover. Is there any carry that you really want to pull out that Owie just isn't letting you? When you guys are in drafting phase, you keep calling for it and he keeps saying no.
Not really. I mean, my team is always very supportive when I have some new ideas or heroes to play. But I mean, Watson tried to do the Magnus carry, and that's the kind of my answer as well. I feel like this hero is very fun to play on carry. Obviously didn't work out for him, but that's the hero I'm definitely looking to play. I played a couple of times in pubs and it's very fun. This whole harpoon skewer thing.
Awesome, I'd love to hear it. T, if you got some questions.
Yeah, so I had one question in regard to Twin Gates. What's your opinion right now with the fact that I think at least your team today was using them really well, with like UTPing to go for a quick kill, then going back? Like, do you feel they're a little bit, too good in the early game where you can just basically gank everywhere on the side lanes and then go back to farming if you have the correct heroes?
I definitely feel like it made the game more complex. There's more stuff to do on the map, which is kind of good, but at the same time, I don't like the idea that you basically only pay with the time, like as a resource, while using the gates. I think, in my opinion, it should definitely cost either mana or there should be some sort of restriction how many times you can gate.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I like the gate because it makes the game more fun, but at the same time, I feel like it's kind of broken in the early game, especially.
Yeah, that was going to be my kind of follow-up question was, would you be opposed if there was like a charges? But you've already kind of answered that yourself. So yeah, I'd like to see some potential nerfs, like you mentioned, to gate maybe in the future, maybe a D patch, like a little twin gate nerf there.
All right, hey Skitter, a question about that last game. All right, you're laning, you're dealing with this Pudge. What was the general attitude like after the first couple minutes there when Kataomi was just like kind of owning? What were you guys saying in that game?
All right, when the game was paused because Saxa disconnected and he was like in diving tier 1 tower, I said, guys, I have as many deaths as I have levels. Because I had like 3 deaths, I was level 3. I was like, okay, time to deploy the Midas technology. But I ended up coming back and it was no need for that.
Okay.
But the Pudge, I mean, I kind of funnily suggested to look at first phase banning it because I watched the games against Liquid and the guy was hitting some insane hooks. So it definitely was in my radar, and the guy played really good as well.
No doubt. Thank you.
I do have a question off the back of that one then. Speaking of that Liquid Entity series, you said yourself that you're watching it. How much did that influence or impact how you guys prepared and played against Entity today? Like, were you looking at what they had done previously and that's where a lot of your bans had come from?
Yeah, the game, that series definitely gives you a lot of idea of what the heroes they think are strong in this patch. And since Entity missed the whole major, there wasn't a lot of info on their team. That literally was that one series and the bunch of pubs they played. So yeah, it was. We definitely, like, not me, but I mean, I look at the game briefly, but it was mostly Coach who did all the prep. I just kill some creeps and sometimes heroes.
Okay, because then I was going to ask, like, were you worried with how aggressive and fast the Entity Liquid games were? Were you afraid that was going to happen to you guys in Tundra?
Not really. I feel like nowadays if you win like 3 lanes, it's kind of hard to not play fast. So I was kind of thinking if we win all the lanes, we're gonna play fast. If they win all 3 lanes, they're gonna probably play fast. So this series we managed to do pretty good in both lanes, both games. So it ended up us being the one, in the aggression the whole time. But it would definitely be the other way around if they would win it. But I feel like it all comes down to the lanes nowadays.
Yeah, 100%. You guys had fantastic lanes. You took this series, so congratulations again, Skinner, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me, and have a nice one, guys.
Yeah, you too.
Right.
Bye.
I was going to ask a cheeky lore question at the good job Fishman, but I raised my hand forgetting that obviously it didn't work.
Yeah. The social,
I politely...
it's... Next time, just send me a message, T, and I'll be like, oh, okay, all right.
I just DM him. I'll be like, Sean, what's up?
Actually, you could just ask him.
Send message. What?
By the way, I do like what you guys were talking about with the twin gates. Imagine if twin gates had a cooldown for each individual person. So it's just like, yeah. So you like if someone uses it earlier, you can't run as a 5 all the way through the gate until their cooldown's like in sync with yours. That'd be interesting.
I actually thought that's what they were going to do after the first patch. Like when they increased it by just the second in terms of like the channel time, I was definitely expecting some sort of a charge-based system. Because I feel like right away everyone recognized like this seems strange that you can like go immediately back to your lane. Like if you could at least force them to like have to use a TP scroll or something back, that would make it a little bit more balanced. And then you could actually, because in our current state, we no longer have like musical lanes, right? We have this idea of like, we have forced the bad matchup. It's much harder to force a bad matchup now. Because of these twin gates, because there's no charge-based system, so I would not mind that.
Anything?
I got the answer.
Okay, yep.
Just Skidder says he plays all mute, so he doesn't see any chat anyway, so we can't answer.
Oh. He'll watch back the VOD and he'll be like,
it wasn't even spicy or chat. Well, what can you do?
That's fine. Anything you want to bring up at T? Because I know that we have a little bit of a long break between this series and next. I thought, if there's anything you want to bring up, this would be the perfect time to inform our lovely audience.
Yeah. How long do we have until the next game again?
An hour, but you don't get an hour.
Back. Podcast.
Let me just quickly put that disclaimer. There is an hour between, but you don't get an hour to talk.
Yeah. Welcome to the scuffed version of We Say Things, taken over by Trent T and Nat T.
Yeah, we're actually selling ad space on PGL. We're gonna get a cut if you guys
exactly
if you buy. You know,
Yeah, so
like, what's
by
that
now-
finder's fee? 10%?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was
10%
20%.
each, so
but-
that's 30%.
Yeah, that's quick math.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So yeah, no, I have nothing to say. I'm just.
You're right, that is the scuffed version of We Say Things.
Exactly. So I'm role playing Sansfan right now. Someone's gonna be the Syndra, and what's happening? Someone's gonna take over and say some actual stuff.
No, that's actually impossible. All right. Well, look, T, if you got nothing to say, Trent, I assume you've got nothing to say.
No, just we have an exciting matchup coming, right? We have OG versus Quest. So it's I mean, you guys want to be around for that. A little bit of he's back, you know, Amar coming back, seeing some of the fam, and it's gonna be fun to see the matchup.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited for. Both these teams have already played. They played on day one, which was 2 days ago. But if you want to see the Amar versus OG matchup again in Division 1, then make sure to hang around. It's probably a little bit of time if you want to squeeze in like a turbo. Maybe your pubs these days are only going 40 minutes. You could squeeze one of those in. But we are going to be going for a longer break with this fixed schedule. When we come back, it's OG up against Quest Esports. We have our final series coming up. It's OG up against Quest Esports. 2 new teams and 2 new panelists, although I guess 2 returning panelists, because Lacoste, you've already casted today. Kazu, you've already been on panel today as well. But how excited are you guys for the OG Quest Esports? The Amar up against OG Patchtown yet again, Lacoste.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. Amar keeps finding these new teams and trying to beat OG. Was unsuccessful in the previous one. Last DPC tour as Enigma player. Didn't manage to beat OG, so we're gonna see at the end of the day who's right, who was wrong. And also I think this one also has a little bit more to it, because OG did go to the major by playing these tiebreakers against Oridu Thunders in the previous DPC tour. So I think new Quest lineup is pretty hungry about this one.
Yeah, speaking of this new Quest lineup, because we've already seen them once, and they pushed Gaming Gladiators to the test a couple days ago when they faced off against the major winners. So this Quest Esports lineup definitely bringing something to this Division 1, 2, or 3.
I just want to make sure in the games today that they can fight, like that they can use their heroes together and that they're able to fight into the enemy. Because last time, like in the 2 drafts where it was harder for them to do that, it's just hard to play if you can't fight the enemy, right? And I think they're all aggressive players by nature. So if they can try to emulate the one draft they had against Gaimin with like a Doom that can jump and other heroes that can follow up, I think they're going to be in for a good time.
Yeah, and we're in for a good time, right? Because they're coming up against OG, and OG, they played 2 days ago as well. They did have a stand-in for Tiger. There was that PSA put out by the Twitter that Tiger wouldn't be playing it all this week. So today they have another stand-in. However, it's not someone we're really familiar with, Lacoste. The stand-in for Tiger's Merlin.
Yeah, the old Meteor Makers, MYM Merlini, will be playing for OG. Just kidding. No, he will not be playing. I don't know. It's just a pub player for now. It's Merlin. I haven't heard much about him, but good way to make name for yourself, definitely. I mean, if OG couldn't find like a better known standing, they probably have a really good reason for taking Merlin just to be able to play with him. Probably a really good player if you're invited to play position 4 during the Western European DPC last tour. So if they trust him, I trust him as well.
100%. Because do you know much about Merlin yourself, or at least what we can expect from OG?
I know he's a +4 player, so that's a good start. He is a Grandmaster Earth Spirit. That's what I know. I don't know what other heroes are like in his arsenal, but that's the one. You know, like you play against these nerds and you know them for like these 1 or 2 heroes. Merlin, Earth Spirit. That's what comes to mind.
Okay, so hopefully, fingers crossed, we might be seeing some Earth Spirit action today. Unlikely, but one can only hope. With this matchup, though, what can we expect, having already seen both teams play Lacoste?
I think when it comes down to Quest, I kind of agree what Kezu talked about, especially game 1 draft that they had against Gaming Gladiators. This support silencer duo of silencer plus Keeper of the Light doesn't really click together, especially when you pair them up with Tidehunter plus Morphling. Sure, they like TA2000, he's one of the better Morphling players out there, I would say. Like, he really knows the limits, but I also want to see them enable Amar. Checking through his profile, what heroes he played, pretty standard stuff, you know, some Razor off lane, some Mars off lane. Doom Timber, not much has changed, you know. But the one game on Doom, he really looked impressive, landing multiple stuns on multiple heroes with just Doom stealing that Centaur creep and being all over the place, being the most farm hero in the game, which is relatively, I would say, easy to do with a hero like Doom, but he really popped off. I want to see them play a bit more aggressive. I want to see them like do stuff around the map, especially something like, I want to see Amar on one of these 2 heroes. Like, I think we're going to get one game of Mars, because OG, they know what he plays. They played with him for a long time, and they know how to beat it, so I think they're going to let him be. Like, have your Mars one game, see what happens.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult when the opponents know each other inside and out like this. Does make for some potential juicy first bans. You know, I want to see if we're going to lean very heavy into the meta, see the Coddles or the Medusas, the Dooms be taken out, or if it's very much going to be heavily targeted. Kezu, what are your thoughts on OG? They did end up taking their previous series to 3 games against Tundra, but there was also this feeling that they weren't really able to execute a draft that they had drafted for themselves.
They look good when also, I feel like similar. I like the drafts more where people can play more aggressive early on. Yuragi had like this very good Monkey King game where BZM also played Queen of Pain, I think, in the same game. So I just kind of want to see these teams brawl against each other. I would say that is the style that these 2 teams play best. Therefore, they should kind of, in my opinion, double down on it and just, you know, take it to your opponent, be like, all right, let's go fight us. And if you can't, we'll run you over. So for OG, I think that's something they should try to do again today. And as always, I feel like I can never have a good opinion on them, because every time I watch them, it's a different standing, baby. You never know, like, which OG is going to show up.
When was the last time? Last tour, right? Would have been the last time that they played with a full roster then. Because, yeah. Oh, no, Dream League. They would have had for Dream. You know what?
I mean, they're really good at using stand-ins. If we go back to the previous year, but pretty much the best team out there when it comes down to using, I don't know, Seb. Then you have like him standing, winning the Stockholm Major. Then you have like last major, they looked extremely good with 2 stand-ins with Kid Track and Mind Control. Yeah. So, you know, the core of the team stays the same. Coach is always there, either helping online, helping them on the site, or playing for them. They're really good at swapping players and adjusting to the stuff. But I think for me, ever since this roster was made, I think BZM has been the best player, like the standout player for the team. He rarely has bad games. Like, it has something really bad needs to happen where they just group on the mid lane, completely dominate him. But yeah, he's the one like that is most stable on the team.
Oh, this game 1 draft coming up onto our screens here. Doom taken out. Definitely no surprise there. Absolutely not, after the performance that you guys have already mentioned we saw Amar had on the side of Quest. Pango, Magnus, and Beast being the other ones taken out. So Quest Esports are going to be picking up that techies for the first pick, Kezu.
What surprised me a little bit is perhaps the Pango ban, but I do know that Nu plays it very well, and I think that they also they just really like this Kato Pango combo, but it might also tell you a little bit that perhaps OG's opener here on the 2-3 pick may not be super strong if Quest were to close it out with a Pango, so there's probably some more to it than just a random Pango ban, but overall I would say Quest getting their hands on techies, which to me looks like one of the strongest fours. You know, they should be pretty happy with how it's starting.
Techies, I'm really surprised that this hero is getting through. Sure, there are a lot of like good heroes to ban in the first phase. Like,
yeah,
there's a bunch of them. There's still like Medusa in the pool that still feels extremely powerful, but when it comes down to these position 4 heroes, Techies definitely up there. The hero is just a menace to deal with. You don't need a shard anymore. You don't wait for that 15-minute mark. You have a lot more presence compared to the previous Techies where you're like, oh, I have dead 1400 gold that I'm not using for last 5-6 minutes, so I can't really do much stuff on the map. Now, him having AoE stun does make things a lot different for the hero. Really strong in the lane. Doesn't matter what he's paired up with. The hero feels like you're always going to have some kind of a kill threat in the lane.
Yeah. A little surprised with what both teams ended up deciding taking. I also don't know if you guys had a look at Yuragi's face. When they picked ET, it looked more like when your enemy picks like a strange hero. But it was his own team picking ET. He looked very surprised. But ET is a.
But guys, I thought we were going to pick ET.
Yeah, like ET itself is interesting.
Doesn't counter anything here. It's like techies.
Yeah.
Okay, ET. Like usually you see ET as a response to like Terrorblade, Morphling, these type of heroes when you need like a little bit more counter initiation. Strong hero, don't get me wrong. Always pops off from time to time. Definitely, I feel like the hero could be played more, considering what he brings to the table. And on the other side, like Shadow Demon as a response to Veno, ET also doesn't sound too strong. Maybe they have a little bit more inside info. If this is going to be some kind of a core ET, then you like dispel his spirit damage. Not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe they're up to something, but doesn't strike me as a wow, this is the Shadow Demon game he's going to own.
Yeah, I see a little bit of purpose with the SD. So the lane into the Veno is kind of annoying because your Illus get the Poison Sting, but that's just one little thing. I would say it's likely more about the Purge, like both offensively against ET, which it's probably going to be a support, so who really cares, but defensively against like the Venomancer spells perhaps, and you know, it's a new patch. I'm down to see something new.
I think the biggest thing, now that I'm thinking about it, is stacking. Bro, stacking's so good
true,
now.
actually.
And if there's one hero that is good at stacking, that's Shadow Demon, one of the best ones in the game, for sure, who can stack multiple camps at once. And then you get that gold, you get that 30% XP from the C patch that has just been added to the game. So that's how you get gold. And we'll see how they manage to do so. Because at the first series that was played today, Team Liquid, they stacked the hell a lot of their triangle. It was like 6 stacks of Ancients.
Yeah, and then I guess if they're really going to be focusing on that stacking, I wonder what sort of cores they're looking for, like who's going to be able to take advantage of these stacks that they're hoping to be able to build up for their carry.
Yeah, I mean, luckily nowadays you have quite a lot of heroes that can take out stacks, but that's definitely something that they should be playing for, especially if they do pick SD here. Both of these drafts so far, though, you can at least tell from Quest bans, and OG are in a similar boat. Both of these two openings, they get really owned by heroes that jump the backline. SD, ET, Veno, even Techies itself, all these heroes, they don't want to be jumped. They want to like sit in the back, be somewhat annoying, throw out some spells, and never be jumped. So you might see both teams ending up, you know, with some Embers, Void Spirits, some backline jumping cores, Bad Riders, something like that.
OG will need some kind of a low cooldown stun, something reliable to start a fight. Sure, Venomancer and ET are really good at defending certain areas of the map where you can't really enter, defending the high ground, any kind of high ground we're talking about, not just your tier 3 tower. With Venomancer, very hard to come into a play and make stuff happen. But the map is bigger, which also does benefit some of these heroes like Venomancer, I would say, who tends to get a lot of farm, loves to sit in one area, get his items. You can't really gank him, I think. Okay, there we go. That's the...
There it is.
A lot of smiles. So we can see Merlin. It's like, I got my hero. Well, you want to give to a new player who's just like starting, playing very official match of the DPC as a stand-in. You really haven't heard of him before, hasn't really shown his skills, so you want to give him something that he's comfortable at.
It's
I like it a lot. What sort of changes has he undergone as well, Kazu, in the 7.33? Because he's been picked, I feel, a lot more in this patch than more recent patches that we've had in the past few years.
Honestly, I don't remember his particular changes in the most recent patch. I'm not sure if Lacoste is up to date. But I know most of the other ones, but yeah.
Earth Spirit, the changes are not read by certain individuals of this panel, because I do not play the hero. It's too complicated at the moment. And there we go. We wanted to see it. Mars will pick it up. Mars will be picked up.
Here it is.
A lot of fighting, a lot of low cooldowns that they can like constant fight. I just want to see action-packed game for now. We'll see if that continues to happen. So no changes in the C patch for Earth Spirit.
You got us good, Nat.
Huh?
You were like, what were the changes? Turns out there were.
I meant in 7.33 in general, not the C.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Okay, great, awesome. So glad you could bring that one back. Thank you so much, Kazu.
What I can say is that even though, so they did give Earth Spirit to their stand-in, which is good because it's a very player comfort. It means that either way, you don't really want to play ET offlane in this game because you're playing into an SD purge, which will always take away your buff. But if you're playing Veno in that lane as well, as I touched on earlier, when you level up Poison Sting, which is the spell that you want to max first, usually, or second, when he disrupts you, your illusions, they kind of own you pretty hard. So unless OG can find a way in this top lane to like always go on SD when he walks in, then I feel like they might struggle a lot in the top lane. And now if you want to max wards on Veno, you're playing into a Morphling who really doesn't give a damn if there's monster. Yeah, he just smiles and laughs if you feed him those wards.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I did the research about Earth Spirit, so every single talent pretty much has been changed. Every single one of them. Boulder Smash, I think that's the big one.
I remember.
Yeah. And now deals 1.25 times damage against the creeps. So something that he struggled with is killing the creep wave. So now he does it slightly better. All the stuns has been decreased, of course, because every stun has been decreased. And also new shard that you can actually target allies by geomagnetic grip.
It's honestly a lot of good changes. Apart from that, he also gains like an extra remnant. That's the one, or an extra stone charge every X levels. I don't know how often it happens, but I know that he has, well, basically you can use your spells more often. And now, especially with the map as well and the twin gates, like I would say if your offlaner is able to play a lot of these heroes that either A, dominate lanes, like the, your range bros, your Vipers, Venos that can free it up, or the Timbers Tidehunters that allow your Earth Spirit to roam, then anytime you have that plus a specialist on the hero, you can definitely try to make it work.
Yeah, so now, I mean, they picked Morphling into ET. Quest, they do love their Morphling, TA2000, very familiar with the hero. In terms of stuns, silences, like one of these two heroes will get definitely Spirit Vessel, either Veno or Earth Spirit. Then you have Venomancer with his level 10 healing reduction talent as well, if you want to go for that one. ET removing all of Morphling's armor later down the line. And also playing into Naga Siren. Not that good of a matchup for Morphling, so I really like what OG so far has drafted for themselves. I feel that Quest kind of put themselves in a tough spot opening up with both supports, because they would definitely love to have something different for the game. And look at the amount of magical damage that they have. This is ET with his aura, Veno, Earth Spirit. I don't think you can ask for anything better. And knowing how Amar plays from the offlane, he's not going to be the one getting the pipe. None of these heroes want to buy mech pipe pretty much.
I think he's not building pipe.
So that's a bit of a downside.
Yeah. I'm looking at Quest Esports bans, by the way. 5 out of their 7 have been on these mid lane heroes. You got the Storm, Puck, Quap, Ember, and Tinker taken out. So you mentioned Kezu, like BZM being the standout, the consistent player on the side of OG. And Quest Esports are just targeting that. They're trying to shut it down all the way from the second phase bans.
Yeah, it makes sense already because, well, I would say he is kind of the shining star for the team and also for their draft. So can't fault them for the bans that they're going for. The mid pool is really, really starved right now. The one slight upside for Quest is that they're picking first. So you're picking from a limited pool. At least you do get to pick first of what's left. But yeah, I feel like currently this is a noob special when they're drafting, that no matter which hero he ends up being on, my bro has to work overtime. Like he's have to do well in his lane, doing blind, and go around, do well in team fighting, go to Amar's lane, gank, and yeah, I currently fail to see the perfect pick for them.
Okay,
that might be the one.
That's the one that is like, okay, we're gonna mess things with the things. This is not your standard position 2 hero. I don't know, what do you get? If you want to play this extremely fast, I think there's a good chance for getting Lashrak. Also, I think if you want to hype it up a little bit more, put some kind of a Monkey King type of a hero on a mid lane against Omni Knight who can trade back. This has been a really good counter, like in a lot of different regions against melee heroes. Like you play against Kunkka, you play against Ember Spirit to really make their life really difficult. I don't know if OG wants to go for it. BZM has not played it, at least the one that I'm looking during the last major. But yeah, I think any of these 2 suggestions, you have lane domination. They're running out of time, but this one also works. Not the best hero, I would say, right now, but it's also a BZM special. So kind of removing the mana pool as well from both Omni Knight, Morphling as well. I think this is a rough one for Quest.
Yeah, I really like this pick from OG here with the Invoker. I think I'm not sure whether he's going to go Vex or Exort. I guess you just go Exort and you kind of scale. But you have all this pure damage later against Omni. You have the Dispel with the Tornado as well. Because that's one thing that Quests are going to have to play around. A good Manta timing on TA2000 against all the things he has to Dispel with the Omni. Hope that they can eventually ball up. But I feel like it should just be easier for OG, if their lanes go okay, to just play out the game with Naga Illus running around and then just Earth Spirit plus Invoker, Sunstrike, bam, kill everywhere.
Have to agree. It's just, I think it's going to be an easy way to set things up. I talked about EMP later down the line. Still think it's going to be Exort Invoker. You're playing into Omni Knight, so you want to have that extra damage, extra presence, because you're really not threatened to be killed by Omni. And also in the lanes, you have set up for your Sunstrike with Earth Spirit, point in Ensnare early on, Venomancer with the Gale. I think that's really good, and I feel like this one's going to be really hard for Quest to win.
All right, we've seen teams be able to do impossible before. We'll see if Quest Esports are up to the challenge. It's game 1 of Quest Esports versus OG with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. And yeah, Trent, we're here. We're ready to go. OG facing off against Quest. I will say this, Chew, 4 wins in a row as Elder Titan. Let's go.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Can't go wrong, right?
That's it. I think that means we're just done. All good. Chew's playing a smooth move right now, actually. He's running up mid without his obs. He dropped him on the ground there behind him.
Ooh,
wanted to see if he could catch anyone quick here as they have a Naga Siren Illusion running on through. Might have seen that warding. It's possible.
We've seen them, seen people lose their wards when they drop down behind before, but probably not going to happen there. And yeah, a little bit the old switcheroo. The panel was talking about the limited hero pool out of mid at the end, and Noob ends up picking up the Omni Knight. A hero that has definitely risen up in value in terms of its core potential. Does so much freaking damage. I hate playing against this guy with the Harpoon. Just feels so hard to kill. What do you think about the OG draft, though? Do you like what they've pulled together? Do you agree with the panel?
Yeah, I mean, we got the Invoker at the end, so we got Dispel from the SD on the side of Quest, and then we're going to have some Dispel on OG, so everyone has to be cautious with their buffs, and of course, all these new items, a lot of them can be dispelled as well outside of pipes, so we're just looking to remove some of this nuisance that you get in the mid-game, right? and trying to play around all these new barriers that everyone is working with. So yeah, we'll see if the buffs to Invoker are going to matter with the fresh, fast, far distancing tornado now at the earliest levels.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's a good point. So that actually provides way more value out of going Exort because, again, for anybody that missed it, the range on Invoker Tornado now I think is 1,500 or something crazy like that.
I think it's
high. Is it?
Oh wait, it is. Oh my God, it is. It is 1,500.
Yeah,
right? Holy shit!
It's crazy.
It's like that can't be right.
Isn't that insane?
That is insane.
So yeah, that might make a huge difference of being able to dispel stuff you otherwise wouldn't have been able to, just with one value point there in Wex.
That is actually nuts. All right. I saw that he did play a game this morning. He went Midas Octarine, had a 14-minute Octarine, so pretty good game right there. So he's already warmed up on the Invoker. That is certainly good news for the OG fans here. But yeah, I'm very excited for the Omni Knight, as you were mentioning. I haven't got to watch it very much. I've definitely been like peeking around some replays and like watching builds and stuff, but I haven't got to see it in many of the pro games. But the hammer of justice comes for everyone with that harpoon.
That's right. It definitely does. And it strikes swiftly and very, very hard on people. But we got to mention one other thing. The biggest thing in the world, Merlini Dota has come back, and he's going to be playing some Dota 2 with OG. That's what we love to see. Faces from the past. And he's already doing pretty good, able to, get that little block out there on the small camp. It does look like Corey's already come on over and blocked it. Perfect.
Yeah, the panel tried this like cover story of oh, it's an Earth Spirit pub player. We know the truth. Clearly,
really, Merlini.
Yeah, he's disguised, and like you'd think, well, if you're gonna disguise yourself, wouldn't you pick a less obvious name? But that's the genius of it all, because no one would suspect that it's Merlini if he tags himself as Merlin.
Right, of course.
Yeah. So when the bots and the Midas are up for this Earth Spirit, that's when he'll really get started, I'd say.
Absolutely. Well, we'll keep an eyes across all of these different lanes. Omar playing on the techies, the bane of all of the pubs recently. This hero feels like he's been all over the place and just so freaking strong now with all of the spam that you have in the lane. Kind of a weird matchup against the Elder Titan in this one, though, because ET also gets pretty freaking buff with those right clicks if you can get on top of him.
Yeah, he's a hero that has gone through quite a few emotional changes since 7.33 kind of first dropped. Like, he was one of the first win rates that just skyrocketed like crazy because people were using all the new camps. He also can take advantage of just bullying in the lane, right? If you get a good Astral Spirit on top of you, you can punch anyone down, and there is Merlin, that is his real name, getting the first blood in Kaori.
Well played. All right. That's the way that you want to start if you're playing as a stand-in. Holy moly, that's sick. Getting off to a good start and already just about has the urn completed. And we'll roll on over and pick up the Lotus. Also, we just saw that. But yeah, he did a roll through the Lotus pool to pick it up as he was rolling through it, so TA2000 couldn't get it.
Oh, he does have all that knowledge. The panel did mention that he is a Grandmaster Earth Spirit, as you can see up top there. So 2 Grandmasters versus no Grandmasters on the side of Quest. Obviously, the advantage going their way. Maybe it's that's what we had before Universal Heroes. We just counted Grandmasters. So
right, exactly. So far, Noob doing really well in the mid lane as Amar is just taking a bit of a beating down bottom. Can shrug off a lot of it with that double bracer build, but he's been able to get, pretty nice start to this one. 21-3 versus that 18-5. Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, he's staying in tight, just constantly getting the damage out there, getting his last hits. So not really a hero that you're very concerned about rotating when the levels start to hit. So that is one advantage here for OG. Obviously doesn't also like push towers or anything. So I'm kind of curious to see how Noob plays this out. I don't know if they can make like a rotation play with the techies. That sounds kind of good, right? Like blast offs in, purification, into some hammers. That could be pretty solid.
Yeah, it does sound good. Definitely one way to sort of help deal with that. Power that comes out with an Invoker wanting to shut him down early. Now, Yuragi does get jumped on, cutting down some trees. There isn't somewhere to spear him to. Does have it after, and Amar able to get that kill. Just waited him out.
Up top, they had a little fight as well, but it looks like Merlin's out of that one after a kick. So pretty low on TA2000 and Kaori. His DM hits level 4. Yeah, it's very tempting to go for the Shadow Demon right now. He's very low on mana as well. He actually doesn't have anything for a disruption if they notice that, so he could just die.
They're not opting to do any dive plays as of yet. Yeah, that's definitely a bit of a scary spot for Kyrie to be in.
Do anything right now. You just look at his heroes like, I have nothing. Like, if they take note of this, he is just completely sunk. But maybe they'll take note next to that ward, as we need a pause here from BZM. Sorry, Go. Just a real quick one there.
Okay. Now, he does have Sunstrike ready to go also, so a quick roll-in would be a nice and easy kill. Merlin, though, opting to maybe make another rotation. He went over and had the Twin Gate ready, but decides not to go through it. And you can see that this little staying off map pressure, Amar's playing a little bit more conservatively because they haven't seen Merlin in a little bit now.
Well, it's working out well for TA2000 at the very least because he's surviving. His support is gone at the moment, regenerating back up, and he's not being punished for it. Merlin's going to make that move towards mid, and the ping is there, so we're going to see if he can assist BZM as Chu also moves in. Everybody coming mid at 6 minutes.
Yep. Want to make sure that they don't give away one of those big key runes. Now, there is a ward that's scouted one side, and now Noob right on top of it. Can he manage to take one away? It's going to spawn top, it looks like, where there's a haste, and the jump forward onto Chu. Now the roll through, finds Noob, gets the kill with BZM. Or was it a disruption to try and separate that? And Amar, maybe in some trouble as they do have Urn Charges ready to go. Another couple of seconds to rolls back off cooldown. Does Chu have enough damage to survive through this? It looks like a little bit of a dodge there on the roll. Still Merlin ready to run through. A second Urn Charge used. He's making him work for it. But in the end, they do get the kill onto that Techies.
So much time. And now way back on the other side, Kaori trying to take up position here as the 7-minute timer is coming close. This is going to be a hard one to get, though. I mean, there he is. Yeah, the eventual spot. Yeah, the immediate TPs. Like, you cannot lose these now, right?
Right.
2 heroes getting XP? I don't think so.
Wait, they bring TA2000 too. DM, he could be in some trouble. Now, they are going to find the kill onto Kaori here. But afterwards, TA2000 just walks on in. Get out of there. Adaptive Strike and Quest. They're going to get both of the Wisdom Roots. Sunstrike. Oh, the timing. Ooh, trying to get out of there. TA2000, though, it was just enough to keep him alive. Is still wave forming, or rather switching over the strength. And it's going to be enough to keep him out of there. Wow.
Hero. Yeah, still has roll, still has an Urn, but he knows it's just not enough versus Morphling, even when he looks so delectable. Can't quite get it. At the same time, Omar wrapping around from the backside here. There is vision, however, from BZM with that ward, so sees this lurking Techies. As they... Oh, it doesn't matter, though! He didn't see Kaori!
Yeah, and there's no answer for this. BZM, he's just gone. Beats him down. Chu tried to make a little bit of a turn play, but was not meant to be, so the supports come in and they take down that Invoker.
Jeez, sometimes you just get disrupted and die. That is tough. At least his Midas was used, so the best news that he's got right now. Illusion rune down bottom, so nothing too crazy. That's pretty rough for Noob. Like, he could really use a better rune. I mean, we know there was a haste last, I guess, but like, you know, you don't really have a lot of ganking options as Omni. You need someone to literally walk in, disrupt, and have a blast off another support in order to get these kills. So very fortunate that they were able to make that happen.
Listen, players play. He got what he needed, all right? I will also say, well, there's all this action been going on mid. There was a build that's very interesting to me. Panel talked about no auras for Amar, and they are not wrong. This man is sitting on triple Bracer Soul Ring. So his 25-minute timing is going to be very strong.
Yeah, we had a break.
As the roll hit, everybody comes mid, and Merlin tried to make a little bit of a play, but ends up getting caught out there. Chu now seeing if he can play cleanup, but it's not going to be enough.
I love how this is the only way that Omni works, and it's happening. You know? Like, this is it. Like, I need a bunch of heroes mid. I need you guys to hit disruptions and blast offs, and my hero will do something. Like, this is kind of he could be any hero, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
You're going to be securing these kills. Omni Knight's not necessarily doing anything too special at the moment. But
well, I mean, right? I mean, that's the strength of those, you know, supports picking them first too, right? That's what I think they opened with, if I'm not mistaken. It was a Techies SD. You know, who needs Mirana? It's Techies now.
Clearly just too good. Yeah, it probably is the best four right now. I will say, as much as we've all had a hatred for Techies, I don't think the hero is necessarily like crazy broken right now. I think he needs to be tuned down just a little bit, but I'd feel bad if we had to kill the hero again. I feel like he's kind of okay right now.
Yeah. Well, you know, some things you need to kill multiple times, like zombies.
That he is a zombie. He just keeps coming back.
So the panel talked about how strong this OG lineup is going to be once everything comes online. But with double Wisdom Runes taken, with the laning stage going the way that it did, it's feeling like they might be able to make some type of a snowball happen right here. Although this type of a play is exactly what they need to get. Amar gets brought down, BZM involved in that kill.
Huge. That's a very helpful Sunstrike to have right now, especially because he was being ganked at the moment as well. They will get out of there. And although they are wrapping from behind here, very tempting to turn this. Doesn't have that tornado quite yet, though.
Oh, they're going to find one of them. It looks like Disruption, but the roll is going to be there. And Kaori going to drop another kill for BZM.
Look at Yuragi. Takes the Twin Gate up top just to catch these waves as well. And a little map movement coming out here from OG.
Sort of mirroring each other. You can see TA2000 left alone for a long period of time is slight lead for him as Noob. Did he go in a bit too far? Nope. Shield Rune, Heavenly Grace, and he's fine.
Yeah, and TA2000 just kind of lurks in the trees for a while. Waits till he sees the illusions come out, then he just jumps around the Nogsire and farms them up too. So gets a little bit of bonus gold as Yuragi moves back towards the Ancients. But solid pattern here from Yuragi. That next wave will also be coming back through. So just catching as much gold as possible up here without having to worry about the dangers of Amar on this Mars, because obviously he's looking for an arena play right now. Oh, mid lane though.
Back mid. They went in for a Hammer of Purity onto Merlin, just trying to play bully, but ends up actually getting out of harm's way, and also the turn from Amar and the jump in from Omar. Oh my god, it's crazy. They do end up getting the kill onto Omni Knight at the end. Wow. So baits on baits, and in the end, it is going to be Quest that come out on top.
We got Sunstrike, did he? Nice. Solid play there from BZM to grab that one. Very needed. So many battles happening in this mid lane. Good rotation from Amar, though. I mean, obviously trying to get involved, and now it's going to be a lot easier because his Blink Dagger is about to be done.
Right. That, allows him to get like such better sort of positioning. And as we can sort of see, this super tanky Mars right now is just kind of difficult for them to bring down completely on the OG team. Everybody's getting really tanked up. Even Veno picking up a casual bracer there too. As BZM and Merlin start to make the rotation down bottom, it looks like they want to try and find Amar here maybe. Now, they do have a little damage up with Natural Order.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is where it really hurts to have lost the Wisdom Rune, and to especially not have like stolen a Wisdom Rune as well here for OG, because you have this ET. It's just like stuck at level 6 right now, and all of those abilities feel so good when the enemy's trying to run into you, right? Having more points in sleep, more points in the order, just everything. Anything but stats right now pretty much for this guy would be absolutely fantastic. So being slowed down like this, very frustrating, but Amar looking for that blink reveal. Damn, he's got 1100 HP, and that mech is done now if he can get it flown out. That could be a bit of a problem. We also have Tornado available this time too, if BZM catches a good angle.
Oh, and the other thing is that while Quest made the early move, is they're going to find that stun onto DM. I don't know if this is a valuable enough kill, since you're probably going to lose both Wisdom Runes now. So Quest, they will take that mid tower, take down DM, but Merlin in position, already ready to take it.
Oh, there you go. All right. So, yeah, first ones are pretty good. Second one's a lot better. Yeah, there I was talking about the level 6 ETs, level 6 SD as he runs by an Ancient stack there. Just like, damn, that hurts. Amar,
and now they're 7 and 8.
Yeah. Yeah, that's big.
Ow.
He's going for a Veil as well here on Chu. Tons of damage that this is going to amp. Absolutely ridiculously good Veil game for the side of OG. Kind of disgusting, frankly. There is also some amp going on the side of Quest 2 there, since we will have the Techie's Mines. And Omar, if you watch him every time he blasts off in, he's so fast on the double mine. Oh, save here from Merlin, maybe?
Trying to make the play. They get magnetized out. It is dispelled on a couple, but then reapplied. And Chu, he is going to go down very early in this fight. But now with DM coming in, they get the slowdown onto Noob. Merlin does explode. They're just too tanky. They have so much HP on these heroes. They don't have enough. They need that damage amp levels up.
Oh, every little bit helping too. Pavis there on Omar, helping with the shield. Yeah, they're not buying auras, but we got numbers, all right? That's the strength right now. We got a couple of spells there from an Omni Knight. So despite doing a lot of damage there, as you can see, 4,340, not able to get the kills that they were hoping for inside OG. And now they have a 4K lead at 15 minutes.
Very impressive start. Yeah, I mean, this is everything that you could want right now for Quest. There still are some very strong power points that could come out a little bit later for OG. See that top tower get taken down. They're rolling in. Thought they might find Noob down on the bottom side, but he's across that little river.
Omar is so vulnerable right now. He can get silenced by Merlin. He's just so low on the HP. He tries to save himself with the Pavis, and there's not enough follow-up here. Oh, there we go. The sleep? No, it doesn't matter. Does not matter. How is this guy allowed to sit in the Radiant area at like 600 HP and just get away?
Yeah, because you have an Omni Knight, I guess. You know, keeps him alive. It is kind of crazy.
And it's what is it? 30% of the heal damage is healed from the shard as well. So, yep. All right. And every 6 seconds, his next attack will fire Hammer Purity at the target. Oh god, this hero's so funny at this stage right now. This is the point, right? Shard is up, Echo Saver is up. The blink is when it gets pretty memey, but even now, like, he is truly just this paladin warrior that just wants to run in and not die.
Yeah, he does so much in these fights and gets like just a ton of damage per these levels. Not as much as those other crazy heroes, but, you know, it is what it is. Now, they are setting up with Merlin down by the Twin Gate, but these kills just feel very difficult to do. And actually, DM is on top of a ward right now, so they see this Venomancer.
All right, but look at this lead, though. 3K, and look what's happening on the map. We had Invoker pushing out mid. He's got his Octarine, so he's just spamming everything. Forge Spirit's going out. Spells going out. Chu was catching stuff up top. He's going to get some wards down up in the Mighty Mines here. Provide some information towards his Naga Siren, which is going for some farm. They're going to try and keep these lanes pushed out. And if you look at the side of Quest, like, how do they actually advance the map right now? It's pretty much smoke ganks into arenas and blast-offs. They don't really have that same potential to match the map push and the map movement here from OG.
Right. That's a fair point. Yeah, it does definitely feel like things are slowing down a little bit. Maybe thinking about a Roche at some point if they can find a good fight. But yeah, it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Hey, look at DM. You know, that Midas, he's bringing out. He's like, I see where this game's going. I'm planting down here. You know, I'm going to hang out in the well. This is my home. This tower, almost full HP. I'm going to try and keep it that way. And Quest, they're forced to hunt.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a great target. It's a big fish.
Finding Yuragi. Oh, but the song comes out just in time. Do they have any way to break this? They don't. So Yuragi gets out of jail free card, but now it's on cooldown for 2 minutes. So they can still hunt if they want, while OG are continuing to play this hide and seek game.
Well, Aether Lens is good, but it's not that good on Shadow Demon to help you get around that song, unfortunately. And the confidence here from these wards given here to OG to stick around in this case.
Mar?
He's pretty tanky. There's 3 bracers there.
That's true. Yeah, and then the Heavenly Grace comes in and immediately takes it all off.
Oh, don't die for that.
Heavenly Grace is really good this game. Chu, he's going to be the one left behind. The rest of the team, God, the damage is crazy.
There is a chance that he will get a disgusting amount of strength on this Mars, right? He could be in the middle of the fight, and he could get a bunch of buffs on him, and then he could hit some crazy God's Rebuke, and someone might just explode.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, you get that sort of bonus strength per debuff added onto it, and there's a ton of debuffs to throw onto this. Yuragi, though, did get hit by that SD ulti. It looks like he's fine now. Been popping the mechanism there from the Venomancer. So spreading out the map, but they are kind of starting to hound them into specific areas for Quest.
I'm just waiting to see when Disseminate does something here. And it's so hard to actually notice when the spells... But like, let's think here. If you're in the arena, right, and you get Disseminated, the arena radius is 550. Disseminate is like 600 and some. 675. So there's a good chance that, you know, maybe we can spread some of that damage. Could be kind of good in combination here.
Okay, I like it. They do have crazy amounts of AoE damage with even just techies there. And maybe waveform throughs or what have you. But it does depend upon finding a good arena. As the 20-minute mark is going to come around, it looks like Quest, they're going to play for the Tormentor now. Chew, not able to get that stomp off.
I think this is where you want to have buyback as a 5. Like, when you're in these situations right now, like, he's 150 gold short with 300 gold, you know? Like, if he has buyback, I think you try and contest... Oh, God. Kaori? Okay. All right. The next there.
He's fine.
He's dropping pretty low, but then everyone else got it. It's fine.
Did he try and Sunstrike steal that? Dude, that would have been sick.
That would be pretty gross.
Well, they're even going to be able to force them off the Wisdom Rune here. Wall techies. Omar, he sticks around and steals the Wisdom Rune. So all 3 sets of spawns, Wisdom Runes have been stolen. Can they get TA2000? Can they bring him down? Techies is nearby, but the roll through is there. And Waveform tries to get out. Tornado lift up and the Stomp knocked down. Chew, the one that gets the kill.
All right, well, Wisdom Runes are a decent amount of XP, but so is that. That is also a lot of gold going to Chew, of all people, as he gets the final hit there. But everybody was getting helped out on that one. Everyone got 400 XP from getting that kill. So, okay, not quite a Wisdom Rune, but pretty good. Oh, meanwhile, Noob all right, good. I'm glad we caught that. Thank you, Obs. Not even close, he says. Always confident.
Very ready for that one. That was good. So another shard. Techies this time. The reactive taser, being able to throw that in for the disarm. Pretty cool stuff.
And Amara, I see, still has the Mjolnir queued up. Been eyeing this one for a while there on the Mars, so looking forward to see if that one comes out here.
Right. Yeah, I guess an answer for some of the Naga Siren illusions. You are also going to have Morphling that's going into this Aghanim Scepter for the stat steal.
Yeah, they're looking to really ruin his game right now. It is interesting, though, that even though it feels like, oh, there we go. This is what they need. Pickoffs again.
Spear. Chew. Nearby. Blast. Throws it out. The turn. It's pretty good. The damage is out, but TA2000 switches into Earth Spirit and makes the roll happen for himself.
There's no song
now
here.
Rolling, looking for more. Yuragi is there. Yuragi, nowhere left to go. Needs 25 seconds. Manta, turn, tries to hit. The disarm's going to be there, but Yuragi still in further trouble as the rundown happens. Noob, too strong on this Omni Knight. And the roll just a little bit too late coming from TA2000 to find another.
Ooh. 40 strength there, handed over to Amar during all of that, as he's just like blasting away and constantly disrupting that whole engagement. Giant kill for the side of Quest. This is exactly what they need. They're trying to, they were attempting to try and bait out Merlin there, and it almost worked, right? They had so much backup available, but OG just hoping that they weren't going to bring their full forces to that fight. But unfortunately for them, Quest sort of had similar ideas in mind here. So they take the fight, they're going to take the Roche, and this is really going to help them when it comes to trying to crack into one of these tier 2s, because we can see that they're sort of struggling to keep up with the lanes. And so if you're going to be like being split pushed while you're trying to make this setup for the tier 2, you want to be confident that you're at least going to get it. So having the Aegis is really going to help for that.
Absolutely. And I think that, you know, there is also a strong point that's coming up from OG soon, but like right now, the way Quest is playing, it feels like they're not going to have an opportunity to take that fight on even grounds, because Quest is just so strong. And, you know, now with this Aegis in hand, they're getting towards all of their BKBs, with the exception of Morphlin, obviously, is just sitting on that Aegis. 8-13, but a 5,000 gold lead.
The thing that pains me most is not having the latent toxicity on the Venomancer, you know? Like, if they were able to get... I mean, obviously, one Tormentor wouldn't have been able to do it. Well, actually, did they buy any of them? No, they didn't. So, but this seems like an amazing game for it on DM. Yeah. So... he might have to stop off. I think you stop off. Like, I think you're not getting a Tormentor, and even if you do, your bottom 2 don't have it, so you're not getting 2 Tormentors. Even then, you're still rolling the 50-50. think he just buy Shard right now.
Yeah. He's feels like he wants to get towards that Axe, which again, we talked all about this like stacking up of magical damage amplification, which you get even more of from the Aghanim Scepter. But you do definitely lose out on a lot of value by not being able to just get that lane toxicity stun. Particularly when like Omni Knight's doing Heavenly Grace and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. If there's an Omni, they're going towards BKB as well on the hero. But at the same time, yeah, and you get Morphling, of course, as well. But you also will get a similar effect from the Ags, too, in terms of like with the Gale. So I guess I can kind of see what he's thinking. Like his Poison Nova sort of acts similarly. I think that if they're able to push high ground, though, I'd really like to see him pick up that Shard.
Yeah. And they also do have the, level 4 Natural Order already. So the damage amplification between that and the Veil is really strong if ET can stay alive. But we've been seeing Chu die at the start of a lot of these big engagements. Definitely been a bit tough. And Quest, I mean, they're just so strong right now. TA2000 finished the Scotty. Noob, he's still, I mean, only with the Blink Dagger Echo, but getting towards that BKB.
Well, neck and neck on those two carries, though.
Yeah.
Right at the top. But like you alluded to, the Aghanims eventually, before T2000, doesn't matter if our net worth's the same, because I'll steal some of your stats.
Fair enough. Okay. Maybe thinking about pushing them back into the base here, or even just going high ground. We'll see what happens. But TA2000, he's sitting pretty up there, and guess what? Got the Demonic Purge heal.
Okay, pretty good. A Beast on there as well as they look to push.
But not actually bringing back Yuragi yet. He is still farming out all of these lanes and creating an annoying situation. With TA2000 leaving, that sets up for OG to see if they can hunt and find anybody on their street, but you can see Quest just playing it very safe. Keeps everybody out.
Seeing these mines down here on the shrine or on the gates. What a hero!
Oh yeah, I like that. That's nice.
Gem picked up now for a Chu as they're going to try and stabilize their side of the map, pick up any of these random wards around, and some pretty good ones dropped around here from Quest. So hoping to get a refund on his purchase there, if he can find some of them. Approaching 28 minutes here in a bit, so could be time to like push up bottom and maybe set up for the Wisdom Rune if you're going to be able to hold your high ground. But ideally for Quest, they want to be kind of knocking on the door at that time as they take the top tier 2 pretty easily.
Noob not with the team right now, but they still feel incredibly strong just sending up these Morphling illusions. And of course the classic SD illusions of illusions getting sent out and taking buildings without having to commit anything, because that seems fair.
The hero needs something. Okay, this is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, man.
All right, he's back.
That is no joke.
Boston Major all over again. That was crazy. That was a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was nuts. I mean, it's a really strong Morphling. No joke.
It's so weird to just watch this Omni Knight run from camp to camp and like farm it up right now.
Yeah.
We are in a new era.
Draghi sending over the illusion.
Oh, the Watcher?
Yeah.
Oh, take it back. Oh, I thought he was going to leave one to try and deny.
Might. I think that they just feel so afraid of anything right now, trying to push out these waves whenever possible. But running through mines, and it's going to be another 2 Wisdom Runes, it looks like, unless they make some type of Hail Mary play for this one, going the direction of Quest. Possibly BZM, Merlin wrapping around, trying to find TA2000.
Dude,
they do spot him right there. Roll in and Wisdom Rune and out. Wait, but they get him. Now roll onto Invoker. BZM pops the BKB. Quick couple punches. Kaori is going to disrupt himself. The roll through from Merlin as the tornado goes out. A little bit of weirdness. And now BZM, he's in trouble as his BKB wears out. That ends up costing them. They lose the Invoker as SD gets the ulti off before he dies. A good dodge there on the blast off, but they've already lost EM. And now with 3 dead, Yuragi, he's got to do some heavy lifting because all of the lanes are in perfect position right now to kind of just push down this top lane if they want.
Man, TA2000 with the in and out there on the Earth Spirit Morph. That was sick. Yeah, they steal the Wisdom Rune. They're kind of happy to sack KRA for that, but then he chucks out that ulti right before he dies. And it's like, oh, this is pretty solid. We can turn back on BZM. Now look at him go. On the high ground here.
Stomp, but then very happy just to back away. So they do keep their tier 3 tower alive on the top side, but the game just continues to look better and better for Quest.
And you just keep moving the idea of like, Naga can win the game at this point. You know, you think of another item that maybe you can get and everything will be okay. He's thinking about heading towards the Nullifier. Seems like a pretty solid choice to try and actually get something done in these team fights. Try and prevent everything that Noob is gifting to his allies right now.
Right.
Very good item this game. Unfortunately, they can only really get one. It's pretty hard to fit a second one on this lineup, but one will be enough, especially if you can get the sight there on BZM. If you're Quest, though, you're just looking for another, take over the bottom half of the map, get ready to farm up, or get Roche in about a minute and a half. Pretty solid couple of minutes coming up here for them. Maybe even get Chu here as he gets greedy.
Yeah, tried to TP away, but that was never going to work. Mar comes in, takes down his former coach.
He's so fast at putting down those 2 proximity mines. Like, he instantly blasts off and they're just there. Like, they just appear.
That's quick.
Boom, boom.
Man, and yeah, I'm even trying to, you look at what we were talking about before, even like the damage amp, it's going to be much less.
No, he's getting the eggs.
Because they have,
Gabe,
they have a pipe on techies.
He's 100 gold away.
Leave him be.
Oh, the ogre.
Ogre seal totem is still busted. That item's so crazy.
It needs like a...
Oh, was that the gem?
Like a half-second channel. No.
They had one on Invoker still. So yeah.
Live in.
Wow. Man. Well, 31 minutes, 10k, and now they finally are going to get a Tormentor.
Oh, okay. Pretty solid... Oh, unfortunate. That's a pretty solid Earth Spirit time to get it, right? Like, ET is... Well, okay, it is actually situationally good this game. Simply because it might allow the right situation where he gets on top of the Morphling and takes all of his armor away, right?
Okay.
Because, if you land the stomp and the situation... let's say you get a great sleep, especially if you don't have the Naga Song up, so it's harder to position the main hero of the ET, then maybe then you can use it to, just get in and try and blow him up. But, unfortunately, the vast majority of their damage is magical anyway. But, hey, everything helps, right? Invoker would still rather click 0 armor Morphling than 41 armor Morphling.
True enough. Yeah, and, there are some other things about, as long as he doesn't accidentally cast it in a way that, puts him in the middle of a fight and then he dies, that's when the active shard feels really bad.
Surely.
But a second Roche, this one going to go the direction of Quest, as this entire game has been feeling. It is still only a 7k gold lead, but, this is a lineup that's feeling stronger and stronger as every minute passes.
Yeah.
They are looking so incredibly good.
It was very fast Roche, but they were still able to get the Nullifier up before. So that is big news for OG. They're going to try and find the classic play. I feel like it was Team Spirit who really made this popular. Background when they won TI, where they would just smoke into Aegis all the time and catch someone off guard. And right now they are a bit split. They're missing 2 cores right now.
This is huge. If they can find him, though. Omar on the other side. They roll in, catch onto him now. Try to turn this. Noob shows up, but that just spreads out the Veno ulti. Meanwhile, they run back in with TA2000, still doing so much damage. The second round there, disarmed onto Morph. Earth Spirit is already dead, but it's hard to fight this fight. At the moment, TA2000 jumps now onto the Naga Siren. The arena comes down, but there's going to be the Song of the Siren to try and disengage. They decide we do not want to be here any longer. Tornado for the lift up to ensure the retreat. And it was a Merlin buyback.
And some adapting to the patch here from Amar. The second this fight started, he immediately TP'd top to run through the twin gate. So like even though it's so delayed, takes a long time, he calculated that it would be faster for him to do that rather than running from mid. Not really sure with how where the fight wound up. It probably would have been pretty close, but just having that quick reaction, of course, is something that we're starting to see more players do. Is you got to remember that you, of course, can get to these corners of the map where it feels like half of the late game takes place.
That's all over here in these areas. And a good dodge away right now from Quest to make sure that they are not caught by another gank coming down bottom from OG. And it is going to be the full Aghanim Scepter like we talked about on TA2000. And they're going to take their other Tormentor. So 3 now, and this one going to the Morphling.
Okay, so even harder to catch him. Does still have the Hex coming up soon-ish, so that will be a good answer for them towards this Morphling in terms of having the new Shard ability, but for now, pretty solid. As Wisdom Runes come up here in 20 seconds. Looks like OG will at least get their own this time. Same thing for Quest.
Yeah. I feel like multiples of 7 is now the new thing that everybody just needs to know in Dota. Learn your times table, everybody. It's good. You know it?
I do. I know all my times tables. So I was never very good at the 12 line. But we
No?
Well, we didn't really do it. I don't know. I feel like some people did the 12s, and I feel like 12 12s 144. That's pretty much where I'm at. I'll work backwards from there.
Fair enough. I like the inside and out ones too, where you learn, what times what equals this. You know what I'm saying?
No.
That's the other way to do it. No, you don't like that?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Like, all right, so 6 times 6 is 36, right? But then what else times what equals 36? And then knowing all the different versions.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, what is there? It's
Good for
8 by 4, 12 by 3.
Yeah. Look
That
at this
it?
guy. Look at him.
Wow,
Killing
I'm
it.
learning.
It's not-
I always
Is it
just
8 by 4?
Yeah. 30. That's 32. Fuck. Oh, I tried to be fast.
And amen.
I was
We
trying
did
to
it.
be
We
quick.
did it. We did it.
The only
All
one
right, so you didn't learn that, is what you're telling me.
Look, it was a high pressure situation. Okay.
All right, fair enough. I'm sorry, Trent. My bad.
I always like the one that, and I bring this up all the time on broadcast because it's so useful. Where if you can add, if you add that together and it's a multiple of 3, it's divisible by 3. That is so useful.
Oh yeah, that one's cool.
Like that one constantly saves me.
Big saves. And then, of course, like the transposing numbers, if you transpose 2 digits next to each other, it's divisible by 9, which is an accounting trick to figure out how to mess up if you, transpose 2 numbers together. You know what I'm saying?
No. What does transpose mean?
Let's say that
it sounds
the number
familiar,
is
but I
like-
forget.
Let's say the number is 258, and you
Yeah.
said 285. If you take the difference between those, that's always going to be divisible by 9.
What?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh. Wait, what? Really?
Because it's a base 10 system. Listen, number theory is crazy, but we have something else crazy. TA2000 walking up
Oh,
the
I don't
high
care about
ground.
the game anymore. This is way more interesting. Well, let's just do math. TA2000, this guy does math. That's where the name comes from.
That is TA2000. He's all about it. He missed the Gale, though, which meant that they couldn't get that the ulti onto him. I'm just going to keep saying that instead of Poison Nova.
Yes.
Disarm, waveform away. No stomp connection, but an entire set of racks about to go down. Rooted, stunned, controlled. Okay, and now has it on him. Poison Nova, and it does not appear to matter one little
Has
bit.
it on him?
It's not even a little bit mattering.
Can they disseminate him? I feel like that was a good opportunity for it. Or is this spell just never
Maybe.
going to get used?
Probably
It
not.
has such humongous range. I feel like he would have been like spectering all over them right there if KOA had to put that on him.
You know, it's like math. It's just too complicated.
It's true. No one's quite figured out that ability. It's not even bound for KOA. It's just blank.
I'm taking stats.
Yeah.
It's done. Okay. Well, 12k gold lead now. The Hex is finished up, but Quest in complete control of this game right now. For as sort of dominant as it's looked, I'm surprised that the graph isn't further into their sort of lead. We're looking at, what, 85% right now? Somewhere in that neighborhood?
Yeah.
They're giving a decent comeback potential there to OG.
It all just comes back to the lanes. And like every time that they're moving in and successfully getting something done, they have to give up so much of the map each time. And then they have to go back and rebalance the lanes and then group up as 5 and go down. That's why a lineup like this would lose in a pup, because people wouldn't be disciplined enough. And they would spread up a little bit, or they'd want just like one more camp. Whereas, you know, they recognize that, hey, we really got to do our stuff now. We have the Aegis. This is our time. So like you can clean up one wave or something, but then we got to get back together. We got to go do the thing, because individually we're not that strong, but together we're champions.
You know, they are champions because they took a game off of Gaming Gladiators, and those guys won a major. So clearly,
or 2, even.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Waveform attacks targets. We saw that for the Morph. Now picking up the Spell Prism. Next tier of neutrals. They're all there.
Get your tokens.
You know, one benefit, of course. TM's got that Midas, Invoker's got that Midas. They're getting their neutrals quickly.
True. One of the most random buffs there ever was. But a great one nonetheless. Smoked up squad here from Quest.
Timeless Relic on Veno. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, and the bonus debuffs as well. Yeah, that's pretty good. T2000 just fearless here with the BKB.
Jumps. Hex. Backline. They found Kaori. They blow him up. That is about as good of a start as you could get. Can they get away with the rest of them? DM in trouble. Going to fall. Gets his... Well, do they have enough damage to follow this up? It doesn't look like it. Everybody from Quest just right away. Wait, they buy back on DM. Okay. Amar starting to drop. Chu applying his aura to all of these heroes. Merlin is going to die. But now with the sleep, can they continue the fight? BZM does have Hex back up and off cooldown. They managed to find the net on 2-1. It's the techies. Triple kill for Noob, though. This Omni Knight is still so strong. He's kind of getting kited away a little bit.
About
Want
to
to move
lose
into
the
position.
Morphags.
Do have another net ready. Nullifier after the fact. But without that...
Oh, nice Hex.
Okay, blink forward. Finds one. Amar.
Whew,
Gets
that's
a
satanic.
full heal. What the hell? But BZM, they now turn onto Noob. Amar misses the spear. Tried to catch onto BZM, not able to do it. TA2000, though, into this Naga Siren form. Switches back and forth, taking the Agi. But look at the damage. Another round of this Poison Nova. Amara's gonna fall, and OG, they're blowing this open. Chu taking away all the armor from TA2000. As Yuragi eats up another Kaori. It's the second death of this fight, but no armor. TA2000's gone. Yo, Elder Titan aura is pretty good.
Yeah, in the end there, you got Invoker hitting for like 600 ET, pounding in when you can finally get on top of that guy. You can evaporate this puddle of water, and man, what a tough fight for OG to take too. Like the very beginning of it, when this engagement started so long ago, but at the very start, Yuragi just lost his stats, right? He just gets copied by the Morphling, and he has to just play the outskirts for so much of this fight, waiting. They keep waiting. Buybacks coming back in, but eventually they drain out so many of these resources, and they just had so much damage just kept on coming. Like there's a Venomancer and a Naga Siren who's not being killed, so it's just constant damage over time that eventually they can whittle through this crazy amount of heals on the side of Oridu. Whew.
Right.
Forcing the buybacks now as well.
Although it did cost them a lot of other buybacks on the other side. BZM, he is going to TP out. Yuragi gets away too, so they get a buyback from Amar. In the tail of sort of buybacks, though, it is still a slight advantage for Quest. It was the Veno and the ET. Amar's more valuable, obviously, but interesting couple of minutes as Roche is getting ready to respawn.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of time, though, unfortunately for the OG fans out there. So it's going to give a bit of space here to get Morphling back out of the grave and then back out on the map. Everyone will start prepping towards that Roche. And this will be our third Roche as well. So it is 41 minutes now. Good chance it gets taken during the day.
You know what that means.
It means we got to figure out who's got the best Ags on the Radiant.
Yeah.
Clearly it's Enchant Remnant that we want to see. Cataclysm Song, though, sounds pretty hype. Song, Sleeve, Cataclysm. Let's go.
True. Speaking of Song, they don't have it for 15 more seconds, and they're walking through Techie's mines.
Could be a bad time.
Nearby him. 10 seconds away.
Mars' ears are tingling.
Oh, they know that this is going on here. Amar, obviously, really high priority target without that buyback.
Oh my god, there's the morph.
Finds him, rooted, takes it off. Merlin runs into all of them. The silence, he gets exploded, buys back immediately. Now the jump in, DM drops down so low, but not dead yet. The rest back away. Yuragi trying to reset this fight, and there it is, the Song of the Siren coming out. They want to find the backlines. Amar is not caught in this. He has a really big arena, drops it down right now, catches onto BZM. Amar does not connect with any of those stuns, but the control, it's still bringing down BZM lower and lower. A pretty good Poison Nova, but after losing BZM, they have to back out. A great play by Amar to stay out of that angle, and T2000 still burning down, whittling down, dies, Chew! He got him! Just barely on the edge. What an insane catch. I don't even think did he angle that?
Stomped him.
Like,
he Elder Titan stomped him for the kill.
What? Oh man, dude. Poison Nova still has so much value, bringing him down to just no HP.
I actually thought
Look at that damage.
Yeah, I thought they 100% lost that fight. Like when the Hex came out after the song, and then Omni's just there with the save. I'm like, oh, that's it, right? T2000 immediately just turns and burns on them. He's blowing everybody up. They're all getting so low. And in the very beginning, how on earth did DM live? Like he was so close to dying.
Dude, and then this right here, just right on the edge. He walked, back into it. I was wondering. I was like, there's no way that it was just damage off the spirit. Crazy.
Oh, he was free. He was out of there, and there it is, the Agnums.
Oh man.
Taking it BZM, giving us the big dog.
They're thinking about it. Well, I mean, just running the numbers again. Natural Order, 100% base magic resist. Veil, 18% increased damage from spells. Poison Nova, you get a 20% magic resist reduction. Like, magic damage is king in this game against this lineup of Dire. It's nuts.
Now, although it's a late ticket, Boots of Bearing is still very valuable right now. There's still an 8-second BKB here on Chew. And again, this comes back to this idea of, like, you know, this Morphling still has no armor if he gets on top of him.
Right.
Now he has some damage, especially in combination with an Invoker with Boots of Bearing. Speaking of Invoker, BZM getting a little low there to the old Tormentor, but he's all right. Only has 13 armor to his name compared to the 44 of Yuragi, so does a bit of a number on him. He has 8,000 gold on Yuragi right now.
Yeah, he's not sure what he wants.
That's a lot of gold. I've never seen that much gold in my life as a position 5 player. And this guy, yeah, he's got 4,400 surplus. You got to spend that, or you're not going to have it in the budget next year. Okay, that's how a surplus works.
That's a good point. Not enough people know about that. Wow. All right, so 5,000 net worth lead for OG. You know, just sort of looking at the graph, we can kind of tell the change up that happened over the last couple of minutes. And it just took that one fight, and it's what you're talking about. When the lane pressure starts to get turned back against him, the swing potential is insane.
Harder and harder. And the gloves of gold get richer and richer.
Right.
Boker and Venomancer continue terrorizing. Imagine you're just a creep, and the one next to you just, like, turns to gold. You know? That sounds terrifying. And yet, they got 2 guys just doing this, running around your jungle.
I think that's what happened in Goldfinger.
We need, like, the next hero should be just a mutated creep who just, like, ate like, a piece of the, like, of an ancient or something. I want, like, just, like, the Hulk creep. I want a giant creep.
It. That's the Prelix creep, probably.
I like it. I don't care, whatever lore you need, just make it happen.
Well, they're taking this top tower with almost nothing needed, and BZM kind of blinking wildly, but they do keep their tier 3 tower alive just barely. Bottom lane, they got to deal with this eventually on OG, send some people back, because there was that Rax taken long ago. Still 2 minutes left on this Aegis.
I do love... Oh, Yuragi, you are in pretty deep right now, leaving some illusions behind. I love the blink Nagasiren plays.
Yeah.
There it is. So, like, the song into the big blink. Amar scouting, looking for the game ender here. Oh, woo.
It would be big.
All right, buybacks again here. No Invoker buyback. No Veno. It's only Naga, and then it's Omni and SD. So, and these buybacks, none of them are really close either at the moment. Potentially
Yeah.
techies. He's trying to farm it up right now. That's why he's getting the waves.
Oh, it's very tense. All it takes is one slip up, and suddenly all this work for either team.
Oh, here it is.
Suddenly it's just
They're
all
looking
swung
for the
around the
song
other
blink.
way.
This is what they want.
Iragi jumps in.
There's no one
Who's he
there.
find? Nobody.
Where are they?
Amar, wait, they roll on him.
Are you?
He just found that one randomly. Amar TP's out, does manage to escape. No Aghanim Scepter.
All this
there.
gold for what? For what?
I know. It was, you know, the problem. It wouldn't have even mattered if it was, you know, an Aghanim Scepter, because it said it pierces spell immunity. That doesn't exist anymore, Trent.
Boom. There you go. That's. It does not. It just flies through the floor. It doesn't even hit the unit. Yeah. It just goes down somewhere to the depths and catches onto a TF2 hero.
That's right. Now we're talking. Sending in illusions again. Quest needing to deal with this. Trying to queue into a refresher next, but the whittling away of that range tracks, it's just really difficult to stop. Now the melee is still very healthy, but going to be constant map pressure that quests have to deal with.
It's like, you know, they have this Omni Knight, right? He's like a healer, right? He's purifying things that are gross. And it's like OG are like a fungus, and they just didn't do enough with this fungus. You know, there's a little bit on their foot, and they're like, it's fine. That's not much. So you didn't get the cream, you know, and you just waited a little too long. The fungus grows,
no.
and you thought you could handle it, but now you're stuck in your base, and there's fungus everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your feet hurt. Your family's complaining about it. Smells.
Jesus.
I really think they should have gotten the antifungal cream.
That's fair. What's the antifungal cream? What is it? Is it, I mean, pipe? They got the pipe. Maybe the pipe came too late.
Just winning. Just like going high ground and, you know, getting the fungus at its source of the Radiant Ancient would have been good. Yeah.
So the fungus is really the Ancient. That's what you're telling us.
Yeah.
Gotta kill the Ancient. I like it.
There's a Tormentor to kill as well here as the Radiant are approaching. Chu just smoked up, lurking with that ninja gear. I love getting this now. Now that we have like the ability to actually get these items as supports, backline supports with ninja gear feels incredible.
Totally. Oh,
they're going for it. A quick one.
Mars, he gets the free Ags. Stomp, connects onto 2, but they're not going to go onto that. All right, so that's a nice little win there for Quest.
A bit close to the old Defender's Gate to really force a fight there.
Right. Double Spear, always super valuable, and particularly if he can get into that refresher, which he's been eyeing up for a little bit now onto Amar.
How is he getting so much gold? This is insane. Yuragi has 6,000 gold, and he just infused an eggs.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just making money. Also worth noting, the 25 talent for Mars did not go for the regen, has the God's Rebuke crit. Insane crits from God's Rebuke now.
Wait, how many Lotuses do they have? Oh, they're stacking. They're holding.
Are they? Who's doing it?
Chu's got a greater healing Lotus, and he's holding another Lotus. Then we got some Lotus on Merlin as well. You know, maybe?
Oh, man.
Hold.
Are we getting it? The block of cheese. I feel like you give it to Invoker, probably. I don't know if the block of cheese shows which is the real Naga. Or it gives it to all Nagas.
So
Could you
funny.
imagine?
It probably does just show the real one, I'm sure. That'd be way funnier if it gave to all the illusions. That'd be the most broken thing ever. We'd have to have entire strategies around how to get the cheese.
Yeah.
It'd be duping items. The world's best scientists on it.
Well, they will have complete access to all of these Lotus pools because for the time being, Quest very much stuck in their base. They are making a little bit of a move out now, but yeah, just immediately run into some illusions, have to go and kill them. The game feels very difficult at this point.
I think instead of making a block of cheese, they should try and get Roche and then use another Blink Song and just win the game. That's probably the best play.
Fair.
But, you know, block of cheese, very fun. Amar, Invis here again. He's been a very sneaky fella here in the end of this game.
True. Well, we did also see just now the Roche respawn time for this one is going to be 1 minute and 5 seconds from now. So on the quicker side, They also do have, like we've been seeing, these like Naga Siren illusions thrown back at OG by Kaori. But in the fights, you're probably going to need to save that disruption for, saving people or what have you.
Yeah, also trying to keep his positioning good with the Ninja Gear as well, so too hard to deal with, especially versus the Naga Siren. That could not be any better to get this neutral item. Highly recommend support players. Don't let those pesky illusions find you.
True. Interestingly, Yuragi picks up the Lincoln Sphere now and gonna keep the Nullifier out of his inventory. That's been pretty key to them winning some of these fights. I wonder if he's gonna swap that back in when it's time to fight.
Yeah, I think he will. I think this is literally I'm roaming the map with my Lincoln Sphere because I have 6,000 gold.
Okay.
Moonshard just exists, but we don't go there, I guess.
Abyssal Blade done for Noob. I mean, if they can get onto targets, it's very strong how much damage they do. That Hammer of Purity level 25 talent also.
Actually, what I'm wondering, how much damage would he do? Let's say he Blink Abyssals the Naga Siren, and if Morphling's there, I wonder if they can actually Chain Thunder to death. Of course, we won't know because he bought a Lincoln, so.
I mean, it's a good point. It is so much damage. They are going to get now another Aghanim Scepter. And Merlin. Oh, the man's taking it. Let's go. Don't forget the cheese. Turn that into a block later. So, Enchant Remnant. Ooh. Quest. Getting set up here. Mar. Up on the high ground, TA2000 sees all of this, sees DM right away. Who do they want to jump on? Merlin! He just rolls up there. DM pops the BKB, now the turn. He enchant rems himself to stay alive, but BZM in trouble. They don't have any way to keep him alive. That's already one life down. Now Merlin tries to roll away. Gale through onto 2. Chu staying alive with that BKB. Turns to fight now on to this Omni Knight. Just beating him to death. Chu with the right-click briefcase man came to play. And it looks like Amar is going to be able to get out of harm's way with everybody having buyback. That was a big fight for him.
I mean, during the draft, you were asking for core ET, and I said it can't happen. It can't be done. That's a shadow deal. We've hit it now. I mean, you look at this Omni Knight, he just looks like paper afterwards. Agi-Hero or not, they also like their armor.
And Merlin, they find him. So much damage out there. It's 4 buybacks, though. Can Quest hold with this? Sleep, now disarm onto the Morphling, losing so much HP just from all of that magic damage alone. And as they reset from the fight, suddenly they're looking now down the barrel of 36,000 gold lead.
Look at his inventory. He's rolling his face over his keyboard to kill the illusions. It's just he's just got to hit every button that he's got to try and survive as they're retreating there.
Wow. I mean, for a long time, things were looking very good for Quest, but it's started to really turn around a couple of those pivotal fights and trying to go high ground. And now,
anyone dies, it's over. It's only who is buyback? So one of their cores, right? Oh, none of them. There's just no buyback. More fought out. Okay, so it's just go time. Yuragi has Moonshard. He will eviscerate you. He's looking to close this game out. He has 5,000 HP.
Desperately. I mean, they don't even have to really threaten with their real heroes. They're just sending illusions in to kill off these racks, and BZM jumps forward, drops the Hex onto Noob. He will be fine through this, but, well, I mean, fine is, I guess, a relative term. God, they take so much damage. Mar, Invis jumps forward. Arena misses the spear, pops the BKB, disarmed immediately. Merlin rolls back. Yuragi has already popped the Song of the Siren, wants to chase on in for this. With
Noob
no Arena down, Noob.
Oh, Merlin.
Nope, can't get him. They try, but they can't control. TA2000, he gets hit again with that Noxious Plague. The Sleep, the Poison Nova, all the damage in the world coming through. Well, Dota is dying, and so too are the rest of Quest heroes. GG is going to be called. OG, they outlast him in this one and take the win in game number 1.
Oh, not even the fountain is safe. Just hand it over. gets the triple as the game was expiring here. And oh, gee. Merlin, I saw a little cheeky smile there at the end. He's like, yeah, nice. I got my 1 game on Earth Spirit here. Don't know if he's going to get another. I think with the panel having mentioned it, you know, keeping the stand-in comfortable is always going to be very important. Clearly had a lot of comfort heading into that late game there. He really took full advantage of like all the situations. And that last big fight where they really closed it out, like him getting onto that high ground and finding TA2000 was a great start for them.
Yeah, just that sort of presence of mind to go up there and check. Just be like, is there a chance that they're setting up there? Because, again, like, the target that you want to prioritize in this game, I feel like, for Quest is still super weird. And, you know, you saw all those different heroes that he could have gone on. He's like, I don't want to go on any of these people. I don't want to jump the Venomancer first. It sounds horrific. But, yeah, a tough time indeed. In the end, DM ends with the most damage on the Venomancer. Chu, everybody kind of had a standout performance in that one from OG. For Quest, what do you want to see going into game number 2, though? Anything that really stands out to you?
Honestly, they played really well. Like, they had a good idea, good strategy in terms of trying to push this game in their ball, approach the objectives, and just, like, end the game. But they were just, like, a little bit too slow, and that's what cost them. Like, it's frustrating, but they just got outplayed. Like, they did pretty well early, but a couple mistakes versus lineups that are just so much better at playing the map than you can cost you the game, and that was the situation here. But I wouldn't necessarily say they have to change too much, really. They just got to play a little better.
Play a little better. Easy as pie. No problem.
Just do that.
3.141. All right, we're going to head on back to the panel now as we get ready for game number 2.
An amazing display of tenacity from OG. I'm very impressed with this game, Lacoste. We thought it was just going to be a bit of a steamroll for OG, but Quest Esports showed up and really made OG work for this win.
Yeah, never in doubt. Not at any point of the game. Man, I was sweating. I'm like, what the hell did I just say on a panel? But they look good. I mean, Quest looked really good, but team that had shown in the previous series that they played that they also wonder and go on a side quest instead of focusing on the main thing. It feels like I think some of the decision making in the mid-late game kind of cost them the game. I had some really nice performance for the first like 20-25 minutes of the game. I love the synergy between some of the players. Like Noob was very active on his Omni Knight. This is a kind of a pick. This is a new tech build on Omni Knight that we're seeing. With this Harpoon, Shard, Blink Dagger, run around the map. They had a really strong timing. Like we've seen Morphling with Shadow Demon Illusions, where they like siege the tier 3 tower. But they fell off. Like even the itemization on Omar, because we talked about the importance of it, getting this mech, getting this pipe when you play against Venomancer. Man, I don't even know what to say. Like I think Venomancer is just straight up broken with the amount of damage that he deals with the Noxious Plague. With his Aghanim Scepter, finds Timeless Relic. This is all max HP against hero like Morphling, who shifts into strength and he like takes 10,000 damage per second. It's insane.
I didn't even know that, like the Veno Ags, I thought it gave you like Poison Nova as a spell. But the way it works that either if you die, you pull out the Plague, or if people are galed and they dispel it, which can happen in a lot of ways, BKB, Manta, or even SD purging you, it applies this entire like plague around the enemy. So it can happen like multiple times. It only has a 10-second cooldown. And I think that Quest Esports, first of all, they disrespected the Veno, as did most of us probably. I didn't know it was going to be that strong. Second of all, they fought under OG Vision like 2 or 3 times, even though they were the team up like 10 to 15,000 gold. I think that's not good. And then lastly, even though OG did capitalize on all of these things, when you're Quest at some point in this game, you should realize that you are losing dragged out fights. Fights that last more than 10, 15, 20 seconds, you're gonna lose. There's ET Storms, Plague Wards, Invoker Spells, Illusions, all this shit flying around. So you need to itemize for a fact where you can just go in and snap and kill someone. Like you need an earlier refresher on your Mars or a Blink Hex on anyone so that your Morphling, after he uses... Because all these cores, after they use BKB, they're like, what? Where the hell do I go? I have 200 movement speed, I'm being stormed, I'm being slapped, I'm being netted. So it's like, I think they need to check in the next game. You don't need 3 carries. You need to help your carry to carry you. So double check that and make sure you tick those boxes.
Also...
Yeah, it was really hard to see them sort of teeter off. Sorry, Lucas.
No, I just wanted to talk about Venomancer more, like all the spell amplification that had.
Should we just
that
give him
they had.
MVP?
Yeah, just give it to him. That doesn't matter. Like DM on this Venomancer was really obnoxious to play into. Like these drawn out fights, sure they have sustain, they can reset things with Nagasan. She had a shard as well, so they're gonna be back to full HP. We've seen them buying back multiple times. I checked the amount of damage that Venomancer dealt in one of the team fights. Over 11,000 damage. This is pretty nuts. Like, usually you don't see whole team doing this amount of damage. And also, Chu, like, on Elder Titan, he was close to Morphling. That one kill that he got onto Morph near the Roshan pit, because the Noxious Plague brought him down, brought him so low, manages to get the kill. Add ET Aura, removes resistance, physical, magical, all the base one, and then you also have like Veil to amplify some of that damage as well. Add Invoker on top of it. Just some like even Venomancer's spell. Which one? It removes their magic resistance as well. I think it's the Noxious Plague one. So
it's the Poison Nova.
It's the Poison Nova.
I don't know
Okay,
if both do it, but the Poison Nova does it for sure, 100%.
Yes, and also both of these spells do have max HP as damage, so as the time progresses, the spell just gets better with the time, because every single hero is going to have more HP. Yeah, it's just too good. Max HP was always one of the best things in Dota when it comes to the late game.
Well, an amazing performance from OG. I do want to quickly ask, Kessie, though, you talked about how Quest Esports could have itemized a little bit differently once they started noticing that they were losing these dragged out fights, but was there a realm where they could have just closed this out significantly earlier, or do you think this is a true testament to OG and how well they play at holding a game?
Probably both. I would say that perhaps one of the best teams in the world, they would be able to close it out from, I think, Quest's standpoint. They did play very well until a certain point. I do think that even if they don't buy perfect items, they can win, but perfect itemization and so on, it will always make it easier, and you should be looking for the ease of execution. So that's one thing they need to look at. And then on the other hand, OG, they just know, I feel like, how to come back, because I see them very oftentimes like be behind. They know how to clutch it up with buybacks, which wards to place, how to smoke. So yeah, a little bit of both.
They thrive on the 45, 50 plus minute games over there on OG. We'll see how OG and Quest Esports, though, do come into game number 2, which will be happening after this break. After a 57-minute marathon for Game 1, we do have Game 2 between Quest Esports and OG. I'm excited to see the respect that we put on Veno in this game, number 2, and if there's going to be any sort of respect thrown towards some of the other heroes, Lacoste.
We talked about them leaving Mars, so he's gonna pick it. Exactly what happened. I think they're gonna leave it one more time, but this time around, Quest will ignore it, go for something different, because they're one game down. Earth Spirit also, maybe you want to ban it out first phase, leave some of the imbalanced heroes in the pool, considering you're playing against Merlin. Had a really good showing. I'm sure he can play other heroes really well, but this is the level 30 Earth Spirit we're talking about. Looked good for his first showing in the DPC. His first like real Dota game. This is how you start your career, and he started with the banger, so might want to remove this one.
Something that they could definitely look towards. I do want to talk a little bit more about Quest Esports, because we talked about some things that they did wrong and definitely things that OG were able to capitalize on. But the mid-Omni Kezu is something that I don't think I was expecting to see, not in this patch, not in any sort of future patch, but it did well. The build being like the phase boots, Echo, and then later into Harpoon. Is that really viable for a mid? Like, will we be seeing this in pubs? Is this where this could go?
Yep. I've already seen it a few times in my pubs, like
really?
with this Shard and this Hammer of Purity with Echo, and then you do turn it into the Harpoon. This hero does look very strong. What impressed me the most is how they played around it in like the early game, right? They put both the supports there, put a lot of pressure against BZMs and Vokers. So a lot of the things they did until like the 30+ minute mark was really, really good. It was only after that where they'll have to, you know, talk about it, maybe watch the replays once the series is over, and try to now just reset and go into the next game.
For people out there who want to try Omni Knight, add Phylactery on top of this build. It's not a professional build. This is not what you're going to see in Pro Dota, but in your pubs, try to do it, especially lower ranks. It works really well. It's just like you kind of waste a slot, but it's extra slow, extra damage on low cooldown, so it works out nicely. Thank me later.
I'll thank you later. I'll try it.
I'll think, yeah. I'll send that thanks to you, Lucas. Just give me the address later. I'm surprised that the Veno gets let through, but I guess now I'm even more surprised that OG don't pick it up here for the first pick. Maybe they're looking to close the phase out with it, but Techie's going to go into their hands instead, Kezu.
Maybe they know that you need a true Snake, a true Venomancer player to make it work. I think for Quest, they only play it on support. Maybe Veno's all about this Aghanims, because let's be real, is Amar the F gonna play Venomancer? I don't think so.
Definitely not. It was also a bit of a weird one to me, the way Quest opened up with 2 supports in the previous game. Shadow Demon techies, like, doesn't strike me as something that you would usually see. I've seen decent amount of games recently where teams are really not afraid to open up with both cores in the first phase, and I kind of like it, because like you see these Underlord Terrorblade openers where it feels super strong. Like most of the time you'll see like just hero pairings in general, but Quest, they go with a lot of team fight. These 2 heroes synergize nicely. They have sustain. We've seen what Magnus can do in the last couple of weeks as well. Hero that can stay on top of the net worth, and now it's even better in the C patch, because you want to stack for Magnus. Magnus does tend to give you XP, gives you gold pretty much from nothing, so that's a good way for position 4 to make some benefits from himself. And also Phoenix, I think I would say without a doubt that this is Corey's best hero.
Yeah, it has to be. And then the way these heroes synergize with each other in teamfights later is pretty good. It's always a combo that I've liked a lot, right? Like you can protect the egg. Sunray has always been very good for Mag. Also, when it comes to like Mag Phoenix lineups, they love just having like one very strong core, and they both play very well around that, you know, buffing up one hero who's in the front. So even though Veno is very annoying for Mag when it comes to like finding RPs with the Plague Wards and stuff, if this Mag lineup, if they can get like a pipe on someone with a Sunray and one very strong core, then you don't really care about running through some techies and some Veno wards. So OG, they should try to be wary of that, because Quest are going to have to rely on a mid laner that can jump in the backline, or just a very strong core that the Magnus and the Phoenix can eventually like just rally behind and
even though
get in there.
Vanguard has been nerfed, it still works out amazing on the offlaners, especially a hero like a Mag, who can kind of solo sustain, and then your position 4 can move around the map, get the stacks going in the triangle. Mag is self-sustainable, getting some solo XP as well. He can run away from the trouble with Skewer if necessary. And then he goes to farm it, gets that XP for himself and for the team later down the line. Disassemble Vanguard, get that pipe. It's also a newer type of a build. I already talked about it today. 33 does it extremely well, where he gets like pipe, maybe a Crimson Guard if it's a good game for it, but also scales because he buys Echo Saber, gets it upgraded into Harpoon, and then you have like budget Blink Dagger, which is kind of a better here. I think a better option overall. You play into Techies Venomancer. I don't think you get the value from the Blink Dagger. Maybe it's your like 4th item, but yeah, you can Harpoon, skewer people back. It works out real nicely.
That's a lot of pros and cons, because of which opening do you think has a stronger foundation to build the rest of the draft off, Quest or OG?
They're both good in their own regards. I would say that OG's opening is a lot more volatile. Like, I would say that their next 1-2 picks could very easily make or break their draft. Whereas for Quest, I feel like if they get themselves just any generic support with a good carry pick, then I feel like they should be fairly set. I just think it just really comes down to Quest having some of their better heroes, especially with the Phoenix. I just hope that if it's offlane Mag, that it's going to be played something like Zai or what Lacoste said earlier with 3-3, where they're going to scale early, but you can still put a teamfight item like in the midst of it. You know, you can go like Vanguard, Echo, split it. You still have a pipe. You're still going to be a carry, but pipe in some games is way too valuable for you to pass up on. And it's not a bad item for yourself either, so I just hope they consider it, because they will need it in this game.
Not the hero that I kind of expected them to pick, especially if this is going to be like Spirit Breaker plus Mag lane. It's not the strongest lane, playing 2 supports, like 2 melee heroes into maybe even Techies could be also a different one. OG can run this Venomancer as a position 5 if necessary. I still think this is going to be their offlane duo, but there's a lot of flexibility with the heroes that they have. So Quest offlane, if this is what they're going to go with, doesn't strike me as a like lane dominators. Mag doesn't really provide you with much at early levels, neither does Spirit Breaker. But if he's off to a good start, if he gets that Vanguard, this allows Spirit Breaker to move and kind of break the map.
Yeah, I don't know if TA 2000 plays Mag. I mean, I would not like it very much, because you would lane into Veno, which is not amazing for you. But as you said, this offlane dual lane is not that good when you have these 2 melees together. It relies a lot on like your first 2 waves. You need to get this Ring of Hell fast on the Mag. Hope he gets this Vanguard kind of soon-ish. So if you're OG, that's something I would want them to punish right now. Like where you just take a very aggressive carry.
Look at the way he's sitting. Yes, very
I was gonna say, Uragi, all Uragi has to do is turn the lights up, and he's got full gamer cam set up. Like, I don't think you can get any more stereotypical player cam unless the lights are turned off.
This is fine when you're 20, but if you're 35 and you sit like this, you're gonna have a lot of problems. Like, after 5 minutes, it's gonna start to hurt, so better to fix it right now.
You don't want to see how I sit when the game's on and I'm watching.
I sit like a
the
shrimp.
worst posture possible.
I just slouch, so maybe not as bad as you guys.
Yeah, that's a discussion for later. Also, I'll have to show you guys. But Wind Ranger for OG here. Do you feel like that one's just going to be slapped straight into the mid lane for them?
It could be Uragi's hero. I think he's played it. Maybe it's like an open flex. I have definitely seen it more. So Snapfire is pretty decent. You
buy
of course
pipe,
have
buy Guardian Greaves as soon as possible against this lineup of OG.
You need it.
It's so much damage on the ground. Imagine like Veno, he uses his ulti, some Plague Wards, Gale. Then you have like Wind Ranger using Power Shot when they drop low. Mortimer's Kisses all around. Techies with the mines. This is, I'd say, very weird lineup from OG, but we're in this state of meta where it feels like you can make anything work considering like how the patch is at the moment. But I want to see a little bit, like, I think this Wind Ranger is just going to be mid for now, and then they're looking for a late game carry. So something that can scale a little bit better into like late game, because the last game lasted for what, 50 plus minutes, and that means that you want to have some extra security.
I'm a bit surprised that they ended up taking their mid here. Perhaps they're a bit too scared that OG's draft is still very open in terms of where they throw their heroes. But I feel like it's more than likely just an offlane Veno. And if the Wind Ranger is a flex between mid and safe lane, wouldn't you just want to wait for the last pick to then know if it's mid or not? Because now OG still have the choice to dump it into the carry role and kind of pick the Void Spirit mid. That's I know that Void Spirit is damn good. He might just be like top 2 best mid heroes in this patch from what I can see in the games, but it's still a little curious to me.
Maybe it's the inverse. They're extra confident that the Wind Ranger is going to go mid, and they favor the Void Spirit matchup a lot.
Maybe.
Oh, so
okay, it's not because they banned out an Ember.
So looking at the bans, Quest banning out Ember, which is okay. So they think Wind Ranger is going to that carrier role, which also means, judging by the bans, OG banning out Viper, that Magnus can be a carry here. So something that has been done even today in a game. I'm not sure if I like it as much. This game ended relatively quickly. Entity lost in like, what, 20, 25 minutes. I think you can do the same thing pretty much from the offlane. People are still theory crafting, but we'll have to see.
I mean, they 50-50 a Viper being taken out, and then also an anti-mage being taken out by OG.
I guess. So I would assume that we're looking for a BZM hero. But out of the heroes that are banned, like if we're looking for a mid laner that goes up against Void Spirit, most of the ones that I would want have been kind of removed. I like how there's a last ban Medusa in this draft. It's also kind of funny. Because I've seen Pucks. Like, Pucks have traditionally done very well against Void Spirit, especially when you have a Snapfire following you up.
Yeah.
But I feel like with how the damage scaling now works on Void Spirit, it is a good Puck game. But then you're very much magical damage, and I don't know how the lane works. But that would be kind of my call for their potential mid hero, if that is what they are looking for.
We're going to see soon. Time is ticking
2,
down. There's not
1.
much left.
Nope.
Okay. So it is going to be that mid Wind Ranger and carry morph.
It's a good Morphling game to start with in terms of burst damage that they have. They don't really have much. Sunray later down the line. Void Spirit is okay, but Void Spirit nowadays is more built as heavy right clicker, where he goes for like Echo Saber, Deso or something, doesn't opt to go for this Aghanim Scepter. We'll see if Noob decides to do the same thing, because I think it's really good Aghanim Scepter game overall. Silences, especially for Wind Ranger and Morphling, they do, I'm not gonna say they lack controls. You still have like Spirit Breaker, Void Spirit, they still have one extra pick to go with. What about some good old like Phantom Lancer type of a hero who has a Dispel of his own, builds into Mana Burn, Manta style against Morphling, and never mind. It's just like, why even try? You know what they're gonna go for.
It's a little strange to me. So I feel like I liked your PL suggestion. If they did want to pick a carry. Otherwise, for offlane, I feel like the one offlaner should have been Tidehunter, if anything. Because he can build all your auras and you can eventually leave him alone. But, well, they just go for the Amar Razor. I feel like it makes their draft a lot more volatile than I would have liked. Because I think that this Magnus will eventually get kicked out of the top lane. And Morphling has always loved playing into Razor.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't think Wind Ranger minds playing into Razor either. So this is not the last pick that... I think this last pick is garbage.
You stole straight up the words that I wanted to say, Kezu, pretty much, with Windrun being able to run away from Razor. It was the other way around. When Razor was popular, you would get Morphling, turn into him, he steals your damage, you steal his damage, and you're like, well, I'm just a stronger version of the Razor right now, so try and fight me. I don't like it. I also don't feel like Razor kind of fits the meta right now. I know it's a comfort pick for Amar, of course. This is how he made the name for himself, playing these heroes, the hero that he played in the previous game. I think this game is going to be even rougher for Quest than the previous one was.
Yeah. Who is going to be the aura builder, Kazu, if any at all, on the side of Quest?
It's got to be the supports, because the cores ain't doing it, I think.
All right, they're going to be playing with 3 very hard cores. We're going to see where those auras are going to land, and we're also going to see how Game 2 plays out as we head on into it with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much yet again, Nat and Trent. We're here. We're seeing the Amar Razor, a classic if ever there is one. The panel hates it. And, you know, to be fair, there's some decent reasons to not really love it, as Amar is immediately going to run Duragi there in the mid lane. See if they can sort of suss out where those various wards are going to be planted. But yeah, a bit of a strange hero. But with these, you know, hero spamming type of players, sometimes they find ways to make things work that wouldn't otherwise work. So maybe there's a chance.
We'll see. I mean, if you actually look up Razor right now on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, there's only been 5 notable games featuring players, and 3 of them were Amar. No one is playing this hero. He won 2 out of 3, so successful. In the last 8 days, there's only been 111 matches that featured him in high MMR. So,
oh god,
just not a hero that maybe people are seeing or trying out, and I can kind of understand why. I'm not sure. Like, he is brawly, so that's kind of cool because we fight a lot in this patch. I can understand the idea there, but there's definitely, like, if you're going to bring out the hero, it's usually because there's some sort of a good counterpick situation. And I'm not seeing the good counterpick situation here.
Well, and there was a couple of things that I remember you talking about with Razor too, of like how this hero can be really good for coming and like contesting stacks and being involved early and like being a bit of that brawly fighter like you're talking about. The question is like if it's going to be able to match up to them in the later stages. Is already a bit of a battle ensuing. They have enough to bring anybody down though? No. It's just a lot of kerfuffle for no real action. Sad.
Yeah, intriguing to say the least. Very curious to see what he does. I mean, it's another one of these shows, too, that was traditionally extremely reliant on BKB. So,
yeah.
On the one hand, BKB kind of stinks now. But on the other hand, why did he always buy BKB? Because stuns were really annoying and they made the hero worse. So maybe by that same logic, with there being, you know, worse stuns overall, perhaps that helps the hero in some ways. I'll find a little bit of copium.
Yo, I found some. You ready?
Ready.
The Storm Surge Aghanim Shard. If they focus fire him, then it's going to shoot off so many of those little bolts. It's going to be amazing. You ready for that?
Whoa. Yeah, it's going to strike cooldown of 1 second, though.
Oh, no. All right, well, that's a little sad. Well, BZM playing on the Morph lane out of the mid lane, so it is going to be that Uragi Wind Ranger like the panel was talking about. And maybe going to be seeing a little bit more active Morph lane than we saw in the last game from TA 2000. Could be cool.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they play that one out. Because we, like, Gunnar famously was a Morph lane who did try and use a lot of that, like, mid-game timings to get around the map. Famously using the Morph versus, like, Pucks and Embers to try and abuse that mobility. But the problem is versus Void Spirit, you can't do that as well, right? You don't get his astral step, so you can like try and use the dissemblate stuff, but it's not nearly as cool. But there is a Spirit Break on the other side, which is also a pretty fun one. So maybe that'll have some nice plays. You can grab a dive too. Okay, actually we got dive, we got skewer. There's plays. There's plays to be made.
I think the first one that I saw of like the Morph lane really, you know, abusing this mechanic was 23 Savage playing it against the Spirit Breaker, as Merlin takes a lot of damage up there. But yeah, that spell, freaking Bulldoze, is pretty insane for what it gives you as a Morph lane, if you can take that one over in the fights. It's TA 2000, very low up top, but they're still keeping a hold of this lane pretty okay. Nobody's getting completely dumpstered in the laning stage yet. All very even.
Yeah, how do we get a Veno again?
I don't know.
Back. So I was not expecting that. I'm not going to lie. After game 1 ended, it's like, nah, last time I've seen this guy show up, but... yeah, he's brought in, and then Merlin, of course, not on the Earth Spirit, but instead on the Techies. So I'm sure he has some experience being a 4-player in high pubs right now. You pretty much got to play this hero.
Right.
And he's the one that you want to have. It seems like probably one of the easiest ones as well, because it's just such simple setup for your allies. Like, hey, I'm going to blast off in now. And in the previous game, we also saw just like how fast you can get out the explosions. It's like, so
Yeah, it does feel really good. The amount of burst potential you have, and then particularly in a lane with Venomancer, that hero that we were talking about, there is a ton of kill potential there, right? You've got the stun, you've got Gale, sort of an easy setup. Phoenix may be one of the heroes that can deal with it more effectively than others, because he's got that dive ready to go. But if he's ever caught without it, it'd be a quick death.
Oh, no death so far.
True.
No early brawls here before the lane start. Down bottom, have Spearbreaker getting a free Lotus.
Okay, well, I just said if he gets caught without the dive, and, well, he's going to get denied TA2000 quick on the trigger fingers.
Oh, he got the
instead.
first blood with the damage over time.
All right, that's sick. That works. First blood while dead, easy.
Well done. Okay, we do have an urn here as well for DM, so if he returns, might have a chance to really start stacking some charges here. Gonna have to try and get TA2000 back up some high HP here. So they're gonna keep trying to burn him down. Misses the sticky though.
Little annoying, then gets that deny after the fact. Yeah, that's going to be the thing that I feel like we do sometimes see against his Venomancers, is like these high base damage heroes just finding ways to deny people out as charge comes through, but a little bit of a cookie to interrupt that one from coming out. Now just that 1 point in the power shot with 2 in win run. There have been times where I've seen a couple of Wind Rangers that have like taken early points in stats occasionally because it's just, you know, a universal hero now, but
yeah,
I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
Yeah, we have seen that a couple times for sure. I mean, it's +2 to all attributes, so it makes sense why universal hero might get more benefit. We've had some people skip over parts of like Shackle Shot, like just getting like 1 point before, which is kind of wild, but you know. We've also seen like Armlet Wind Rangers before, so the heroes that got a whole new canvas to paint upon right now is one of these fresh new universals, and isn't quite, I wouldn't say quite as figured out as the Magnus.
Nope.
Like, Mag, it's like, hey, we're gonna go Echo Saber Harpoon. Kind of feels like it. Wind Ranger, it's like, do we go Maelstrom? Do we go Atos? What's the plan?
Right.
Chew.
Well, Chew. He's going to get brought down there. The combo of the Blood Grenade and 2 lucky bashes sets him a quick path to the fountain. So Omar and Amar, the dynamic duo, making plays happen there. And he does have the salve ready to go again if he wants to.
Yeah, Alpha and the Omarga.
Nice.
Something.
That's
yeah,
good. Very, very good.
There's something there.
Last time I tried Omar God.
Yeah, that was good. Well. I liked Dan hated that. Fantastic.
As, yeah, Quest tries to get this pull off. Double range creep. Looking in some trouble. Yuragi also sitting pretty low in this lane.
Oh my god, Noob tried to pull BZM into the tower. He got so close.
Charge through instead. And will BZM recognize what's happening? Doesn't get the adaptive strike off in time to break that. But no real harm except for losing his 6-minute rune, unless Shu comes over too. The adaptive strike, all that work, and it's just gonna spawn top. Feels bad, man. Omar can even get that kill. TA2000 kills off Merlin at the same time. Charge goes the other direction as DM took down Kaori, and now DM, he might also get touched up here by TA2000. Can he turn and try and hit the damage? Oh, it's enough. But it will be DM getting a double kill along with TA2000.
Yeah, I feel like TA2000 doesn't really care about dying there. Probably would be happy to trade it out there, just come back with everything. Don't want to go back to lane, or like stay low and try and regen your way back up while the Veno's coming back to lane, so that's fine. Did run all the way up there on Void Spirit, though, unfortunately, not able to be a part of that kill.
Saw, in spite of the Remnant connecting, was able to get that bottle refill. The charge onto Yuragi.
No win run.
Has a healing Lotus. He should be okay with the Lotus. Tries to survive. No! The bash came through. That's enough. Nicely played.
Yeah, at least someone's still able to roll the dice, you know? Even Chain, Slardar, Axe, they're just like clicking their little things, watching the counter go now, but Spirit Breaker, he's still the gambler, you know? What we love about him. Well, not the gambler. We don't have that guy. But for now, we have Spirit Breaker.
Soon, right?
Yeah, soon. Yeah. Nice leak.
My bad. Sorry, guys.
Trust
I know, I messed up. That's my bad. Amar is level 6. Omar is level 4. And Yuragi has a big wave coming into him. I wonder if Quest want to try and put some action on this bottom lane here. This could be pretty strong from him. W for Link? The hell?
he's keybinds. He's trying to help him. He doesn't know what the that's why Amar paused. He was like, is that a question? Do you need help?
Dude, that is funny. How many keys do you really need to press this Razor? Let's be real here. Like, come on, man. All right, they're good.
It's because he got a Lotus in that last slot, and he's like, oh, I don't have that bound.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he was trying to level his ulti, and it wasn't leveling, probably.
That probably is it, actually.
Because it just leveled it right after it came out. Interesting. All right, well, they are not going to try and pressure this, it looks like, as Wave going to be sent out the other direction.
Oh, dude, BZM is so low. He's on 300 HP right now. Why is Morphling allowed to do this? Can he not just get double Astral and die? Does he really shift that fast with level 1?
We'll see. Apparently. Yeah, Merlin nearby makes enough room, and now he's got a shield rune on BZM. Oh, can you do all the way to strength, get a huge shield, and then switch back over? Oh, I like that.
Why does it last so long? That's the one that always gets me. It's like a really long... Isn't it like 80 seconds or something crazy?
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. It feels like it should not last that long. As damage out now onto Kaori. And it is going to pop. The Noxious Plague presses over to 2 of his compatriots, and that's enough slow to stop the charge from doing anything at all. And in fact, Omar, he might be in more trouble. Chu comes through, finds him there with the Scatter Blast. Bring in this Spirit Breaker oh so low, but is it enough for the kill? With DM nearby, it certainly is. And in fact, now, to be careful on Kaori, drops down some more of those wards. Merlin looking for the rundown. BZM shows up of all heroes. They find Kaori. The skewer goes through onto 2. They pop the egg. Oh, and the turn for the kill. BZM gets the shift off though. And now Omar, he shows up. Everybody from all lanes decided to join in this fight. Chu tries to walk it off, is gonna die, but they get out on DM. Space created for Yuragi, I guess?
It was so close. I mean, they said Kaori's best hero is probably his Phoenix. I mean, look at that. He baits them in so far with the stick, the Lotus, the very last second. And then nearly survives, but there's a Snapfire in the game. So that part, you know, bit tough. That one there.
Wow, that was a lot of damage on that Phoenix. That's crazy.
I mean, well worth it, even though the hero went down. I think coming in there, setting up for an early RP play for TA2000, like that's in his like his part of the map too. So like he just like gets involved on a kill, keeps farming. Now has the Mask of Madness, so now can really easily rotate towards the ancient camps. And this is just Mag off to a solid start. Again, they're targeting BZM mid. I don't even know if this is just a rune target, but nice Morph wave or waveform through there. And again, just it's top. It's always top. It's down bottom. Ooh, dead.
Yeah, that's a problem he's gonna have. Yuragi just focus fire and then he's done. Maybe a blade mail or something eventually. Tough to know what he needs as an answer.
Not be versus Wind Ranger, I feel like.
Yeah,
but that's not a choice at this point, unfortunately.
Well, 10.5 minutes, and at least at this point, game looking like a slight lead for OG in terms of the net worth. Nice shackle. Chu gets a little bit of distance. The link is still active, so they can't do anything else right now. 20 seconds until focus fires back up.
Man, he was so confident with that shackle that he's gonna be able to survive there if they tried anything aggressive. I mean, they're still sticking around.
Yuragi. Oh, and the Snapple, the power shot. He does end up dying to it. Amar still chased, and they get him. The Noxious Plague connects. The Gale is there to follow, and all that magical DOT, the double jump right over the top of Amar, and eventually the man is going to be brought down.
Well worth it in the end there, I would say. And you kind of have like 2 big carries here this game, because like, yeah, it's a mid Morphling, but it's still a Morphling. Like, it's still gonna get pretty far. It's gonna be doing its Morphling things, and then I call them the carries when really it's DM who is on top. We've already seen the insane damage output that you can have with this hero from the previous match. So if you are Quest, we need to find... Oh, God, it's a fairy tricky Feno. Okay, we need to find a plan.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think that plan is just going to be farm Magnus.
Top tower is under attack.
So really, we have to figure out how can Omar get kills? Who can he enable right now to make the Spearbreaker pick look great? That's got to be Noob. So who can the two of them target to make things happen? Well, Yuragi running around the map at half HP would be great.
Right. I mean, that's sort of the ideal solution, but again, his positioning is kind of in a spot of the map that makes that tough to do. Diving like through the jungle does not feel great here, but we'll have to see. I mean, as it stands, it kind of is just holding their position, trying to farm up into that next set of items for themselves, it feels like.
Omar is just standing here waiting to see if BZM smokes. Or sorry, not smokes, waveforms. That's all he's doing.
Right.
He just wants him to waveform. But speaking of smokes, they are going to smoke from both sides because this is a Snapfire, and Snapfire is the best hero in Dota 2. When you have your ulti, feels great. You can do anything. Guys, just pick this hero. Like, you can go with 2 other heroes. Someone's going to die. Unfortunately, the ulti's not there for 7 seconds.
Oh, the shackle mid-skewer, and then the focus fire RP chums through from Omar, and now a big stun comes out from Merlin, but is it going to be enough damage? Omar starting to die. TA2000 being brought lower and lower. They did already lose Yuragi, but with enough heroes running through, they're going to take down 3. DM made it happen with that noxious play towards the end. Kyrie decides to TP out. Does he have enough to get away? He will. So everybody shows up on the side of OG, get involved in that action.
I admire the attempt at pacing things really quickly, but you probably want to wait those 10 seconds for Snap Ulti. I feel like you have Snap Ulti, and Mag just dies way easier there. Wind Ranger can like keep her pacing and her spacing a lot better, rather. So you don't have to be concerned about the RP. You don't have to do this like weird double back there that you got forced into. But that's okay. They're keeping the pressure up. That's what they want to do from the side of OG. They don't want to give this breathing room to TA2000 because he is at the point of the game where he's trying to accelerate like crazy. But it's still just DM who is going nuts right now. Has the full pipe finished up here. 5-1 and 2, and is going to keep holding mid. Nice.
BZM barely getting out. Yeah, I think that DM is definitely sort of just holding on to this like mid game. Every fight that he's in, it feels terrible for the side of Quest to make things happen. But and at the same time, you also see that Yuragi's getting bigger, BZM is getting bigger, and they're gonna make another move now.
They thought the camps were blocked, but it was just Veno wards. So they're like sentrying, trying to find stuff, and just blow up KO here.
Damn. Yuragi, nice move. Already has the Maelstrom going back for it, and guess what? The move's so nice, they did it twice. Smoke right on into that area, and Omar, well, he's not charging that quickly. ZM takes him down.
Yeah, no chance to really do anything here, and they're just trying to farm up these 3 cores and get them into some items that are going to be useful. Amar hoping to get a BKB here pretty soon. Has eyes on a halberd after, which would be great. And here's your replay here, what happened. And sometimes you walk up the steps and you just die. It's tough.
It doesn't feel great. Dive away, Kyrie. Chu is got his ulti back up again. They want to make a move.
Yeah, if anyone comes to defend this tower, it's a pretty bad spot to be. I mean, this is a pipe Veno, all spells up, kisses, like you cannot be here. Meanwhile, up top, Yuragi's trying to backstab right now. On to Noob, he's pinging him out. He wants the shackle. Who's coming? Who's got the damage? It's Merlin. Oh, good spot.
Angle. Dodges to the side. Merlin thinking about a jump.
The wisdom room. Chu's getting it. Like, no.
Oh. Big. Could have been a nice kill for him, but not able to do it in time.
I mean, he dies if he gets greedy and goes for the wisdom room, I think, on Noob, which I think most of us would have done. Because it was be like, ooh, wisdom room. It's around 14 minutes. It might be there. Perhaps gets cookied into chain stun after that.
Weird setup, but maybe really good for Quest. Can they get him in time? Got the strength form off. The Noxious Plague, he's still living. BZM is going to survive, most likely, unless Amar right on top of him. And now the egg, the supernova damage coming in, they don't have Snapfire nearby to blow that one up. So a good fight for Quest to start. If they can get Merlin, it's even better. But now can Amar get out? Takes down a courier first. Shackle not going to latch. Cookie a little bit off the mark as he turned to the side. And that's enough to get Amar out of trouble. So a huge win for Quest.
They thought he was just a dull blade, but he's sharp. All right, when this guy shaves, you bleed.
Look at that.
He's in.
Dude, a little bit of trash talk between the former teammates, BZM and Amar. After the death when he waveformed into him. Interesting.
The trash talk of I drink your milkshake?
That's the one.
Oh, that's some intense
That's the voice
trash
line
talk.
trash talk.
Yeah.
Listen,
that's good.
Let me build the fake storyline, Trent.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
I don't get it. Why does he drink their milkshake?
Have you seen There Will Be Blood?
Oh, I think. I do not remember a milkshake line.
You don't remember the milkshake line from There Will Be Blood?
I must not be
All
right movie. Daniel Day-Lewis?
Yeah. Alt-tab, go YouTube it right now, okay? Come back when you're done.
Is it the kid who says it?
It's probably not good. Yeah, no, it's Daniel Day-Lewis that says it. Merlin is getting caught on now. Yuragi charge. Noob there. Misses the stun on everybody, but now DM shows up.
Okay, yeah, no, I remember this scene. Okay, yeah.
With the pipe out, Omar starts to fall low, and the rest of Quest has to back away. But they did get their Yuragi kill. Can they get Noob? That might make this a little bit more palatable for them. But Noob, he has another Dissimulate and can get out of harm's way. Held on the trigger for that one for a long time. So 2 back-to-back really good fights for Quest.
Okay, but I still don't know, why was Razor there?
Because he was drinking his milkshake. That's why.
How is he related to this scene?
I don't know.
I mean, he does have a similar attitude. I guess he's like a big Puritan now. We just learned this about Razor. Okay.
Well, I think the other thing is that, like, in the scene, he does, like, his finger point. Oh, my God, big stun.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Continue. Educate me.
That's a huge kill. That's such a big
Last
kill.
game was math. Now I need to learn creative writing.
All right, so he does his little, like, finger thing pointing at him.
Yeah,
It's
like Razor
I drink
does.
your milkshake. And that's what Razor does a little bit, right?
Thank you.
No
Good.
problem.
That movie was pretty emotional. I don't know. It's good. It's a heavy movie, though.
Trent, you've abandoned your boy.
That's me right now. I can hear them upstairs playing.
You are a sinner. God, I could be a preacher.
We need a voice pack for Razor. That's just Daniel Day-Lewis.
Daniel Day-Lewis, newest voice pack release. I love it.
I mean,
wow. All right. So what's been going on in this game?
So it would be very painful to be around him for a couple months. Sorry. This game,
that's true.
They killed Veno. He was rich. He was worth a lot. Quests have been delaying, trying to farm up their cores. They've done a pretty good job of it. Just because there's not like, OG are doing their little smoke plays and they're running around and stuff. But now they're in a problem because they have the Atos, everything's stacked up. BKB is here for Amara, but the keybinds aren't there for it yet, so he dies.
Damn, messed up. Tough times for him. Well, and Merlin ends up dying afterwards. Noob came in for the finish. They almost got him there with the snap ulti. But I guess he did have the Greater Healing Lois ready to go.
But
that would have been a big moment.
In short, this is the absolute best timing right now for OG. They're just going to try and take over this entire map because the Hurricane Pike is done on Morphling. The Atos is there from Yuragi into the Gleipnir. So they just want to be all over the map and just killing you. They're not going to slow down whatsoever. They have no cooldowns that they care about, really. Like, kisses are nice, but they don't really need it right now, I would say, because the way that quests are playing, they're pretty split. So you're going to be finding these heroes just randomly, like Kaori, and you're just going to try and, like, bleed out kills. And as we've seen in this patch, bleeding out kills feels really bad.
That is definitely sort of the swan song where things start to turn the other direction. And
is that another Daniel Day-Lewis, or?
No, it's just a phrase.
I just want to keep up.
That's fair. I'm trying really hard. Could think about Roche at some point, too. I mean, this is also that point in the time where we start to see everybody get pulled to those corners of the map a little bit. OG already in that angle. Like they might be thinking about it. It is really hard to contest these Roches if you're on the other side of the map. Like, hypothetically, the Twin Gate's there, but you can just get blown up as they take the Aghanim Shard.
Yeah, it just takes way too long. So, I mean, they're getting the Tormentor, so yeah, it's fine.
By the way, I'm convinced that Planner Pocket just, like, doesn't work.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not real. It's fake, yeah.
Like, every time I think, oh, this is going to be a good game for it, it just, like, does nothing. And I don't know, maybe now with, like, the shackle, it will change things.
just so strange though, because that could be bad. I don't even know. Like, what if you do a bad planar pocket because then the shackle connects onto your enemy, like, or to one of your allies in like a terrible way?
Right. Yeah,
Like
exactly.
better than what Wind Ranger tried to do.
That's true. Merlin. He gets disarmed for a second and then immediately is dead. All right, so the old Aegis pickup into lose a teammate, the classic, after the smokeout came from Quest.
And this is great. That's what OG are trying to do right now. They're the ones who are trying to find these quick picks like that. So Quest getting one back is awesome. Kaori trying to catch this wave. I mean, this is the pressure that's there. He's just trying to throw Fire Spirits at a wave. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that didn't shackle.
That was close.
Yeah,
that would have
was not quite fat enough there.
That probably would have been the death of him. But won't get brought down, and his patented build of going straight into Sheepstick after the Tranquils. He's getting towards it.
Yeah, I do like this build a lot. Good one. It works out again here. It's a pretty solid game for it. I mean, I think there's a Linken's already being worked on, by Uragi. So, I mean, there's already some good reasons. Nice shackle this time. But wait,
They
teammate here.
have the chance. Tries to get away. The Noxious Plague hitting onto all of them. Thought about the RP, catches both. TA2000 on the money. And DM also brought down. So the quick and easy double kill for the carry mag.
And there's no way to get back into that fight either from OG because there's still this Razor who's just there with a BKB. So if you have like any thoughts of turning this around, it's just a little bit too spooky. It has to be an even start to a fight, which is something, I mean, that's still something BKBs are going to have. So like if one of your heroes is getting picked on and you're trying to like turn this fight back into your own way, because you think about these heroes that have like counter initiation potential, like you have a Cookie plus Mech plus Kisses. If Snap is there, an initiation can turn from looking okay to really, really bad. But when they get these quick grabs like that, and there's still this BKB Razor there, like maybe the hero's a bit weak right now, but I still wouldn't force a fight into him if I don't have to.
Right, because you forcing the fight into him with that BKB ready to go is when he's at his strongest, right? Like that's sort of the best case scenario in a way for him, as they will try and find Kaori. It's like he has a little bit of distance, tries to TP out, and Uragi finds him. The Gleipnir behind the tree didn't matter. Knew the spot he was going to be at, and well, that bird power shot. Oh, he goes down.
Nice.
Somehow
Power
they
shot
kept
for
some
the vision.
Nice.
Yeah, misses that, but gets it. I mean, honestly, deserved for trying to fly out of the map as Phoenix. First off,
true.
Get that out of my game, please. Yeah.
That's a big nerf for Phoenix that we haven't talked about. 40% extra, distance on the map. Less easy for him to fly out of it, right?
Right, guys?
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about this Venomancer, because it feels very different than what we saw in the last game. Not nearly as terrifying as we saw before. I guess because there's less of those other sources of damage in.
That, but when did the Veno get terrifying last game? Because remember, quests were also winning pretty much the whole majority of the early game.
Right.
So it took a while before all these things stacked up for the Veno, and it was when Quest felt forced to run into them as 5.
Well, are they feeling that way right now? Omar able to get a little bit of distance from the techies. They sent him forward, and Amar pops the BKB. Now it's to back out. A good disarm from the Heaven's Halberd. Do they want to chase for more? No more waveform for BZM. So after losing the techies, they will back out, but that's BKB used for Amar.
Oh, T2000, he's coming in. He wants the big play.
Uragi is left. So you're saying you think it's going to become stronger as game goes later for DM?
As the game state changes and they feel pressured to go high ground, like it was bad because they were on a clock last game as Quest, where they felt like they had to go high ground and they were doing it into this Veno. Oh, T2000. Oh, they're kind of grouped up.
Trying to go. They find Merlin. Waveform through. Finds him. Bash. Stun.
Waiting.
Gets the strength form off. Looking for his moment. Can they get it with the RP? He has Harpoon ready as well. BZM.
It's 19 seconds away. He's like, I'm not doing this on Aegis. I refuse.
Yeah. It was so close.
Do they have a smoke? This would be a great time to smoke back at them. I don't think they have one around, though. Omar's got one up top, but he's charging the wave.
Yeah. It was a nice thought to think about catching him beforehand.
He goes to the twin gate. He's already up top here, though. He's really trying to stay in the vicinity of, like, I can set up for a kill. Like, these situations right now.
Set up for and execute the kill. Yeah, he does it. Wow. Look at the damage on this freaking Wind Ranger with, you know, Lincoln's Gleipnir. It's insane. 214 just off base.
Universal hero.
Yeah.
Boop. The Terminators of the patch.
So strong.
And trying to increase the survivability there with the potential Aghanim Scepter being worked on.
Well,
and a halberd of their own now.
Nice. Be pretty helpful against that Razor before the BKB comes out. Kaori's 100 gold away from the Sheepstick.
That could be big. We do have the Lincoln still, but I think it's just one still. Yeah. So there is still a Glimmer, though, as well. So I'm sure we all feel the pain of playing versus Glimmer still right now. Feels incredible. Feels awesome to buy. Havis and Glimmer. You know, I'm hearing a lot of supports complain, but I gotta say, there's some pretty sick items right now to play support. So at least we got good supporting items to buy that are relatively cheap and have pretty solid build-up. Glimmer's not that great, but Havis is like, incredible.
Pavis is great. Yeah.
Listen, my pathetic French schooling that is a Pavis. I cannot see the word Pavis. If there was no E, it would be a Pavis. That's a Pavis. All right? God, you guys sound so bad when you say it. Pavis. I got to get the Pavis.
Exactly.
Oh, it sounds awful. It's a Pavis, you know? It's a
cheap stick
an
reveal.
elegant, intelligent weapon. Like the Citavis.
Courier going over right now to the Morph lane. Techie's mine hits. They have the Hex ready to go if they want to jump. Dual Scepter keeps Techie's alive a second longer. The taunt is out. Kaori thinking about going, but instead backs away. Playing into Venom Wards, very scary. Even if they did have a Pavis, it would be very scary, Trent.
It wouldn't be an No, I can't believe everyone settled on Pavis. That blew my mind. It was like 2 days in, and I was like, why are they saying Pavis?
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is Pavis.
No, it is. It kind of is Pavis.
Okay, let's
go. There's no real. It's pretty much Pavis. But Pavis sounds so much nicer, so I'm sticking with Pavis.
Okay.
Until I get yelled at enough, I guess. Then I'll change. Once they do the Aegis thing and they put it in, I'll stop.
Yeah, there it is. Ooh, Wind Ranger Aghanims up next. So more of all stats. Feels pretty good. As Roche, how long is it going to be?
That's not
15 seconds. Oh, snap.
Radiant's middle tower.
Do they check it, though? I mean, if Chu goes to check it right now, that's very likely that they can just run in and sneak it. No, he's going through the gate because there's a fight going on mid, actually, where they have revealed that Hex, and BZM just gets exploded.
Now that's important.
Wow.
What do we call it? Oh, Roche would have just ran right by them.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, yeah.
He just runs on through.
Interesting.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle
Oh,
tower.
I didn't realize he spawns where he was and runs there right away.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Well, that's very interesting. Are they going to realize it? Yuragi goes through. I don't know if they know that Roche is up.
Guy is just playing. Like, he's not even playing Dota. He's just playing Twin Gates. Every time I look at Yuragi, he's going through a Twin Gate. He's just controlling this space up top, looking to pick off anyone who's there. Really important to keep vision up there as well, because he feels safe coming through these gates. And it's something they've been doing consistently this whole game. Whereas like earlier today, we had Tundra constantly using it a lot in the laning stage. I feel like now I'm just watching Yuragi Twin Gate back and forth and farm it up.
Right.
Smoke out coming.
Marlin spotted that the Aegis is there and is getting down those mines. 3 of them already placed so they can see the areas where they'd be coming in at.
All right, we have the scythe, but there's no egg.
Vision already out. Gleipnir onto 2. Mines popping. Remnants down. Still smoked on OG. All the area in the world that's being controlled is right over here. Do they feel comfortable can't really go into the pit at all. It's so scary against Mag and all these heroes.
They do not see anything right now. They have no idea. Oh, tries for it out of the smoke.
Wow.
That would have been nasty.
And that's Snapfire ult to use too.
The A2000 is thinking about wrapping.
There are mines over here too. Looking for an angle. Plague wards drop down immediately. The smoke breaks, and now they have an idea of what's happening.
And they have a
Here's the thing.
too.
If they can wait this out on OG, like for 3.5 more minutes, they could just control the gate when they go back through. So that's always the question. Do they want to try and
stand here for 3 minutes?
I mean, I don't know. You don't want to go into the pit. You don't want to take the fight. You kind of just want to hold the area, right?
Surely there's something better to do.
TA2000, I mean, he's still looking for that fight. He wraps around. He's going to run right into one of these mines. The mines break. They see where they're at.
But they don't
still
know
hanging
who
on
is
to this
there.
area. Remnant catches, taunt, Yules, backs away, run in from the Spirit Breaker, but they were able to catch onto that Void Spirit. Dead already on Omar. Let's have a charge if he wants to get back into this fight. DM under control, but not dropping. 3 more minutes till it moves, Trent. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, Gabe was right. We're just going to sit here. Planting. Big talent to pick out the middle of this fight, though, for the win rate. Minus 16% damage reduction.
Whoa. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, that's a way more damage now than the focus.
Jumps in, finds one, skewer, DM, he's in deep, Hex is there for the follow-up. Do they have enough for the kill? He gets the jump away in the meantime. Focus fire into Omar, that's a die back from the Spirit Breaker. DM comes right back into it. They push away Amar, and now explode him. BZM with that Hurricane Pike made enough of difference in the distance, but now the jump in onto DM again. Do they have enough to kill him off? Starting to fall low, and they are going to be able to. That's a dieback. Control into BZM. He gets the waveform out, but they focus fire Kaori and take down that A. With the shackle latch onto TA2000, Yuragi just found the perfect opening. That's enough for another kill. Noob, get vision, but not able to get there with the adaptive strike. And well, just like that, Roche, it's going to be claimed by OG.
So we just have forced checkmates now in Dota, I guess? Is that where we're at? I'm afraid you have no moves. You must walk into us here, for we control the Twin Gate.
I mean, a little, I don't know. It's pretty cool.
All right, I'm reversing my stance of Techies is kind of okay right now. He's too broken because he's really good at controlling the space on these corners of the map that we love so much, and that we spend the entire... Merlin? All right, close one. I mean, he had Taser, I guess, so he's just a warrior. He knows what he's doing. He can control this whole space, and then on top of that, he obviously is still really strong in the lane, and it does, like, 10-minute ganks.
Right. And maybe another reason why Veno sort of fits well in Pro Dota more so, too, is, like, another one of those heroes that can just control areas. And who do you have that can do that on Quest? Kind of nobody.
We need that's on Noob, right?
Okay.
We'll just get the Aether Remnants. Just
there it is. Drop them everywhere.
Yeah, just everywhere, all over the place. 9-second cooldown, you know.
Too.
All right, now that's true. That's Slasher right there. You know, I saw the vid. The support Arc Warden. Yeah.
Ooh,
that's really good. It looks good.
BD up top as Yuragi runs away.
When do you think they'll turn Arc Warden back to normal?
When the great convergence, what's it called?
Confluence, is that it?
Confluence. That sounds right.
Right. That sounds like a word. Is he a confluencer? Does he do like posts and stuff for cash?
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Right, I see. Part of the confluencer economy.
Yeah, exactly. Inflation's hitting everyone, you know. You gotta hustle. Yeah. He's on that grind.
He's independent confluence.
He's got twice the confluencers than others.
BZM. Quick jump at TA2000. Does he find an angle that he likes?
Hello.
Hey, Gleipnir hits on that. That's pretty good for them. Oh my god, he does not get to play Dota. TA2000, the saddest guy in the game right now. A good charge through by Omar, who tries to back away. Ogre Seal Totem to chase, but can't get there in time. Doesn't matter. They got TA2000. That's big.
I swear it was like two weeks or a week ago, I saw a rage post on the subreddit about Gleipnir hitting invis units and how it shouldn't, and how it's so stupid that it does. And I don't know, it's getting upvoted today. I'll tell you that much. That's crazy.
Find it.
He has been doing such a good job of like lurking and just waiting for these moments with the RPs. And in that bottom fight, yes, they lost it, but he did get a clutch one on the attempt of getting the dieback of DM and also catching Yuragi the whole time. But they couldn't get the egg simply because of the snap being able to get there. BZM still has Aegis, so no real concern. But unfortunately, getting caught there with these greedy attempts of lining up RPs.
Yeah.
Oh, Venos, it's happening again. Let's grab though.
2. Gets 1. Can they get 2? Shackle now on a Kaori. Merlin doing what he can. Noob right on top of that Techies, finding him lower and lower. Kaori has Hex back up in 6 seconds. Can he chase any more of these heroes? Here. Does have the dive. Yuragi tries to get out and does hit that shackle. The Hex is going to be there onto DM. Find him for the finish. But that is going to be also the Poison Nova dealing some good damage to him as BZM goes to deal with the waves.
Dude, Quest? I mean, I was just worried because I see the Agnes go for the Venom. I'm like, oh, this is it. We're back to the same situation. You know, they lost that top fight. Things aren't looking that good. And then they just pull this one out. They just grab this fight.
That's crazy, man.
The sights have been so good. And then Razor just chases Yuragi that entire fight. He couldn't kill him because he's just so good versus this hero right now with the eggs. But oh my god, that damage.
Oh, Noob trying to survive and he gets away. Quest, keep him alive. Can they punish his OT2000? He's looking for his moment. He's thinking about it. Jump in, RP, catch on to 2. Pulls him back through. The charge onto both. Yuragi's in trouble. OG, they're getting decimated here. Now he's coming back to life. Can they bring him down a second time? It doesn't quite look like it, but that was the Aegis. A pivotal moment for OG where they take down both of their cores. Deadly, deadly.
Guys, this is very unexpected. From a carry player. I don't know. Maybe it's the background of being a sick mid as well, where he's really good at picking those moments. You know, he doesn't always wait. Like, you can't expect the Magnus to do this, but if they find these opportunities and they do it, it can be just game-changing. And these little moments like that, too. Like, that's going to really slow down Yuragi, especially if he's going to try and save for buyback, which I assume he is. So this Daedalus is now going to be pretty far away.
Dude. Honestly, I'm really impressed with them. TA2000 feels very clutch. Oh, Omar, they get him.
Oh, chase.
Right on the edge of it and into Ward. Wait, what? Oh, right. Okay. I was like,
yeah.
It took me a second to realize it ended early, so he got the Gale into Poison Nova.
I do love how ending early means you died while the spell was still going. Great.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
bit of back and forth going on here.
It really has been. It's super interesting. And
you want to be here right now? Why are they here?
Stunned. Was it an elaborate bait, or is BZM about to get taken down? Eats the cheese. Very low. Merlin throws out that stun. Amar in his BKB still looking for that chase down, and well, they can't quite catch on to any of them. Oh man, those moments hurt, but still, you know, you're holding your base and things looking like they actually could make this work for them.
How did they all just TP out of there?
I don't know. Need more stuns.
That's one of those moments where I feel like the brain fog was hitting or something, because they like you just get skewered into the base. You're like, why am I here? There's still a tier 2. What are we doing? Yuragi's not here right now, but this game, as chaotic as it feels to watch it, I think it feels very chaotic for the players right now too. And we're gonna relax for a second here and pick up some items. Another mind breaker on the day. Pretty good item.
True. You know what else? I'm as much as we're sort of talking about how this Razor is sort of a weird hero right now and doesn't feel like it fits well, it's actually looked pretty freaking solid from Amar. He did pick up that shard, also has the Shivas on top of the halberd and soon gonna have Refresher. And that's paired,
right?
Exactly, he's about to. He has it now. It's paired together with the Scotty from Void Spirit. That cheese did not do a ton for Morph.
No, I saw that as well. I was like, whoa, that was not that great. You know, still half HP, barely able to TP out and survive there. Ooh, the Penta Edge sword chosen by Yuragi, huh?
Okay.
That's a lot of damage.
That definitely is. Yeah, that's very interesting. And almost has Daedalus done now, too. Oh, that's a cool ward that they just took out. I'll have to steal that one for later. So next, Roche, I guess. How late are we going on this one, Trent? What the hell's going to happen?
Well, we got to do our 7 timetables again. So that's coming up here in a second.
Okay.
42. So we got to get our wisdom runes. You know, once you have a second to look at your hero and then think about things on the map, you get to go back and we used our cheese, so we're not getting a block of cheese this game. Well, at least not yet. Not being worked on currently.
Oh. And DM got it again. The timeless relic.
All right, that's just not fair, honestly. I got 2 problems this game. I got timeless relic, just get out of here, and I think harpoon needs a mana cost, but you know, we'll see.
Smoke up. Quest. Looking for a bit of a Hail Mary dive. Hoping to find somebody.
Yeah, they're going to connect right where this... Oh, the mine. Oh, it's so good. What a hero.
Oh, and do they realize they should now? On the side of OG. Dude, look at them. They're getting set up down here, too, by where Roche is going to be. Yeah, mines are hitting. They know exactly where they're at.
Dude, not again.
Dude, it's
not
happening.
Again. Don't checkmate them. They're castling. They're castling in the corner. They're creating a defensive formation.
Now, here's the thing. Quest could send one hero up top to try and get vision down or something, maybe.
Like go through the gate, you mean?
Well, just run up there or TP to it. They got an outpost and then set up for when Roche moves. BZM.
They're controlling the pillar ward right now.
Gem there, finds one, looks for it, harpoon, into skewer, into blow up, DM dead, but Poison Nova onto everybody, buyback immediately, Merlin and Merlini, say what you will about him, are they gonna get the kill? No, he gets away, TA2000, he's in a ton of trouble, all the heal in the world wasn't nearly enough, Yuragi starts to fall, okay, triple buybacks across the board, do they buy back on Yuragi again? Mar thinks about chasing, has one more BKB ready to go, and Omar finds him. BZM charges through 2 heroes. Omar pops that BKB and TA2000. He gets them both with the RP, but another round of this Poison Nova is going to rip them to shreds. The damage from the Venomancer from all of them, it's way too much. And the damage amp on the Techie's mines, ooh, it hurts. Ooh, it hurts, Trent.
Oh, say goodbye to your magic resistance. It goes away. It's gone. It's just gone, and then you have a Venomancer that does this.
Dude, the dieback actually helps them. When he dies twice, you get 2 salvos of it.
I mean, he should have his Philosopher's Stone in his slot right now, but, you know, I won't be too picky, because, yeah, that is really frustrating. That goes out, dies, respawn, come back in. Yep.
I mean, realistically, I don't even know how many spells he cast. I think he just, like, died twice, and that did it.
All right, so part of basically what happens is that the Radiant will have buyback, and they can immediately rejoin the fight because we're playing near their outpost, right? That's Dota 2. So now buybacks for the Dire are in a better state, I believe, overall, right? Yeah, we only used Mag. So now this is their chance to hit back, but well-timed here from OG, knowing that Mag has no buyback, as he was the only one who did it in the last engagement. They're really going to try and pressure here, force another one.
See what they can get. Butterfly done on BZM as Noob is setting up for him. Finds him with the Remnant, but they get the Gleipnir connection onto Kaori. Still has that Hex, has Halberd ready to go too. Omar ready with the charge, but already a full set of racks taken away. There's still the tier 2 mid. There's going to be a bit of salvation here as Mag back up 10 seconds.
All right, I'm going to tell you a little story about another game I watched one time where the team sat behind a Morphling and they went high ground. They took a full set of racks with about an 8K lead, and things were looking really good.
Oh.
Lost.
I remember that game.
Yes, it was not long ago. In fact, it was game 1. So we'll see if they can turn the tables here from Quest. See if they can better than, see if they can be the OGs, I guess.
Right. Do what they did to them last game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you do about this Venomancer.
You kill him because he's no more buybacks.
Right, but if you kill him, he just gets Poison Nova on you.
Yeah, let's get rid of that, first off. He has an Aeon disc. Oh, you're disgusting.
He really is.
He's a gross hero.
Remember game number 1, you were talking about fungus a lot, and it made me uncomfortable?
Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of again.
Well, good. I'm glad.
All right.
Everyone should be uncomfortable with this hero right now.
Very gross. Very strong. Still hasn't picked up that shard. Might get it here off the Tormentor.
You know what surprised me is that he was able to get away with the 25 talent of the Focus Fire kills, advance the cooldown by 20 seconds on your run.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't go for the Undispellable, for the Undispellable Wind Run because no one has opted for it.
Right. Interesting.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah. And that just means he's going to get so much value out of that in these fights. Because what's it bring it down to then? 10 seconds if you get 1 kill?
Presumably, it basically just comes back usually, right? Like, I mean, unless you get it, right away, but yeah.
Very, very neat for him.
It's basically he recognized, at least I assume he did, that Amar couldn't go Nullifier in his opinion. That if he goes Nullifier, it's not going to really work out. Like he feels like he needs some sort of mobility. I mean, he is going Blink. He has the Refresher. So without that, he feels safe enough to do this. But it seems crazy to me to have the Ags and not take that talent because that feels really dangerous.
Yeah. Well, because it's something that's exploitable eventually if this game goes long enough. But, I mean, the way that OG are playing, it might just be over in the next couple of minutes here with a 13k gold lead. They still have Aegis for another minute and a half. I don't know if OG want to make another move high ground, though. It feels like that's kind of been the thing that people have avoided the most.
Trying to win the game? Yeah.
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 Oh, maybe this, though. This is pretty huge. Yuragi just gets blown up by Noob. Okay.
Freaking sight.
They look for more. Omar chasing, but not able to find anybody. Merlin backs away. And he almost has the Aghanim Scepter, interestingly enough, while Chu. Omar found him. Can they get other heroes over here in time? The Bash. The Bash is very strong. Pops the
Fat
BKB.
Finger. Someone switched their items around, I guarantee.
Okay.
Was trying to mash that dust, hit a BKB. Okay, says Omar. Fine. Got the kill. All right, now the question is, what can you get on the map? You're getting kills. You know they have no buyback. This is your victory. From losing the bottom fight, your victory was if you get kills on the map, they have no buyback, guaranteed, 100%. So what do you do right now as Quest? Can you panic rush down mid? Like, they are pinging mid. They need to go and get this building.
2.5 minutes until Yuragi has it back up. He does have the Daedalus finish, so when he is back up, he's going to be incredibly strong, but they have these 55 seconds right now to look for it, and you can see OG kind of giving it up to them.
Did he just get his Daedalus? Because that was on the courier for a long time.
Yeah, he just got it right now.
Oh, that's really fun. No, he bought that ages ago. I'm pretty sure he forgot about it on his courier. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. He has it in his inventory just now.
Yeah.
Well, that's a full set potentially, unless they want to come and fight this.
Oh, he's going!
Yule Scepter keeps him alive. Merlin with the connection, keeping him alive. And look at that! Oh no! Oh no! The plague, it spreads! It spreads to all of them, and now got to get the hell out of here. Yeah, plague our enemies indeed. Merlin with the save.
Up. Yeah, high fives all around right here. That is so sick, actually. To be the stand-in and hit that Yule's there when he's going for the YOLO play. They had the ward on the high ground, too. They were trying to end this game right there. They get DM. It's a minute. They maybe could have just, YOLO'd through those buildings. I mean, I guess there would have been another glyph and stuff, so not quite, but would have done a lot more damage to the side of OG.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, that is your classic high-risk, high-reward play, and unfortunately, he hit the high-risk portion.
Can't connect
to Discord. Oh, it's Discord. He's trying the wrong program. Yeah.
Type that in. There you go. They'll take care of it. Wow. So you said, high risk, high reward. The thing to keep in mind, like you said, DM did not have buyback, but the other hero that didn't have it is TA2000. He's a minute away from having it off cooldown. They're already running down this mid lane with 70 seconds. So basically, those times kind of match up with each other. There is a lot of other buybacks on the rest of these heroes for quests, so they should be able to mount some type of a defense, but how scary is it going to be trying to sort of deal with this?
Oh. All right, here we go. Oh, sorry. I was trying to figure out what was going on here. I think I mean, if this is, I was gonna say, if we have a long pause, we're just gonna stop everything. That's like the classic, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like we might all be. Oh God, I hate pauses. I hate them when I'm playing.
The other thing is that like the cooldown on that buyback is only a minute. So if they didn't have it like perfectly marked out, they might think that it's still there.
I think they're gonna come and tease. And they're not expecting to end the game, but I think they can like poke at mid right now for sure.
Yeah. God. Morphling getting... Oh, wait a minute. BZM dead! 100 seconds. They just blew him up. Sir, do you need another pause? Time to think about it?
That's pause Dota right there.
What in the hell was... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Still chasing for Yuragi. Not going to be able to get him right there. Quest blew that one wide open. I mean, they were looking at sort of a scary situation to suddenly just BZM being out in front and not respecting the potential damage. And now Noob is on the hunt again. He's going to run right into DM here. Silence break. Aeon disc down. Control is there for round 2. But Yuragi in for the damage. Enough to kill Noob. Meanwhile, Amar has to back away. He got hit by the Poison Nova. Amar has double BKB and double Hex, but the Shackle Axe together! Oh my God, can they bring him down in time? Yuragi trying to do what damage he can, but Amar manages to escape by the skin of his teeth. And these moments, I mean, it's such a volatile game.
Amar had no buyback there as well.
Yeah.
So he gets back to base. Right now, he's the only one without buyback. Everyone else heads right now on the side of Quest. They've gotten themselves into another situation now where Morphling's not going to have buyback, and that's going to be covering over the next Roche spawn as well. So this isn't a, like, we need to go end the game immediately. It's more of a, like, aha, we have the advantage now moving to Roche. Of course, that won't matter if they manage to control the space once more like they have been. They're just, like, swimming back and forth inside their base right now, and Oridu, and they're like a little school of fish on Quest. They're just like moving as a unit left and right.
You know, the other thing that we've seen here is that every time somebody thinks about going high ground, they just like immediately throw the game, it feels like. You know what I mean? Like that was BZM ready to run high ground, it just explodes.
Yeah.
They do finally get a Wind Ranger Aghanim shard, so Gale Force online, another way to try and maneuver things, and maybe, you know, Gale Force techies, some cool plays. Potential at least.
They're on the same team.
Oh, that's good. That's what I mean. Gale forced them into the techies' mind.
Yes, of course. There you go.
That's the one.
I knew you were on that. Well, I said potential Roche coverage. That was an instant spawn.
Wow.
That stinks.
Another quick one.
Damn. Radiant advantage. It does feel like this is what happens, right? If the first Roche is taken on one side, they kind of keep happening on the other. If teams are just ready, that is painful. Now there's an infusible Aghanims here too. Who's even
getting it?
Either Techies or Snap.
Techies already has his just about done.
Yeah, so Snap.
Wait, Morphling has it.
Oh no, they're doing it.
Before?
No, yeah, they just gave it to Merlin.
Okay.
They just gave him. Wow.
So he's 2000 breaking. Caught. Omar so low RP. They have enough to kill down EZM though. He's still living through this one. Wait for him to the other side. Merlin about to die. Okay, they have the buyback and now the run through the skewer connection. BZM in some trouble. He does still have that Aegis, but can they kill him off in time? Yes, they will. DM off to the side, Yuragi onto Amar, bringing him down bit by bit by bit. He does get killed off, but has buyback. Noob has to back away, still has that DD rune in hand.
They gotta run.
Semilate
Oh,
jumps to the side, gets away. Shoka Spire gonna get him. They also have buyback on both Amar and Noob. Chew with the save, very well played.
All right, there we go. Ooh.
Oh my God.
OG just keep finding themselves in the same situation where they're on the back of like bad buybacks, but usually they had the Aegis to show for it, and right now they don't. So there's a question of, can you actually force out of this Razor or this Void Spirit buyback? It feels like you need to force it right now, or this is a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, and we're getting closer to those 60-minute items too, which just makes everything that much more volatile. Man. 10k gold lead, but you got to get something out of it. And EZM, he's stepping high ground, ready to do it.
So Techies had to buy back, but he sold the components for the Ags. He's trying to get a Wind Waker to try and bail people out of these big combo plays.
Gale Force down. It looks like they're giving up this set of racks, but if they have to buy back anyways, are they just going to give up Megas here?
No.
20 seconds until Razor is back up, but no, they're not going to go for it. OG not willing to start a fight when there's the potential for those buybacks. So, I mean, a set of racks down, sure, but at the same time, like, you already had that mid racks taken of OGs. That ends up working out, I think, pretty well for Quest.
T2000 just bought out. He bought the refresher.
What?
He's going for it all.
What?
Going for it all, baby. He's buying out. This guy's crazy.
Jesus.
Got 650 gold to farm.
Oh, man. Trent, I don't know if I can handle this.
Like, someone please escort me to the Ancients. I need to farm. No reason.
Yuragi just gets a 2000 XP Wisdom Rune. The hell?
Yeah, they have no.
Everybody's almost 25. Almost all the heroes in this game are 25.
What's funny is that Yuragi has almost made his way back to 30, and there's still nothing to dispel Wind Run, so it's not end up mattering at all. So there you go.
Yeah. We're still missing it on Veno, his 25, and then the Techies too. But extra bash chance for the Spirit Breaker. What else? Phoenix, the Supernova hit count. You can see Dota Plus win probability very even at this late stage of the game. Could go either way. Wait, was that the graph?
Mines, the mines. They're telling them what's up.
Lamar. In. Can they get him? Yuragi, taunted. Gets a little bit of separation. Noob just blows up, but they have the buyback ready to continue this fight. Second round, that's the refresher, that's the hit, that's the kill. That's exactly what they needed on Quest. Dead for 2 minutes, no buyback. Can they find more? BZM tries to escape. The cookie is there, but he has to wait for him to get away from trouble. All that damage stolen. The taunt, it connects onto the BKB as it expires. That breaks his TP. Dead for 2 minutes. Is that just it? I think it might be.
If they know.
West Gaming forcing us to a game 3.
Just run it down. He's saying both lanes. He's saying bottom and mid right now. They might not fully know about the Morphling. Because, again, there's been a lot of pauses. It's been very chaotic. We're almost at 60 minutes right now. They do have a glyph, but they'll get one refresh as well.
And the jump in, DM, he wanted to save and kill off these creeps in mid. Force staff out from Chu. They're doing everything they can to buy some extra time, but the Spirit Breaker charge, it comes very quickly. That is a dead DM. Does have buyback. But what can they do? They also are going to have, they don't have Snapfire ulti. Can't even kill the creep wave with that.
So much damage from that dude.
Ow. Being able to hold those buybacks when they went for that mid push, so huge for Quest. In.
They gave up a lane. They risked it all.
Take this down. Tier 4 towers being hit. Thought about going in for the ulti. Just hit buildings. That's the call right now. Don't need to dive bases. Do not need to dive bases, but the Hex is there to try and slow this down. Second tier 4 tower dropping. They got 20 seconds. Can they do it? I think the answer is yes. Throne is exposed. GG is called. We're going to a game 3. What more could you want from a series like this?
Oh, that was good. That was good. Noob, high five. Don't let me hang it. Don't let me hang it. He says.
2000.
He's just in shock. Oh my god, we won. Wow, he looks totally stunned.
Yeah, he's like, we won?
Yeah.
What was happening?
Like, my mag is so good.
What a crazy game, Trent.
I mean, where to even go from that one? That was a little bit of total chaos, pickoffs, heroes just randomly exploding and dying 100-0. The Scythe just completely changing that entire game from Kaori. It set up so much for them. Like, there were so many times where it could be the Phoenix just follows up on one short stun. Maybe it's like a charge. Maybe it's just the Void Spirit jumping in. The Mindbreaker was like game winning, by the way. There were so many times where just that little instance of silence just like caught them off guard. Like, they didn't immediately, like, I swear I saw Yuragi and BZM both times like trying to wait for him or trying to wind run, and it didn't matter because they're just silenced. And then before they can even pop BKB, they get scythed and they just die.
A really impressive performance. Kaori on what the panel was saying is his best hero. I can't really disagree at this point. Let's head on back to them, let them break down the action as we get ready for game 3.
I'm not even sure where we're going to start with breaking this one down because Quest Esports, we thought they were going to be in an even tougher position than game 1. But mate, they pushed back. They pushed against everything OG brought to them and closed it out. It was an absolute marathon. This one somehow being more intense than game number 1, which I didn't think was possible, Lacoste.
I didn't think so either, but in the end, they managed to do it. I think on the wings of Noob, he kind of carried this game really hard with being empowered in the fights, going for all-in on damage. Like Void Spirit as Universal Hero, which Kezu is a big fan. I think he's only playing Universal Heroes now. It's insane how much damage this hero can do in short period of time. I mean, it's same goes for Venomancer. Again, Venomancer finding Timeless Relic. His damage output is pretty obnoxious. He dies, buys back, dies again. Some of these fights were very chaotic. Like the one we're seeing right now is something that OG did really well in the game. They held onto this Radiant Roshan position for a very long time, planting the mines. One of the reasons why Techie is so good. He can control certain areas of the map. They fall back. They have some place to TP to the outpost that can't be taken over. I think something has to be done about that one. And also Techie's mines, revealing teams that are coming into a fight smoked. Very chaotic fights, but this time around, Quest, I think Kezu had a good point in the previous one that they needed to have a little bit more explosive damage, and this is how they itemized for this one. Just to have, like, go in, get stuff done, TA2000 in the end finishes off Refresher, gets that double RP, and they clean up 2 heroes. So, good stuff for them. I was thinking that it's going to be the same way the way it ended in game number 1, but it didn't. We're going to game 3.
They were more clutch, I think, this time around, Quest, especially Noob and TA2000. I don't know who I would give the MVP to, because I think overall throughout the game, Noob was the most standout for me, but I would say that some of the RPs, they kind of brought them like back into the game, because OG, they in a lot of these fights, if you're out of position for 1 second, you're just dead. Like this Wind Ranger with, I don't know, 400 damage is just like killing the Void Spirit in like 2-3 seconds. Or if you get RP, then well, on the flip side, you have a 500 damage Void Spirit or 400 Magnus, which is clapping you out of the game in like 1 instant. So it's really just about being very aware and being very clutch. And Quest in this game, towards the last 5 to 10 minutes, they just really capitalized on OG. They messed up, but you know, you need to be in the right position, make the right place to actually, you know, punish them.
That pause into going to high ground as Morphling, I mean, it was a rough one, definitely. It kind of gave away all the advantage that they had, and also the previous fight, Morphling did not have buyback for 2 minutes, Wind Ranger for 5 minutes. I think you know that if you lose a fight there, you lose these 2 heroes, you're going to lose the game. So I think just the decision-making to go in and seek for a fight was a bit of a wrong shot calling there, because you want to wait it out. Like, you definitely want to have buyback on your Morph. Wind Ranger, we've seen how much damage she can deal in these fights, especially if, like, Focus Fire, reset with level 25 talent. You get another Focus Fire hero, just instantly die. But, yeah, again, we praise Kaori. Casters also praise Kaori about his Phoenix for a really good reason. I mean, the itemization was pretty much same as his did go last time he played it. Shard, he wants to buy Shard for... He thinks that he can't wait. Like, there's no reason to wait for that 20-minute mark to maybe 50% chance to get it from Tormentor. Instead, buys it for himself and then gets into a Hex. We've seen so many clutch Hexes dive into Hex, something that he does really well. And yeah, the big elephant in the room, I'd say, is Amar on this Razor. Made a hero look really good. Even though he was playing into Morphling, into Wind Ranger, he's still, like, the itemization was pretty much the same as he was doing in the previous patches, where he gets like Falcon Blade, BKB, gets that Halberd. Yeah, multiple Halberds on their team too. One on Kaori later down the line. But yeah, good stuff from Quest. But yeah, game 3 should be exciting as well.
Yeah, before we do get the MVP, though, for this game number 2, I'm going to put my foot down because you couldn't decide beforehand. So I'll do it for you. We're going to give it to Noob, and of course, you're going to explain why, though.
I get to explain or Lacoste gets to explain. I didn't hear.
You get to explain, Kezu.
I would say just it's his item. He was like stats aside, he played very well. The way he was going in and out of fights, I feel like he wasn't really dying. He was prioritizing the right heroes, and maybe it's easier to play this hero now because of like different items you buy and like that you just kill people more easily. And I'm not sure, but there's definitely something about this Void Spirit that seems very busted. Like you go this some Echo Saber Deso, you can split it into BKB, and you're just like killing everyone. Like I don't know who really stands a chance. Like whenever I see this hero have a mediocre to good game, he will always pop off in the later stages of the game, no matter what.
Yeah, well, some great reasons why Noob is getting the MVP there, but everyone definitely pulled their weight on the side of Quest Esports. You've already outlined a number of reasons why. But for OG, I hope they don't think too much on this one. I know there was that little bit of a shot calling issue for them, but overall it's a long game, and sometimes teams know how to play late game, and sometimes you kind of just really struggle with the lineup. But one thing I know for sure is game number 3 will be just as action packed. I'm excited to get to it, and it will be happening after this break.
No worries. Go on, man. Kill him. Nice. You can ult. Oh my god.
Oh, I had a bit
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit on mid. I'm fucking win.
15 seconds.
Went no checked also.
Coming more. Sergeant 5. Look here.
Wind is not in the fight, guys. Wind is not in the fight.
Nice. We have sieges.
Welcome back. It is going to be our last game for the day. That's right. Our third series has gone to a game number 3. It's OG up against Quest Esports, and the big question marks for this upcoming draft, Kezu, the Venom, the Phoenix, and the Magnus, I think, are the 3 that I wonder, are they going to be let through again? Are they going to be back to being banned, looked at to be taken away from either team?
Okay, Veno will be let through, I believe, because Quest just beat it. But Phoenix or Mag, I'm pretty sure you gotta take out one of these heroes. Phoenix, not because he's broken, but because it's one of this team's best heroes and Kaori's best hero. And Magnus, I may have also had a wrong read on this Veno Mag matchup. I mean, the lane still goes similar, but you just screw off to the jungle because you have 1800 camps. Before, like in the last patch, if you lost the lane, people could hunt you easier in the jungle. But now you're like in the second Dota map where it's like really hard to go and punish you. You go kill some creeps, you go back to the lane, and then 20 minutes later you have 300 damage. So yeah, Magnus seems good. A pretty cool hero.
It's so much harder to find people now with these outer rings added. You smoke, you don't find anyone, you waste time, while he just farmed 4 extra creeps, like 4 camps, and then he goes to different side of the map, continues to farm up. It's kind of a difficult one. Like, you need to move as a team, you need to set up good vision. Kind of a rough one, I would say. If you fail to go for a smoke, don't find anything, and the flash farming hero like a Mag, this carry Mag, I think I need to see more from it, because TA2000 looked extremely comfortable on it, but I've also seen games where it felt a little bit lackluster, I would say. So, need to see a couple more games. Also, like, just the decision-making from OG is what kind of cost them, like, the late-game decision-making. When it comes down to going for the high ground, that was pretty insane what what BZM did there, just to go in and try to like siege or anything. This Hex from Kaori that we mentioned caught him off surprise. Didn't have Lincolns on the hero as well. Maybe if like BZM, if Yuragi uses Lincolns on him, maybe then it's a different one, but still kind of a maniac move there to go for a play like that.
Yeah. They were definitely playing riskier than what it felt they needed to when they were that far into the late game and had such an advantage that they did. A draft on our screen, but because before it really gets further in and we want to start talking about that draft, I want to know more about what was the key difference between OG's Game 1 lineup and its Game 2 lineup, right? Because these games went the same length, but one, they were able to sort of make this comeback and they were the ones that had to sort of fight back. But Game 2, they were in control for the majority of it.
I would say in Game 1, it was easier for them to set up fights because they had like Naga Siren and Invoker that are constantly gonna split push the map. And in Game 2, Quest also they had a way easier time to decide like as a snap go. You know, like you have a Shadowblade, Spellbreaker who can start the fight, you have a Voice who can start the fight, and Magnus as well. Like all these snappy initiations that if they get caught on any heroes on OG, you just lose. Whereas on the game before, you have a lot more room to just like chill, wait for the map to be pushed, be like, oh, we want this fight, we want that fight. Whereas in the last one, it was they had to set it up a lot more, and yeah, I don't really think they did that towards the end.
Okay, all right, thank you. You said Banner wasn't going to be banned though. Is taken out.
I was wrong.
Yeah, Kazu.
Doom.
Idiot
wow.
analyst.
How could you not predict everything they were going to ban? This is crazy, Kazu.
Yeah, it's almost like they may have their own reasons, and I could be stupid, but you know, it's always a 50-50. I was Phoenix was taken out. I'm a genius, guys. Everyone should.
Yeah, 50-50. You got half of it right, half of it.
One right, one wrong.
There's one hero that has been banned out so far in this series. That's Pango. I don't know if you want to like pick it straight away. Maybe you want to save it on side of Quest, pick something else, and then go for Pango, protect Pango with like a Bloodseeker ban or something. Because this hero is also pretty nuts. This is also another universal hero that his damage scales insanely well from the mid lane. And then you get like Diffusal, Aghanims, pretty chaotic. There aren't many good heroes against him. He becomes a menace. Still, this hero is still broken. Like this hero has been broken for a really long time. Whatever you want to call it, broken, OP, super strong.
Yeah.
It just feels like he does so many things.
One of the... I just think that this series has maybe evolved a little bit now, where the first pick was either going to be Mag or the Techies. One thing that has always been very good against Mag that OG didn't really have last game. I mean, one good thing to have is like a blink cancel and like overwhelming vision, which it did have with Venomancer. But you want turnaround teamfight to threaten the Mag from like just jumping in and RPing you. You know, your classic Winter Wyverns, Tide Hunters, stuff like that. So this is maybe something that Quest should consider in this game, as they're gonna go for the Pango to close out the phase. I wouldn't say it's too surprising. It's a nice pick for techies to play with, and Lukas mentioned like all the other great things that Pango has, which are like 28 different.
Yeah, it was a huge list. I mentioned like 5% of it because it would be just a huge, big monologue.
You take the rest of the draft.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah, now you protect this Pangolier, as we mentioned. Ember Spirit, one of the better ones. Bloodseeker. Maybe throw in Puck, considering you're playing against OG. It's also one of BZM's better heroes, I would say. Something that can like dodge techies, create a lot of chaos in the backlines. We'll see if they go full force on banning out heroes just to protect their Pango.
Puck would be good, I think, in terms of ban. Sorry, Nat, you can go.
No, I was just going to ask to talk a little bit more about the Skywrath, because we've seen it banned quite a few times, maybe banned as much as we've seen it picked, so it's not like it's crazy popping up everywhere here in Western Europe just yet. But now that we do see it, and a lot of other heroes we've already seen before, I want to know a bit more about this guy, why we think it is coming into favor, and what it really offers for OG and potential building blocks for their draft.
Well, Sky is usually just like a solid laner, and he gives you very good 1+1 threat. Or one of the reasons why I kind of like the hero is that even when people build Vanguard, you can cut through it in like the early to early mid game. I usually feel like you want this hero when you have more purpose or you know your lane, because this hero has a lot of drawbacks where if they have a killer lane, you're just gonna feed it up pretty hard.
One thing I like about Sky is Blood Grenade. Like, it gives him so much more kill threat. Having an extra slow, pair him up with anything that has a little bit more damage to it. Some of these heroes became like so much more powerful. Like we've seen Resurrection of position 4 Pudge. He needed that a little bit of oomph, a little bit of that extra damage or some kind of a slow, which Blood Grenade actually gives it. So he can connect, have that extra slow. Level 1 Rot usually isn't enough, but with the Blood Grenade, it is. Even like just level 1 hook into Blood Grenade, maybe a slow, maybe a stun from your offlaner does secure you a kill. And yeah, I think Sky, also great carrier just of the Blood Grenade, first 10, 12, 15 minutes of the game, where he can move around the map like you. It's a long duration slow, and then you can set it up for another slow, which does lead into a kill.
Do you guys know if the Blood Grenade slow stacks? Like, let's say I threw one and the person in my lane threw one as well. Like, two people threw one at the same time.
No, it just refreshes.
Would they stack or no?
It just refreshes the duration.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I've had it happen in so many pubs that
Yeah.
I know the ins and outs. Like, I've actually seen 3 Blood Grenades thrown at the same time, no cap.
Oh, no.
And then you don't get the kill and you're like, we lost.
Man, if we just didn't stack it like that, we would have won. We would have gotten it.
Unlucky. One other reason perhaps why they went for the Skywrath, it should be another Merlin pick. And this time around, the Techies wasn't there, which he played very well in the last game. And their Earth Spirit is there too, but I don't think you want to open up Mag Earth Spirit. That sounds like it's some real dog shit. So you just go Mag with a good +4. You enable him throughout that. You have your stand-in being happy. So you start your draft with good vibes.
Yeah, a little surprised that they didn't pick Keeper of the Light for Merlin, just for the lore itself. Have that. On the other side, OG.
We'll write to them.
Banning out Faceless Void, something that Kezu talked about, like these big team fight heroes that can like counter Mag. Like, you know, they're going to be grouping around Magnus. I think there's like 4 or 5 really good heroes. Like Phoenix is the one that can counter Mag. Wyvern that he mentioned. Tide. Yeah. I think Abba is also fine, coming out from position 4, because you can pop ulti, shield the other guy. And also Faceless Void. They group up. You're setting things up for a really good chrono. So, banning him out. Disruptor, Skywrath Mage, 2 supports that do give you a lot of kill threat in the lanes. Something Pango doesn't really like to play into. Long duration silence from Sky into like a static storm. Synergizes nicely with Mag RP. You put it on top of 2 heroes. Like, we see that supports are getting a lot of gold. You see a support with like 3, maybe even 4 items. Maybe because we've seen these long 55-minute games 2 times in a row. But still, it's one of the best upgrades in the game. Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor really changes the game a lot.
Yeah, it's just like it's just a straight up win condition. Like, you can at some point play for it and suddenly your hero turns into Doom. which is a pretty good hero who has a pretty good spell. One thing for Quest that I want them to do, I've said this a few times now, when Noob is playing on this Pango, like, please, for the love of God, pick heroes that help him or another hero that can go in. You mentioned like heroes like Abaddon. I think that stuff is really good against Mag. That's a pseudo help because he can heal you, he can go in for you, he can shield, or if you take like a secondary initiator, Silencer helps in a way because you protect him with global, obviously, but there's a way where if I'm playing Pango this game, I would love to play on high range with like a diffusal blade. That's definitely one way how you can abuse Disruptor in Sky a lot. I don't want to be the Pango that in every single team fight I have to start with my role and then, you know, it can just become awkward. So Amar or TA2000, I think one of them, whichever hero they play, it should like jump in or be able to frontline to just make it easier
Like
for him
Amar,
to play
right?
this game.
Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Yep.
I'm down. I'm down.
I low-key said it as a joke, but then I was like, it's not that far up.
Not a joke if Amar is playing.
Yeah.
So you'll have someone to set things up for techies, someone that like Silencer can back up with global silence, and I'm a big fan of just swashbuckle from a distance, use it 1-2 times, use Rolling Thunder, which doesn't put him in a bad spot. So he, as you said, like doesn't need to use Rolling Thunder, Shield Crash, die, like get Glimpse, die afterwards. So Mars will draw a lot of attention in some of these fights, and then they can still like keep the distance. It's still a really good Drow Ranger game. Looking at the bans for Quest Esports, it's also one of TA2000 better heroes. Either that or like Terrorblade. Terrorblade doesn't care too much about these heroes. Sure, Skyrat Mage, but we're like Terrorblade doesn't join early on until he has like 2-3 items, and he just dismantles the whole team of OG, I would say. So OG might start also thinking about some of these suggestions that we mentioned.
They should definitely think about TB. It's like one of the few kind of range heroes that I believe in. I feel like these Drow Rangers, even if it looks good, they're really hard to make work. But TB has high armor into these mag lineups, helps you with the waves as well, and has a pretty good laning phase. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we're going to see OG ban it out, as they're just going to take their hands on this Voice Spirit, which, well, it is just an insane hero. And also with the different item builds, I feel that this hero he's more tanky than he used to be, because you want to buy more stats, you're going to go for this Echo Saber, so even when you play into like some global silence or you may get stunned, I feel that in this patch you have an easier time surviving through these potential combos.
And betting out Phantom Lancer could have also like reveal something that they were trying to go for, the Terrorblade that we mentioned, which was kind of obvious one. But what's really like, why is Phantom Lancer? I mean, it could still be Drow Ranger considering that they banned out PL. Even Templar Assassin. I mean, it's in his name, TA2000. So probably gonna be one of those.
Anti-mage ban.
Maybe it's leading up for Medusa. Okay, it gets banned.
Yeah.
Or they
were
could
just
be
testing OG's knowledge.
They could be distracting them with these bans. It's like, well, we're not gonna pick these heroes anyway. We're just making you waste bans on it.
That would be the big brain play. But then what would they look at? What would still be in the pool for them?
Oh, Lacoste is just a
Lacoste is
king,
so good,
baby. This guy just looks at names and then just calls the hero.
They're gonna pick Yuragi for OG.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite hero.
It's banned.
It's banned. It's gonna be Agi hero. It's in the name.
Okay, so has DM play? I'm sure he can play Mag. There's like, you can try to go nuclear and you like pick some Viper offlane and you go real toxic. You just have DM level up from Venom to Viper. Seems good. Or you just end up picking some new carry. They would have loved for TB to be in the pool, but obviously they had to ban that themselves.
Oh, what about Wind Ranger again? I don't mind it too much, but this time with an earlier BKB where you can kill Pango. Okay, and there weren't
That's
many
a cool
options
looking
left.
Wind Ranger.
It really is.
It's not even an Agi hero. We lost. They lost.
I don't know. I kind of like what Quest had in this one, especially with Pango. Maybe I'm a bit biased towards Pango because I do think this hero wins most of the games, at least the one that I'm watching. Amar, of course, on his Mars one more time. The build that he went for in the game one was triple bracers, soul ring, phase boots. So kind of hard to push out of the lane. And he might do the same thing again. You're playing into Alchemist. You want to have as much regen as possible. Try to push him out of the lane and maybe even get some kills. It's also a killer lane. Playing with techies, Omar has shown that he's a really good techies player so far.
And what about you, Kezu? What are your thoughts? Do you like the improvement on Quest's lineup compared to the last 2 games, which have been a little bit more unfavorable for them?
They have a good draft, but when I see range carries and backline supports being played against 3 heroes that can jump, it's usually makes me feel a bit because if at like this 15, 16, 17 minute mark, Voicebear's going to have farm, Mag's going to have items, Alk is going to have like Radiance, Blink, BKB in a good timing. And if they go together and they execute their mid game, I think it will be very hard for Quest to like stand their ground during that time. And if that happens, I think they will lose.
Oh, look, they've had odds stacked up against them before. They did win game number 2, but we'll see how Quest and OG fare up for game 3 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat and the panel. And Trent, we're getting to real gamer hours here for all the Europeans, both in chat and in this game. It's midnight over there and still ready to play. Officials, it's all happening. That's what happens when it goes to 3 games.
Is it a full moon tonight? I'm Googling. Let's see. Well, I don't know. It's midnight. It's a full moon. I didn't know if that would be important. Do you think that matters?
Look out your window, see if it's a full moon. Shout out to Taiga is what Amar says at the start of the game. I will say that I think that there's a little bit of love between those two in particular. We got to have both of them on the panel when we were doing the TI casts for the what was it, lower bracket finals, and they seem to have a little bit of a bromance going on. Shout out to Taiga.
Yes. Just after he'd been kicked.
Well, we don't need to say that.
Oh, okay. All right.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, he was removed from the team in that area. No, it was mutual, right? It's, you know, it's always mutual. All right.
True.
That's how it goes with all relationships. So
it's not
yeah,
you.
Yeah, and you're not strength, you're edgy, but he's not.
Oh, wait, no.
I like Lacoste's idea. It was a good idea.
Yeah, that was a good one.
But
you're edgy.
He's your Stri for today, so. It's an Alchemist. This hero was bopping around like the first phase picks and bans for a little bit. Then he got nerfed, lost a bit of movement speed, if I recall, and some other stuff. So now we're going to see how he is now.
A lot of little nerfs, the little tickle damage that always really hurts this guy. But I will say that you also do have a situation where all those extra camps right below him down there on the bottom side of the map feels really good to farm there. What doesn't feel great is Kaori not able to play on his Phoenix, so he doesn't have a get out of jail free card. They do not stack up the blood grenades. They play it together perfectly. It's going to be Mr. Merlin getting the first blood, same as last game, or game number 1, I guess.
Yeah, just great stand-up performance all around for sure from Merlin. Definitely impressed and hoping to clutch this last match for him.
Newest Nigma player coming in right now. Oh, sorry, no. Sorry.
Dude, come on, Yuma hasn't even played yet. All right, give him a second. Relax. It's like the water cycle. It's like, you know, Liquid picks them up. Stand-ins come in. Other teams, they make their way to Secret.
Yeah.
You don't make it to Secret. You go to Nigma, then you stand in for other teams, perform well.
Right.
I will say, okay, I don't really understand how he has keybinds issue because he already played Mars, but I do have keybind issues on any hero that I haven't played since the patch. The keybinds are always messed up every single time.
That's fair.
I don't know what happened, so
maybe that's why they lost game number 1. He's like, oh, it was the keybinds. We got it started this time. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, he's gonna change the virus ones. I lost, so I need to fix them. Yeah. Well,
I like this play too.
We alluded to the fact that TA2000 used to be a mid player, and this was why. He was a TA player. But alas, he has moved. He's become a safe laner, a carry player, and so has Templar Assassin. So he's going to be very happy right now playing with his old hero.
And also became a universal hero, TA.
No,
just lying to the audience.
Dude,
just
you actually freaked me out for a second. I was like, there's no way she's universal. That would be so broken.
I just like lying to the audience every now and then. It's like, Merlini's back. He's playing, guys. But no, that's not indeed what's happening. Kaori taking a lot of punishment here from Merlin, though.
God, my brain like tied itself into a knot right there. I was like, no, that can't be. But then I saw his inventory. I was like, that is a lot of branches.
Yeah.
To make sure, you know.
It's infected people. You know, everybody sees how good these stats are on Universal Heroes and like, I want to do that too. But it's just not the same. Although, man, look at the CS already off the bat for TA2000. Looking pretty good. And with the Blood Grenade, a couple more punches. DM taking a beating, not able to play on his Venomancer this time.
I mean, as much crap as we give the mid players, you know, when they actually do this thing where they like practice last hitting and stuff, and they are going to be better. Like, seriously, I think that a carry or a mid player that goes to the side lanes is going to like out CS everybody.
Yeah.
You know, because like it's just so necessary for winning. Whereas like there's other things you got to focus on the side lanes. You're like thinking about the camps and the pulls, and so that gets your attention. And you're thinking about like, how do I interact with my teammate and stuff. But these mid players, they just spent years muting, being muted, no one else to talk to, no friends, only foes on both sides. Just only the creeps to call their friends. And then they would kill them because they had to do denies too. So it's, you know, they're just bad people. As Chu,
does he get the deny? Oh, all right, hold on. So we got to talk about this. I was letting you finish your little soliloquy there about mid players and the pain that you've experienced, but he stole the bounty rune on Chu and then ended up sticking around, having him waste all of his mana on techies, and then gets the deny to neutrals. Sick stuff.
All while giving an Alchemist a 1v1 versus a Mars and a techies, which is, I would not want to be in a situation where they can be comboing up their plays. So to draw him that far away, just fantastic stuff there from Chu.
Afterwards, we'll see if he decides to head on towards mid for a bottle refill. Nope, just pretending to be a courier at the moment, bringing out some boots for good old Yuragi. And suddenly, he has all of his items that he needs. Tread's done at 4 minutes. Up
I'm
top.
going to be pretty low here, but has the wand. Already has the Ring of Health, of course, so... Just going to wait it out.
Okay. Not the unkillable monster yet with the Vanguard, but is starting to build towards that avenue.
Oh, you won't be safe.
No.
K2000, he's just going to be Psyblading like crazy. He's going to get level 6. He's going to use that new ability to deny the psionic traps, and he's going to kill him.
Oh, DM? Burning down dead. Kaori gets the kill. Very well played. Easy rotation, and now had to TP all the way back home as bottom. They're still putting the hurt now onto Yuragi.
Yeah, it takes the opportunity to go all the way home and make the run back. So hopefully T2000 doesn't get punished for this. You can see he's trying to like burn out the wave really fast, but he's coming back and seems like he's going to be okay. Merlin's pretty low on mana.
Wasn't able to get there for that pull, unfortunately, for TA2000, but still pulling the wave back, keeping himself survivable. While down bottom, Yuragi throwing out stuns as they're battling over this creep camp. They will get the pullback now onto Amar, but without another stun for a couple of seconds, Yuragi can't do anything else to punish that. But you can see they're keeping him somewhat low, not opting to go for the Vanguard, obviously, on Mars. This has been his patented build of just building bracers.
All right, now, speaking of stuff that's happening, though, BZM, you know, Void Spirit, Universal Hero, has a bracer, has 89 damage right now, and has 13 denies versus Noob's Penguin. Wow. So the level 6 is coming up fast, and that's why Kaori's here.
See if they can help out a bit. Burning him down slightly. Blood Grenade for the turn. BZM playing on the edge. And it's enough to keep him alive. So Barry, after a good kill top, ends up in a little bit of a feed in the mid lane, and now BZM with help nearby. He does have 2 rounds of Astral Step. Blood Grenade, is he gonna go in for the snipe? Tries to get away, no such luck. Merlin double kill, and might even be another one. Omar goes for the big jump in, enough for the finish. Kaori comes in, doesn't manage to steal his int, but it's BZM that gets the bottled invis and is also gonna heal up on the bounty.
Well done, yeah. Yeah, you guys ever been the sport player? Your mid's kind of getting bodied. They're complaining about this guy. Broken Universal Heroes denying everything. You try and rotate mid and you feed. It's a bad feeling. Oh, he's teeping down bottom. He's going to try and use this ulti right now. See how many kills they can pick up for OG. There's one.
2. goes down, and then Omar goes down. So not able to get any others. And in fact, as we're getting close to the 7-minute mark, it looks like Amara is going to be able to pick up the Wisdom Rune. And can they sneak another?
Kaori, yeah, he's getting it. Oh, well, it might be support sneaking. Chu, TPing.
Ooh, doesn't get there in time. So double for Quest. Very frustrating. Can they get any? Wait, I think Chu thought somebody was going to come and help him. And that is not happening. Chu takes over.
I mean, he's
the
just
Watcher.
waiting if he tries to TP. He doesn't have his E to try and get vision, though. Oh, he actually has no TP. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Improved pathways in the tree line. Oh!
Dude, he got so juked. And look at him. They're looking for him.
He's going back through the lane. Amara's dying bottom.
Oh, my
but
God.
Kaori just walks up the no boot silencer with all that swag.
Oh, it's pretty sick.
He
All
gets
right,
the
Amar does
Watcher.
go down.
Tower is under attack.
That's so sick, dude. Harry, what a boss.
Oh,
Gets a good ward down, too. Everything you could want. Is he going to cut his way through these trees, too? Oh, there's no way. But they could go for a kill because they saw him on the
homeward bound,
Watcher.
dude. He's just-
They were watching. They were watching for Chu. Kaori picks up the kill. Damn, dude. BZM immediately silenced. Yo. Oh, I thought Noob was going to go back in for that one. Maybe they still can. Skewer pulls back the techies, enough for the kill onto Omar. It's going to be an RP used. The haste rune into feed. We've seen it a couple of times, and it's going to happen again.
He just got 6. It was like single-digit XP into 6. You're trying so hard to recover because you can feel how badly it went and like how you're pretty far behind, and then to feed another one right after that. A2000 just putting all the traps down up top, by the way.
That's his area. Speaking of which,
Oh, this is so annoying. He just lost half his health for walking over a trap. That sick Vanguard, bruh.
That's super frustrating to play against. It's BZM. Dies to Omar. Paired together with the Silencer. Man, the Quest supports have really been putting in work this series. Super impressed with them.
Gonna give all the credit to techies.
Okay.
Can't be the players. It must just be this hero. It's early blast-offs.
Also, can we just say Kaori level 5, Omar level 6, Chu level 3 on this Disruptor? The double Wisdom Rune steal is so sad. Oh,
I don't know. There were a lot of great changes. I don't know about these Wisdom Runes. I'm kind of out on these things. Just bring back Tome. They can't steal my Tome.
Oh, Chu, not again. Not Chu. Not Chu, too. As they are going on to the bigger kill of BZM. Get that finish. And thank you oh so much for stacking up these Ancients for us. Really appreciate it. Kaori, he might go down.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not so free yet. They will take the other camp, though. This one's pretty free.
Yeah.
They have vision. They're watching them do this right now. Nothing they can do about it. They're just going to be satisfied. T2000 thinking about leeching some of this XP. Oh,
There's a trap in there, too. A2000, are you too bold? Silence is out, gets the stick off, still healing through it. Good stun onto 2. DM, RP ready. Have they bitten off more that they could chew? Because they're down on the low ground, but no. Instead, they turn and kill DM. And OG kind of just bleeding here.
Yeah, he's still holding
Over and
blast
over.
off. They can turn again if it gets too dicey.
Oh, stuns himself,
going.
thinking about the turn, and indeed, they'll find him. Just explodes to the damage coming out. BZM wants to find something. They do find the snipe onto Omar. K2000 still living through all of this. As this battle is unfolded, I mean, it is pretty freaking looked good for Quest, gotta say.
God, he just melted. He got melded. I think he must have gotten a lucky shot on that as well.
Yeah.
Jeez. And plus the DD, I guess, was also in there too, right? So they just kind of had everything. Man, great control over this part of the map here from Quest. All starting with Kaori invading for the Wisdom Rune. A lot of it began there, getting the Watcher, leading in some kills. Great use of they're probably one of the best Global Silence is a level 6, I can remember in a while. Using it to punish this Void Spirit, all slippery and annoying. He's so mobile for a level 6 hero because he just has like 2 abilities very early on that can cover such a big distance with multiple charges.
Yuragi in trouble now as the arena is down. He's going to self-stun, do even more damage. And Amar just backing away. BZM double jump forward, wants to get the kill, and he will find it. Can they get away with the rest of them, or do they want to keep fighting? Looks like they're ready to go for more. BZM, there it is. Global back up. Does not have an answer for this early into the game, and one of the problems when you go the stats build for Void Spirit, Silencer just owns him. Up 2K against an Elk.
Man, that is crazy that he just got global to the last word and is just dying on this Void Spirit. Like, he looks so tanky. But it doesn't matter. He's got 5 armor right now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Quest, after a disappointing game number 1 where there were moments where it looked like they could make a sick play and chew, now even going to get caught. Gets brought down by Omar again. But after that game number 1, they have really been able to salvage things after it looked like they were in the lead for a while. This Quest team is legit.
All right, but again, remember game 1. It's looking pretty similar. It's a little bit earlier when they're getting these big moves across the map, but it was a situation where like going high ground was a little bit hard. If the game got dragged out, Yuragi got really big. They controlled the waves a bit better. Their overall map play was really well done from OG. So, you know, Quest, they have to keep up this tempo. Right now they're looking at Amar, but it'll just get glimpsed back. They still have a good ward over on the pillar as well, so trying to squeeze this Alchemist out of this area. They are just trying to bully.
I would also, just to sort of piggyback on that thing that you were saying about this Quest team and the struggles that they do sort of face a lot of times, and it was even the issues that they faced in Tour 2 when they ended up getting 5th. It was so close to them going to the major, but they were in situations like this where they couldn't quite end the game. And a couple of giving up kills here and there to an Alchemist, it's really deadly. Now they have a glimpse onto Amar to try and bring him down. Kaori is in trouble, going to fall. Amar tries to TP out. Do they have anything to break it? Doesn't look like it. BZM can't get there in time. But this has been the problem for this team for a while, is closing out big victories in the laning stages.
The tip there. I see a giggle there from BZM. Tips him back. Okay. Some smiles.
Love to see it.
See if it stays all smiles. The Mage Slayer is out here from BZM, so trying to slow this game down a little bit. Obviously, Echo kind of the preferred way to do things, but with the way this game is going, this is a nice way to try and stabilize things by moving into the Mage Slayer instead.
Reset. Yeah, definitely. And of course, the other thing that we've got to keep our eyes on is, you know, what's this item build that TA2000 is going to be going for? The strongest hero in the game right now. How active does she want to be? Could try and sneak a early Roche at any point now with Deso Dragonlance. Vision, finding, Merlin, silenced, BZM nearby. Looks like Skyrat's going to be able to get out of this one scot-free. Man, the Silencer's damage has got to be crazy right now.
I just don't understand how he's playing like he's a Phoenix. Like, he's playing like he still has Icarus dive. He's constantly, like, in the front. I don't know how he's tanking so many hits there as well, like, in that fight down bottom where somehow those 2 heroes had to chase him forever. He has his little raindrop there, too, just to help out. Trying to make things frightening for them. Whenever they see Silencer, he wants them to think, like, oh, there's a Pango here. Oh, there's a TA here. Right now, they don't have the best idea of what's happening. The ward that they have does get missed, though. So it's going to watch Silencer and Techies move down bottom to link up with Amar. And that's what's causing Yuragi to do this big rundown. The Wisdom Rune is there if he checks.
Nice. Does he go and look at it? He does indeed.
Oh, baby.
That's much needed. I mean, that's just big on him, too, right? Like, getting those levels pretty important.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's like Noob grabbed the other one, yeah.
Well, Quest playing together around the mid lane now, as there's going to be a fortification to keep the tower alive up top, while Quest want to make the move for the tier 2 down bottom.
under attack.
Bringing
This is good.
numbers.
Using the shield rune to like tank it up, let the catapult do some work. He's trying to pull the wave away. Merlin recognizes how important this is. They try and hold this, but it just can't be done. And this is going to, again, lose space for Yagi to farm. He's got to get through this Twin Gate. He wants to be removing himself from this area and joining up top with the Void Spear and the Disruptor. But there goes the outpost. TA2000's moving through. Has the Blink Dagger as well. So I saw that TA2000 was saving up some gold. I wasn't sure if he was going to try and commit for something a bit bigger, but he just wants to be active, wants to keep pressuring. And Yagi went back down bottom and is spotted by the creep wave. They're just running at him.
Yeah. TP out. Gets away. Omar wanted to chase that, but not going to be able to do it. Merlin also TP's out. So much space being made on the map right now by OG. Even though they're in such a strong position on the side of Quest, the farm, it's not being missed out on that much by OG.
And look at the itemization of Quest, too. They've gone Blink Dagger Pango, Blink Dagger TA, and BKB first for Amar.
Yeah.
So, pretty interesting way to do it. Has to be in there immediately with that BKB. BZM found in the hot tub. Goes for the quick TP before the TPs can come through, but not fast enough. Noob gets him.
Nice catch. So Noob cleans up that kill onto BZM. Immediately across the map, it's all of OG trying to spread out and farm up on the rest of their heroes. But this is looking like it could be the Roche time now. TA2000 is not there, though.
His TP just came up. Yeah, I think he might want to throw a couple of traps down first. And...
Whoa. No, they're going instead for Yuragi.
Oh, they have a ward.
Oh, this ward. That's pretty good. Yeah, Arena down. They catch Yuragi, and that is the much bigger play.
Man, painful for it to be that ward, too, of all wards, right? Like, just like the mega obvious pillar ward getting you. Now she's going to TP on up there, so... other teammates... Oh, that's really smart. TP's up with TA2000 since they're all coming through the gate, and that way you can be prepped with the double meld for when they get there. Just recognizing, again, this comes back to game one. Whatever you need to do to make this faster. Get this done.
As quickly as possible. And they are going to get it. I mean, OG are not going to be able to be here in time.
Hey, there's
DM,
techie minds. We know the story, okay? You can't come in.
Yeah. No, there's no way. And DM, like, you know, for all that he's been farming up like crazy, it sort of speaks to the fact that they don't think that they're going to be fighting. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger on this mag. Just opting for the straight-up Harpoon.
Yeah, he's got Harpoon. It's okay. I mean, we'll get the Blink later. It's fine. We're Harpooners first. He's a whale hunter now, you know?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Of course, the only real whale, I guess, would be Alchemist, because, you know, he gets all the gold. But TA's kind of whaling it up this game. She's obviously even more farmed, so.
Yeah.
Has a Grove Bow, too. Oof. Nice.
I mean, this is scary times. And Quest already set up to try and take down this Tormentor as soon as it spawns. Well, the tier 2 tower will fall. OG. This has kind of been, you know, one of those things that you see in this patch is teams kind of snowballing a lead. But in the past 2 games, the team that's been behind has been able to make some comebacks happen. See if it can happen again, or if Quest have righted their wrongs from before and now have answers to it.
No instant mining or anything of the Tormentor. Have one in behind in case they try and contest. But the ultimate beginning of the snowball, typically stealing to the Tormentor. And there it is.
Drop down.
Oh, Tegan's got it. Is that better? I guess, because I mean, you have like 1 point glaives anyway, right? Like, not really focusing on it.
OG. They're ready for a fight, it looks like. Even into this Aegis. 3.5 minutes left on it. Yuragi thinking about a jump. Drops down the Acid Spray. Static Storm down. Amar already BKB out, and Chu is just gone. Pango roll, but the BKB walk away. Yuragi just tries to retreat.
For the catch, Merlin.
Oh,
so
Merlin.
slow.
Oh my God. One big hit is all it took, and now the spear, DM, he's caught, goes into all of them, but does he have the damage? No, he can't stay alive to get the RP off. Global to cover regardless, and OG, they're starting to whittle down one by one, triple kill on TA2000.
Nice spear.
And no buyback on the Alp, doesn't even need it. BZM has to get out of here. I mean, they don't have an answer. Harpoon in one, pulls it back, Kaori, he's gonna die. So they do at least get a consolation kill. That's a tier 3 tower take.
Getting back glyph reset nice and early off the tier 3.
Dire's bottom tower.
Won't be a concern the next time you come up. It's kind of risky. Like, we don't get the same benefits anymore of grabbing the tier 3 that you used to. Way back when. I guess that was a long time ago now. Jeez. It used to be tier 3s, then it was tier 2s.
Right.
But grabbing... It's because it's pretty unusual these days to see a team do that, where they go high ground like that just to grab a tier 3. But I think the fact that, like, getting rid of the glyph reset right now, so you won't have to worry about it if you come back, is pretty nice. There are a lot of lotuses, guys.
Whoa.
The ports gather, harvest.
Something extra?
4 down bottom. Got 1 up top. Not bad. Maybe about that time.
Part of it is that there's not a super mobile 4 in this game. I guess like Omar is sort of the most mobile one in the sense of like how you move around the map.
Right.
But he is planted.
Well, TA, in the meantime, gonna try and pick up the Tormentor for her team. And does have it done there, so Mars gets an Aghanim Shard.
They know Yuragi's down here. He acid sprayed the wave.
He managed to get away. Yuragi hides, and we'll be able to farm this one up at the very least, though Merlin, he might not be so lucky. He does.
I wonder if there's a ward
to the right.
Like, I wonder if there's a ward you can get around here where Yuragi is that would let you spot couriers to move into this part of the map.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be really broken. Yeah, I don't know. I never tried up there. I'm sure it doesn't work, surely. I mean, Monkey King was jumping up to the trees. We had to get rid of those. We got some nice bushes up there now. It was bare immediately after. That was kind of funny.
All cosmetic now.
Yeah, beautiful.
30 seconds left on Aegis as Quest. Are they thinking about another push, or are they just trying to get these waves shoved out? It's like the second one is their choice.
Were you trying to think if it was former or latter, and you just said second one? Because that's what it sounded like.
Don't worry about it, okay?
Okay. All right, worth
the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I couldn't remember which order I said it in.
I know. I can tell it's exactly what happened.
Listen. Stop calling me
I
out,
know you
okay?
so well.
Also, you know what's pretty sick? The Gossamer Cape on Skywrath Mage. That's a good item against the TA.
Yes, I've seen this a couple times today. It's been pretty popular. Very cool name. Big fan of that.
What does Gossamer Cape?
I don't know. It sounds like a material.
Does it mean
like a dragon?
They're about to die? Because that's what I think it means. Nope, never mind. Yuragi's fine.
Well,
Merlin is not. Merlin is very dead. That Gossamer Cape did not keep him alive.
So it's a little more tattered now, you know?
Yeah. Fair. Well, no Skywrath, but also no Aegis. And this gold lead feels like it should be a pretty clean victory for Quest if they can keep up this type of momentum. But I remember game number 1, it was sitting at right about these numbers. And granted, that was against the Naga Siren, but I don't know. There's something in me that makes me a little bit worried for Quest unless they can keep up these types of kills. They find Shu, get him. BZM still buying a little bit of extra space, while on the other side, they find Yuragi getting chased back through the Tormentors and dies to Omar's Techie's Wide. Oh, God, that is painful.
It was like running a lemming off a cliff. Which wasn't a real thing, but still. Unless you played the game for Super Nintendo. Great game. Or PC. Don't know why I had it for Super Nintendo. It was way harder to control.
Wow. Yeah, Quest trying to close this one out. You know, out gets big and scary, but if you just end the game, he doesn't get there. Can they finish this one off? They can even give the Solar Crest over, but I don't know if it's going to be enough armor to deal with TA-2000.
I think they're out of OBS right now. Yeah, they're going to bring some out in KRA, so they don't have like full control over the high ground. It's not easy for Amara to just make some crazy YOLO play.
And yeah, I mean, DM in the meantime still no access to the Blink Dagger.
I thought he was going to do it. When he walked back to base there, I thought he was about to buy it instead of the BKB, but he went BKB.
Spear pulls Yuragi away from the rest of his team. Where's the help? There's no help. They have BKB on DM, but it comes too late. Yuragi is already dead. The damage is not there. Noob is killing Merlin, and, well, the TP out It's only buying time. GG is called 26 minutes. Quest take down OG.
Damn. What a game 3 here from Quest.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, with the shout-outs.
Yeah.
Chat there, it was all played. Amar,
Appreciating
use his full Christian name right there, you know? the full legalities being printed out here by Quest Esports as they get the win.
Appreciating what he saw. Man, really, really impressive stuff. And I mean, you know, I think for OG's point of view, you look at this, you come into 2 games, you're playing with stand-ins twice in a row, you lose a couple of them, both against Tundra and against Quest. For Quest, they took down 1 game against Gaming Gladiators and then come in and knock out OG in a 2-1 series that very easily could have been a 2-0 if they would have just righted the wrongs from game number 1. Super impressed.
Yeah, and again, you got to look back at like when they just missed the major, this idea of just like working so hard for that whole season, you come so close. That could really go either way, I feel like, for a team, where it's either very motivating or kind of demotivating. And it's looking like it was quite a bit of motivation here. And, you know, obviously there's been some slight changes since then, but right now they look great. And to be able to pull this game, like I thought the draft from OG looked pretty solid, but TA2000, he did his thing, played his hero, played it extremely well. The whole squad, honestly, like Kaori from the very beginning, those wild plays on Silencer, he did not look like a Silencer. He was just a super solid position 5 player who, look at he's playing Ench or Coddle or some other like weird hero who's just like running around and has some survivability mechanism. And he's like, nah, I'm just Silencer, just doing my thing. Sick plays.
Very cool stuff. And of course, the stand-in, Marlini, didn't get his signature Zeus, so what didn't end up winning that one out. You know, got to go back to the ASM Trash stream to practice a few more of those games before you get to the big leagues. But no, did a good job. Let's head on back to the panel, though. Let them break down all the action as we finish off the day here.
Thank you, Lyrical and Trent. And I mean, Quest Esports, the guys showed up. They might not have had, you know, game 1 the way that they wanted, but this game number 3 was fantastic for them. I'm super impressed with just how dominant and the fact that the game was sub 50 minutes this time around Lacoste.
Yeah, this one was a quickie. I mean, the way they, like, this was very one-sided, like, understanding the timing when Alchemist is gonna come online. Also, they needed a hero. This Templar Assassin was a really good pick for them, because, like, Pango and TA, they work well together, but Pango and, like, the other heroes that they have with Mars, they have nothing to take you the objectives, so they needed something. Like, you get this Teso, you keep the momentum, you don't rely on cooldowns. So, killing Yuragi, delaying his Radiance, like, even during the BKB, it's like, we've seen, not just Omar, but also Noob forcing BKB from him multiple times and playing so aggressive in their own face. I think Trent talked about Kaori Silencer. This hero just felt different in his hands. Same goes for Phoenix that he played in the previous one.
And for yourself, Kezu, were you surprised that it was this dominant for Quest? Because I know that when we talked about it going into this, you had some conditions on how their lineup could work, but the fact that it did play out this way, are you impressed?
I definitely am. So I had some timings in mind that OG didn't even get to. I don't even know if Yuragi ended the game with a blink. I know that DM didn't. So I think that they played really well early on with how they go together with the heroes. I think TA2000 on this TA is also something else. I'm not sure how he was so far ahead in net worth when it came to the specific lane against Mag. I haven't seen Mag be that low in the net worth in a while, but like how aggressive he played in the lane and then pushing the map forward, having traps in nice places, stealing enemy ancients and all this stuff. Just overall impressed with Quest. And yeah, I feel like this Magnus for DM, I was a little disappointed with his individual performance, but you know, sadly it does happen.
Yeah, it is pretty rough, especially considering we've seen some Magnuses do amazing jobs. DM just wasn't able to perform, I guess, to that level. But, you know, it's a team thing. OG just couldn't really get their feet under them the way they needed. Quest Esports, though, an MVP, we get to pick another one for them. Lacoste, I'll give you the full honors this time around to pick an MVP.
I would say TA2000, but looking at how things ended up, I would say Amar. Bro's just gonna keep getting away with picking his heroes. This DPC tour as well. Previous one was, a little bit of a lackluster, I would say, considering that the whole team was not doing too hot. But he's making it work one more time. Just being himself, playing the heroes that he likes, that he thinks are going to be able to work even in this meta, because pretty much everything has changed. He's still playing these heroes, and he's still doing it. But, the itemization-wise, again, double bracer, soul ring, dominates the laning stage, can be pushed out of the lane, goes for a different build. Usually you see these offlaners going for auras, going for Vanguard. Not him. He's very unique in his own style, and he's making it work.
Yeah, he's proven that offlaners still get to have fun. They don't have to go into the full aura builds, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, it's in his name because he doesn't give an F about, I think, what other people do. He's just going to do what he thinks is right. I mean, Amar, to me, is a very promising player. There's just this fine line of balance, I think, that you need to hit, of not being too stubborn. But when he plays his heroes, I mean, if you can make it work, right, why tailor to what everyone else is doing? It's kind of similar with, like, Thompson's mid-style of play, right? Like, he kind of invented a different style, and then it's like, yeah, look at me, nerds. Now you have to copy me instead of the other way around.
It is very amazing. I mean, that's the reason why we call them like his heroes, and the fact that we are able to hype it up so much is he has performances like these every single time. And now with Quest Esports taking the series off of OG, Lacoste, where do you feel that they're going to go? Like, how far? Are you thinking that they might just miss out on the major again? Or are you like, this is another great start for them? We might be seeing them go to the major this time.
We might be. Last time around, OG did manage to get the dub during the DPC tour. They also did win against them in the tiebreaker, so much better start. But they also started the DPC tour last time by beating Gaming Gladiators. There was also like relatively close because the 2 days before, because they played really well, came in short in this third game as well, but very promising team. And they're also doing this in Western European region, definitely the most stacked region. You don't know who's going to go down. Everybody can take game off each other. It's so stacked, and being able to compete with some of these guys by being a relatively new team just shows how good this team is and how quickly they improved, like in all aspects of the game.
Yeah, we just need that rock, paper, scissors that Western Europe is known for, Gaimin beat Quest beat OG, OG beat Gaimin. We just need the full circle completed. But we keep talking about this, but I do want to talk to a winner. I do have Amar here who's going to be joining us from Quest Esports, so we get to talk to him. Amar, congratulations. You guys had a really great showing 2 days ago, even though you didn't get to win that series. But today you get the win over OG, so how does this start to the DPC feel for you, especially on a new team?
Thank you, yes. I mean, it's a good win. Any win, you can take it, Beating my former teammates, is still my friends, And it's cool to beat your friends always.
There's no bad blood between you.
Bittersweet.
No, there is no bad blood.
Good to hear. Glad to hear.
Good to hear. I do want to know, how is it coming onto Quest Esports, gelling with the four others in this team? Do you feel like you get a bit of freedom to be pretty vocal with your ideas?
I mean, this team is really good. They're really good teammates. They're good players. And they allow me to play my only hero pool I can play, which is 5 heroes. And they are really fine with it. So I like it.
Perfect. Lucas, do you have any questions for Amar?
Yeah, I want to know who approached who, Amar. Did you just like scout things out, see like this is the team that I want to play? I'm sure you had other offers. Other teams definitely approached you. So who was the one making the first contact?
I mean, they contacted me like after season 2. Like they asked me to join, and I tested with them and played with them some small tournament, and we won it. So I've decided that I will join them, and yeah, I like it here. It's good.
You guys, I see that you guys are boot camping. Where are you guys at right now?
In Jordan, my home. So it's very easy for me.
Very nice. So eating your local food, local Jordanian food, very good. What's your favorite dish?
My favorite dish, I mean, right now I only eat grilled chicken, you know, and I eat very low, because I'm on a diet, you know. I need to get thinner.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. You're going to gym because you're getting in shape. Like you're looking really good.
Yeah, I'm going for gym. Just the last 3 days couldn't go to gym because our scrims and games are really late. But yeah, I go to gym and eat only healthy food right now.
That's good to hear. Got to keep that in mind as well to be able to perform. I got one more question regarding the coach. You guys don't have a coach at the moment, correct?
No, we do have a coach. His name is Axel. He's
Axel.
Russian. Yeah, Russian, not the Peruvian Peru guy.
Yeah. Okay, so what does he do for the team? Like, who has the last say when it comes down to decision making?
I mean, in this team, the team believes in coach and what he says, and they believe when he says a pick, you know, like he does drafts and he does always make sure to watch replays. Yeah, like the basic coach stuff, he does them, and all players also trust in coach when he tells them hero.
All right, that's good enough. I'll give you some real Dota questions, Omar. Game 1. What do you think went wrong? You guys had an okay lead in a game. If you remember, you were Mars with Mjolnir, Satanic, stuff like that. What do you think you guys screwed up in that game?
I think OGBZM playing Invoker, and he did OGBZM things with Invoker, and there is no explanation to this game other than BZM is playing Invoker.
Okay, that's
my mistake.
He
I forgot
is a new
about
miracle. Okay, no, that's okay. So game 2, I said, I still think, I hated the Razor pick. So can you tell me if I'm wrong, and if so, why? Like, tell me, why do you want last pick Razor in the game 2? Convince me. Tell me I'm stupid.
I mean, it was already good. No, I don't tell you you're stupid. Anyone will tell me I'm stupid, you know, if it's how it's gonna go. I mean, I saw Morphling, like he picked Morphling, and he just made me want to pick Razor. Because, you know, everyone says Morphling counter Razor, and I want to show that it's the opposite. So I just did it.
Why do you think it's the opposite? Is it because you play it different than other people? Like itemization with Halberd, does that help you? Or is there something else to it?
I mean, it's just that he doesn't really win as he used to be, because now there is level 25. I mean, the new BKB change is maybe annoying because you can buy Agnems and break Lincolns, but like before, you just buy BKB Link as a refresher, and he can't play, because if he wave forms, then I'm linking him and his fight is finished. He can't do anything. But right now, it's like a bit weirder, you know?
Yeah. And so you said you have a 5-hero pool, right? Like your team is cool with you having this 5-hero pool. So it's Razor, Timber, Mars. What are the other 2? Tidehunter and one more?
No. It's Razor, Viper, Huskar, and Mars and Timber. Just Viper and Huskar not shown yet.
So why did you guys play Tide in the first game? Is that why you lost? You just auto lost? You picked a non-pool hero?
I mean, I don't know what was in my brain. I didn't buy normal items. I forgot how to play the game. That game. I bought, I don't know, like 2 Bracers face boots. Like I live in 2019 or something. And I mean, I got Tide, you know. I mean, not Tide. I mean, I got Doom, and you know, the money printer wins always.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Thanks for your answers. That's all I got.
Awesome, Amar. It was so good to hear from you. Best of luck with Quest Esports and the rest of the DPC, and congratulations on your win today of OG.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Oh, it's nice to hear from Amar. You know, unfortunately, we didn't really get to hear too much from him last tour, so it is really good to get this first interview with him. And he's just straight up. He has to prove the haters wrong. Razor's good against Morph, Kezu.
I don't know if he sold me, but it's you know, if you're confident in your own stuff, I was just kind of trying to fish what he wants to tell me. But you know, overall, I like that he forced his way, I think, into this interview to like give his opinions, and like he was very open about it. So you know, I
Your
respect it.
ideas only work if you're winning. That's how it is in Dota. Like if he lost this game, people will be like, well, they picked Razor into Morphling, the yada yada yada. It always is like that. You have to have something to back you up, but yeah, I gotta like the honesty, and I also gotta give him credit for like playing a different style, not getting Vanguard, not playing this kind of an aura bot, but instead he thinks that something different can work. And I think in this current meta, there's a lot of different play styles. I still think, you know, the aura is the strongest one coming from the offlane, like 1 or 2 items, but it does allow you to play slightly more different. And if team like Quest can make it work, make good usage of Amar, like his strengths, and allowing him to play the heroes that he wants to play. Same goes with the coach, to the questions that we asked. Like he still has the last say, but you know, if Amar tells you to pick him Mars, you're gonna pick him Mars.
Yeah, I would like to see him go back on that tide and maybe have a little bit of a different build. Like he said it himself, he didn't really know what he was doing. So it would be cool if we did see him sort of circle back around to the tide and hopefully see a different sort of playstyle from him as well. Because, you know, how far can a certain sort of playstyle go? There needs to be a little bit of depth. But Quest Esports, I mean, they do it. It worked for them here in this series. They also previously got a game off of Gaming Gladiators. So big congrats to them. Let's have a look at results for today. We've had 3 BO3s happen. Our first 2 were 2-0s. They were pretty quick days. It was Liquid, quick series. It was Liquid taking a 2-0 against Secret, Tundra 2-0 over Entity, and then this 3-game absolute marathon with the longest games of the day, by the way. 2 50 plus minute games here between Quest and OG Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the one thing that caught me maybe the most by surprise, or the thing that keeps surprising me the most in most of these games, are that the Universal heroes just kind of keep...
Here we go
they
again.
They just seem too good. I know you're going to make fun of me for, Ketu only talks about Universal heroes, but come on, look at them. They're I know they're good, and then they always look better than before, and it's like I'm still trying to adjust, just like all the teams and all the players we see, but... Yeah, it's just the thing that I've got my eyes on the most for now.
Okay. I mean, we did see a game earlier today. One of the teams had 4 Universal heroes and they lost. So, you know, because I'm kind of doubting what you're saying about the Universal heroes.
They were bad. It's not the hero's fault.
I get it. Before we do wrap up today, let's have a look at Friday's schedule. I know you guys are eager to see what we have coming up there, and I'm very excited because the middle series, it's going to be D1 now, Hustlers up against Team Liquid. So it's the first time we're seeing them here up in Div 1. They will be playing after Secret versus Gaming Gladiators, but before Quest Esports and Entity Lacoste.
Yeah, a bit of a monk at the moment there for both of these teams coming out from like first Secret and D2, D1 Hustlers right now, playing against Gaming Gladiators and Liquid that looked like the strongest team for both the DPC tours, so definitely not going to be an easy one. I think the third one's going to be the most hype one because Entity, they can also look hot and cold, and same goes for Quest, but I think I'm going to give like Quest an upper hand in this matchup because they have a little bit more of a surprise effect, I would say. Entity as a team, not going to say have been figured out maybe in the previous patch because they had the similar style of Dota for a relatively long time. They do experiment a little bit more in the new patch, but still feel like Quest could take this one.
Are they pretty similar thoughts for you, Kez? Do you think that's the one with the most upset potential and the other two should be pretty clear favorites, maybe even potential stomps?
Yeah, the other ones have got to be more clear. I think Quest Entity is a bit of a question mark. I do feel like for Secret, like you come from Div 2 to Div 1, your first match is Liquid, your second one is Gaming Gladiators. It's like, yo, welcome back, guys. Like, time to get slapped unless you really show up. So, you know, for them, they've got, well, their work cut out for them. Hopefully they can, you know, look at the games they had today against Liquid where they didn't look bad at all. They just need some more decisiveness, and if they can show up, you know, I'm sure they can at least put up a good fight against Gaming.
Yeah. And I do want to know, Lacoste, what is one takeaway that you've learned from today from the amazing, 7 games of Dota we've had?
Ooh, I mean, every single game is throwable if you try hard enough. I think that's the take. That's universal in Dota across every rank there is in Dota. It is possible. So play until the end.
I like that because, you know, in the middle series, Fear was all about how this is just what the patch feels like. It's all just snowbally. But you know what? He's got to watch this third series. There's a lot of potential for comeback. And Kezu, do I even have to ask what your takeaway is, or is it just going to be you?
It's going to be something different. It's that Visage offlane seems sick. That's what I want to try in my next pubs. That shit that 3-3 showed me with some phylactery into some auras. You can always count on 3-3 and Tundra to find the nerdiest shit within like 24 hours of a patch. So thanks, guys.
That's very true. I mean, I'm probably going to go try the Magnus off late now. I don't know how that's going to go. So
just right click and use some power. You'll be fine.
That's it. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm praying. It's going to be as simple as that. But that wraps up our day number 2 here in Western Europe. If you guys are searching for some more Dota to watch, then NA Dota is on right now. Yeah, the NA DPC is happening over on PGL _ Dota 2 EN2. That is what my memory tells me. You guys can head on over there, watch some more Dota, enjoy some more big brain plays. As we head on out here, we will see you guys on Friday.
What the fuck is this? Look, I get him. I prolong. Carapi. Nice, he's dead. Kill everyone else. I'm killing support. Magnus? Stepping out. Support? What's spirit no steps? Nice. Boys, easy.